proudly made in the USA.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GRAVY25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GRAVY25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GRAVY25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you can try it for free. Simply call us today at 1-800-942-8302 or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, we can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDK listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had surgery. You've been home for 2 weeks. Been having this crazy pain on the left side of you. You call your doctor and you go in for a visit. Your doctor gives you an x-ray and he says you need to go to the hospital immediately. You ask him what's wrong. He says during your surgery, it looks like they left something in you. Left something in me. You go to the hospital. You ask them what's wrong. I went to my doctor and they said y'all left something in me. They do an x-ray and they say you need to go into surgery immediately. Looks like they left a clamp in you. A clamp in me? What is that? They take you into surgery. You're on the phone with Top Dog. This a medical malpractice. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Good morning, friends. Guess who's back? Back again. Doran's back. Tell a friend. What up, big guy? Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
How's it going?
Woo!
I'm excited.
We got playoff ball.
It's just, what a week to come back, too. I'm excited. I've been, I told my son yesterday, I was like, I'm excited to go back to work. He said, why? I'm like,
you missed me. I mean, that's why.
Yeah, I missed Crowley. I missed talking about sports. I was like, Jace, I talk sports for a living. Like, it's fun.
Oh, my God.
He's like, yeah, I got to go back to school. It stinks.
Like, that's true.
Yeah.
My daughter's too young to know that you're supposed to like snow days. She was real bummed out she couldn't go hang out with her friends yesterday. But then we messed around in the snow, and it was glorious.
Yes.
Glorious.
Yes. How have you been?
Oh, I'm tremendous.
You're good?
How have you been?
I'm great.
I love when we do this thing where we pretend like we didn't talk all morning long.
Right. Yeah. Yes, we're actors.
How we doing, Dom? We good back there behind the glass? Dom DiTomaso with us again. Hi, Dom.
Fantastic. How are you?
That's good.
First time I ever worked with Dom.
What?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I believe so. I think I might have produced a pit preview show, maybe.
And I wasn't even here.
But you weren't here,
yeah,
correct?
I was on site. So look at that. Young Dom. Doing a good job from what you said. No, he's not? He's doing all right?
He's okay.
All right.
He's been wonderful. He's a breath of fresh air. Showing all them pompous Syracuse people you don't have to be a jerk. Who said that? It was me. You watch any of that wrestling last night?
I did not.
Me neither.
I did not. I mean, I saw the clips.
All I saw was Topanga.
I saw her. Macaulay Culkin was there.
He looks good.
He does.
I think he's turned his life around, I hope.
For sure.
How old is he? Is he our age?
No, he's way older.
Way
42,
older. He looks good.
43 maybe.
He looks real good.
Yeah.
I was happy to see that. He's weird, though.
Oh, yeah.
He did the whole weird. He's just weird.
Yeah, I mean, all those young actors, we talk about this a lot, too. Young actors, they're all weird now.
Yeah, it ain't his fault.
No.
It's really not.
A lot of tension. I mean, Michael Jackson, too, sleeping over his house and stuff. That's weird.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that'll mess you up a little bit.
Sure will. By you think about that, he looks really good.
Yes.
Relative to his life experience.
Yeah, Peter Pan.
So does Topanga.
She looks exactly the same.
Oh, my God.
How?
She's one of the all-time young TV crushes for me.
No doubt.
And
No
I
doubt.
never would have been able to handle her.
Yes.
No.
Dom, did you watch Boy Meets World at all, or is that past your time? That's probably past
That's
your time.
past my time.
Do
There
you know
was
what Topanga is?
Yes, there was a Girl Meets World back when I was younger that I watched for a little bit with
right.
Sabrina Carpenter, I believe.
Yeah,
Oh,
she was the
my.
mom, and Corey was the dad, right? That was their daughter.
Oh, so she would have been young back then.
No, it was
Sabrina Carpenter would
Yeah.
have been. Yeah.
No.
No.
Wait, Sabrina. What is Topanga's real name? In real life?
Leslie.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess they were the parents, right? I think that's what it was.
Is it Leslie Fisher?
Danielle Fisher.
Oh.
And she was in Girl Meets World as the mom of one of the two girls who was in the show.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Her and Mr. Feeney, goats.
Yes.
And actually, Corey's dad, pretty cool.
Yes.
Way cool.
Yes.
What he did for Sean was a troubled youth.
Mm-hmm.
It's just...
How about having you and your brother and just being like teenagers and just absolutely crushing the TV show world, like Ben Savage, who was Corey, and his brother's Fred Savage, which was in Wonder Years.
He was also in My Date with the President's Daughter, which is a tremendous Disney Channel original.
Is it?
Yeah.
Which one? Fred Savage?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're just out there just working. Killing it. Another crush we were talking about this morning is weirdly, I don't know if it's weird. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, is Elaine from Seinfeld. I always had a big thing for. See, she's one of those that we talked about, I think a couple weeks ago, where like the older I get, the hotter she is. Like whenever I was
younger,
younger,
she gets, maybe the hotter she is.
That too.
Respectfully, of course.
For sure. I mean, but growing up, when my dad, I always tell you guys, my dad used to watch Seinfeld, and I never liked it. I like it now. I never thought that she was hot back when I was younger, but now I do.
I like Goofy. My wife's goofy. She's goofy. She's attractive. She hits all the boxes.
Yes.
I'm not sure Danielle Fishel is goofy, but that's okay. Who are your crushes growing up? TV.
So there's two that stick out in my mind.
He always has an opinion. This I've found with
It's
him.
not an opinion.
Always?
You asked a question. It's
I
a
know.
fact. It's not an opinion.
Well, okay, I guess it would be. Well, it's a fact based on
He
opinion.
always has facts.
Yeah.
So the first one would be Vanessa Hudgens from High School Musical.
She was there last night too.
Doesn't she
was.
date or married to
Cole Tucker.
Yeah, the pirate guy.
Boy,
Yeah.
very nice young man. Very nice young man. But come on. I mean, come on. All right, who's number two?
And the number two would be Haley from Modern Family,
Yeah.
whose real life name, Sarah Hyland.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Big
She's
fan.
gone through some stuff in life.
Sarah Hyland.
She was real sick. She still might be real sick. She was real sick for a while, yeah. Yeah, she's beautiful. And not that I was looking for this, but weirdly, both of the people that Dom has had crushes on, naked online.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, not that I went out looking for it, but sometimes it just finds you.
What about Hillary Duff?
Yeah.
She looks great.
She just resurfaced
Yeah.
looking great.
Really good.
Yeah, where she was somewhere, and she got photographed, and she was trending for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of trending, Joy Taylor.
Oh, man.
Hmm.
Whew.
Hmm.
That's
Hmm.
that's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough. I saw you, I read the show notes a little bit yesterday, and you were wondering why she was trending. You didn't know?
No, I was playing dumb.
Oh.
I didn't want to say too much. I didn't want to get myself in any hot water. Everything in that document, by the way, alleged, just to
Alleged, yes.
just make sure we
course.
cover our bases there. And then Jason Whitlock. Well, I tried not to spend a lot of time around Joy Taylor because I know myself.
He said it.
Yeah, you also probably own mirrors.
Right. Right. He's like talking like he thought that he could have, in any realm, would have a chance. I know myself. Yeah, okay, that's great.
I mean, I'm not doubting, Jason Whitlock, that you would have said something stupid. I am very much doubting that you would have had any chance in hell. I mean, come on. Texter, Kat Dannings, Two Broke Girls. Yeah, she's making a resurgence.
Yeah.
That show made me laugh, but it was very much lowest common denominator laughs.
Yes.
Which is fine. I don't need every show I'm watching to make me think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need that.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of where I'm at, too. I watched a movie last night. What was it? No Hard Feelings with Jennifer Lawrence.
I like her, too. She's goofy.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Never saw that.
Yeah, it's new. It's newer.
Is that the one on Netflix where she's running around naked on a beach?
Yes. Yes, it's pretty good. She has to, date this, 19-year-old kid.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy in a way.
Yep.
The whole concept. That's one of the weirder nude scenes you'll ever see.
Yeah, and she's for real. Yeah, it's all out there.
She's just
all out there.
All out there just sprinting around a beach.
Yep. Matt Noska, kid that from
Gesundheit? Oh.
He's in it.
Who's that?
He's
Is that
a model. He's from Pittsburgh.
Did you see any of I can't do anything with that. I'm sorry. I didn't know who this human was. Yeah. Did you see any of the Golden Globe speech, Nikki Glazer?
You know what? I did not, but I read a thread of what she couldn't or what got axed.
So
and it was wild.
That thread, is all quotes from when she went on Howard Stern the next day.
Okay.
And she told Stern, I got a Stern file. Here's all the ones that they wouldn't let me do. And the ones that she did were pretty funny.
Uh-huh.
The Stern ones were, jaw-dropping, so dark. Yeah. She's outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
That Brady roast, not that she didn't have a good career before that, but that Brady roast and she, superstardom.
Absolutely vaulted her.
Yeah.
She just has no filter.
No filter. Love it. Hillary Duff.
Yeah. Not bad. Not bad. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you who still looks great is Carrie Underwood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
I think she's doing squats.
Yeah. I mean, she's
got
fantastic.
strong legs.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
Strong legs that, who am I talking about?
Carrie Underwood.
Here, William. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very, very good.
You know what I did yesterday?
What'd you do?
I'm running around in the snow with a football.
Pretending like it's Saturday.
Yeah.
There's going to be snow down in Baltimore, right?
Apparently 8.3 inches, according to Ray Fittipaldo's screen grab of somebody else knowing how to read the weather. I don't think you're ever too old to run around in the backyard with a football.
It's great.
It's awesome. I'm picking out spots. I got gloves on. I'm trying to hit them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my daughter's I'm like, hey, catch this ball. She didn't care, but she's running around. She doesn't care what I'm doing. It's so much fun. I'm feeling I'm Joe Montana back there.
It's great to just pretend sometimes, right?
Yeah, I wonder when that goes away.
Never. It shouldn't. You should never let that go away.
I don't think so.
Because that's the feeling that you had whenever you're younger that got you to where you're at right now.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to be something like that. And, you got an opportunity to be in that field. I feel like, Dom, did you ever, wear jerseys in the backyard and pretend you were, who would be during your day? Maybe even Hines Ward?
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was Big Ben back there. I thought
Big
I had
Ben?
a career in front of me.
Right.
And now here I am.
Right.
How tall are you?
5'7" on a good day.
On a good day. Depends what the dew point is.
Yes.
Well, how tall are you, Crowley?
5'8" on a bad day. 5'9" on a good day. Depends on the shoes. I was wearing hot. We went skating at the South Park outdoor ice rink during break. My daughter skated for the first time. It was so much fun.
Oh, she had the
sled thing.
Sled thing, yeah.
Which I didn't know existed.
Oh, yeah.
I never seen that.
Mm-hmm.
It was awesome.
Yeah, those are good.
That way you don't have to. You can go then.
Yep.
You can really teach them instead of 1 inch at a time, which sucks.
Which is also hard for you because, we're not professional skaters. So, I put on skates maybe one time a year, and it's like riding a bike. You got to, get adjusted to it. And then it's like, oh, okay, I remember how to skate. So whenever you take your kids that don't know how to skate, you're just trying to actually hold yourself up.
You're right. You don't want to kill them.
You're right.
You don't want to drag them down. It was a great time, but I felt tall. That's what I like about wearing skates.
Yeah.
I probably 6 feet with skates. They're
probably
2-3 inches on that thing. Yeah.
And what was it? Hal Gill? What was he, 6'7"?
Oh, big guy.
6'9"?
They had that stupid guy, Crankshaft, they called him.
Yeah.
Forget his name. Douglas something. Douglas Murray nailed it.
Murray, yeah. He was a badass, wasn't he?
Yeah, he couldn't skate. I mean, he
was an enforcer.
Yeah. I hate to say that about hockey guys, actual NHL players. Oh, he can't skate.
Well,
He's one of the best skaters in the history of planet Earth. He's just not great compared to them.
Right.
You know who also fell down all the time? Was Ryan Reeves. Still does.
Yeah.
For a guy that strong, falls down pretty easy.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's just a fighter.
Texter, good one. Kelly Kapowski, Saved by the Bell. All-time crush.
Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Another texter. Any girl on 2.5 Men. You know, Alan always did well, and I never understood that.
Who did better, him or Jerry Seinfeld?
Seinfeld did great.
He did. Even Newman did good.
Yes.
They all did good, actually, now I think about it. I mean, they had some legits on that show.
I don't know what to do with George. Like, I don't think he's fat. But he's not skinny. He's husky.
Yeah.
Like, when he does that photo shoot, it's not like there's blubber.
He's just a husky guy.
Just a big bone guy.
Yeah, with a lot of hair.
Yeah.
Probably pretty short. I bet you he's probably like 5'5" in real life. 5'6", maybe.
Yeah, he's not a tall guy.
No.
You know what we used to watch every episode back in the day was Desperate Housewives.
Oh, yeah.
And
Eva.
Yeah. The first time I ever saw Eva Longoria, it was a life-changing experience.
Mm-hmm. She made me a Tony Parker fan.
Agreed.
Yeah. I didn't know much about him. I knew Tim Duncan. And
Are they together?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't think so.
That's a big fumbling of the bag.
But I was like, good work, Tony Parker.
No, she's married to Jose Baston.
He sounds familiar.
Isn't he an MMA guy? No, definitely not. Unless he is. No, he's an actor.
Dom, were you just talking crap on Seinfeld in the pre-show? Or in the?
Yeah, because it sucks.
Oh.
See, I always thought that until like a year and a half ago, and I watch it every day now. I've changed. My whole life, I thought it was the worst show ever.
I just find it unfunny.
Yeah,
I don't laugh.
I think whenever you get a little bit older, maybe when you turn 30, try it out again.
Okay.
That's kind of what happened with me in my 30s. I was like, oh, I get the humor now. I didn't get the humor growing up. My dad watched it every single night, and I'd be like, this is not funny. Now I sit there and laugh by myself.
Me too. Curb? We do Curb?
Never.
You got to do the Curb.
One episode.
You got to do the Curb. You do Curb?
Yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. That's why Larry David should have had more of a role on Seinfeld.
See, I don't.
Isn't it the same thing?
It's just
Larry David's show.
Yeah.
No, but Curb is funnier. I don't know.
It's
There's
more
just a
modern.
difference.
It's more modern and it's more absurd, and you can push the boundaries more because of HBO.
Yeah.
So I personally like it better, but I love Seinfeld.
Oh.
The reason I started thinking of Desperate Housewives is because Jerry dates Terry Hatcher on the show. They're real and they're spectacular.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he always screws it up, and it makes you so mad because you're like, listen, you goofy stand-up comedian square.
Yeah.
Like, she's better than you.
He does always screw it up.
I was trying to think of her name. Who's the girl from that movie? I think it's Fast Times at Ridgemont High, who has the famous scene.
Phoebe something.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of hers, and that movie's 30 years my elder.
Yeah, she's in Gremlins.
30 years my elder. That's Syracuse right there.
That movie was way before I was born. That movie, I think, was 82, I believe. I was born in 88. That was way in the 80s.
80. He knows the year every movie.
I was gonna say, my
Yeah,
God, that's
it's
incredible.
It's like a Rain Man thing for me.
Mm-hmm. It really
Real.
is. Yeah.
You could throw out, like, especially more 80s movies. If you threw out an 80s movie right now, I could tell you what year it was made.
Really?
Yeah, probably.
Nicolas Cage in Fast Times Ridgemont High.
Is he?
Yeah.
Huh.
Brad's bud.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He got crushed in the Stern Files by Nikki Glazer, saying that because he's one of these method actors, and she said he looks well rested because he was sleeping in Elvis's casket.
Woo! I was looking at his profile. I was looking up, and they're the aunt of Nicolas Cage. Who was I looking at yesterday? I forget.
AI will tell us. Nicolas Cage.
Somebody.
Aunt.
Who was that?
Talia Shire.
Yes. I was watching Rocky.
Wait, Doran, so I'm curious now. I'm going to give you 3 movies from the 80s.
Okay.
Tell me what year they came out, okay?
All right.
Breakfast Club.
Oh man, hold on. 85.
Wow. Hey, Die Hard.
87.
88.
88.
88, close enough.
Round up, I mean.
Trading Places.
83.
Wow. That's a skill.
It's weird.
That's good.
Very weird.
Breakfast Club's a great movie.
It's a good one.
I cry.
Why?
I just do.
Why? Which part? At the end?
Yeah. I mean, they accept the loser kid. Meant a lot to me. The chick who scrapes the dandruff off her head. It hit me like a sack of bricks the other day. I want to get her name right.
Why you cry?
Ali Sheedy,
who
plays the
dark hair?
Yeah, the weird girl.
Yeah.
She is at the front desk at the airport in Home Alone 2 Lost in New York.
Yes. She's the desk attendant.
Yeah.
You know the scene in the movie where the kids are sitting down telling each other what they're in there for?
Mm-hmm.
You know that whole thing was ad-libbed?
Really?
Mm-hmm. The director told them like a general idea of what they were in for, and they made it all up on the fly.
See, I would love to be an actor and do more ad-lib. If you just let me ad-lib.
You do it every day.
Yeah, I know. Like, I would, like, if I was a young actor like that, I'd be like, oh, this is awesome. It's just like, literally, we're in school, and we're in detention.
We should have Callus tomorrow, because there's no time anymore today. Throw out a scene, and we should just do an improv scene for the pre-show.
All right. I like that.
All right, you guys are on a bus. Doran, you're bleeding profusely. Go.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea, actually. Show off our skills.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Ashley Judd back in the day. What did I call her the other day?
Yeah.
Something not. Doesn't matter. Never going to remember it. Never going to remember it.
But she was legit. Double Jeopardy. Good movie.
Never saw it.
Very good. Mm-hmm.
Text her, Elizabeth Hurley in Austin Powers. Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I love those movies.
Now. You see her now?
No.
Oh, man.
Something bad happened?
Nope. Great. It's great. It's great.
Oh, good for her.
Yep.
She had a wardrobe malfunction at the Golden Globes.
This past one?
I've never heard you more eager. All right, Mike Tomlin had his press conference on Monday because the Steelers haven't played a game on Sunday in a year. Get it?
See what you did there? See what you did?
He had, for my money, one of the most telling Tomlin quotes of all time. And I want to go over that with you, Doran. And we'll do it in 30 seconds. Bang.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No problems or accidents as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways getting a little heavier, especially on the Parkway East between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West also a little heavy into the Fort Pitt tunnels. No problems to report on Route 28 or the Parkway North. Meanwhile, overnight project in Coraopolis. Watch for a lane restriction on the northbound side of Route 51 at Thorn Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, for us, it's about playing to a personality that we prescribe to engineer victory, to possess the ball. And a component of possessing the ball is not only time, but managing risk. And obviously, there's less risk with running the football than throwing it. And sometimes that's a component of the discussion as well.
That should be what everybody's talking about today. That quote right there. Mike Tomlin has a quarterback who has won a Super Bowl. He has a quarterback that one day is going to be wearing one of them fancy jackets and have a grotesquely inaccurate bust in Canton, Ohio. And he's talking about running the football to minimize risk? This ain't Kenny Pickett. This ain't Mitch Trubisky. I know that Russell Wilson hasn't played well in 4 weeks. But that was Mike Tomlin's answer when asked, hey, you run the ball a lot, you have all season long, despite really not running it effectively all season long. Oh, yeah. Well, throwing the ball's scary. I'll paraphrase. That's what he's saying right there, Dor. Throwing the ball is scary. Throwing the ball makes him feel uncomfortable. That, to me, is the most tacit admission from Tomlin that I can remember, that he says things like, scared money don't make money. He says things like, you can't live in your fears. That's all they do is live in their fears. And that's why they're 10-7 again. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning. You're absolutely right. I watched that press conference yesterday, and I was floored by what he said there. Like, you talk about we don't live in our fears, and you live in your fears every single week. So you're trying to tell me that the method to your madness going into the last game of the season, knowing what's at stake, which everything is literally at stake, even though that you're already in the playoffs, that the best route to success is to run the football and to minimize the times and the possessions of Joe Burrow. That is the definition of living in your fears, alongside, if you rewind weeks until the last time that you played, well, the first time that you played the Bengals, you took a different route that proved success. So what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is every single year. This is every single week, the last how many weeks? We don't live in our fears. You absolutely live in your fears every single week. You're trying to control the game with not letting the game control the game.
Yes.
You're trying to control the game. That's not how you're going to win, especially this coming week.
Absolutely it ain't going to work this coming week. The Ravens' pass defense has been really good since the first time these two teams played, but the Ravens' run defense has been really good all year. You know how you keep the football? You get first down.
Yes.
You know how you don't make the yard to gain? Running the football. This team does it a lot, doesn't do it well. The first time they played, they held the ball for 31 minutes and 9 seconds, which isn't some huge disparity in time of possession, but you had it more than they did, and you dropped back and you threw it 40 times, and you put up 44 points. Mike Tomlin didn't get outcoached by Zach Taylor. Mike Tomlin outcoached himself. And I didn't really get into the whole offensive coordinator thing yesterday. There was a lot to get to. I don't think very much of this at all is on Arthur Smith. Arthur Smith is a hot head coaching candidate, which tells me two things. One, he's respected despite these recent results, which if he's doing this all on his own, he probably shouldn't be respected enough to get head coaching interviews. The other thing it tells me is, I bet you he wants out of here. I'm purely speculating on that, but the coordinators have changed. Fichtner in Canada and Arthur Smith, and the results are the same. Yeah. The quarterbacks have changed. The results are the same. The players have changed. The offensive linemen have changed. The results are the same. This is a Mike Tomlin issue. This isn't an Arthur Smith issue. And that's why it's Groundhog Day every single time that you get close to the playoffs.
I mean, Arthur Smith was in Bali or something whenever Mike Tomlin gave him a call, and he was on vacation, chilling and just being like, I'm going to take the best situation. And if you're a guy like Arthur Smith who just got fired as being a head coach, I mean, and then, obviously, his background, you're not hurting for money, right? So if you're going to take the best situation, what is the number one thing you probably ask for in a situation whenever everything else really doesn't matter? It's probably the control of what you want to do. And I bet you that was probably promised, which we've heard that Mike Tomlin has promised people, players, coaches, that portion of the job a lot. Has promised control, has promised playing time, has promised things. And I'm sure that Mike Tomlin gave his spiel, and, he's a good talker, he's a great salesman, was like, you'll have full control of what you want to do on offense. And then Arthur Smith gets here, and he finds out he doesn't have full control. Because you follow the trends, right? We like to follow trends in life, right? What are the trends? The trend is exactly what you just said, Crowley. This is not an Arthur Smith situation. This has been going on for years now.
Years.
The same thing. It's been going on for years.
And you know what, Doran? I think that this was Arthur Smith's offense for a while.
Yes, I agree.
And you know when I think it turned? I think it turned at that Ravens game, the second Ravens game.
I think it started leaking whenever they made the switch to Russ. I think that I personally think that Arthur Smith wanted to keep rolling with Justin. That's just me. But I see what you're saying. Like, I think it started leaking then, and then the Ravens game.
The Ravens game for me, because Russell Wilson, I thought played really well, except for the 2 times he didn't. And that was the long run where he fumbled at the goal line. Steelers would have taken a 14-7 lead, by the way, with like 10 minutes to go in the second quarter. And then the pick 6 at the end was the worst throw, arguably, of his Steelers career. And that wasn't a game that they got blown out of the water in. It really wasn't. That game hinged upon 2 turnovers. And what does Mike Tomlin hate?
Yep.
Turnovers.
Yep.
And I think from that point forward, it's been, let's be as risk-averse as possible. And it ultimately culminated in that just garbage offensive performance against the Cincinnati Bengals. And we got numbers to back it up, too. This from Jerry Dulak's piece in the Post-Gazette yesterday. He did the work so I didn't have to. I love when people do that. With the exception of the 2-minute drill at the end of the first half, the Steelers ran the ball on 12 out of 12 first downs. That's until they fell behind 19-7. So they threw it on a couple of first downs on that 2-minute drill at the end of the first half. Apart from that, every other time they ran the ball until they're down 2 scores. And Mike Tomlin, just with a megaphone, told all of us why they did that in his press conference yesterday.
Yes.
And it's because it's dangerous to throw the ball. Buddy, this ain't really complicated. Doran, you've forgotten more about football than I'll ever know about football. You sit here and you talk with Bostic and you talk with Whaley, and sometimes it's like it goes over my head. It's like Portuguese. The Bengals know what you're going to do.
Yes.
And to further it out, to make it a global thing, Mike Tomlin would say, you just ain't going to win.
No.
At a high level doing that in the NFL. That kind of crap is good enough to get you to 10, to get you to 9, to have you in the hunt every single year. Because you play a lot of bad and poorly coached football teams. But when it's nut-cutting time, when the rubber meets the road, and you're playing the best of the best, and you run the ball every first down, you ain't winning. It's why you start slow every week. Because you're trying to impose your will, and you're trying to break the dam eventually. It's why they were good in the second half, I think, for most of the year. Because it's a war of attrition. We're going to beat people down. Okay, well, now when you play good teams, they're getting the jump on you. And they're up. And that's what's happened in the playoffs in recent history, too, where they've been down in every single playoff game after the first quarter that they've played going back for 8 years.
Well, if I'm a player as well, I mean, I'm just thinking, just in my mind, like I'd be questioning our procedure, because is that the way that we really want to head into the playoffs? That's the bigger situation here. It's not about the Cincinnati Bengals game and what we did there. It's about every team tries to create momentum and tries to create positive things within offense and within defense to head into the playoffs, and you're just hitting things full steam, right? I'm questioning, like, okay, so that was our game plan for Cincinnati. All right, I get that, but why are we worried about that? We should be worried about being on the same page heading into the playoffs and going to Baltimore.
Right?
Or going to Houston or wherever they were going to end up.
That's a great point by you. Like, it shouldn't be, all right, let's limit the risk.
It's not about that game.
And keep the ball away from Joe. No, start to get the engines rolling for the playoffs. I remember, during my esteemed athletic career, I did crew. And in the wintertime, this is torturous. I think if there is hell, if hell really exists, my hell is going to be on one of those rowing machines, the ergs. My coach gave me a big compliment one time because he was counting down to the start of one of our erg races. And I started rowing already, 10 seconds before the race started, so that my thing was spinning already.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do going into the playoffs.
Right.
That's the only athleticism or the athletic feat that I can draw from it. You want to get that thing going before the real race starts. And the real race is Saturday against Baltimore. And if you think you're going to go in there and run the ball on 12 consecutive non-end of first half first downs, you are going to get waxed. Now I'm imagining Eva Longoria getting a Brazilian wax. You're going to get crushed. So you didn't warm up to it.
No.
You tried to win really a meaningless game. Stupid.
It makes zero sense.
When the Steelers were 10-3, the reason why some of us, and definitely me, thought that they could win multiple playoff games is because we saw them throw the ball to win late against Washington, and then Russ threw for 414 yards against Cincinnati. The reason why pundits were saying, wow, the Steelers are scary, the Steelers are dangerous, one of the teams mentioned, who can challenge the Chiefs, is because they had a quarterback and an offense that was playing at a level that you need to play at to win in the postseason. The reason nobody's taking them seriously now is because they've turned into this plodding running team that's having zero success on the ground and has become probably the most predictable outfit in the entire league. And they're predictable on defense, too. All of that is coaching. All of it. 412-928-9370. You say you've got all kind of takes, all kind of opinions that have been marinating over the course of break. We will get to them over the course of the morning. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. If you want to text us, we'd love to have you at 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I'm going to tell you how I think this playoff game is going to go, and I wonder if you agree. I will predict exactly how it goes coming up next. Right now, though, it's a Dom DiTomaso Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins host the Blue Jackets tonight at 7 o'clock. Pittsburgh has lost back-to-back games, so a pretty important night for the Pens, looking to avoid a 3-game losing streak. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet3.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Available in app only. T&Cs apply.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime? Dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Well, transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. This is the same team installing large glass storefronts all around town. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online, boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a couple questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price, or you can call 412-621-1799. They can also customize your bathroom mirrors.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with Get-Go's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Cloudy with a snow shower today, the high 30.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. Intern Dom DiTomaso, in for Nicholas Harry Callis today. He said he bought a shirt yesterday, didn't wash it, now he's itchy. So the Twitter poll, at least one of them, is when you buy a shirt at the store, do you wash it before you wear it? I don't know that I ever have.
I don't think I have ever.
I just slap it on.
Yeah. I think it's the weather, Dom.
I think he's got dry skin.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I was afraid I got some disease.
I mean, you might have. I wouldn't rule it out, but that's a risk I've always taken. Now, if I'm buying underpants, even in a package, I am going to wash those because it is my package we're talking about after all. Jeans, I always wash because they got the dye on them, depending on the wash. And if you wear them right out of the store and you got like sweaty hands or something, which I always do in the winter, and I touch myself. I shouldn't have said that.
Oh man,
I'm a nervous toucher. You you know? Like I'll rub my knee or whatever, and then my hands will be blue. So I'll always wash the jeans, but not the shirt.
I think Dom has a better chance of getting a disease in college than he does with his shirt.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should see some of the frat houses up at Syracuse.
Yeah, I'm sure they're lit. Studying sports books and stuff.
Always wear a raincoat, Dom. That's all. That's all I'll say on that. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Here's a really good text at 412-928-9370. Tomlin played conservatively in a meaningless game that we didn't need to win. The most important thing was to get the offense going.
Yep.
That is so well said.
Yep.
Okay, go out there, slang that rock, try to score instead of keeping the ball away from Cincinnati, which you didn't do that anyway. They held it for 38 minutes. You held it for 22 minutes. And if you get beat playing that way, so what? Who cares? Yeah. It doesn't really mean anything. You're either going to Baltimore or you're going to Houston. And if you're not a team that lives in your fears, then you're playing for the 5th seed or you're playing for the 6th seed. Come on.
Yeah.
So that's telling. And then the way he talked about it yesterday is telling. Because he wasn't only talking about that game. When he said it's, and I'm paraphrasing, safer to run the ball than to throw the ball, he was talking writ large about the entire season. All right, here's how the game's going to go on Saturday. You tell me if you agree. They're going to come out. We're going to blink. It's going to be 10-0, 14-0 Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
Then they'll score, make it a one-score game, probably get the ball back before the half, maybe get a little something going, cut it to like 14-10. Second half thing gets away from them.
Yeah.
It's exactly how it's going to go.
Yep. I mean, I'm going to factor weather in.
Yes.
I guess, hearing that there's going to be a lot of snow. So I don't know if that's going to favor the Steelers or that's going to favor the Ravens. I haven't gotten there yet. I will get there at some point this week. But I can see exactly what you're saying. Like, they'll get close. Well, there'll be a big gap. They'll get close. They'll shrink the gap, and then the gap will just enlarge.
Yes. I don't think the Steelers cover. I think it's a competitive game in the second half, and then I think the Ravens say, all right, enough playing with our
10,
food.
10 now?
It's
point?
10.
Yeah, 10.
It's 10. Later on in the show, I want to get to that number and whether it's disrespectful or not. Because I thought Starkey started really strong yesterday, and he talked about the number and the history between these two teams. When the Steelers play playoff games, they fall behind. When the Steelers have played good teams recently, they've fallen behind. They had to fight their way back against Philadelphia and were unable to close that gap. They had to fight their way back against Kansas City, and then the gap grew bigger. Against Cincinnati, they're down 19-7. Well, against Jacksonville in the playoffs, many moons ago, down 21-0. When they played Cleveland without a head coach, and you have your Hall of Fame quarterback trying to win a playoff game at the end of his career, Cleveland's out to a 28-0 lead. Kansas City 35-7. Buffalo 21-0. They don't even give you a chance to have hope. It used to be in this town where the regular season would end and you would be bumping along to Wiz Khalifa or Roy Wood Jr., and you would think, okay, they got a shot against anybody. And I did the show yesterday. Maybe I didn't do it the right way, but I did the show yesterday as if the season's over.
Right. Because we know how it's going to go.
We know how it's going to go.
We know exactly how it's going to go.
Like, this team has a 0% chance of winning the Super Bowl. 0. Are they the worst team in the field?
Oh, no doubt. What percentage chance do they have winning Saturday, though? Like, realistically. 0% chance winning Super Bowl. I think we can all agree there. I mean, I don't even know if I give them that much more on Saturday, honestly. Because I know exactly how it's going to go. Unless what we talked about before the show is if they come out and they look like a whole different team, especially on offense, if they were just hiding and holding their cards close to their vest because they didn't want to show anything, which I think is, it's dumb in football anymore.
If that's what they did, if they tried to lull the Ravens into a false sense of security, or Houston, whomever they'd play, by dumbing it down and being vanilla as vanilla can be on offense against the Bengals, and they come out slinging the thing all over the place, and they win the football game, I'll heap a lot of praise on
Same
Tomlin.
here.
That's smart coaching.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to do that.
Nope.
Because what makes us think that they're going to do that? Now, if you ask the question, what's the percentage chance of them winning the game? I mean, I just told you how I think it's going to go. But I'll still put it at 25%. Because for all the things we've said about Mike Tomlin, he gets over on John Harbaugh.
He does.
And they get over on Lamar Jackson. I think I have a really good question about Lamar for you coming up next.
I was going to ask you a question, but it might be the same question, so I'm going to wait for your question.
No, why don't you ask me the question? Because we don't really talk all that much when we're apart because we see each other for 4 hours a day, and I don't want to annoy you. But we're always generally on the same page.
Yeah.
Ask me.
Who has more pressure in this game?
We'll talk about that next. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Great basketball game tonight. Pitt heads to Duke to play the number 4 Duke Blue Devils at 7 o'clock. The game is on 93.7 The Fan and the free Odyssey app. Our coverage starts at 6:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The major problems or accidents, the Tuesday morning rush. Moving along, this report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Parkway East, you're heavy between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West, a little bit heavy past the Banksville Merge Point. No problems to report on Route 28 or the Main Line Parkway North. In Coraopolis, crews continue work restricting a northbound lane of Route 51 at Thorn Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Start a new journey of clean eating at Salem's Market. Fresh halal meats, produce, dairy, and everyday essentials to help put you on the right track towards healthy living. Find more online at salemsmarketgrill.com. And Happy New Year from Salem's Market. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right. They're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
The holiday season may be coming to a close, but there's still plenty of time to make it a magical one. Ring in the new year with something stunning and timeless from Diamonds Direct. Start the new year with a celebration of your love, or even a celebration of yourself. Whether you're shopping for the perfect wedding bands, a beautiful pair of diamond studs that were missing from under your tree, or the engagement ring of their dreams, Diamonds Direct has just what you're wishing for. This year, make your New Year's resolution to shop smarter by shopping direct. Making a decision on where to make your next jewelry purchase has never been easier. At Diamonds Direct, you're guaranteed to get an extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and the white glove service that we've long been known for. Let the experts at Diamonds Direct show you the difference in a concierge luxury shopping experience. Kick off the new year the way you've always wanted. Customize your experience in-store or online at diamondsdirect.com today. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Verizon. The Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest is coming to Acrisure Stadium on February 9th.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Yesterday was the NFL's Black Monday. However, the Colts, Dolphins, and Giants announced that they were retaining their general managers and head coaches despite not making the playoffs. Loyal listeners know that I value leadership continuity, so it was smart for Indy and Miami to give their front office and sideline leaders a mulligan. Now, the Giants, they're another story, and I'll have that in the next hour on Boomer Esiason.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
In 2012, Chad and Jeremy were cracking beers and chatting at a bar in downtown Bozeman, Montana. This profound conversation was the start of the world's most refreshing beer company that gives back to the community while celebrating the outdoors, having fun, and being ridiculously awesome. Montucky Cold Snacks. A snackable light beer that's only 102 calories per 12-ounce serving. On your next outdoor adventure, don't forget the snacks. Montucky Cold Snacks. Available at better beer retailers, taverns, and restaurants. Cheers.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at spitzeracura.com.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Because I work with this group every day. I'm excited about it. We're very familiar with this team. We know how to play this group. And so that's where our focus is as we get prepared for this one.
When Mike Tomlin did his preamble at the start of the press conference, he wasn't given a lot of credence to, we know how to beat these guys. And then when his playoff losing streak came up, that was the answer that he gave. There is not a lot of pressure on Tomlin from a job security standpoint. We know that. But he talked about toting baggage. He understands he hasn't won a playoff game in a long time. So there's pressure on him to buck that trend. I think there's pressure on Russell Wilson. You want to be in the league anymore? Or do you want this to be it? You can't play like you have the last 4 weeks. And then, of course, there's pressure on Lamar Jackson, who's 2-5 against the Steelers, 2-4, more importantly, in the playoffs. And at this point in his career, the only multiple-time MVP to not have won at least a Super Bowl. So, who's the pressure on? It's on everybody.
It is.
Who do you think's got the most pressure on him?
It is. I think that you just laid that out perfectly.
Thank you.
I mean, just great, because there's only pressure whenever there's risk of losing something, right? There's only pressure of not performing and then having the consequences. Can't say consequences.
Your first day back.
Yeah. Of what's going to happen on the backside, and Tomlin doesn't have consequences. Lamar Jackson and possibly John Harbaugh might have consequences for losing. Like, Lamar Jackson can't be a three-time MVP, get so close last year, and then be out in the playoffs after getting Derrick Henry and doing what they did this year, having his best year as an NFL player and an unbelievable year overall as any player that we've ever seen, and then to lose to the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have played horrible football for the last month in the first round, that's bad.
I think it's him too.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a 10-point spread. You're at home. You were so close last year, you could almost taste it, feel the rain on your skin, release your inhibitions, whatever. To lose to the hated rival as a double-digit favorite at home, when for them, it's not about just winning a game. It's about winning all the games.
Yep.
Dan Marino's an all-time great. He might be the best pure passer of the football we've ever seen. But he's always going to get hit with he never won one.
Yep.
And if Lamar Jackson, and he could be, and probably should be the MVP this year, arguable him or Josh Allen, if you win another one, even if you don't, but you never win the big game, you're going to be saddled with that for your entire life.
Yeah, Josh Allen too.
Same deal.
Yeah, same deal. Now, with the Steelers, there's Pittsburgh pressure, I guess. Which is what? What is the pressure from us for the Steelers this coming if they lose on Saturday? Like that they don't even bat an eye at the fans or the people who support the Steelers or even us or anything, because internally they're not going to change.
Molsey asked a great question yesterday to that point. He said, how many years of not winning a playoff game does it take before the organization says, oh my God, we need to change with the top guy? I think it's when the national narrative winds up paralleling the local narrative. I think that because Mike Tomlin has still been viewed so favorably by the national media, the Steelers are still respected, the brand is still respected, and Mike Tomlin is absolutely respected. Until he becomes a laughingstock, I think he's going to be around.
Will that ever happen?
I think the tides are turning a little bit.
Do you?
Ryan Clark called him out. Troy Aikman was really hard on him during the broadcast. ESPN even flashed the graphic, 3-8 in the last 11 playoff games for Mike Tomlin. I think it's starting to turn. But then you flip on ESPN yesterday, and in the morning the graphic says, does Tomlin deserve, and I'm paraphrasing here, something along the lines of, does he deserve more praise for where they are or criticism?
Yep.
How is that even a discussion? What's the argument for praise? So I think that's what it's going to take. Now, how long the playoff losing skid has to go, I don't know. But I think you need the national narrative to be, wow, these guys can't get it done when it matters. I think it needs to be, wow, Tomlin's culpable for this on a national scale before we ever see anything change.
No, I don't want to be totally doom and gloom here because that's just not our show, but we have to be for real. I mean, we're honest. But I am very curious because we both don't see the Steelers winning Saturday. What's the message from Rooney? What is it? What is it this year? What's the message this year after the season?
Right. If it was, we need to win a playoff game.
An urgency.
And then you do operate different in the offseason so that you can win a playoff game. If you don't win one, I mean, are you going to bring Arthur Smith back? You're going to bring Terrell Austin back? You're going to bring Mike Tomlin back?
Are they scapegoats, those two guys that you mentioned first, Arthur Smith and Terrell Austin? Like, what's the message?
Kaboli said yesterday he doesn't think that Austin's going anywhere. They're not going to let go of Arthur Smith. The only way that happens is if he takes a head coaching job. I mean, they're not going to fire a guy going into year 2. Austin would make a lot of sense to me. But Kaboli says there's still another year left on his deal, and boy, they were loath to even do it with Matt Canada.
Yeah, they're not doing it. Yeah, you're working for your money.
So how can we argue that the pressure's on Tomlin when there's no repercussions? When there's not going to be repercussions for his coordinator? What, are they going to get rid of the offensive line coach, Pat Meyer? I mean, I think that would make some sense given the inability to run the football and the lack of development with some of these offensive linemen. But, that doesn't move the needle.
Mm-mm.
So,
I mean, pressure's not on T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward because if they sit there and they're on their couch and they're having a drink or whatever, and they look at their career, they're probably going to be Hall of Famers.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they don't win one.
I think the pressure that they put on themselves is probably
they put it on themselves.
Yeah.
But realistically, there's no pressure. Not for what their probably end goal is. I mean, obviously it's a Super Bowl. If it's not, then you want to be regarded as one of the best players ever.
Yeah, because they're not quarterbacks.
Right.
It'll be mentioned when you have long-form discussions years down the road about Cam Hayward or T.J. Watt, but it won't be one of the first things that's mentioned.
No.
That's the case for Lamar. As for Russ, can you play yourself out of the Hall of Fame? He was a Hall of Famer.
I think it's the longevity of it. It's like, how long did you actually play, and where's the window that you did play out of it? So Russ is in his 14th year. So I think that he's past the window of playing out of it. I think it's in the 10-year window.
Because you're not in your prime,
right,
and your expectations change.
And it's like, wow, you're actually playing that long. We're going to give you credit for playing that long. I think that he's played out of that window of playing out of it.
Yeah, this is his 13th season.
Yeah.
I think the pressure's on him because he said upon being signed by the Steelers, he wanted to feel the cold steel of that trophy, not just one more time, but a couple more times. And so there's that pressure on him. He wants to win another championship. But more than that, if he goes out there and throws 3 picks, are you going to be a NFL quarterback next year? I'm not even sure if he does that. The Steelers don't bring him back, though.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, I think the pressure's on Lamar. I think the most pressure's on Lamar. What say you? 412-928-9370. I think that's a good Twitter poll as well, Doran. On Twitter, @_Adam Crowley, @Scorin' Doran. We'll take some of your calls when we come back on the pressure question. We've got Jeff Hathorn, at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Playoff games are set for this weekend. On Saturday, it's the Chargers at the Texans, and then the Steelers at the Ravens. And on Sunday, it's the Broncos at the Bills, Packers at Eagles, and Commanders at Buccaneers. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Doran.
It's snowy out, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. That's all for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Dorn sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More signs of life in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Parkway West, that inbound delay starting for you right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, but you're putting on the brakes as far back as Carnegie, heading up the hill toward Green Tree. Parkway East lining up at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28, that is heavy past the 31st Street Bridge heading down toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is foot, knee, hip, or back pain making your workday unbearable? Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Deidre and Tom.
The pain would shoot up my heels. I would tiptoe out of bed because my heels hurt so badly. When I went to the Good Feet store, they allowed me to try on the arch supports. I walked around and I started sobbing because I had no pain.
I work 8 to 10 hours a day. Probably 60% of the time I'm on my feet. I had pain in my feet. Like the second or third day after I left the store, no pain. My feet never hurt. I can stand up straight. I'm 6'1" again. My legs, I have no pain. Everything's gone. No pain. Zero pain. Unbelievable.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jeff Hathorn coming up at the top of the hour, 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Jeff will be on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Could be snowy in Baltimore. And we've kind of gone back and forth on who that favors. I think Baltimore. I think. Better running team.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Lamar's also the better passer in the game.
Mm-hmm.
He just is.
Mm-hmm.
So you could neutralize that and maybe make them one-dimensional. They might not have Zay Flowers. I don't know. We're kind of smacking that around.
Yeah.
Is cold a bigger deal or is the snow a bigger deal?
Snow because of traction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to be that cold. It'll be 28 degrees.
No. Cold has – no. As long as you have traction in the cold, you're fine. But snow, like you're slipping around and it just – everything is off. It's like backyard football. It's different.
You feel like it might give the Steelers a better chance of covering.
For sure. Or the under.
The under, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it favors the Ravens because Mike Tomlin's conservative by nature anyhow. And if the elements are an issue, I could see them handing the ball off 60 flipping times.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think that's a recipe for success in the playoffs. Unless you've got like the Eagles line and Saquon Barkley.
Right.
That changes things. But you don't. You have Najee Harris in the Steelers' offensive line. So I think it favors the Ravens ultimately. I do kind of hope that there's a little bit of precipitation. Maybe not enough to blanket the field, but just for a snow globe effect.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah.
Be fun.
Nothing like last year in Buffalo.
No.
Where they're moving the game and there's hurricane strength of winds.
Unbelievable.
How about Cam Hayward playing in 13-degree feels-like temperatures with the flu?
Oh.
In a game that
he played great.
Really doesn't matter. He was outstanding.
Played great.
We'll get into this maybe later on in the show, but he's one of the big winners from this year, I think. There's a lot of guys who didn't live up to expectation. He surpassed every expectation. And you and I weren't the dudes who said, don't pay him, he's old, he stinks. But I don't know that I thought he would play at an all-pro level.
Mm-hmm.
And he played at an all-pro level this year. All right, Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, he's going to join us next. We'll ask him the question we kicked around. More pressure on Lamar or Russell Wilson? What does pressure really mean for Mike Tomlin? Did he really buy that Mike Tomlin didn't see George Pickens get into it with a fan? All that and more with our sports director, Jeff, when we come back. But first, well, there's nothing. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Morning Rush getting more crowded now. This report brought to you by two men and a junk truck. Parkway West, your delays now over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound looking good for you from the tunnels out to Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East jams at the Wilkinsburg on-ramp. While Route 28, that is heavy now approaching Shaler Waterworks down to Millvale, and then again from the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay on any line. Plus Price Lock, we won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Montucky Cold Snacks, a snackable light lager born in the majestic Big Sky country. This drool-worthy golden nectar is light in bitterness and full tilt in festivity. Pairs well with adventure, belly laughs, and gas station delights shared with buddies. 4.1% alcohol by volume and only 104 calories. Grab a snack to go in 30 racks, 12 packs, or 16-ounce pounder 6-packs wherever you buy beer. Montucky Cold Snacks. Try one.
Hey, it's Dan Andelman from The Phantom Gourmet, a TV show that's all about finding the best restaurants in New England. So I definitely love to eat. So did I put my life and my show on hold to lose weight with Awaken 180? Nope. Here's how it went. 6 pounds down my first week, 25 pounds by the end of my first month, and in just over 2 months, I hit my goal, 50 pounds gone by the time I turned 50. And let me tell you, those results, they came while I was still tasting every food under the sun. Everything from ribeyes to sushi, I didn't skip a beat. And that's the beauty of Awaken 180. It fits into your life. I mean, my whole life revolves around food, and it still worked for me, and that's what sets Awaken 180 apart. I didn't want to take the meds, and I already knew the gym wasn't the answer. I let the experts do it for me, and my results are proof that it works. This new year, make it work for you, and choose the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit and no payments for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Have a price? They'll beat it. Schedule your free in-home estimate today.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Jeff Hathorn will be joining us momentarily. our sports director. He's brought to us by Bet365. I said we'd take calls in the last segment, and then I forgot. We got Joe from New Ken, who's been patiently waiting on hold. Good morning, Joe. I guess not all that patiently. Goodbye, Joe.
Bye, Joe.
Now enter Jeff.
Jeff
Hathorn joins us right now. Good morning to you, Jeff. How you doing, buddy?
Morning, guys. How are you?
Oh, it's playoff week. Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
And can't you just feel the palpable excitement, Jeff? I mean, Roy Wood Jr. songs playing, Wiz Khalifa, Black and Yellow, that whole thing. People are expecting a parade, no?
Yeah, I don't know if there's ever been this much excitement for the postseason in a long, long time. I mean, confidence-wise, I mean, this fan base they're ready.
There's so much to unpack with you, Jeff, but let's start right there. It's Tuesday, so subject to change, and we'll see what happens with Zay Flowers, but Steelers are a 10-point dog. How good of a shot do you give them at going in there and actually winning the football game?
Well, you hit on one of the keys right there, Zay Flowers. If Zay Flowers can't go, it does change what Baltimore can do. They don't have that consistent deep threat without Zay Flowers. They've won 8 of 10 against Baltimore, and even in that last game, I know the final score says 17, but it's a 7-point game before the pick 6. So it's not like they were out of it. It's not like they were blown out like some of these games we've seen where they've really been out of it from the beginning. This was one they were in it at the end of the game, and, you know, a big mistake cost them in the fourth quarter. I'm not saying they're the better team, but I'm also not going into this game and saying, okay, they've got no chance. Like, they can't match up. I think there's still things that they do well defensively that can help them in this game.
Jeff, who has more pressure to win this game? Russell Wilson, Mike Tomlin, and the Pittsburgh Steelers, or Lamar Jackson, John Harbaugh, and the Baltimore Ravens?
Yeah, I think in this case, I think it's Baltimore. I mean, I know everything that's said here, but you're going in a 10-point dog. Like, I think you could sell the mentality of, I mean, you're going to hear negative stuff all week about how Steelers are the weakest team in the AFC. Baltimore's the best team that's not Kansas City, and the way that they've played, and they've earned that. They've won 4 straight, and, you know, they blew out Houston, and they beat the Steelers by 17, as the final score would tell you. So, yeah, I think it's Baltimore, because now you're starting to look at, it's another MVP season. They haven't gotten over the hump. Like, there's been some early talk in Baltimore. It's like, man, we got Pittsburgh. Like, do we have to have Pittsburgh in this first round of all the teams? So, yeah, I think it's more, especially if the Steelers can get off to a start. And that's been their issue. Their starts have just been horrid.
They've been horrid this year. They've been horrid every time they've taken the field in a playoff game since January 15th, 2007, the last time they won a playoff game. I agree with everything you said, Jeff, and Jeff Hathorn's our guest. I do think the pressure is more on Baltimore. However, is there a chance that this is Russell Wilson's last game in the NFL? Because, I think he could be playing for a job here.
Yes. I mean, yes, there is a chance this could be. I don't think so. I think if it's not the Steelers for some reason, I think he would have an opportunity with somebody. So I don't know if that's the case. But for him, I mean, this whole year has kind of been about redemption. And now these last few games, and I don't know. I mean, he masks everything. And I do think he's genuinely a positive guy. But there's got to be somewhere in there where it's like, damn it, some of the things that Denver people said or maybe he's starting to hear about. So how is he going to fix it? And, man, getting off to it, again, the numbers are crazy. The last 4 games, they've been outscored 40-3 in the first quarter. 40-3. I mean, and the play calling is just that they have played not to lose early in games. Handoff. I mean, get creative, get aggressive. I realize you want to take the other team, you want to keep Burrow off the field. You want to keep Lamar off the field. Doesn't mean you have to run it every time to do that.
You just need first downs.
First downs.
Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jeff,
first downs help you in that. And maybe getting aggressive and throwing it early. I mean, it's not like you've got a guy back there that you don't trust. For the most part, he's been really good with the football.
Jeff, you talk about getting creative and getting aggressive on offense, and whether it's Mike Tomlin's handling of the offense, overall handling, or is it Arthur Smith? And let's say it is Arthur Smith and, not getting creative and, kind of being very dry these last 4 or 5 games. There's 2 teams that have called Arthur Smith now. Now, there's the Jets that have requested to interview Arthur Smith to be the head coach, and then now there's the Bears. And I'm sure another team will come along as the week does go along. Do you think that's warranted? Do you think that's deserving for Arthur Smith to be, requested to become a potential head coach for another team?
You know how we do these things? If the season ends now, the team would be X. If the season would have ended in early December, absolutely. Because Russell Wilson, this offense, they were rolling. I mean, they kind of turned around what had been a very anemic Pittsburgh offense for the last few years and made it something. Maybe whole body of work, there's something there that people can look at. I don't know the seriousness. I mean, North Carolina came after him too, and he quickly said no. I think it's good that he's getting offers because that, at least from a step back standpoint, that other people are saying, we think this guy's a good coach. I don't know the seriousness of those offers, but I think it does speak generally. But I would like that guy that's going to potentially get a couple of job interviews to be a lot more aggressive again in this game on Saturday night.
Jeff Hathorn.
And you know what? Let me say this. I think some of these problems are rearing their head through different offensive coordinators, which tells you that Mike's telling them, I want to run the ball.
Well, Jeff, I thought the most telling answer, maybe out of any press conference this year, came from Tomlin yesterday when I can't believe he said the quiet part out loud. And I'm paraphrasing, there's less risk running the ball than there is throwing the ball. And this isn't Kenny Pickett. This isn't Mitch Trubisky. This isn't Mason Rudolph. This is a guy who's won a Super Bowl, and you're talking out of both sides of your mouth as the guy who says you can't live in your fears. I can't believe he said that out loud, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're Philadelphia and you've got that line and Saquon Barkley as your lead tailback, okay, I'm cool with Sirianni saying something like that. I'm cool with Harbaugh saying something like that with Derrick Henry. But you don't have those type of tailbacks with the Steelers. And they don't have the offensive line that's been together for years or has a number of veterans on it. They've got a young group that's still forming. So, listen, you play this game where you just want to hold on to it and you're playing scared like they've played. It's not going to end well. You got to get creative. I mean, a few of the games they've won, on the first play of the game, they've gone play action. One, they got a pass interference penalty. They got a 41-yard pass to George. They got even a 12-yard pass, I think it was to Najee. The other ones, and Najee's carried it 9 times on the first play of the game this year for 17 yards total.
If you don't laugh, you cry. Jeff, Mike Tomlin says you can't blink. I mean, has he been asleep since the game on Saturday? He says he didn't see George Pickens try to get into it with a fan. All of us know that's not true. What do we expect from Pickens in this game? Like, for me, and I'm not saying this is definitely the case, but from where I'm sitting, he looked like somebody that, because he wasn't super involved early, became disinterested, disengaged. Is that the feeling there, that they kind of got to coddle this guy to keep him in the thing?
Well, I think from Mike's standpoint, as much as we would love for him to say something, it does him no good.
I agree with that.
George in the public. So you're trying to get ready to win a playoff game by his receiver getting even more, hearing from his head coach something in the media, then I don't think that helps. Internally, I mean, they've admitted, I think the routine plays are part of that is at George. I mean, he didn't make routine plays in that game. I think the first drop got in his head as much as not having usage got in his head. And those are things he's got to figure out. I mean, yes, there's some coaching, but a lot of George is like George looking in the mirror and try to fix some of those issues. They need George to win this game. They're going to try everything they can to make sure he's ready. I tell you, for the most part in practices this year, he's been focused and right in. I mean, we watched them all. I mean, he's there. He's running routes. He's running hard. It's just in games, whether it's defensive backs getting in his head, himself getting his own head, the game plan getting in his head. They even tried, remember early, they tried to get him in with that screen for no gain. So they even tried something, but you got to do more than that. And not just to appease George, but, if he makes a couple of those catches in that game against Cincinnati, those are huge plays. Give him more of those opportunities, then it's up to him to make those plays. Because I think for as much as the players have been patient in a playoff game, if you start acting up or doing that, I think it's a different scenario for how you'll be treated by your peers.
Well, with that being said, Jeff, and say that the Steelers do lose, and say George is in his head and he isn't effective at all, do you think that this is the last time we'll see George in a Steelers uniform?
Yeah, it's interesting going into a contract year. I think no. For as much as the emotions are hot right now, I think if they step back and realize how I don't see it. Again, after the emotions died down and you take a step back, as long as you feel like you could sell him on, man, you've got to have a big year to get that money you want. And in order to have a big year, you need to do this, this, and this. I think we'll see George. Now, long-term deal, I think we're seeing that window closing.
Last thing here for you, Jeff. I thought Mulsey asked a really good question yesterday. So they're going on 8 years without a playoff victory. We'll see how Saturday goes. How long would the stretch have to span for change to come? I mean, does this thing get to 10 years and they just keep trotting Mike Tomlin up to the podium and out onto the sideline? Like, how long can this be acceptable?
Yeah, that's a great question. And now you're even starting to hear some national people kind of realize why Steeler fans are a little upset. I'll say this. Last year, they made some significant changes, not just offensive coordinator and bringing in a guy who was a head coach and had some success, but they wiped out the entire quarterback room trying to find an answer. If I want to see that aggression continue, it's not going to be Mike. People can say all they want. It's not going to be Tomlin at the end of this year, even if they get their doors blown off in Baltimore. But continue to be aggressive and make more change. Go after Ayuks. Go after guys with big names. You're going to have some cap room. Spend it on the offense. I'm exaggerating for effect. Don't spend a dime on the defense. Spend the whole damn thing on the offense because you need some help on that side of the ball.
With you on that. Jeff, great stuff as always. What's going on the website right now?
Yeah, look at some of those. There's some of those numbers on there, and some of the living in your fears story that's on the website right now. Plus, look at what George's numbers are compared to other receivers in catch percentage. It's nearing Dante-esque. So check out those numbers as well. It's all on the website.
I felt fine until I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel like I got that neurovirus that's going around.
But you never know in the postseason, boys. You never know.
Yeah.
Well, that's right. Clean slate.
Mm-hmm.
New start.
I'm sure Thursday we'll all be optimistic.
Flip the switch. Dom DiTomaso, who's producing the show, what a young man he is. He said by the end of the week he'll be picking the Steelers to win by like 30 points. That's what being a fan is.
I didn't say 30 points. I said I might pick them to win come Friday.
That's 30 points.
That's 30
by 30 points. Right. Thank you, Jeff. Awesome as always. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, see you, boys.
Jeff Hathorn. All right, coming up next, let's have the Pickens conversation because I said a lot of things yesterday, and I'd like you to say a lot of things when we come back. How's he going to play in this game? How's he going to get his head right for the game? And then we'll talk about where things go from there. That's next. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now it is an Intern Dom fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Great college basketball game tonight. Pitt heads to Duke to take on the number 4 Blue Devils at 7 o'clock. Both of these teams are 12-2, so that should be a great one. And you can listen to it right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. Our coverage starts at 6:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Crowley.
And here's some free gambling advice. Pitt's a 14.5-point dog. They're covering that spread. And even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParx app, playing all your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and hot online slots games like Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad, both based on the popular streaming TV shows. And right now you can join me and Black and Gold football alums Max Starks, Charlie Batch, plus the fans Chris Muller and Donnie Football on the BetParks team. Pro Football Playoff, Saturday night, Black and Gold, 10-point road underdogs at Baltimore. The over-under total in the game, 44 points. Bet more than the score in pro football. Bet player performances for touchdowns, passing, rushing yards, interceptions, and more. And new users, download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for details. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app, playing all your favorite casino games. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. We had tons of people traipsing through our house over the holidays. Cousin Brian doesn't take his shoes off. Dirt, mud, salt, nasty. What a mess. Good thing Zero Res is having their biggest sale ever in celebration of the new year. Take 24% off all cleaning services for the month of January. Start your freshest year yet and clean 2024 right out of your home. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They have a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews, and the Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Yes, Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way.
why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show. Presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Camera shot of George being held back, exchanging words with a fan, Frameth holding him back. Is that a player in the heat of the moment, being frustrated, or does that speak to a little bit more of a discipline issue?
I have no idea what you're referring to, so that's news to me. So I'd be speculating if I commented on it in any way.
While we were out, I vacuumed over a cat turd.
Ooh.
Which, you know how vacuums work. The air's going to shoot out from the other side of the vacuum.
Oh.
So then I'm vacuuming the rest of the house, and it smells like cat turd everywhere. And my wife, a couple days later, when she went to vacuum, goes, "Did you vacuum over a turd?" I said, "No, I don't know what you're talking about. Must have been you. Maybe your mom used the vacuum. It wasn't me." It didn't benefit me to admit to my mistake.
Mm-hmm.
So I lied. And then I eventually admitted to it after she called me to the carpet. Point being, Tomlin did not need to say that he saw the Pickens stuff. It does the team no good. None. It does George Pickens no good for Mike Tomlin to comment on that. So you can either admit it and then try to defend it, or you can just say you didn't see it. So I have no problem with Tomlin lying there. He did lie.
Yes.
I got no problem with that. I have a problem with it happening after the whole Alan Saunders thing. And then you're sort of thinking, at least I know I was, last year when all the nonsense was going on with Pickens, he comes out against Cincinnati, 4 catches, 175 yards, 2 touchdowns, and you're going, damn, that's a number 1 wide receiver. And I was hoping that all of that would fuel him and he would turn in one of the better performances of the year. No, it was the opposite.
The opposite, yeah.
Yeah, 6 targets, 1 catch, 0 yards, 3 drops. Is he in the tank now, Doran? Like, what can he do? What can they do to get him right? Because if he ain't right, you ain't winning this week. You might not even if he is right, but you sure need that guy to be on the move and train.
It's so odd because even like Jeff, and from what I've heard, in practice he's locked in, and it's hard to get a read on a guy that is locked in. You could tell things in practice, right? Practice shows you a lot about a player, about your team, about your offense, about your defense. But if a guy is practicing hard and doing all the things right in practice, and then he gets in the games and then he starts going haywire, it's a tough read. It's a tough read because you don't know how you don't know which guy you're going to get every single week. So I think that their best case scenario with George is to hope that the George shows up. Honestly, I don't think that there's anything they can really do. Can't force feed him the ball because then you're getting outside of your game plan, even though he's a part of that game plan of actually getting him targets because you know that's your best route to winning. But you can't keep him happy. This is a different ball game. This is a different thing that you're dealing with now. This is the playoffs. You're one and done. It's a different season. So I think that all they can do is hope that A plus George shows up Saturday. That's all you can do.
And I have no idea whether it's going to happen or not.
And it's crazy that you even have to think about that with an NFL player.
Well, that's what makes it easy for me. He's gone. That's it. See ya. I can't even do what I wanted to do before, which is not pay him and then make him sing for his supper. I don't want that guy around next year. I don't know that playing for a contract is going to make any of this stuff go away. I think it might exacerbate it. Now you've got the Baltimore Ravens on social media, some of their guys calling them soft. They know the game.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly what you suggested the Bengals do before and the Browns do before because of Greg Newsome and how that went the first time. Try to get under the guy's skin. You used to be able to do it with the Penguins back in 11, 12, 13. How do you beat Sidney Crosby of get him up and get them off their game? Get in their face. We saw it with Boston. We saw it with Philadelphia. That was the game plan back then. We saw it with the Rangers. You want to stop George Pickens? It's not so much about X's and O's. It's about just getting in that guy's head. You're playing shrink with him.
He'll stop himself.
Yes.
And then the whole offense is done.
Right. Because Van Jefferson ain't getting open.
No, he's not going to. Van Jefferson is not beating you.
No.
Pat Freiermuth, we love him. He's not beating you if you're the Baltimore Ravens. So who's the threat? There's one threat. And if George is A plus George, yeah, he could be a threat, and they could have a good chance in this game. But if he's C, D, all up in his head.
And he was a Z, by the way.
He was a Z.
On Saturday.
Yeah.
That's one of the worst games I've ever seen from a quote-unquote number one wide receiver. And I don't want this to get lost in it either because we just went through the names. There's no explosion. Well, one guy is a make-you-miss, can go the distance guy, and he had a terrible game too, and that's Calvin Austin III.
Mm-hmm.
No catches, no yards, had the fumble on the punt return, which was massive in this game. Like, you need more from him too. But part of that is George needs to be the threat. If George is going to be a threat, then that can allow Calvin Austin some room to work underneath. But George wasn't a threat. Do you bring him back?
Man. Yeah. So, and pair him with somebody else. Make him a number 2. Try to go get T. Higgins, a number 1 receiver. Draft a receiver. Get everybody around him and say, like, listen, you could be a part of this or you can pout and then we'll see you later after the season. But I bring him back just because I know that in my mind he wouldn't be the number 1 guy.
I don't know how he'd handle that.
Oh, well, then, don't handle it then because I would bring in so many reinforcements at that position where he could either be the number 2 or he could be the number 3. And if you handle it like your number 3, we'll treat you like a number 3. If you handle it like a number 1, we'll treat you like a 1A or a 2. So you don't have to pay him next year.
I don't think they want to pay him.
No. I mean, you don't have to pay him this coming season, right?
Right.
So
final year of his rookie contract.
Yeah.
My ideal scenario this offseason, trade him, maybe get a second-round pick, maybe, probably more in that third range. You'd like it to be an early third-round pick, so you get extra draft capital. Then I'm throwing $1 bazillion at T. Higgins. And then I'm drafting a wide receiver round 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm upgrading Higgins better than Pickens, and less of a jackass, or at least more mature. And then getting a guy in the first round, Brian Thomas Jr., you said it last year, draft that guy. He had a hell of a season. And the Steelers get nothing from their first-round pick. That's not the Steelers' fault. That's not his fault. But where would this team be if they had a Brian Thomas Jr. right now?
Brian Thomas Jr. had 1,250 yards receiving, 10 touchdowns on 82 receptions.
He's better than George Pickens.
Yeah.
He's better than that guy. And if you had him and Pickens is your 2, and you're not paying either of them because they're both on rookie deals, it makes this offseason, you could pay Pickens if you wanted to because you don't have to pay the other guy for a little while. So that's what I'm trying to do this offseason. But I have no idea what Pickens you're going to get in this playoff game, and that's why I can't bring him back. Because when you talk about the number 1, the elites of the elites, they don't have Deontay Johnson numbers, like Jeff said in the last segment. No, you know what you're getting with them every single week. And you just don't know that with George Pickens. You can give us a call like Rich, who we'll get to coming up in the next segment, and others on that fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh Trusted Plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's get back into if we give them a chance to beat the Ravens, too. We'll take your Pickens calls, but let's talk a little bit more about this football game. There is a football game that's going to be played on Saturday before the long, dark, dismal offseason. Right now, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back in action tonight. They host the Blue Jackets at 7 o'clock. Pittsburgh is coming off back-to-back losses and look to make it, well, not make it, 3 straight losses. Pens Blue Jackets tonight at 7. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some traffic problems in the North Hills. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Just receiving reports of an accident in McCandless, 9000 block of St. Simon Way. That's just off Cumberland Road there. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jams over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. Heavy delays on the inbound side of Route 51. First approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane, and then again between Nobles Lane and Edgebrook Avenue toward the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Worry-free privacy, identity, and device protection.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. The Giants are retaining General Manager Joe Schoen and head coach Brian Daboll. If John Mara and Steve Tisch are thinking playoffs or bust, Schoen and Daboll should have been let go right now. The humongous question mark at quarterback makes me feel like this won't work, and in the middle of the season next year, fans are going to want heads to roll. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up. It's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back. But baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up. It's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Lowe's knows how to save you time and money. Order what you need by 2 p.m. to get it delivered the same day. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes for same-day delivery. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had surgery. You've been home for 2 weeks. Been having this crazy pain on the left side of you. You call your doctor and you go in for a visit. Your doctor gives you an x-ray and he says you need to go to the hospital immediately. You ask him what's wrong. He says during your surgery, it looks like they left something in you. Left something in me? You go to the hospital. You ask them what's wrong. I went to my doctor and they said y'all left something in me. They do an x-ray and they say you need to go into surgery immediately. Looks like they left a clamp in you. A clamp in me? What is that? They take you into surgery. You're on the phone with Top Dog. This a medical malpractice. Any accident. Top dog law.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has added new strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today, and you can be one of the first to try it out. We're raising the bar with new benches, and our new hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all of the best-in-class equipment we've always had, with most clubs open 24 hours, so you can work out your way on your time. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 10th. See Home Club for details.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Ben Roethlisberger has picked the Ravens to beat the Steelers, and a part of me died inside. He also said about this game, quote, I think the mindset is not in there right now, but I would imagine the mindset is it doesn't matter what we've done. We literally are going into this one with a 0-win, 0-loss record, just like everybody else. And the other little mindset that I'd guess in the locker room that they've talked and probably thought about is we're playing an opponent that we know that up until one game this year, the last times we played them, we've had their number. That's got to bring a little confidence to the building, to the room down there on the south side. We're about to play a divisional game. We know them. They know us. Let's go kick their butt. You buy that?
Kind of.
In a way, then, if that's how they're feeling, maybe this is the team they should want to play, the Ravens. They know them. Wait. They know us. We know them. We beat them 8 out of 10 times. We beat them all the time down in Baltimore. I mean, that makes sense. Vegas ain't seeing it that way.
No.
Vegas says, okay, 10 points. We'll spot you 10 flipping points. But do you think Ravens fans, to get into their heads, do you think they're a little scared right now? I think I would be.
Yeah, I think that the last team that you want to see to start the playoffs is the Pittsburgh Steelers, knowing exactly what you've been saying for a long time now, is that the Steelers somewhat have the Ravens' number, and Mike Tomlin can get into Harbaugh's head, if anybody. You know, if Mike Tomlin can get into anybody's head, it's Harbaugh, and especially Lamar Jackson, too. So a third time in a season, if the weather is what it's going to be, I don't know if the Steelers, if the Ravens really want to see the Steelers in a matchup like that, Ravens fans, because they could play spoiler, and it's more than just a playoff game on Saturday. It is. It's the Ravens. It's a rivalry game. So I think that Ravens fans are like,
they got to be quaking in their boots a little bit here.
I'd rather see the Texans or whoever else, the Chargers or whatever.
I think you can make an argument that any team in football that's still playing, if they could pick the team they play, they would all pick the Pittsburgh Steelers, except for Baltimore.
Yep.
Baltimore would take not just about anybody else. They're not signing up to play the Lions, but among the Tampas of the world in L.A., and Denver, and Houston, and Pittsburgh. I think every team in football would take the Steelers as their number one opponent, except for Baltimore. I think they'd rather play all those other teams.
You're right.
That doesn't mean that the Ravens are going to lose, but he's still, Lamar, 2-5 against Pittsburgh, and he's got the whole playoff bugaboo. He's 2-4 in the postseason, as beloved, and we know he is, as Lamar Jackson is in Baltimore. He hadn't got over the hump. And last year, when you think it's the year, they put up, 10 points in the AFC Championship game at home?
Mm-hmm.
So their whole season has been about getting to this moment. And I know Lamar was sick and tired of hearing about all the Pittsburgh stuff before they played the last time. Was that performance enough to say, okay, we got over that hurdle? I don't know. I don't think they played all that great. I think Russ lost the game more than Lamar kicked his Steelers kryptonite.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he still threw an interception to a guy who I didn't know was allowed to catch the ball anymore, and Minkah Fitzpatrick.
Right.
So he still gave the Steelers the football. I don't know if that's gone. I ain't a football player. Do you think he's kicked that?
I don't think he even thinks about it. I think he thinks about bigger, which could be a problem as well. I think that they don't even think about the Steelers. I don't think the players think about the Steelers. I think John Harbaugh does, and the fans do down there. I don't think Lamar's like, I can't wait to get to the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs again. I think that's all he's thinking, and I think he's getting Derrick Henry and some of the newer guys on that same page. Like, we need to get back to the AFC Championship game.
You think that's the right mindset?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. But if you were there last year and you're that close and you smelled it and you had a chip on your shoulder, which he has all season long, and it's proven in his production, I can see why he would think that way, because it's like we need to win that game. That's the game. So I don't know if the players are thinking about the Steelers, honestly.
We've seen that before, too.
Yeah.
I think the Steelers, when they lost to the Jags in 2017, they really lost to the Patriots.
Yes, they were overlooking.
Yes. And I'm hoping that's the case here. Lamar's playoff numbers aren't good. Like, we talked about Josh Allen earlier and how there's pressure on him. He could win the MVP this year, and he's still trying to get that vaunted Super Bowl. He played a great game against New England in a divisional round that his coach screwed up for him with 13 seconds left, Sean McVay. Lamar just out and out hadn't been good in the playoffs. He got a 75 quarterback rating. He played 6 games. He's 2-4. He's been sacked 26 times in those games. He's thrown a bunch of picks. Like, I don't know what it is. And maybe it's not all him. The numbers point to it being him not being up to it. Is it team-wide? He hasn't done it with Derrick Henry before, so that should help. I want to get excited about all that, but the reason I can't is because if you talk about all their playoff failures, you can't ignore Mike Tomlin's and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Exactly. The game's going to come down to who outthinks themselves more. That's what it's going to come down to.
And I think over the course of this 4-game losing streak, there's been a ton of Tomlin outthinking himself.
A ton of it.
A ton.
But over the history of Harbaugh, Ravens, Tomlin, Steelers, Ravens usually outthink themselves.
Yeah, what is it? Tomlin 21-16 against Harbaugh. And that doesn't seem like a huge advantage, but in games that always come down more often than not to a possession, coaching decisions factor in big time. Mm-hmm. Every game's one score, save for the last one.
Think about the 2-point conversion at home. I mean, what was that play? I mean, I know that Tomlin called a timeout, but I mean, they had no answer.
No,
That's outthinking yourself.
Literally, what was that play?
They're outthinking themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, just hand the ball to Derrick Henry or something.
Yeah.
Like, they're trying to get too cute, and then that's how the Steelers end up winning. If it's a game like that, I like the Steelers to have the best chance.
I would pick the Steelers to lose against any team they were going to play just because of the way they're trending. But all the goofy Raven Harbaugh stuff, it does make you go, They're 3-1 against them all time in the playoffs, too. Now, they haven't played in M&T Bank Stadium in the playoffs.
Never.
But all the numbers are on the Steelers' side. And Starkey had a good one yesterday. In the history of Tomlin Harbaugh, you have never seen consecutive games decided by double-digit scoring margin. Not one time in the history. And we just said that's 37 games. It's a big sample size. Rich in the car, though, wants to talk about Pickens. Hello, Rich.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Question for you guys. How can you guys say that if George Pickens doesn't bring his A game on Saturday, that we have no chance, and then in the very next breath say, you want him gone? If we get rid of George Pickens and we have no weapons, this is a 3-13 football team.
Well,
we're saying that they'll get weapons if they do get rid of George Pickens.
Yeah, like
they needed weapons this season. Didn't get weapons.
Correct, but you'll have a ton of money to spend this offseason in a way that, I mean, you did last year, but you were trying to get a trade done. You don't need to trade for T. Higgins. You can just throw him the bag. Like, I fired Mike Tomlin yesterday, Rich, but I wasn't just saying that the team was going to go coachless next year. Like, you're going to have a plan to replace the guy. Draft a guy, sign a guy. I don't think it's that hard.
And in the grand scheme of things, I mean, he's unhappy, but like A.J. Brown with the Eagles, he was complaining all last season. Did they run him out of town?
Does he show up every single week?
On his team and told the media he's gone. Does everyone quit on him? Like, it could be a lot worse. And you guys love running good players out of town. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Rich, was he a good player on Saturday? He hung up.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to have the conversation.
Right, and I mean, the A.J. Brown comparison is horrible.
Every goofball last week that was defending George Pickens from the terrible journalist Alan Saunders, where are you now on him? Because he didn't show up. 3 balls clang off his hands. If Russ throws the world's most perfect football to him streaking down the sideline at the end of the game, I'm not 100% sure he catches the ball. There's no one within 6 yards of him. If it hits him between the 1 and the 8, I'm not. Is he wearing a 14? If he's lime is sweet out there on Saturday wearing a 14. If that ball hits him in the chest, in stride, I can't say with any semblance of confidence he catches the ball. A.J. Brown's catching the ball. We're seriously comparing George Pickens to A.J. Brown? Their attitudes may well be the same. But if it's a big-time game,
A.J. Brown is coming through.
I'm throwing him the ball, and I'm not thinking twice about it, for God's sakes. Like, George is a problem off the field. He's also a problem on the field with the penalty stuff. He's getting sat down, benched, quote-unquote, load management. And then in this game, in the second half, you need him, and he doesn't come through. How is anybody sticking up for this guy today? Yeah, you need him to play well this week because of roster construction. I'm saying you need to construct the roster different next year. Do we make that clear? Is it clear now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, I got a different clock on my computer than the one we got in the studio. And then the big clock that we have up above us on our left is not working anymore. I don't know what time it is. All right. We'll take more calls coming up next. If you want to defend George Pickens, feel free. We'll probably yell at you. But how could you possibly defend this guy? And then what chance do you really give the Steelers of winning the game? 412-928-9370. Jason Mackey at 8. Right now, a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Playoff games are set for Wild Card Weekend. This Saturday, Chargers at the Texans, and then the Steelers at the Ravens Saturday night. Broncos at the Bills on Sunday, followed by Packers at the Eagles, and then the Commanders at the Buccaneers. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Doran.
The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Before the NFL playoffs start, we have the college football semifinals. And right now, it's tough for me because I don't like both of these teams. But I'm leaning towards Notre Dame giving 2.5 points to Penn State. And also, Ohio State giving 6 points to Texas. I think Ohio State wins, and Notre Dame wins the game as well. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound delays over the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Ford Pit Tunnels, almost at the bend at Carnegie now, down to that tunnel entrance. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass stop and go to the north side. Out of the South Hills, delays approaching Route 88 stop and go all the way down to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Is foot, knee, hip, or back pain making your workday unbearable? Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Deidre and Tom.
The pain would shoot up my heels. I would tiptoe out of bed because my heels hurt so badly. When I went to the Good Feet store, they allowed me to try on the arch supports. I walked around and I started sobbing because I had no pain.
I work 8 to 10 hours a day. Probably 60% of the time I'm on my feet. I had pain in my feet. Like the second or third day after I left the store, no pain. My feet never hurt. I can stand up straight. I'm 6'1" again. My legs, I have no pain. Everything's gone. No pain. Zero pain. Unbelievable.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
Your home deserves the best protection without breaking the bank. For a limited time, Guardian Protection is giving you a free security camera and 3 months of professional monitoring. Yes, for free. That's 3 months of total peace of mind. But don't wait. This deal won't last long. Visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to claim your free camera today. That's guardianprotection.com/FAN. Terms apply. New customers only. Guardian Protection, keeping Pittsburgh homes and businesses safe and sound.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, what a tune. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. You can just let that ride a little bit. Just let it ride. We do at some point got to start getting excited for the playoff game, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't feel like it used to. It used to be this giant party for a week, and there'd be no better place to be than doing a morning show. We'd be bumping tunes. We'd be getting jacked.
Well, they would have some type of momentum heading into the playoffs that would have us excited, and what we saw on Saturday, it just wasn't. It was blah. So it's like, all right, so what team are we going to get? Like, this team hasn't played well in a while.
I think Tomlin is going to try to play it the same way again, because I think in his mind he's thinking if Russ hits George on a play that 9 times out of 10 he hits him on, we win the game by 1 point because we're going to kick a field goal there at the end. Hey, we had him right where we wanted to. We were going to outlast the Bengals, and we just didn't make plays at the end. I think that's how he thinks, which is why we can't get super excited about it. And now we got people on the text line making excuses for Pickens. You're going to love this one. It's a good one. Pickens obviously doesn't do well in 17-degree weather. Everyone struggles in the freezing cold. I know that Chase had one go through his hands on a play that I think was more difficult than any of the 3 drops that Pickens had. He played pretty well other than that. T. Higgins out there, all banged up, played pretty well other than that.
Yeah, Jamar Chase, he had one go through his hands, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had 10 catches for 96 yards.
Well, he must have played someplace cold in college, right?
Oh, yeah.
Jamar Chase.
Right, yeah, Louisiana.
It's ridiculous. Same guy. Weather's going to be much better on Saturday in Baltimore. Light snow, then a high of 38. That'll do it.
I mean,
we're soft. We're soft anymore. As a tan.
The
weather. It's cold out there. Poor George. Why are you guys running him out of town? I'm watching the highlights showing him right now on ESPN. Catch the damn ball.
Incredible.
That's what they're supposed to do, wide receivers.
Yes.
Catch the ball.
Yes, it is. You shouldn't have to make excuses for a professional. I'm sorry.
No.
Nope. That's where I think it's getting lost on people.
Well, and he makes them for himself, too, because he did it after the Browns game. Hey, we beat them if the weather's good. That's pretty much what he said. Okay. You're playing in the AFC North, buddy. Where do you think you're going to go in the playoffs? You don't go to Houston. So Baltimore, where there could be snow, and then Kansas City. Unless there's a miracle, and then you accidentally go to Buffalo, where there's going to be bad weather. There's going to be good weather until you play in the Superdome. And guess what? You ain't going to play there. Speaking of the Superdome, David in his Mercedes-Benz. That's what he says. Hi, David.
Good morning.
What up?
So you were saying, what gives us our best chances? I want to know why we can't put our best team on the field. Why not put Pickens and Mike Williams on the field together? Never happens. Dual threat. They don't know which one to cover or which one to put a double on. Why not put Najee and Jalen in the backfield? Why not, in fact, put Justin Fields? If you need a yard, put Justin, Jalen, and Najee in.
So I agree in a lot of what you're saying there, David. And do you actually have a Mercedes? You actually driving a Mercedes, or you just want people to think you're wealthy?
I'm rolling up 79 right now. Nice.
All right, see you. If you tell people you're driving a Mercedes, you kind of just a douche.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He made some good points. Like, I don't know if you need Fields and Warren and all these guys on the field at the same time, but, yeah, having Mike Williams on the outside and Pickens on the outside of the other side, that might be something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot harder, though. Easier said than done because, they're both ex-receivers, and where, Mike Williams is at, he's honestly just learning probably one receiver spot. People think that all the receiver spots are the same, so you can't just move George to Z because George probably doesn't know Z, and Mike Williams doesn't know Z. They're both ex-receivers. You can't put them on the field at the same time unless you're just playing backyard football and throwing the ball up to them.
Well, maybe do that.
Yeah.
That's all receiver do anyway. You check down or throw it long.
I would get funky with it. Like, I would put Jalen Najee and Justin Fields in. Like, I'm all the stuff. Like, I'm throwing all my chips in the table. I'm pushing them all in, man. Like, I'm getting as creative can be because we have to get through this round. We have to win a playoff game.
I said yesterday I'm starting Justin Fields in this game, and somebody texted in and said, God, we miss Doran. I said, what if Doran agrees? What if Doran thinks that the Steelers should start Justin Fields? Do you?
No.
Oh. We'll get to that coming up at 8:20. We got Jason Mackey joining us next. If you're on hold, we'll get to you at some point, or you could always call back at 412-928-9370. A lot to get into with Mackey, including 10-7 last year, 10-7 this year. Has there been any progress? We'll lead things off with Mackey with that question. That's next. Fan Morning Show.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Dormont, crews rolling up on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Ammon and Stapleton Streets. Also a structure fire in Wilkinsburg being tended to. This is on Penn Avenue in the 500 block at Hay Street. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 51 delays approaching Route 88. Pretty well stop and go down to the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. And the Parkway East, that's jammed solid at Churchill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then Simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shut up, everyone. You can keep texting us, actually. We love you at Sports Radio, 412-928-9370. Someone else making an excuse for George Pickens. Adam, didn't Freiermuth drop an easy pass at the end of the game? He's known as catching everything except in 17-degree weather. Well, what's next? The crowd's too loud?
Yep.
Yep. Shut up.
What are we talking
Catch the football, and Pat should have caught it at the end of the game, too. He'd be the first guy to admit that.
Yes.
You think Pat Freiermuth's going to make an excuse? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And by the way, any excuse is null and void when Cam Hayward puts out an all-pro defensive performance when he's also playing in the same weather. It ain't warmer for Cam. It's not warmer for Cam than it is everybody else. He got a little extra, blubber there and, some insulation. Blubber probably not the right word. But he's got the flu, and he's swatting passes down like he's Dikembe Mutombo.
Yeah, we're making excuses.
Miss me with any of that.
No.
Excuses. They're like bleep holes. Everybody's got them, and they all stink, Doran.
Yep, there you go.
Jason Mackey never makes excuses. He's on with us right now, of course, from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service. Jason, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I had a college roommate who said excuses are the nails that build the house of failure. And it was a saying so ridiculous that I repeat it to this day. If my kids will say something, I will tell them that, and they look at me like I'm crazy.
Jason, you're a very successful man, but it sounds like you're like, is he running some Fortune 500 company or something like that? What's he doing with his life?
No, I don't think so. I think he's a sort of teacher. I don't works in some sort of support school. I struggle to explain what he does. But yeah, he's not running a Fortune 500 company. I can guarantee you that. He was this funny dude from out east, hunting, total redneck, when he would just say that. And it was like sort of ironic, but I love the saying, and so I've repeated it to this day.
What's it? Do it one more time. What is it?
Excuses are the nails that build the house of failure.
I freaking love that.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, Mackie. Steelers 10-7. Last year they were 10-7. Last year the vibes were better going into the playoffs. You were taking on Josh Allen and the Bills in their place, yet you had won 3 in a row. So I think this is a simple question, but I think it's a complicated discussion. Have they made any progress? Are there bright spots to take out of this season that you can then apply to next year and say, okay, this thing's on the right track?
No.
Yeah.
And not enough of them. I don't think so. I mean, I think individually you can look at some things and say they've gotten some pieces. And what I mean by that is Troy Fautanu in his limited action was good. I think you can look at Zach Frazier and say you've got a center. Beyond that, I mean, maybe Peyton Wilson on the other side. I don't think Patrick Queen has been as bad as people maybe say he is or think he is. But I think there are more questions that have, it's going to outweigh the solutions that you found. Like, you don't have enough depth at wide receiver. I don't think they have a quarterback for the future. I don't know what the future at running back looks like. I haven't been all that enamored with Arthur Smith's offense. The defense has dropped off in a big way. Deshaun Elliott would be an answer too, just to balance that out. That was something that I omitted. But no, Adam, I don't think there's less clarity this year than there was last year. I think there's less optimism this year than there was last year. And I think another year of this only adds to the problem that I'm sure you guys are discussing, and just the fatigue and the frustration with fans that is understandable at this point.
All right, Jason, if the Steelers, this is a two-part question. If the Steelers were to win this game Saturday, how does it look? And if the Ravens were to win this game Saturday, how does it look?
All right, Doran, the first part of that, the only path I see for the Steelers here is if Lamar Jackson gets back in his own head. If, some of the issues that he's had throughout his career against the Steelers resurface, some of the issues that he's had in the playoffs against all teams resurface. I mean, they need Lamar Jackson to be just an absolute mental case out there and turn the ball over and whatever. I think the more likely outcome is honestly similar to what we saw in this last meeting, where the Ravens control the line of scrimmage. The Steelers are unable to stop Derrick Henry, and Lamar just builds on what he does the last time. And I think that's more likely. I don't think the Steelers have it in them, whether it's communication issues, whether it's an inability to stop the run. I don't think still we've seen nearly what Lamar Jackson has to offer in a Steelers matchup. I think, it wouldn't surprise me if he goes off for 300 plus 3 touchdowns, one of his typical Lamar games. But, if they were going to win, it was going to have to be with him cratering.
Jason Mackey, the Post-Gazette, and 93.7 The Fan, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. We've been kicking this around all morning long, Jason. Who's under more pressure? Russell Wilson, Lamar Jackson?
Probably Russell Wilson, I would think. I mean, that's a tough one, man.
This, I don't know that it's likely. Yeah. This could be the last game of his career. I mean, you go out there and you suck it up for the 5th game in a row. It would have me thinking.
I mean, that's what I'm kind of weighing in my head. Like, even if Lamar Jackson does not perform well, it's not like he's going to be out of a job next season. It's not like anybody's going to look at him and say, oh, well, he can't do it anymore. He's done. He's not the right guy for this. You're probably going to look at him and say he's one of those guys that performs extremely well in the regular season. He can't get it done in the postseason. It's going to perpetuate a narrative, but it's not going to hit him in the checkbook. It's not going to affect his work next season. And I don't know if it will with Russ. Also, I mean, this was something we discussed in the pregame show a lot with Mark Cabali and Donnie. And Mark seems to think that, Russell Wilson is still probably back no matter what. I don't see it being that clear cut. I don't think it should be that clear cut. I think he should be playing for his job on Saturday. And if it goes poorly, I don't know how you bring him back in good faith at this point.
Jason, what's the message going to be if the Steelers lose from Art II? Like, what's the message going to be at the end of the season if they do lose Saturday to everybody? He has that end of the season conference or whatever. What is the message going to be this year?
Yeah, I've thought about that because it's the same stuff, right? Like you said, it's time to win playoff games. We're upset, sort of, putting his foot down for a sense of urgency, and then the exact same stuff happens. How do you spin that? How do you present that? The only thing I can think of, Doran, is they might lump it on Arthur Smith and say, we feel like we made some progress, not enough. This guy needs time to implement his system. I'm sure they will take ownership of the wide receiver spot. We haven't done enough there. We do feel like we have an outline for what can be a good team. We have to figure out why the defense didn't perform late. I don't think people want to hear it. Like, I think the question with the Steelers is much bigger. Like, why do we keep doing this stuff and sort of digging into the Steelers' way and patience and all this stuff when there's clearly a problem? Like, you don't go 8 years without a playoff win by accident. But I don't see Art coming out and saying, look, our way of doing business isn't working. We really got to take a long, hard look in the mirror and blow some stuff up. Like, the next time he presents that sort of face publicly will be the first.
Jason, my kids are 5 and 1. Are they going to have their own kids with the Steelers not having won a playoff game and Mike Tomlin still the head coach? Like, how long can you let this go? It's going to be, if they lose on Saturday, 8 years. Does it have to get to 10, 12, 15? 24 teams have won a playoff game since the Steelers last won a playoff game. Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl and has been fired twice since the Steelers won a playoff game. How long does it go?
I mean, it should be on Saturday, Adam. I mean, to me, that's the line. Art said what he said last offseason. We have to win playoff games. And no, it's not all Mike Tomlin's fault. That's not a statement defending Mike Tomlin either. There's a bunch that goes into this. And yes, I know that Mike Tomlin will get a job within minutes if the Steelers would fire him. But at some point, you have to realize what you're doing is not working. And it's not just about that number of no playoff wins in 8 years. Like, can anybody objectively look at the Steelers right now and say that this is functional, that this is good, that this is the way of doing things? This is late in the season and the highest paid defense, that it's normal for them to be having communication issues and the breakdowns at the rate they're having, or George Pickens' conduct for that stuff to be tolerated week in and week out and be the circus that it is? No, it's just it's not. That's not acceptable. So my line is, win Saturday, they should move. I don't expect them to do that. I don't think they will. But yeah, I wouldn't let it go anymore, man. It's been too long.
Yeah, I already fired him yesterday. Jason, good stuff from you as always. We'll hear you on the pregame show coming up on Saturday.
Right,
Thanks so much for your time. Take care.
Thanks, have a good one.
You too. Jason Mackey, Post-Gazette. A lot of crunchy stuff to chew on there. Mm-hmm. I got one for you next. Yeah, I say I'm starting Justin Fields. Mm-hmm. And I think I have a compelling argument for why. I'll run it by you.
All right.
You already say you're going with Russ.
Yep.
I look forward to hearing why. Mm-hmm. We will have the discussion next.
All right.
And is he playing for his Steelers career, Russell Wilson? That's all on the way. But first, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Great college basketball game tonight. Pitt takes on number 4 Duke at 7 o'clock. Both teams are 12-2, so should be a good one, and you can listen to it right here on the Fan or the free Odyssey app. Our coverage starts at 6:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my friend Gina GMPetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Kevin has worked with Gina multiple times in the past, and when he needed to sell his home on the east side, he reached out to her again for help. Kevin said that Gina's experience and knowledge of the real estate market is like no other, and she always makes everything go smoothly when it comes to selling your home. Kevin said that Gina's creative marketing skills are also very impressive, and she was able to sell his home for over $600,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GMPetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina. Will sell your home.com.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage, because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515, 800-747-1515.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints, old brick, cracked and worn and crooked, it wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Dan Andelman from The Phantom Gourmet, a TV show that's all about finding the best restaurants in New England. So I definitely love to eat. So did I put my life and my show on hold to lose weight with Awaken 180? Nope. Here's how it went. 6 pounds down my first week, 25 pounds by the end of my first month, and in just over 2 months, I hit my goal, 50 pounds gone by the time I turned 50. And let me tell you, those results, they came while I was still tasting every food under the sun. Everything from ribeyes to sushi, I didn't skip a beat. And that's the beauty of Awaken 180. It fits into your life. I mean, my whole life revolves around food, and it still works for me, and that's what sets Awaken 180 apart. I didn't want to take the meds, and I already knew the gym wasn't the answer. I let the experts do it for me, and my results are proof that it works. This new year, make it work for you, and choose the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Attention Pittsburgh, are you an HVAC technician looking for a great place to work? Then look no further. McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling is growing and looking for experienced HVAC service techs. McVeigh treats their employees like they matter. Our employees are just as important as our customers. McVeigh offers great pay, excellent benefits, and many other perks unheard of in the industry. If you're interested in improving your career, your finances, and your quality of life, go to the careers page at callmcveigh.com and submit an application today.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
In the past, you've kind of rotated the quarterback position when you're looking for a spark on offense. How do you evaluate that position going into the playoffs, and is there a consideration of using Justin more?
I'm certainly open to utilizing Justin. He has an awesome skill set. We've done some of that in the past. We've done less of it in recent weeks. He experienced an injury or so a couple of weeks back that slowed some of that. But certainly in an effort to win this game, I am open to any combination or combinations of the division of labor in an effort to do so. And so I'm certainly open to that as we develop plans this week.
I'm starting him. I'm Team Justin. You've averaged 14.5 points per game the last 4 weeks with Russell Wilson. He's supposed to be in there to make good decisions. Well, he threw a terrible pick six against Baltimore, fumbled at the goal line against Baltimore, and then his controller shut off at the end of the Cincinnati game. Super Bowl champion quarterback stays in bounds, tries to lower the shoulder. I don't understand that. So he's not making good decisions. The passing attack, which was supposed to be grown up with him, because it wasn't, I guess, with Justin Fields, it hasn't been. The Ravens have also defended him well, 18 points and 17 points. I'm going with the wild card, Doran. I'm going with the spark. I'm going with number 2. Because you can't run the football now and you're not hitting shots down the field. Maybe Justin Fields allows you to run the football. Also, this offensive line stinks right now. Dan Moore Jr. has turned back into a pumpkin. He's a turnstile. Give me a guy who can escape. I'm going with Fields. I'm upsetting the apple cart. I'm giving them something that I'm sure they're preparing for, but wouldn't expect.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I really don't. I think that they would start with Russ, though, just being realistic to see how it looks, but I think it's a very short leash.
I was going to ask you that.
I think it's a very short leash, man. And if you become desperate, who cares? Show that you're desperate. You need to win a game. Put a short leash. A short leash. If he isn't moving the ball, the offense isn't doing anything, I'm going right with number 2.
If you get a turnover from Russ early, assuming that Tomlin's not going to do my thing, and Russ starts the game, if there's a turnover early, I'm going quick hook.
Yep.
It's like a playoff baseball game.
Yep.
If your starter don't have it, make it a bullpen game.
Got to win.
You have to win. And I don't know that even if they do win, that I'm going to come away from this season going, wow, they made huge strides. But if Justin Fields has something to do with it, they haven't won a playoff game in a long time, and you bring in a young quarterback that does, now I can convince myself that maybe they've got a guy in Fields.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to see it for that reason, too. If it is Russ, and we assume it'll be Russ, it does have to be a quick hook.
Yep.
You do need to be prepared to go with the spark.
Yeah, you can't find out this game. Like, you can't find out if Russ can get you back into a football game if you're down, like you said earlier, like 10-0, 14-0, 14-3. You don't have time for that. You have to win. So, quick hook, like you said. I'm going right to the young whippersnapper.
But you're going at first with the Super Bowl winner.
Yep.
They've been outscored 40-3 in the first quarter of the last 4 games.
Oh, my God.
I laugh. I don't want to laugh, but I have to laugh or else I'll cry. And that's just what they've been in the playoffs, too. Jacksonville 21-0, Cleveland 28-0, KC 35-7, Buffalo 21-0. So my assumption is they're not going to start well. Go with Fields. I wonder if Tomlin didn't use Fields in the Cincy game because he wants him fresh for this one.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was a little bit of that story in there of like, okay, this game doesn't really mean anything. I think that there's a little bit of that minutia in there of like some guys, not wanting to show certain things, not wanting to play a guy like Fields as much, and not showing anything really what it comes down to. I think there was a little bit of that in that game, but the way they went about the game of creating momentum for the actual players that were on the field just didn't make any sense. You want to create momentum, you want to create, cohesion in getting ready for the playoffs. They did none of that to get ready for this game on Saturday. Nothing.
No. And if they did, then that means that, we're going to just be this ground and pound team.
Right. That didn't work.
No. It hasn't worked.
Right.
They've averaged 19 points per game the last 4 years. Like, forget about the OC. Forget about the quarterback. This is a Tomlin thing. If you're going to run the ball on the first 12 non-2-minute drill first downs, I would rather it be read option stuff.
Right.
Yes. If you're going to do it, then at least have a quarterback that can scoot a little bit. This guy can't scoot. Texter at 412-928-9370. Text line brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. They say medium leash. I'm pulling the trigger on the switch to Fields. The offensive drive before the half, get a spark in time to get a mini game plan at the half. Well, they'll have a game plan for that going into the game, or at least you would think that they would. No. There's no medium leash here. We're going short leash or we're going long leash. What do we want? A Pomeranian? I don't need a medium leash. Texter, Ravens see a better version of Justin Fields in practice every day.
No, that's your scout team.
I mean, I was thinking about it from that standpoint, though. Not that exact standpoint, but if you would go with Fields, you're just the Michelob ultra version of the Ravens.
You are.
Like, we don't have Derrick Henry, we got this Najee guy. We don't have Lamar Jackson, we got this Fields guy.
That doesn't mean that their defense can stop it in practice if they do go against Lamar Jackson.
Well, and that's right, too, because I still think the Steelers' defense has better players than Baltimore's. I don't think that's a hot take. Give me something different. Give me something funky.
It has to get creative a little bit. That's kind of what I'm right on, even for them to have a chance, because if it's the same stuff, you might as well not even show up in Baltimore.
Well, what can you change if it's Russ? I think tendency, okay, maybe mixing a few throws early.
Well, yeah, you come out like you did against Cincinnati the first time.
Yeah,
you take the ball if you win the toss, you take the ball, you get aggressive, you get to the line, huddle, and you get after it. You have to be aggressive against this football team, because if you get down, you aren't coming back.
I was just gonna say the take the ball thing. Mike Tomlin yesterday talking about ball control and keeping it out of Burrow's hands. Meanwhile, Cincinnati has it for 38 minutes, and you defer on the kickoff. Make him chase the game. Put the pressure on him. They should take the ball if they win the toss in this game, too. I don't want to fall behind 7-0. They've been falling behind all season long. So when Mike Tomlin talks changes, that would be a change. Texter. Number of dumb yinzers who think that Fields is the answer to anything is astounding. If they go to Fields for anything but injury in this game, Tomlin's waving the white flag. Man, you can disagree, but I think saying it's dumb is dumb. I think there are merits to start the Super Bowl winning quarterback. I do. But that same guy lost them the Ravens game, and you're averaging 14.5 points the last 4 games. And if possible, it looks more woeful than the numbers would indicate.
So if this texter is basically saying that if the offense stalls out on 4 drives and Russ throws an interception, you still don't go to Fields? They said just based off of injury?
Right.
It's one and done. You don't have another game after this.
Waving the white flag would be leaving the bad quarterback in if he plays bad. It's a surrender punt in a different form. 412-928-9370. Tim, Jeremy, others, they want to talk about Fields. We know Tomlin's going to start Russell Wilson. Is that the right call? And if that is, in fact, what he does, how long's the leash for Russ? 412-928-9370. And I'll ask you, too, Doran, is Russell Wilson playing for his Steelers career on Saturday? First, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins host the Blue Jackets tonight at 7 o'clock. Pittsburgh looking to avoid 3 straight losses after losing back-to-back games coming into tonight. Pens Blue Jackets at 7. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Awful busy right now. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. Crews now on the scene of an accident at the city's Uptown section, 3100 block of Bigelow Boulevard, approaching Washington Place. We also have an accident in Dormont at the intersection of Emmon and Stapleton Streets, and a structure fire in Wilkinsburg, 500 block of Penn Avenue near Hayes Street. Watch for delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed at Carnegie to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound heavy approaching Parkway Center down to Carnegie. Parkway East stacks at Churchill. Route 28 jam between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. Delays on the Parkway North stretching all the way back to Camp Horn Road, all the way to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Worry-free privacy, identity, and device protection.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'm not all that surprised that Jacksonville fired head coach Doug Peterson yesterday, as his fate had been sealed for weeks. However, New England's decision to make rookie head coach Gerard Mayo one and done came out of the blue for many of us. I suspect Mike Vrabel's interview with the Jets accelerated the Patriots' move, as Robert Kraft apparently is jumping headfirst into the Vrabel fray. At least, that's what it feels like. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Team, I'll be real with you. Time isn't on our side. The Super Bowl is only getting closer. So I'm asking you all, what's it gonna be? Are you gonna do the same old? Or are you gonna step it up this year? Who's going to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest at Acrisure Stadium? Are you gonna join us for a Super Bowl experience like no other? Get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history. Meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. The Super Bowl only comes once a year. Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. You in?
Tickets are limited. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older or accompanied by parent or legal guardian to attend. Terms apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Hey, are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Well, transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a custom glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass in Metal. This is the same team you've seen installing those large glass storefronts all around town. Choose from frameless designs, elegant finishes, and custom configurations to elevate that quality time in your bathroom. Give them a call, 412-621-1799. Boulevard Glass and Metal can also customize your bathroom mirror.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
New year means new stuff. Time to haul away the old. Two Men and a Junk Truck is here and ready to help with your post-holiday cleanout. Book us online. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. 3 Twitter polls. When you buy a shirt at the store, do you wash it before you wear it? 60% of people say no. We all say no. Who's under more pressure? Lamar Jackson or Russell Wilson? Most people saying Lamar Jackson. And is Russell Wilson playing for his Steelers career on Saturday night? So far, 90% of people are saying yes. I think he should be. I don't think he is. And we'll get to that coming up in a minute. But we said we would talk to you, the people. And so we start out with Alex in Brookline. By the way, where's Angela at Beachview? I thought she would have taken up a full segment yesterday. Now I'm concerned. I hope she's okay.
Oh, she didn't call in yesterday?
She didn't call in yesterday.
Oh, no.
She didn't call in yesterday, did she? I would have remembered.
No.
She would have said something about my rugged good looks.
Right.
Alex in Brookline, hello.
Hello. Hi, guys. Listen, if Russ comes out and throws a pick six or an interception early, you got to go with Fields. They should be going with Fields anyway on 4th and shorts, 3rd and shorts near the goal line. However, this play calling, if they come out and they throw a little pitch left to Najee to begin this game, we're done anyway. It don't matter who the quarterback is.
The Steelers sucked wind at the end of the first half, but you felt like they had played themselves into the game. And in the first play of the second half, they run the toss, and it just gets destroyed. And then they had to get Cordero one touch.
Of course.
They got him one touch. What a career he's had. What a career. What a start to the season it looked like he was going to have. But he ain't that guy anymore. Why? We're asking this question. Short leash, long leash for Russ in this game. 412-928-9370. Doran and I both say short leash. I'd like Justin to start the game. But since he won't, if Russ is really stinking up the joint, get him out of there. What do you have to lose? You're paying him $1.2 million anyway. Don't worry about hurt feelings. Tim, North Hills High.
Guys, Steelers Nation, listen to me. Okay, I'm looking at the players on the Ravens. I'm looking at the players on the Steelers. I guarantee the Steelers will win this weekend. I mean, Zay Flowers, if he plays, I don't think he will, but if he plays, he's not going to be 100%. And then you're telling me Rashad Bateman and Nelson Aguilar are the best they have? The weakest part of the Steelers' defense is the corners, and they're matching up against a bunch of scrubs. And then look at the corners on Baltimore. Besides Humphrey, I mean, these guys are ass. I don't even know who they are.
I hate to say this, but Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews could absolutely beat the Steelers if that's all the passing game is.
Doran, I would agree with you, but I mean, look at all. If that's how it goes down, I'll be very disappointed in how much money they're spending on linebackers and safeties, and no one can cover them. I mean, they match up. Minka should be covering them.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Queen should be helping out. Like, I don't. To me, on paper, if Zay Flowers is fully healthy, I mean, he killed them last time. But I just don't see if the Steelers lose this game. I mean, at least for me, my mind will be blown. So I think I guarantee a win. There's no way they lose to this team, in my opinion.
Tim, if the Steelers win the football game, call and we'll get you on right at 6 o'clock on Monday.
Well, my daughter might have something to my toddler might have something to say about 6 o'clock, so I'll call in after she's awake. So.
All right. Well, we hope we're talking to you on Monday morning, Tim. Thank you.
All right, sounds good.
Is he sniffing glue? I mean, you can't guarantee. How can anybody guarantee a Steelers win?
No, you can't.
You've lost 4 straight. They've won 4 straight.
Yeah, there's nothing that tells us. Like, I don't even see a path right now. I mean, our opinions and our thoughts change. Obviously, during the week, I think people know that. So by Friday, I'll probably see a path to victory, a possible victory. But right now, I see zero path.
I think the path is you play defense like you played it on Saturday. I think the defense was pretty good on Saturday. Spotted them 10, which, if you do that, you're losing. But you hold them to 19, I think you got a shot. I think you got a shot. They're going to hold them to 19. I think it's all about Lamar. That being said, Russ lost the second game between these teams.
Yep.
And he didn't play well in the first game either. I mean, they kicked 6 field goals. One of the few positives this year, Chris Boswell. Guess who's making kicks all of a sudden, by the way?
Tucker.
Justin friggin' Tucker. Of course he's making kicks. Do you think Russell Wilson's playing for a Steelers career?
No.
I don't think so either, man.
I think that if he doesn't play well, that they will offer him a contract in their world where it's feasible to bring him back, and I think that he'll bite at that, and it won't be breaking the bank.
Yeah,
and that's what they want.
If you lose this game, that makes 5 in a row, and 4 of which at least you played really poorly in. You're not going to be fighting off people with sticks for this guy in the offseason. And then you're thinking, okay, we're going to pay him more than 1.2, but you're not going to have to pay him 40. You're not going to have to pay him 30 in all likelihood because you're not bidding against yourself. You're not even going to franchise tag him because that's too rich. So you can go cheap at quarterback again. Maybe so cheap you keep Fields, which, okay. And then you pay money for a wide receiver, and you draft a wide receiver, and you got Broderick at left, and you got Faltano, whom they love at right, and you're going to talk yourself into Russ wasn't the problem. It was the cast of characters around Russ. It was roster construction. I would be stunned. What was it, Timmy? Tim guarantees the Steelers are going to win. I almost guarantee that they're going to bring Russell Wilson back no matter what.
Yeah, I think so.
But I don't think that should be the case. Like, why am I paying for a guy, even with everything I just said that they would convince themselves of, why am I paying for a guy that went 0-5 at the most critical juncture of the season?
Because, you think that, okay, we can surround him with better resources and he can be really good with better skill players around him.
I don't know if I'm seeing that anymore, but I think that's how they view it.
Probably.
I think that's how they view it. They should have traded up for Bo Nix, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
You said Brian Thomas, Bo Nix.
Bo Nix in the second round, Brian Thomas in the first round. But Bo Nix went Denver traded up for him?
Yeah. I don't remember if they traded. That's a long time ago now. Yeah. Bleacher Report says the Steelers should draft Ashton Genty with their first-round pick. If the Steelers draft a running back in the first round, I'm just going to record my shows for the rest of the year because I know exactly how the season's going to go. It is 8:44. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums. 724-443-5610. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. In the Fan Morning Show, we are always proud of this. Brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We're going to go around the NFL coming up next. What are the best 3 teams in the playoffs? What are the worst 3 teams in the playoffs? What's the best job that's open right now from a head coaching perspective? What's the worst job? We'll get into all that We'll take your calls as well. But first, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Playoff matchups for this weekend on Saturday, Chargers at the Texans, and then, Steelers at the Ravens. Sunday, Broncos at the Bills, Packers at the Eagles, and the Commanders at the Buccaneers. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More troubles on the roadways. A couple of accidents. One of them, Bigelow Boulevard to 3100 block approaching Washington Place in the city's uptown section. Also one being cleared in Dormont, the intersection of Ammon and Stapleton Streets. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jams at the bend at Carnegie to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Banksville to Carnegie and then from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, that is stacked at Wilkinsburg, while Route 28 jammed just past the Highland Park Bridge all the way down into the north side. And the Parkway North, that stacks before Camp Horn Road past Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL odds boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL odds boost token. Then simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. Get rid of that piece of paper. It made me read it wrong. Someone texts in. We had Tim call up in the last segment and guarantee a Steelers victory. And then we said, yeah, we ain't seeing it. And they said, the NFL is literally every given Sunday, guys. Joke's on you, game's on Saturday. No shot.
Yeah.
No shot. Can we get a Sunday game?
It's crazy.
What do you got? You got any Joy Taylor around here to get a Sunday game? Allegedly. We're good. Allegedly. All right. Jets are coachless. Jags are coachless. Pats are coachless. Bears are coachless. Saints are coachless. What's the best job?
Bears. Maybe Patriots or Jags.
I'm so unbelievably out on Trevor Lawrence.
I am too, but I feel like they still have some weapons. They still have, you can revitalize him. He still has some pedigree. I'd probably say Jags then Patriots.
I would go Patriots. And then I think I'd go Bears. I'm a bigger believer in Caleb Williams than I am Trevor Lawrence.
Really?
Yeah.
Because
he's also cheaper. He's on that rookie deal going into year 2.
That is true. That is
so
true.
You should be able to, and they got weapons too, and you should be able to build a little bit more around him.
That's a good point.
I think Lawrence is what he is. Now, you could make the argument that Herbert, what went on in Los Angeles before Harbaugh got there, maybe there's some of that in Lawrence, although I think Herbert's always been the better player. All right, let's rank. Well, which one's the worst?
Jets. Jets. I mean, I can see this. If Vrabel's going to be the coach of the Patriots,
yeah,
Ben Johnson will be the coach of the Bears.
If I'm Ben Johnson, I don't do that, though. As much as I just said that is my second sexiest job, the Packers with Love, the Vikings, and then the juggernaut that is the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, if I'm Ben Johnson, I would assess the situation, like how good do I think my team right now is going to be, which is the Detroit Lions, because if I'm in division, then that's who I'm going against. Like, do I have a shot to beat them? Like, are guys going to, are their contracts going to expire? Are they going to move on? Like, how good are the Lions actually going to be? That's what I would assess if I was going to take the Bears job.
And now they won't have me, and I think very highly of myself if I'm Ben Johnson. Their defensive coordinator is going to be gone, too.
Glenn, yes.
Yeah.
I think he'll go to Jags.
That'd be a good hire.
Yeah.
How about Lou Anarumo was like the hot candidate or one of them a few years ago, and then he gets kicked to the curb.
Yep.
Who are which are the 3 best teams in the playoffs right now? Your 3 favorites
of both sides?
Yeah.
NFC?
Yeah.
Man, it's tough. I'm going to go Lions, Bills, Chiefs.
I got Lions, Bills, Eagles, and I probably shouldn't omit the Chiefs. Perhaps I just have Chiefs for fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I always didn't have a problem with them. They've become the Patriots in my eyes now. They've won too much that they annoy me, and they win mystically. Like, there's so many games they should have lost this year, could have lost this year, and didn't, and I just want to smack Patrick Mahomes upside the head. I got nothing against him personally. I just want to kick Travis Kelce in the groin.
Yeah.
I have so much fatigue.
Who is the biggest sleeper in the playoffs?
Ooh,
this is a good one. It's a lot harder than you think. Looking at this list right here,
I think
it's hard.
I think Baltimore could win the whole damn thing. Do they count as a sleeper?
No. I mean, so you have so sleeper teams. Let's go: Broncos, Texans, Chargers, Vikings, Rams, Commanders, Buccaneers.
I don't think I'd want to play the Rams.
Yep.
Did you see what they did to the Bills a couple of weeks ago? If Matthew that was just. Sometimes you look and you go, man, the Bills just played
the
terrible
Packers
defense.
in there too. If you want the Packers now.
Well, think about how the NFC compared to the AFC. And you said this during the break that we thought the AFC coming in was going to be the stronger conference. The Eagles win the division. They win a whole bunch of games. I think you can make an argument they're the best team in football. And their gift for doing all those wonderful things is a Green Bay Packers team? Like, holy cow.
Crazy.
I think Green Bay Packers could have won the AFC North. Like, there's a few divisions I think the Packers were good enough to
Didn't
win.
they beat the Eagles last year? No. In the playoffs? I think so.
They beat the Cowboys.
That's right.
They kicked the hell out of them.
Yeah, they whooped them.
It was the Buccaneers that beat
That's right.
that beat the Eagles. Buccaneers looked awful on Sunday.
Yeah, they did. They were trying to get out of that game.
So we're not saying the Ravens are a dark horse.
No, they're a division winner.
Think about what happened to Minnesota too. Now you get your butts whooped, but you're a win away from getting to sit on your couch this weekend and play all your games in Skullville in that beautiful dome with that awesome home field advantage. You lose, you're the 5 seed. You go to Los Angeles across country. You play on Monday, which means you're going to be then on short rest the following week. It's a cruel world, man.
Tough.
All right. Coming up next, Steelers 10-7. They were 10-7 last year. Can we make any arguments that the franchise is moving in the right direction? Can we make any? 412-928-9370. We'll take a stab at it. We'd love you to take a stab at it, too, on the phone lines. Again, 412-928-9370. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
New developments in that Uptown accident. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. We've just been told that Bigelow Boulevard is currently closed in both directions between Heron Avenue and Washington Place. This is due to that earlier accident creating icy conditions. You can use Bedford Avenue as an alternate around that. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Banksville to Carnegie, and then heavy past the I-79 interchange out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you are jammed at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays before the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
It's 2025 and it's time to get your home zero resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too. During our winter savings event, hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
The world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting the NFL playoffs, buckle up. Betting football's hard enough as it is. We're doing the research for you. So listen to Cash the Ticket with Mike Valeni and I. We'll be dropping new episodes for every single playoff game. And that's going to be storylines leading into it, so some good football stuff, but also the betting nuggets you're looking for. Sides, totals, trends, player props, throw those in there too. Pre-game and post-game, we're going to be all over the postseason. Subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
In 2012, Chad and Jeremy were cracking beers and chatting at a bar in downtown Bozeman, Montana. This profound conversation was the start of the world's most refreshing beer company that gives back to the community while celebrating the outdoors, having fun, and being ridiculously awesome. Montucky Cold Snacks. A snackable light beer that's only 102 calories per 12-ounce serving. On your next outdoor adventure, don't forget the snacks. Montucky Cold Snacks. Available at better beer retailers, taverns, and restaurants. Cheers.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had surgery. You've been home for 2 weeks. Been having this crazy pain on the left side of you. You call your doctor and you go in for a visit. Your doctor gives you an x-ray, and he says you need to go to the hospital immediately. You ask him what's wrong. He says during your surgery, it looks like they left something in you. Left something in me? You go to the hospital. You ask them what's wrong. I went to my doctor and they said y'all left something in me. They do an x-ray, and they say you need to go into surgery immediately. Looks like they left a clamp in you. A clamp in me? What is that? They take you into surgery. You're on the phone with Top Dog. This a medical malpractice. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7. The Fan.
Show together work with Dom, and I only worked with him for the first time last week. So he writes that Pat from Beaver County called in. And he writes, Pat, parenthetically, male. As if I'm going to talk to Pat any different
You might.
if Pat's a male or female.
But you might say,
hey honey. Like, what?
Well, I just didn't want you to be caught off guard. I don't know. Maybe you would think Pat's a female, and then it
You've done
throws
that
you
before.
off.
You think I treat callers different based on sex?
No, you thought a caller was a lady one time.
Oh.
And it was a guy. Like, I think the name was like Ashley or something.
Could be Courtney, like Courtney Brown from the Cleveland Browns back in the day.
Yeah, Penn State, right?
Yes. Yeah, Pat, I'm going to treat you the same way, male or female. Do not care. 412-928-9370. We'll get to the phone lines coming up in a minute. Steelers have the same record as last year. You got a quarterback that's 36 years old. Have they made any strides? Is this an organization? Can you find a way to make an argument that this organization is on the up and up? Because the way they got to 10-7 is different than last year. And there was actually some optimism going into that playoff game last year. Like, if the weather's right, can the Steelers actually win in Buffalo? We had those conversations. I was boycotting chicken wings, one of my dumbest ideas ever. The vibes were higher. You were kind of playing with house money. But to start 10-3 this year, you can make an argument that, okay, maybe you are that 10-3 team. I don't think you are. Is there anything that you can say gives you faith that they're moving in the right direction?
The young production, maybe, if there's anything, with the offensive line. So you have Frazier, rookie. McCormick, rookie. Faltano will be back next year. He's basically going to be a rookie. Peyton Wilson getting so much burn this year. Joey Porter Jr. being a young player. That's maybe about it. That's it. Maybe some of the young, Darnell Washington, some of the young players, Nick Herbig, having a lot of playing time and production.
Herbig's played well. I think JPJ's been worse this year.
He has. But
he at least didn't take the step.
Time. Yeah, he didn't take the step.
Benton didn't take a step.
No.
Now, he did make a play in the Cincy game, but that line sucks.
But if you want to, like, offensive line-wise,
it's another year older for Watt, for Hayward. Like, you're not going to get this production from them forever.
No.
The only way that you could have said that this was a step in the right direction is if it were Justin Fields all season long and you were 10-7 and you thought he might be the solution.
Yeah.
Which is another reason why I would play him on Saturday. I need to come out of this season feeling good. Like, even if Russ beats the Ravens, okay, the urgency that Art Rooney II talked about at the end of last year. The winning a playoff game happened. But what if you go out there and lose to the Chiefs? Like, you're no closer to being the big dogs. Like, the only way, I guess, forget about what's happened. The only way, apart from it being Fields, that I can feel good about next season is if you beat Baltimore and you are in it tooth and nail to the nitty-gritty end against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. Like, give us faith after the Baltimore game that, like, you go in there and it's not just you won on a last-second Hail Mary against Baltimore. Like, go in there and actually beat them. Yeah, I could see this moving in the right direction and be competitive in the next game.
Yeah, you win a playoff game, which you haven't done in a long time. I don't know if people know that. Haven't won a playoff game in a long time. Mike Tomlin losing record 8-10 in the playoffs. You win a playoff game, nice. And you ruin their season, which it's going to feel good. Make no mistake about it. No one's going to be upset. It's going to feel good. And you get to talk junk on them forever. If with this team, the way it ended, you beat them, that's great. But about the direction of the Steelers, you have got to then go into Kansas City and not get run out of the barn.
Right. Like you did.
Like you do every time. Right, exactly. I expected so much better of them on Christmas. And shame on me. Shame on me all year. Honestly, I should be apologizing to everyone. At 10-3, they had me fooled.
Do you give any excuse to the 3 games in 11 days?
I did before the Cincy game. I said they're probably somewhere between that 10-3 team and the team that looked like ass for 3 games. But I said the Cincy game is going to be my determining factor because you had rest. And the Steelers were 3-0 with at least an extra day of rest going into the game. And then they were putrid.
Yep.
You had more time to prepare. And what you cooked up was 12 first down runs. And Corey Trice following the best receiver on planet Earth, or second best around the field. The guy who had the best statistics this year. What is that about?
Put Joey Porter Jr. on him, you're saying?
Yes. Especially because T. Higgins was banged up.
He was out of the game.
Yeah, and he was on the injury report all week. Give Corey Trice a shot with the beleaguered number 2 wide receiver and let your best corner go up against the best statistical wide receiver in the sport. All right, Mr. Pat in Beaver County joining us now. Hello, Pat.
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing. You guys were talking. Well, I was having a good day until your producer thought I was a woman. That's all over.
Oh, so that's what happened.
No,
Dawn thought you were a chick.
whoa. I never thought you were a woman. I was just making it clear to Crowley that you were a male.
It's okay, but it's early in the morning. I probably sound like a female. I don't blame you.
What's up, Pat?
Nothing. You guys were talking about if the Steelers had made any progress or if there was any hope for the future. And there are some reasons to be optimistic in my eyes. We have a very young offensive line that is promising. The Russ game, I think, is over. I think you throw Justin Fields in there next year, you sign him to a contract, and you run with him. You see what you got. What else are you going to go to besides him?
Yeah, I mean, if Justin Fields, if you turn to him because Russ plays bad, or if Mike Tomlin makes the surprising decision to go with Justin Fields to start this game and he wins it, now, forget everything I said. You're feeling great.
Yeah.
You're feeling great. First Steelers quarterback to win a playoff game, or, I mean, honestly, first Steelers quarterback to play well, I mean, if you win, in a playoff game since Ben. I mean, and shoot, the last time they won a playoff game, they kicked 6 field goals. Thank you, Mr. Pat. 412-928-9370. I mean, it's not even, you can't even say, well, your first-round pick was great. He wasn't. He didn't play. You can't say your third-round pick was great. He wasn't. He didn't play. I don't think the Patrick Queen signing was a mistake. I think Deshaun Elliott's been the better of the two safeties this year. Like, you did some good things, but you didn't make enough strides at the things you need to make strides to be a true contender. And that's offensively with your scheme and the tenor of the way in which you want to compete. And then your quarterback, I mean, the version of Russ that they have right now is 4 or 5 rungs and tiers below what you were getting from Mason Rudolph at the end of last season.
Yep.
Yeesh.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff. Should we talk to Jeff?
Yes.
Jeff's on I-79. Good morning to you, Jeff.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
So, as a fan of all Pittsburgh sports, you asked if this franchise is going in a direction that is positive, and unfortunately, I believe black and gold, but I can't say that they are. But I say this, and I've been forming this opinion over some time. What's the difference? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. What is the difference right now between the Steeler franchise and the results that they've been getting and the Pittsburgh Pirates and the results that they've been getting?
I mean, I'd rather be in it than not.
Right.
And I do think that despite the result and them being 10-7 again, they did try this offseason, which you can't always say about the other franchise.
Yes.
Economics of baseball, things of that nature.
Yes. I mean, I tweeted this the other day, and I thought it was very telling. And I just got caught in I just stood there. And my son, Jace, who's 10 years old, he was like, the Steelers are 10-7 again? This is right after the game. And I was like, yeah. He was like, how come it's the same every single year? And I just looked at him. I was like, that's all he's
seen. Ever known.
That's all he's seen. And I could go into it, but I'm like, hey, listen, sometimes sometimes you don't take care of the root of the issue. And I don't it is what it is at this point. Like, the root of the issue is the thing that is consistent with the issues. I have no other way to explain it.
That's the head guy, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's ownership and it's Tomlin.
I mean, you're going to get the same results doing the same things, having the same mentality. They can look different.
Right.
You can wash the car, but it's not going to make your car run better.
I like that. I mean, you've gone two games in the last 4 with under 215 yards or whatever it is. You only did that once with Matt Canada. So you've got a Super Bowl winning quarterback and a coordinator that was good enough at his job to get a head coaching job, who took a Titans team to the AFC Championship. And here you are in the same exact place. You're spending $130 million on defense to any time you play a team with a pulse get run out of the building. We're asking a simple question here. Is there anything that gives you hope that this franchise is on the up and up? I mean, it's tough. It's tough to find any glimmers of hope. Yeah, your center's better. And I love Zach Frazier. Who wouldn't love Zach Frazier? But wonderful. The Chiefs ain't winning all these Super Bowls because of Creed Humphrey. With all due respect to him. You were 9-6-1, 8-8, a fraudulent 12-4, 9-7-1, 9-8, 10-7, 10-7. This is who you are. This is who you are. Can you think of one thing? One thing that tells you the Steelers franchise is moving in the right direction. 412-928-9370. At 10-3, I could have argued a whole bunch of stuff. And one of the top ones would have been Omar Khan. I don't know if I can get there on Omar anymore. We'll talk about that briefly when we come back. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Dom, male, fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, boy. Crowley. Pitt and Duke tonight. Should be a great game. Both teams are 12-2. The game starts at 7, and you can listen right here on the Fan or on the free Odyssey app. Our coverage starts at 6:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is a life-altering event like an auto accident or work injury, or worse, the tragic loss of a loved one from somebody else's negligence. You have one shot to get justice. It's Dan Zangrilli for the Western PA Injury Lawyers, LGKG, now with 7 locations. When you lawyer up, nothing else matters besides credentials, knowledge, tenacity, respect, and at the end of the day, success. My friend, Attorney Joe George.
Talk to our clients. Look at our website. See our reviews. Our clients tell it all. Look at the credentials we have. Those are credentials that come down from other attorneys that are rating us. Our firm is AV rated.
What does that mean?
That means that Martindale Hubbell determined that we have the highest ethical standards and highest capabilities in the business. There aren't many firms that have any AV-rated attorneys. Larry Kelly, AV-rated. Joe George, AV-rated. Super lawyers, top 1%. You don't get those credentials unless other attorneys see what you do.
That's LGKG Injury Lawyers. LGKG, your home team. Visit lgkg.com.
Football season is in full swing and the year's winding down, but the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, Tri-State has the inventory and expertise. This season, Tri-State is encouraging support for Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, Stuff a Doghouse Drive, helping pets in need across our community. For top-notch office solutions, visit our showroom. Check them out online at tristateofficefurniture.com. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Would the line open at in this game? 8.5?
Yeah, I think so.
It's up to 10. I'm reading that 80% of the money on Baltimore. We'll get into that at the bottom of the hour, and if there's a disrespect of the Pittsburgh Steelers going on, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'll take people behind the curtain, where the sausage is made. There have been a lot of things you've said today, Doran, as always, that I haven't thought about. I have 4 topics for tomorrow already. You got to love playoff time.
It's great.
You got to love playoff time.
It's great.
There's one thing I don't love. There's a lot of things I don't love. There's one thing in the last segment I don't love, and this is not to cast aspersions on the caller. You can call up anytime. Forget your name. 412-928-9370. Can people stop with the whole definition of insanity thing? It's one of my biggest pet peeves. It's such a big pet peeve. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and again, expecting different results. That's Einstein's definition of insanity. The real definition of insanity is unsoundness of the mind or lack of the ability to understand that prevents one from having the mental capacity required by law to enter into a particular relationship status or transaction, or that releases one from criminal or civil responsibility as. All right, I can see why we quote the other one.
Yeah. To me, like, that's not the definition of insanity, the other one. Like, you can get different results if you do it, but...
Sometimes you can do it better.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can play better.
Right.
But to expect it after 7 years, that is insanity. I just hate when people call up like they're the first person who's ever thought that. No offense, again, to the caller. We talked about the organization in the direction of it. And this is not knowing yet the result, obviously, of the Steelers-Ravens playoff game. But coming into the season, we said that Omar Khan's grade for the offseason should be really high, but also incomplete. Because you didn't know what was going to happen at the deadline regarding wide receiver, and you didn't know what was going to happen at the cornerback position. And here we are, about to start the postseason, and the 2 weak spots on the team are the weak spots that we knew would be weak spots coming into the year. So, as much as when we have the conversation in the last segment, what gives you faith that the organization's on the up and up? And I want to say Omar Khan. I'm not out on the guy, but I can't say I'm excited. You never got another wide receiver. And wouldn't it have been nice to throw to somebody you can count on in that Cincinnati game? Wouldn't it have been nice? Okay, George don't have it today. You throw it to Freiermuth, and he mostly has a good game. By the way, they lose even if he catches it. There's no way they get another playoff. Zero. Wouldn't it be great? Oh, let's throw it to wide receiver 2 who's not Van Jefferson. You can't. Don't have him. And when Pickens was out, you're even more lost. And then you're turning to, God love him, it's not his fault he gets hurt all the time, Corey Trice is your number 2 corner? The obvious has happened. And so the whole in Omar we trust, con man, Omar's coming, we might need to put a pin in that until next year, and we see what that team looks like.
I think Omar Khan's strapped by Mike Tomlin, though. That's where I hold my judgment. I think that some of the moves and some of the pressure to make moves were all stemming from Mike Tomlin's point of view. I do. Even the whole Deontay, we're getting rid of Deontay Johnson. Okay, Omar's like, wait a minute, hold on, maybe we can make this work. No, we're getting rid of him. We don't need him. We get rid of him. All right, I'll get rid of him. Well, now you got to find another receiver. Well, we'll reach out to this team. Well, nobody's biting. I think he's being put into certain situations that I think that he can't even get out himself. I really do believe that.
Yeah, you could only make a trade for, let's say, Stephon Diggs if they're willing to trade you Stephon Diggs.
Right. Yeah,
you can only make a trade for Brandon Ayuk if they're willing to trade you Brandon Ayuk or Brandon Ayuk's willing to come there. So once you get rid of Deontay, there's absolutely – it's not a guarantee, I'll put it that way. There's not a guarantee you're going to find a replacement. And that's not to say Deontay makes this team a Super Bowl contender or anything like that, but he sure is better than what they got.
Yeah. I mean, whenever George was out, you'd like to have Deontay on the other side still.
And the organizational philosophy, regardless of whether we would say Omar's doing a better job of it than end-of-career Colbert or not, the organizational philosophy still is, let's go spend money on Deshaun Elliott, let's go spend money on, and more money on Patrick Queen. Like, they funneled more cash into the defense than they did the offense again.
Again, yeah.
Again.
Where do you think that's coming from?
That's organizational philosophy, and
Mike Tomlin?
That's Mikey T, yeah. Which he's supposed to be this defensive genius. You're spending $130 million on offense, and you're behind 10-0 every time you play, in large part because your defense takes a little bit to warm to the task. You decide you're going to give the money to Cam Hayward again, which that's come up roses. He's played well, but what is it buying you? It's buying you nothing. Your biggest acquisitions offensively were your quarterbacks, and you pay a combined, $6 million for them? They're not spending any money on that side of the ball.
I think the hardest thing to do as a head coach, but that isn't hard, is to evolve with the times of the game. And I don't think that Mike Tomlin will ever do that. I don't think he'll never put his pride aside and say, we need to score points to win in the NFL. He's always going to have that defensive mentality and be like, we got to play defense. We got to invest money in the defense, and we got to stop teams. And then we got to drag teams in the mud, and we got to play conservative football. That's what he's used to. Some coaches evolve. Some coaches don't.
Well, in Cowher, he won the Super Bowl in his penultimate season. He never really had to change. He really didn't. The sport didn't change all that much.
No.
Noel did.
Yeah, right.
And we saw how that ended for him. I mean, he went, 6, 7 consecutive seasons without winning a division. Tomlin's now done that 4 years in a row, not won the division. It's the longest stretch since the end of Chuck Noll's tenure. You're right. And the league is starting to hire some more defensive coaches, but they're also trying to bring along with them these hot-shot, modern offensive guys.
Yeah, and letting them do the thing. They're hiring defensive coaches because defensive coaches have mentalities of not structure, but like a drill sergeant. This needs fixed. Defensive coaches like, we fix it, rah, rah, rah. Offensive coaches are more like in the lab, typing. We're gonna, these chemicals, we're gonna put these together. We're gonna draw up different formations. We're gonna, be that professor. That's what these defensive coaches are bringing with them, is the professor, but they're being the drill sergeant, and that's what teams want. So I can see why teams are going that route now, because they need fixed, culture fixed.
Yeah, man. I think Tomlin, when he was hired, he wasn't exactly Dan Campbell, but he was a culture guy.
Yeah.
And he came in here, and they were alarmed, the veterans were, how hard he was whooping their butts in training camp. He came in, this is how it's going to be, but he let the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator do their thing.
Like, what do you think? What do you think Dan Campbell says to Ben Johnson every day? Nothing.
Score points.
Yep. Go for it on fourth down.
Yeah. He makes those calls, and he's aggressive in doing that.
Yes. He understands he has evolved with the game. And I mean, I know that he's a younger coach in the coaching realm, but he is in the modern day of, we need to get aggressive on offense. I'll take care of the culture, which he's done an unbelievable job. I mean, it's the Detroit Lions. We're talking about the Detroit Lions being the best team in the NFL. The Detroit Lions have never been the best team in the NFL. And he has done that for that city. He built that culture. And he's like, okay, we're going to get aggressive, and I'm going to let my offensive coaches do their thing. I think he's an offensive guy by trade. I mean, he was a former tight end, but I don't think he's an X's and O's offensive guy. He's a culture guy, and he lets his coaches coach.
Yes. And I think it might look different when Ben Johnson and the DC are gone. It might. Or he might just be really good at hiring smart people.
That too.
Or the next guy up actually works there because it's a next man up with some nuance about it.
Pass game coordinator, they just put his name out there the other day about being maybe an offensive coordinator. I guarantee that he gets what Ben Johnson had, the same contract, and they'll keep him, and it'll be the same thing for the Lions.
That's exactly what I would do.
Yeah.
And it's not like going from Todd Haley to Randy Fichtner either.
This guy's younger than you.
Texter. Yikes. What have I achieved? The offense was different when Tomlin had a great QB. They won in 08 because of defense. I mean, look, Ben at the end of the game, I'm not taking anything away from Ben. But that was a top 10 defense of all time. And in 2010, what got them there? Defense. Troy won Defensive MVP in 2010. James Harrison won it in 08. They defended every blade of grass because you were allowed to. That's how they won then.
And they're still stuck in that way.
Yeah.
That mentality. It's just not working.
And if you're going to zig when everyone else is zagging, you got to do it better than everyone. Like Philly. Like, they run the ball to throw the ball. And the last piece of that equation was Saquon Barkley. And they knew that. And now they run it up everyone's backside. Like, you got to be special at it. The Ravens love to run the football. You got to be special. You got to be different. Not different at all. I think that was a salient point by you. I can not feel great about Omar Khan, but really it's a lot deeper than that. A lot deeper than that. All right, Steelers a 10-point dog. Fair or unfair? That's next. We got Pittsburgh, Phil, and Zach, both males, as Dom points out, on hold. We'll get to you when we come back. First, it's a Dom fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins host the Blue Jackets tonight at 7 o'clock. Pittsburgh has lost back-to-back games, and so the Pens look to avoid making it 3 straight losses as they host Columbus tonight at 7 o'clock. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Crowley.
And they will beat Columbus. There you go. There's a free bet. But even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParx app, playing all your favorite casino games: blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, hot online slots like Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad themed games, both based on the popular streaming TV shows. Right now, you can join me. You can join Black and Gold football alums Max Starks, Charlie Batch, plus the fans Chris Muller and Donnie Football on the BetParx team. Pro football playoffs, Saturday night, Black and Gold 10-point road dogs at Baltimore. The over-under is 44. If it snows, I like the under. Bet more than the score in pro football. Bet player performances for touchdowns, passing and rushing yards, interceptions, and more. And new users, download the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Get up to a $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for details. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParx app, playing all your favorite casino games. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big troubles in the uptown section. This report brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Earlier accident still closing Bigelow Boulevard in both directions between Heron Avenue and Washington Place. Traffic being detoured by way of Bedford Avenue. You can also take the crosstown. That is stacked from the Veterans Bridge over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway West are jammed between Carnegie and Greentree inbound. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 that's jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Worry-free privacy, identity, and device protection.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Just as Carolina was writing off Bryce Young for good, the bewildered and benched second-year quarterback was granted a reprieve when veteran Andy Dalton was injured in a car accident. To his credit, Young seized the opportunity and the new moment, culminating in Sunday's 5-touchdown performance that prompted meddlesome Mercurial owner David Tepper to declare, "I think we've got our quarterback here." Well, I hope so. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, Pennsylvania? It's time for football at BetMGM. Take the field using promo code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, original bets, and the best daily promotions in the business. Plus, when you huddle up with BetMGM at your fingertips, every pass, every catch, and every game matter more than ever. Remember to use code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Football is back, Pennsylvania sports fans. Don't miss out on any of the hard-hitting action. Place your moneyline prop and parlay bets with BetMGM today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. What's up, Pennsylvania? It's time for football at BetMGM. Take the field using promo code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. When you register with BetMGM, you'll get instant access to a variety of parlay selection features, live betting options, original bets, and the best daily promotions in the business. Plus, when you huddle up with BetMGM at your fingertips, every pass, every catch, and every game matter more than ever. Remember to use code KOSTOS, KOSTOS, and receive up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if you don't win your first bet. Football is back, Pennsylvania sports fans. Don't miss out on any of the hard-hitting action. Place your moneyline prop and parlay bets with BetMGM today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has added new strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today, and you can be one of the first to try it out. We're raising the bar with new benches, and our new hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all of the best-in-class equipment we've always had, with most clubs open 24 hours, so you can work out your way on your time. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 10th. See Home Club for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items, so you save on all the crunch, all the flavor, all the just-picked goodness you love. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop with new low prices on apples, carrots, lettuce, celery, and more. Enjoy fresh savings on fresh produce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter, damn, this is a depressing show. Going to switch to music, maybe some Journey or Air Supply. Thanks. At least you're keeping up with the modern trends. Somebody that wants to talk positively about the Steelers has to go back into the past.
A little bit.
Because you can't really talk about the current team and be super optimistic.
We would love for people to call in and be optimistic and give us reasons why we should be positive about Saturday. I would love that.
Maybe Pittsburgh Phil from Pittsburgh is a positive guy. Hi, Pittsburgh Phil.
Pittsburgh Phil's been calling into your station for years. I go back with Vinny and Cook and Greg Giano and what have you. But that's not what I want to talk about.
How about Chris Mueller?
Chris Mueller is my buddy, and we laugh a lot. And I can tell you this. The guy he works with, I could make a living booking his bets.
I don't know what he's talking about. I just hung up on him. Let's go to Zach in New Kensington. Hi, Zach.
Hey, big fan.
Thanks.
Scoring Doran is right. It's philosophy. Mike Tomlin. It's like medical malpractice. It's criminal. The offense.
Is it like if you got a clamp stuck in you, Zach, and you had to go get surgery?
God, yeah. My son all day walks around the house going, top dog law!
So does my son and all of their friends. All of them.
So it's hilarious. He has the best commercials out there, though. I got to give him that. Very good promoter. Anyhow, I just, here are my thoughts. I don't understand why Fields, Najee, and Warren have not been out on the field at the same time, why we haven't tried a West Coast running offense, spread it out. Our running backs get tackled only by defensive tackles and linebackers.
Zach,
There's no scheming.
You are preaching to the choir there. It was at Bostic before this slide. I think they had lost to Philadelphia. And Bostic came on here and said, spread them out and throw the ball.
Spread them out. And not even just throw the ball, run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
With
that's what I meant.
They're just only running good old Vince Lombardi halfback right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And they're not getting a seal here, and they're not getting a seal there.
No, and they're not getting any backside blocks. They're not getting a pulling guard or a pulling tackle. It is the most vanilla offense I think I've ever watched. And I coach Little League football, and I would coach my kids smarter than that. I would at least let them know that there's a blitzing linebacker in the backside that's going to tackle them. I'm so frustrated.
You know what else we haven't been saying? And thank you for the call, Zach, as you hack into the receiving end of the phone. I don't think Russ had a lot of freedom on Saturday either.
No, I think it was a very broad, vanilla game plan. Very intentional.
I'm telling you, man, when he fumbled against Baltimore and threw the pick six, I think they lost all faith in him as a decision maker.
That's a shame.
I really do. Yet I still think he'll be back next year. I mean, those two things can't really coexist, but a lot of the stuff they do doesn't make much sense. Should we go back to Pittsburgh, Phil?
Did he call back?
Yeah, he called back.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pittsburgh, Phil. What do you got for us?
Nah, it's my fault. I lost you. Bad area.
That must have been it.
Yeah, here's what I want to say to you guys. My father, long time, and good football guys for a long time, okay? He would say they got the wrong team favorite this week. We all know that Baltimore's playing well, but the one team that has their number, taking 9.5 points, is the Pittsburgh Steelers. You're 100% right. You guys said it earlier. They don't want to see us. And I'm going to tell you, the line goes right out the window as soon as these two meet. And Bill Hillgrove says it. The game takes a life of its own once it gets started. And wait till you see how he starts choking Lamar.
It would not shock me if he chokes.
I mean, the line is one thing. The line, that's a big line for a playoff game. So I would take the points if you're betting. But are we talking wins? Like the Steelers winning?
I don't think the line is disrespectful at all, even given the team's histories. You've won 8 out of 10 in the series. You're 5-2 against Lamar Jackson. You generally make him look ridiculous. And he even threw an unforgivable pick in the last game. That being said, one team's won 4 games in a row, and they look every bit as good as the team that was on the short list to win the AFC coming into the season. Meanwhile, the Steelers are averaging fewer points per game the last 4 than when you had Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada working in tandem.
Yep. So,
you got to use your eyes. And what my eyes right now are telling me, forget the history. Forget the history. It wouldn't shock me if Lamar plays poorly, like because of his playoff history, but you still got to score 20 points or more to win the game.
Right.
I got no faith they're scoring 20 or more points in this one. None. Zero. Bupkis. One more.
Yeah.
Sam and Moon, hi.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good.
Good. Hey, 2 championships. If we really think about this, everybody brags about the Steelers winning 6 Super Bowls, right? They have 2 championships in 45 years. That's a long, long time. This tenure under Mike Tomlin, at the beginning, it was good. Everybody was riding high and feeling good about it. But, I mean, I know he's taken a lot of heat recently, and rightfully so. But the Rooneys seem to not care because they're sold out every single week or every single Sunday. So it's like the Rooneys don't care about winning.
I think
the old man's rolling in his grave, and it's a shame. And Mike Tomlin is the reason this offense is so stagnant. All he is a defensive coordinator, in my opinion.
You said a lot there that I'll agree with, and we know how Steelers fans are. They're going to keep going to games.
Right.
I think it's mostly about national perspective, and I think we're starting to see the tide shift there. I think if the majority opinion nationally starts to mirror the majority opinion, or at least the vocal majority opinion locally, I think at that point you'll see a change. But the embarrassment has to be felt on a national scale, and it's not being felt on a national scale because more people who have microphones and are getting paid millions for it seem to think Mike Tomlin's doing a really good job.
And they never will change. Like the Rich Eisens of the world, the Jay Glazers of the world, his minions, his buddies.
The minions.
Seriously. They'll never change. And they'll always be, it'll maybe be 50-50, but it'll never be 100% of everybody on the same page that this has run its course.
And I just wonder what it takes for them. When the Cowboys flame out in the playoffs, and they haven't gone to even a championship game in the NFC since 1995, since the last time they won the Super Bowl. We remember that one well. They get crushed for it. Mike McCarthy's gone 12-5 the last 3 seasons, and they don't have anything in the playoffs to show for it, and they're a laughingstock. They're a joke. What's the difference? Seriously, what's the difference? Why does Mike Tomlin get the benefit of the doubt, and anybody who comes through Dallas who wins in the regular season but loses in the playoffs doesn't? I don't understand that.
Because he's won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, in a different era.
When's the last time Dallas did against the Steelers?
Yeah.
95.
Yeah, but at what? To me, the 2 Stanley Cups don't matter anymore for Mike Sullivan. That's forever ago. Neither of my kids were alive. Like, there are new people on this earth, a lot of them. The past matters if it's the recent past. It ain't the recent past. He's 3-8 in his last 11 playoff games. He's won a playoff game, for God's sake, in 4 out of going on now 18 seasons. That means 4 seasons we get to feel that joy, that jubilation, those wonderful emotions. That's it, 4 out of 18. That's not a percentage I'm okay with. Get on board, national media. Let's go. It's about damn time. It's a great sports week. It's a great sports night. We'll get into that when we come back. Then we'll hand things over to Joe Starkey. First, it's a Dom DiTomaso fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt takes on number 4 Duke tonight at Cameron Indoor Stadium. Both teams are 12-2, so it should be a great game. And it starts at 7 o'clock. I shouldn't have coughed into the microphone. Game's on 93.7 The Fan and the free Odyssey app, and our coverage starts at 6:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of delays remain on Route 65. You're jammed from the West End Bridge over to Route 28, also stacking as you head off of the Fort Duquesne Bridge toward the North Shore. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Inbound Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg, and Route 28 delays just past the Route 8 on-ramp toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Broncos are in the playoffs for the first time since Peyton Manning was behind center. In the first round, Denver travels to Buffalo to face Josh Allen and the Bills. Sean Payton and company are 8.5-point underdogs, and the model thinks that's too many points. Broncos plus 8.5 is a 5-star best bet, and I actually agree. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Tech scams, identity thieves, data leaks. Hearing about these online threats every day can be stressful. But don't worry. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? Well, it means you won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Confused over who to call for service or a new garage door? You've done research, but there are a lot of names. Some maybe not so reliable. Call the #1 name trusted in over 80 cities coast to coast. Precision Garage Door Service. They're locally owned and they operate under one name only. Precision Garage Door Service. Garage doors are their only business. Precision technicians are full-time employees trained to repair all manufacturers' doors at the most competitive prices. That's important when choosing who to call for service, a new door, parts, and warranty. Precision trucks are ready to roll 24/7 in Western PA and surrounding areas. Call 1-844-345-4737 for a no-obligation estimate. Precision Garage Door, America's leading garage door service company. Call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Credit cards are accepted. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Starkey texted me, wanted me to remind everyone that Pomp will be there as well.
Oh, nice.
Today at 10. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. So people are saying we're too negative today because things are great with the team that lost 4 in a row.
Are we negative or are we honest?
I think we're realistic. Yeah, we're honest. We're supposed to call it like we see it.
Well, we'll build it up as people know who are our everyday listeners. By the time Thursday comes around and Friday comes around, we'll be feeling pretty good.
I'm going to psych myself up, not to pick the Steelers, but I'm going to get excited for this game. I'm not excited for it right now.
No.
I'm not. There's a lot in the interim, too. Like tonight, you got a great basketball game. Pitt going to Cameron Indoor. Last time they were there, Blake Hinson was jumping up on the table.
Yep.
They're a 14.5-point underdog.
It's a lot.
I don't know.
Pretty good.
Is Dumb going to come? Dumb. God,
I bet you he plays.
That was not intentional. but it being Pitt, people are going to crush me for that. You think he plays?
I think he plays.
He's a massive missing piece.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they haven't been winning, but he is a really good defender. Ish Leggett, I don't think was 100%. He's a really good defender. Still scored the ball the other day. We have not seen the best, I don't think, that Pitt has to offer.
No.
And if they play their best tonight, they can win the basketball game. I think we talked about the Ravens line. 14.5, I know Duke's really good, and I know it's their place, and they probably do have revenge on their mind. 14.5 is disrespectful.
That's a lot.
Pitt's a good basketball team. West Virginia, Arizona tonight in hoops as well.
They're doing good.
They are, which helps Pitt.
Yep.
And Pitt doing well helps West Virginia.
They're doing well without their best player, DeVries or whatever.
I think he's their second best player, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Their point guard is...
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Oh, my God. And then you got Penn's Jackets. And, hey, they lost the 2 games they just played. I'm okay with both. They got a point in both games. You would have told me going in you get 2 points out of a possible 4 against Carolina and Florida. I'd have signed for
Pretty
that
good.
in blood.
Yep, pretty good.
Did you start your car already?
Yes.
You dirty dog, you.
What? I'm smart.
It might be, Dom argued this yesterday, the greatest invention of the 21st century.
GPS.
I don't trust it.
Yes, you do. You don't look at maps. We talked about this many times.
I had a map when we drove around Ireland, which we're going to have to do again in September, it sounds like. Steelers
Are we
and
gonna go?
maybe Pack. Yes, we're going.
Are we?
Yes, we're going.
How?
I mean, I'm taking off if they ain't paying for it. I'm going. Miss the Steelers in Ireland? No, my left, you know what? No chance. I drove around because I didn't want the roaming charges on my phone, so we literally looked at a map.
In Ireland.
Which
is insane.
And we had a yellow legal pad from a family friend that would say things like, turn left at the bright bush.
That's just wild.
Yeah.
There's no way I could get around.
No, I thought I was going to have an aneurysm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't even do that in Pittsburgh.
I bet you Starkey and Pomp, they could go back to using a map.
Yes. Yeah, maps were...
Maps were big.
We had maps when we got our license.
Oh, yeah. License?
Yeah.
I would print out MapQuest directions. Did you ever do that?
When did GPS,
I didn't have it on because I didn't have a smartphone, and you'd have to buy, one of those Garmin systems.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So this is just like a decade thing.
Mm-hmm.
Last decade, maybe a little bit longer?
Yeah, you didn't have it on the Motorola Razr.
All right.
It wasn't telling you how to get from point A to point B. You would have to print it out on MapQuest.
Yeah.
I used to do that to get to my wife's house, even 6 times, the 7th or 8th time. I still had the printed directions. What a square. All right, let's go do it. Positivity Wednesday coming up tomorrow at 5:40. We'll tell you all the reasons why the Steelers are the best team in the NFL. Starkey and Pomp up next. Thanks to Dom for producing. Peace.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still lots of delays left over. This report brought to you by Zero Res. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays have pretty well are out of the way heading toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East, you're stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 inbound heavy from Millville in toward the north side. Outbound delays starting around the Veterans Bridge ramps all the way up toward the 40th Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.tv.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at one of our 2 locations in Castee Village or Peters Township. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich, and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads, you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. Because that's your money. And you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich, and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
But that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers-Ravens week, as the Steelers will play in Baltimore for the second time this year. See if third time can be the charm to beat Baltimore 2 out of 3 times this year, 8 o'clock on Saturday. Pitt basketball with a huge ACC game today. The Panthers are undefeated in ACC play. They've won 5 games in a row, 8 out of their last 10. will play against the number 4 team in the country, the Duke Blue Devils, on the road, 7 o'clock tonight, right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 6:30 with the pregame show, and also can listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob Pompiani back in the building. Austin City Limits Bechtold to my left. Man, do we have a lot to talk about. The greatest mailbag in mailbag history, Bob. You wouldn't believe the questions.
No, I could believe
readers.
the questions. If they're anything like the callers, the readers are saying the same things as the callers.
It's absolutely incredible. But I start with this. My dog ran away on Monday night. We found him like 15 minutes later, but those 15 minutes were like 15 hours, Bob. When I saw you this morning, it was bad.
Your heart pounds, your mind's going everywhere. You have the worst possible things.
Oh.
But you found him.
Found him. My wife lets him out for a pee every night around 11, and she stands there, and he just goes out in the front lawn, pees, and comes back. This time, she turned away for a sec, and he was gone. And so then we're outside in the dark, freaking out, and then we're going up and down the street in our neighborhood yelling, Bengals, here's some cheese. He always comes back for cheese.
Were you in your
I was in my
PJs?
PJs, yes. And it was horrifying.
Oh, it is.
I thought he had fallen. The paw prints went to like the edge of a little, ledge, the edge of a ledge, and it wasn't good. And then there's a little like wooded area. Oh, my God. Have you guys experienced that?
Yes, so Muffin years ago ran and bolted. She did not like, especially in her younger years, sirens, like ambulances. She would try to chase the ambulance. So one day she was on the leash, but the leash broke off or somebody lost control of the leash and she took off. So I had to chase her down the block, probably about 5 or 6 houses down. And she had really good speed. This is when she was 2 years old. So she finally lost steam, and I was able to catch up to her. Fall, like you're falling on a fumble. Just hold on for dear life and make sure she doesn't go anywhere.
I think everyone has one of those. I had one with my daughter's cat named Sebastian. We were watching the cat, and the cat normally when we go outside likes to hang outside, but you got to put the cat on a leash just to make sure the cat doesn't run away. Well, for whatever reason, the leash wasn't on tight enough, and the cat was gone. And meanwhile she's gone, and I'm responsible for the cat. So I was in my pajamas also. This was in the morning, and I'm running around my neighborhood with Sebastian's best toy, which was a pink mouse on a stick. And if you had seen me, you probably would have thought I was certifiable at that point. I was running around, Sebastian, Sebastian, hey, here's your pinky, here, go. I'm running in and out of bushes. I'm knocking on doors. Oh, my God, what you do.
I know. And then my wife was halfway up the street. My daughter was in the back, way down. There's a park behind us. And I was just flummoxed standing, at home base in case he came home. And I looked down. I don't even know where he came from. I looked down, and he's a little Cavalier King Charles, so he's a little guy. And
those are beautiful dogs, by the way.
Yeah. He tries to trot past me very nonchalantly, like a guy who had cheated on his wife or who had been out to the bar at 3 a.m. Just he won't notice if I just trot past him. And I scooped him up like he was a football on the ground.
Were you mad or happy?
Happy, very happy.
But you were mad too.
And then my daughter was holding him and said he literally his tail was between his legs. He knew he had done something wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know where he was.
Do you have one of those electric fences or no?
No.
So you just trust the dog.
Yeah, it's never. Well, it happened one other time, but not like this. This was in the dark. This was not good, Bob. We're still reeling from it as a family.
I would keep Bailey on a leash. We always keep Muffin on a leash no matter what.
Believe me, last night when he went out, he was on a leash.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, it's nice to be reunited, Bob, both as a family at home and as a family in here. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. This is quite the dynamic heading into this game. I'll say that much. And what I mean by that is the whole world right now, it feels like, the entire football world is laughing at the Steelers, is mocking the Steelers, whether it's Vegas making them a 9.5-point underdog to a team they almost always beat, to the Ravens themselves mocking the Steelers in their room. This new Lamar cologne is out. Limits, you might want to fill me in on the details of how this came to be, but apparently one of the players smells like George Pickens. Soft? Yeah, smells just like that, a person in the background yelled. Were these players or what was happening in the room right then?
So the Ravens were doing a social media video asking players like Isaiah Likely and others about Lamar Jackson's new cologne. And as Isaiah Likely's like spraying the cologne on his arm, you could hear somebody in the background saying, "It smells like George Pickens, soft." How about that? And I mean,
it sounded like a voice of a player too.
It was a player in the background.
Did it run on the? Was it a team issued?
Yes.
Tweet?
It was a team. It was on the Ravens social media. So
the fact that Lamar has a new cologne was on the media, and then the video has people in the background saying that. Players, correct. So,
players.
So they didn't edit it. I don't think those things get out by accident. Do you?
No.
But it was kind of a faint thing in the back. So if someone wasn't paying a lot of attention to it, they would not have heard it.
Right.
So that could have happened. But then I would have thought they would have taken it down at some point, but they didn't. So maybe it was just mental warfare.
Well, and we know that George Pickens usually loses those kind of battles. However, man, is that an example of just, I mean, it's out there now of the Ravens openly mocking him. We have people all over the place, including ourselves, really, taking shots left and right at the Steelers. This is as bad as it's ever been going into a playoff game as far as people just down on this franchise and down on this team. So I ask Bob, off the top, to people out there, are you inclined to fight back or inclined to join in with the mockery? And anecdotally, and I wonder if you agree, you're probably in touch with more people through TV and radio and everything else than I am. Anecdotally, is that the vibe you're getting from people that I think they almost want to join in? That they're as angry at the Steelers as everybody else is sort of down on the Steelers. And, man, I guess if I were a fan, I'd be more inclined, especially against the hated Ravens, to buck up and back up the team. But I feel like people are so angry right now that it's hard for them to do. And that's the question I throw out at the beginning here. 412-928-9370, 928-9370. And this, if the Steelers were ever going to respond, if they were ever going to respond with a big effort, I would have to say this is the time. Because, again, the whole football world is basically laughing at them, including the Ravens openly. Now, it was in the background, but the fact that it's out there now and not taken down openly, laughing at the Steelers. Bob, what vibe are you getting from the populace here as far as are people joining in with that? In a way, or are they fighting back?
I think it's tough to fight back when you're in a position where that team has won 4 in a row and you've lost 4 in a row. And I think people are more critical of what's gone on here and not worried so much about what they're saying, because when you won 4 in a row and you beat them most recently, you have the upper hand. You don't necessarily have to fight that for now. But I think when it comes to game day on Saturday, I think this is the kind of stuff that normally reverberates pretty well in the locker room. And I think the Steelers will use this as an advantage. Mike Tomlin will surely use it. He may say that I don't know what you're talking about with when you bring up these ancillary things that are out there. But I think down deep he knows that this stuff is out there. And if it's not bad enough to be a 9.5-point underdog, it's bad enough when they're starting to mock you. And this kind of stuff can kind of motivate a team, knowing that this rivalry typically has been close. And I don't know about you, Joe, but I expect either a very close game or a Baltimore blowout. Those are my options, I think. I don't think the Steelers will go down there and blow them out. So if it's a close game and things get tight, all of a sudden the pressure becomes something that Baltimore has to deal with, specifically Lamar Jackson. And so at this point, what can you do? You can go, if you want to defend George Pickens, go ahead. But he's put himself on an island out there as well. He's jawing back with Steeler fans. He's dropping balls. He's not in a position of strength when it comes to public, support in that regard.
Maybe the truth, Bob, is that he's a hard guy to back
That's
right
what I mean.
now for Steeler fans.
He's making it hard on himself by some of the stuff that's gone on. So to your point,
yeah.
I think it's going to help the Steelers in the end, and that's maybe I know that if the Steelers should win this game, that video will be played time and time again by people, by players, and you'll see how it goes the other way real quick. And then people will jump on a bandwagon and start thinking they can win more.
I'm just struck by it. It's a really interesting dynamic right now to be living in this city at this time with the religion that is the Steelers and how people feel about them here. We know how people feel about them nationally right now, and that is they think nothing of them, maybe for good reason.
Which is a twist and a shift. You know what I mean? There are a lot of people who didn't think that at the very beginning. But now it's starting to filter up into
a month
that
and a half ago, they had a 2-game lead in the division.
Right.
But I would think on some level for diehards out there, and I presume most of the people listening to the show are that, and welcome to Pomp and Joe, it would be a circle the wagons situation. This is the Ravens you're dealing with. But instead, it almost feels like a joining in with the outsiders. And maybe for good reason. And some people, I think secretly, Bob, might want the Steelers to lose because they think it would be a step closer to moving on from Tomlin. I think we had a guy yesterday who said he was there.
Out there. There's that faction out there that wants that to happen. And figuring they have no chance, so therefore let's, move forward with this kind of thing. And this would only help move forward. But if you're a real fan of it, you shouldn't have that position. You're still in this situation. And while I don't predict as a 6th seed they'll do what they once did as a 6th seed and win it all, because it was a totally different circumstance coming into that season than this, you're there to support the team. And if they do well, then you can bark back at the Ravens. But there is a faction out there. I totally agree with that.
412-928-9370. 928-9370. In some ways, you're the story today out there. You're the star of the show. It's not a me show. It's a you show.
Great for talk radio, my man.
You are. Honestly, the topic to begin with. What's it like? I look behind you, Bob. It's football weather out there. It's Bettis Urlacher weather out there. I would think if I were a fan, I'm not saying what's right or wrong because I'd be livid with the Steelers right now. But I think, and I was thinking about this morning, back when I was a fan, back when I was a drunken Buffalo Bills season ticket holder, this is akin to them playing the Miami Dolphins, their greatest rival, in a playoff game. And no matter the circumstances of how they got there, it's the Dolphins, which means I would be blind with hatred toward them. And this would be a circle the wagon situation. In other words, can you imagine stripping this away from Lamar and the Ravens right now as a 9.5-point favorite on their home field? Can you imagine wrecking their season and what that would do to Harbaugh, Lamar, and that franchise, who, by the way, given their playoff struggles, are in no position to be mocking anybody until they do something with their 3-time maybe MVP, already a 2-time MVP. For me, if I was in this position as a fan, I'd be circling the wagons, putting everything aside for the rest of this week. The anger maybe has subsided now since the Bengal game, since this collapse has begun, and it would be a 100% circle the wagons and ruin the Ravens situation. For me, I don't blame anybody for how they feel. You can't help how you feel. It's
I think
feelings arise.
People feel this now. Wow, they're 4 in a row. There's nothing to support there. They're falling apart, blah, blah, blah. I get that. That's the feeling now. But I think on Saturday night, this game kicks off. Things get a little testy. Steelers take a lead, which they never do in the first quarter. But let's say they do. And all of a sudden, people are starting to say, okay, maybe they're going to knock this team off, and if they do, then what's next? You know what's next. It's Kansas City, Buffalo most likely, so that's not encouraging. But if they can derail Baltimore and win a playoff game this way, of all the teams you could beat in the playoffs, this would be the one team you want to beat in the playoffs. This would be the team, just because of everything that it stood for over the years, and because Lamar Jackson has had his problems. As I said at the beginning, the pressure to me is on him and him alone. Harbaugh too, but mostly him. He has to show in this kind of situation. Now, I know they got to an AFC championship game, but in this situation, being what he is, and you're right, maybe a 3-time MVP, you got to start winning these games and take a team to a Super Bowl.
I'd go this far. And again, 412-928-9370 text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And our six-pack, as always, brought to you by Bet365. I'd go this far. I have never seen a Mike Tomlin team disrespected to this degree. Never. You talk about last year, I think it was a similar point spread going into Buffalo. Please. That team had, Michael Walker, Eric Rao, whatever his name was, and Miles Jack and Mason Rudolph. Come on. It's not comparable. This team's going into Baltimore relatively healthy with T.J. Watt and Cam Hayward and Alex Highsmith and presumably George Pickens getting mocked left and right. It's a healthy team going into Baltimore to face a team that they always beat. 8 out of the last 10, and even the last one they lost in Baltimore was a one-score game in the fourth quarter. The game had completely turned. You know that everybody in that stadium, including Lamar and Harbaugh, and certainly everybody here watching, was thinking, here we go again. It's Ravens-Steelers, and they're going to screw it up at the end. And instead, Russell did. Russell Wilson single-handedly lost that game. That's what happened. Point being, though, the Steelers went into Baltimore without three-quarters of their secondary, including notably Deshaun Elliott, with a severely compromised Watt, and with no Pickens, and had them right where they wanted early in the fourth quarter, and Russ gave the game away. They know they can win this game, and the Ravens know the Steelers can win this game. Both teams know the Steelers are very capable of winning this. It's Ravens-Steelers. But, Bob, to my point, I've never seen, and I was thinking about this morning as well, there have been some low points for sure. I've never seen a Mike Tomlin team this disrespected, perhaps justifiably, but I've just never seen it. From Vegas to Hollywood, where they have the Good Morning Football, to New York, where they have all kinds of shows, to everywhere else. Baltimore, where they're openly mocking a Steelers player going into this game. I've never seen it like this.
But I think it's also a cumulative result of their postseason meager showings.
That's why I said perhaps justifiably.
If they were a team that had just gone to the AFC Championship last year and they're in this position of losing 4 in a row, I don't think people look at it the same way. They look at it as if this is now a continuation of what people have been talking about for the last 8 years. You can't win in the postseason. And here they are collapsing down the stretch. That factors into this as well. Point spread of 9.5 points by virtue of how they play, but also by virtue of not winning big games. Not only not winning, but if you look at all of them, they've fallen behind really fast, real quick. And all these games, home games or not.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you see 9.5 points from. But also, it's a true representation of where these teams are right now.
Baltimore
a
ridiculous
is playing
point
very
spread.
well, and the Steelers can't score. They have fewer points in the last 4 games than they had under Matt Canada when he was here in a 4-game stretch.
Right.
That's not
good. Of course,
good.
I don't know that he had a 4-game stretch like that, to be fair, but I'm also comparing Arthur Smith to Matt Canada as well these days, again, justifiably. And I would also say that, first, the 9.5 point spread is ludicrous, in my opinion, especially when you factor in Zay Flowers.
I would take the points.
So would I.
I
don't think the Steelers are going to win, but I'd take the points.
Right. No, I think that's a proper play. I think the history tells you that this is a close game. It always seems to be, with few exceptions, even the one that you just spoke of. That was a close game. And if they get the ball back from Lamar and that interception doesn't happen, they go down. I mean, you're talking about a team that could win that game.
Well, they had the ball back from Lamar right after that pick, and then Russ gave the game was over at that point.
If they drive on that drive instead of turning the ball over, all of a sudden it's a whole different game. So indications are this is going to be a close to the vest kind of game. I don't know about scoring. They're going to have to score more. It won't be 13-9. It won't be 16-13. You're going to have to score some points here in this game. And
I'm not
therein
so sure
lies-
about that,
I
Bob.
am. I am totally sure of it.
How many points How many points will you need to win?
24.
Okay.
At least.
All right. So I also think there's a possibility they hold the Ravens offense down into the low 20s.
I don't see it.
I think the defense actually played a hell of a game against Joe Burrow.
As it went on, the first drive, not so much, but
Right.
they did a lot of bending. And Cincinnati hurt themselves as well with some penalties and some things. And I'm not going to take anything away from them, but the problem is they can't score enough. And I think Baltimore will score in the 20s. I don't care how well the Steeler defense plays. I think they will score in the 20s.
I think it's going to be something like 22-19. And I actually think, and I said this yesterday, that Lamar.
Now, snow's coming in, by the way.
Yes.
They could have a snowstorm
That's
there.
Exactly
and
it as well. That's why, again, this was a point spread to jump on day one.
But a lot of people say, well, the Steelers, that'll benefit the Steelers. Excuse me, how? If anything, with Derrick Henry in the backfield, if you're going to run in that, if you're suggesting the snow will limit the passing game, that is an even bigger check mark, I think, for the Ravens.
That's true. But I also think, especially on a wind day, that those kind of weather conditions just naturally lead to a lower overall score and a closer game, wouldn't you think?
Well, turnovers become big. Like in the first game, they knocked the ball out of his hands, and he wasn't the same after that.
He basically got benched practically
Pretty much,
by Harbaugh
which is
that,
insane.
Totally.
We talk about coaching
He
decisions.
wasn't in the game on the two-point conversion.
I mean, of all people, not to be in the game.
It was crazy. The other thing I'll say quickly is I don't mean to give the wrong impression with the national idea of the Steelers. Right now, I think I've never seen a Steeler team, a Tomlin team, this disrespected, and again, maybe justifiably. But you better believe, even if they lose a couple weeks from now, people will be talking nationally about what a great job Mike Tomlin did and how ridiculous everybody is if they want to move on. That's the crazy thing about this. Is like, are you listening out there to what you're saying right now about this team? How will it change if they lose? Won't that make it worse? But a couple weeks from now, you'll have people all across, the Jason La Canforas, the Michael Silvers, everybody else around the country telling us that we're crazy if we want to move on from Tomlin. There's that dynamic too, Bob. But right now, at the moment, the entire football world is basically laughing at the Steelers, including Vegas. So we're asking you, is it a circle the wagon situation or a you know what, they're right situation? We've even detected people secretly hoping for the Ravens to win, if that means one step closer to moving on from Tomlin, which even if they lose, that's not going to happen. But I think in people's minds it would. We have packed lines. What's the vibe around this city right now? Limits, would you like to comment quickly on all of this before we go to the lines?
I would, because my vibe is pretty low.
You're a Steeler fan.
I am a Steelers fan. I was out there, Bob, in the freezing cold, which, I thought about this walking back from the stadium. It's always like 5 times worse when you watch the team lose and it's cold and your feet are cold.
Very true.
Because if they win, you're just like, yeah, that was awesome.
True.
I don't care.
The memories change.
Like as I was at the Penn State playoff game against SMU, and I was during the day, a little bit warmer, and my feet felt like they were frozen. I was like, I don't care. Multiple pick sixes.
Are you of a mind of let's all band together and kick the Ravens' asses? Or are you of a mind like, you know what, everybody's right, I don't really care?
This is one of the least enthused I've ever been for a Steelers playoff game because my expectations for them to win in Baltimore are low.
Is that the vibe?
That's the vibe.
That's the majority vibe, I think.
Like
people I've talked to as well.
I'm excited to watch them play.
But I think it'll ramp up at game time.
Yeah.
I think game time things change.
Yes.
Just like everything else changes. We could spend all week with a bunch of shows talking about whatever. Games change. Just as our opinions have changed and I say ours, not just here, but people out there, when they were 10-3, when people wanted to give Russell Wilson 4 years, $200 million, when people wanted to give George Pickens $140 million, now all of a sudden it's all changed the other way. And even nationally, they just had a segment on ESPN talking about Russell Wilson's future, and some of them believe it's not here. Where then? And what do they do if let's say the 9.5 is right and they lose? What do the Steelers do at quarterback? That's going to be another future question, maybe not for now, but
man, well, we'll get into that because Tomlin has had some eye-opening quotes on how he's unwittingly or maybe wittingly turned Mr. Unlimited into Mr. Limited. Let's go to the lines and get the gauge of the people here. Limits?
Ethan is a Steelers fan in Baltimore.
Hello,
Ethan.
What's up?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Ethan sounds down. He hasn't said a word yet, but he sounds down. Now,
He already
morning,
does.
guys. How you doing?
You sound like Eeyore, not Ethan, but Eeyore.
Phew, yeah, I'll tell you. I was told city limits. 25 years living in Baltimore, I always have to be the quiet friend in these matchups, or I don't get invited back to places.
What's on your mind?
My vibe right now is very indifferent. If they go down 14-0 in the first quarter, I'll let out a sigh because I wasn't really surprised. But this is the third time matching up with each other. It's Ravens Steelers. You never know what's going to happen, and they should be playing with house money. They should be letting it fly, leave everything out there. But I also have a question for you guys. Where along the line have we gotten to this point where Tomlin has the unmatched power 18 years into it, while Belichick, probably arguably the greatest coach of all time, was eventually let go, and Andy Reid was let go to find greener pastures to work out for both parties?
I think that's a good question. You can also tie it into Mike McCarthy, who I see today is moving around and maybe interviewing for other jobs. And Jerry Jones says, go ahead. And if you look at the resumes, even Sean Payton, throw them all together, those three, Tomlin, McCarthy, and Payton, are all pretty much similar. Yet two of them are held differently in regard. All I know is that I think the Steelers value the stability. I think the Steelers need to do at some point, if they plan, and they will keep Mike Tomlin, to make sure that these coaches, they go out and find better coaches, generally speaking. They can't keep bringing in guys who are not at the top level of wanted around the NFL.
Arthur Smith is wanted now.
Yeah,
It's mind-boggling to me,
the
but
Jets
he is.
want everyone. Did you see the list of people they're bringing in?
The
They're
Bears want to interview him, too. For what? So he can bring Cordero Patterson with him?
Well, again, if you're watching the last few games, you got to ask yourself, what do I like about that offense? Because it's been pretty predictable.
How about his last 3 years in Atlanta? It's one of the most incredible, coaching cycle interviews I've ever seen. That multiple teams want to talk to Arthur Smith about what?
What would the Bears want to talk to Arthur Smith about?
I don't know.
Do they think that he can revitalize Caleb Williams' 1 year in the NFL?
To Desmond Ridder? I don't know. I'm baffled by that. Next.
Let's go to Brian in Brookline.
Brian, are you there?
Guys.
What's
hey,
up?
Brian.
Yeah, Joe. Hey, Bob. So here's my thing. We do nothing. We let it motivate us. We go in there and we punch them in the mouth. If they score, we respond. George Pickens, you want to really prove you want Justin Jefferson money? You go in there, you catch the ball, you hand it back to the refs like Barry Sanders did. You do nothing. That's how you respond. You punch them in the mouth. Nobody in the world thinks we're winning. Vegas doesn't. You don't. Mike Tomlin probably deep down inside probably don't. But the players got to believe in themselves. They can beat this team.
Well, it sounds like you're fired up, first of all, Brian, and that's our vibe check is what we're doing early today. Mike Tomlin absolutely believes he can beat this team. He just beat him a month and a half ago. He's beaten Harbaugh's brains in. He's beaten him 8 out of 10 and 21 out of 37. When games get close late, Harbaugh chokes and Tomlin doesn't, at least in this matchup. At least in this matchup. Now, Tomlin has his own playoff demons to deal with. But like I said earlier, Bob, every single guy in that Steelers locker room knows they can beat the Ravens. They almost always do. What are we talking about here? Why wouldn't they believe that? The question is, if the game is really close going into the fourth quarter, whose demons are louder? The Ravens side because they're dealing with their own playoff issues and the Steelers, or the Steelers who haven't won a playoff game since what? Mulsey had hair? Are we still going with that one, Limits, or is that getting old?
We can say when Limits was in high school, because I was.
Since Limits was
you
in high school.
You referred to yourself third person with a non-third person name.
Well, I knew that Joe would like it, so that's why I did.
I've been calling you Austin, and now you're third personing your non-existent person.
But the important point there, Bob, is that Brian sounded like he's rallying around this. I would, too.
Yeah,
I got to tell you, as a fan, I would,
I think the hatred for the Ravens will come out. I think it'll be exacerbated by heavy drinking going on before the game.
You just phrased it for me. Does your hatred for the Ravens out there supersede your anger at the Steelers?
The answer is yes.
Yes
or
no?
Yes.
Well, it sounds like for a lot of people it's no, though.
Because there's no game yet. So this is vent time. This is overreaction week time. This is what happens. Every time there's after a game, regardless of what this, I can tell you this story from when the Steelers finally lost after going 10-3. We do a post-game show. It's as if the Steelers are immediately eliminated from the playoffs. They just lost one game.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was to a good team. And yet here they are pounding already. So this is the natural reaction of people throughout the course, especially after game immediately and then throughout the course of the week. There's a dull, a period of, here we go. You got to think about that. Moving, the prospects don't look good. But then game time comes around and people change, especially, and this is why it's important and incumbent upon the Steelers to do something they haven't done all year. Score early in a game on a first drive if they get the ball. And put a little pressure on that other team.
Yeah, for the first time in 19 games.
It's just a crazy streak. We talk about streaks. That's a streak I never thought would exist.
If you're the players here and you ever going to win one for the Gipper, win one for Mike Tomlin, this would be the one. And it might be one of their last chances, by the way, because they lose. And who's the quarterback next year? Does Cam Hayward come back at his age and have another phenomenal year?
Did they sign him?
It's going to be a year of change again. Right. And I don't know that the T.J. Watt and Haywards and Minkas of the world are ever going to get another chance together. You can't guarantee that in the NFL. Minka is getting up there in years in terms of wear and tear. T.J.'s over 30, and Cam's heading toward 40, and he's been unbelievable this year. But this might be your last best chance to win one for the guy that apparently everybody loves. You're getting laughed at. You're getting mocked by the Ravens. People want to get rid of the head coach all around town. If there was ever a time to win one for the Gipper, this is it, Bob. This is it. And it's a team they can beat. I mean, that's not an opinion. Of course they can beat them. They almost always do. And they're missing Zay Flowers, and the Steelers are relatively healthy here. I don't think they will. Don't mistake all that as me predicting the Steelers to win, or as me saying you shouldn't be livid with what has happened lately, or me saying that if they lose, Tomlin maybe shouldn't be back. All that's true. But for these 4 days we have left, man, if I were a Steeler fan, I would definitely be rallying right now. And my hatred of the Ravens would by far supersede, at least for this week, my anger at my own team. That would just be me.
I totally agree, and I think that's how 99% of the people will be. The anger you're feeling now about everything that's happened will dissipate, and we'll take a back seat to it's the Baltimore Ravens. It's those guys.
Eventually, you're saying, by game time.
Yeah, by game time.
Yeah.
That's what will happen. It always does. And that's why it's important for the Steelers not to fall behind, because if it's like it was the first half of what we saw in Cincinnati or Kansas City, people at halftime will go right back to the anger meter. They'll forget about anything they felt at kickoff, and it's going to change. But I think that also holds true for how the Steelers need to do it so that the Ravens have their fans starting to doubt, because that Baltimore fan base has gone through this before, where the Steelers have knocked them out of situations, and they know that also. And I guarantee if you're listening to Baltimore radio down there are some people calling and saying, of all the teams, it's the Steelers. Why is it the Steelers? Right. Of all, you could have gotten Houston, you could have whatever you got. No, you get the Steelers. And the Steelers are the one team that has been able to successfully neutralize them at times when Baltimore is expected to go. And that's why it has to be a close game late. I want to see what happens in a close game late.
Man, for T.J. Watt, certainly, who's in danger of becoming the Dick Butkus of this era, a great legendary defensive player who never won a playoff game. And for all these guys, if not now, then when? Is what I would say, and I can't think of a more important game, certainly in recent Steeler history anyway. Obviously, the Super Bowls they were in, but in recent Steeler history, I can't think of one. I think for perception's sake, this game is gigantic. Tomlin and the Steelers have bought so much goodwill from the national media and people around the league because of how they run their organization, because they do go to the playoffs, because they never have a losing season. They've bought so much football collateral around the country, and I think that's starting to dwindle. And the number 8 is just a giant number, man. Now you're closing in on a decade without a playoff win. I think things would swing in a big way, in some circles anyway. I'm not so sure in the Tomlin circles it would, but in some ways it would have to. Because when you're getting toward a decade without a playoff win, people tend to notice. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net and the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. We're going to get to you next. We're also going to get into the quarterback situation and the things that Mike Tomlin has said about Russell Wilson since the end of that Bengals game. If I didn't know better, and I do, but if I didn't know better, I would think he was secretly planning to start Justin Fields in this game, let alone go to him early. He has lost confidence in Russell Wilson, and his own words tell us that. We'll go over all of that coming up on Pump and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Penguins are currently on a 3-game losing streak, 17-17-7 overall. The Sevens are wild. They're fourth place points-wise in the Metropolitan Division standings, and will play tonight against the Columbus Blue Jackets, 7 o'clock at PPG Paints Arena. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then, simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
O'Reilly. Keep your New Year's car care resolutions and save now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $12 gift card after rebate when you purchase 4 or more AC Delco Iridium spark plugs for your tune-up. Or protect your engine with Prestone Universal Antifreeze and Coolant, now just $16.99 a gallon. Stop by your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Start a new journey of clean eating at Salem's Market. Fresh halal meats, produce, dairy, and everyday essentials to help put you on the right track towards healthy living. Find more online at salemsmarketgrill.com. And Happy New Year from Salem's Market. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hey, today's birthday shout-out goes to none other than the great Lamar Jackson. Baltimore's 28-year-old quarterback became the first player ever to lead the NFL in both yards per pass and yards per run. He also became the first quarterback to throw for 4,000-plus yards and run for 900-plus yards. Jackson faces a tough wild-card draw, of course, against Pittsburgh. The Steelers have historically played the Ravens tough. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, what's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has added new strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today, and you can be one of the first to try it out. We're raising the bar with new benches, and our new hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all of the best-in-class equipment we've always had, with most clubs open 24 hours, so you can work out your way on your time. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 10th. See Home Club for details.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bombiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Prime time, Saturday night, Steelers, Ravens, and the Steelers are in such a state that we're wondering about the vibe around here. Normally, it would be people, rallying in the streets here, Bob. I've been to Steeler pep rallies before playoff games. That's where all the Cornish hen questions came from. Limits. Bob, do you remember I used to go to those and ask people if they liked Cornish hens by any chance?
Yes, I remember that, certainly, and I do remember beef jerky.
Yeah.
And all the other favorite items you like.
It was a different time then, it felt like. This is just very strange, I have to tell you. You've been in this town longer than me. You were born here. This would be Steelers, Raiders of the 70s, and the entire town being like, yeah, this kind of sucks. But you're saying everyone rallies by game time. I'm wondering if people are starting to rally already, especially given the fact that the Ravens are mocking the Steelers, or at least George Pickens, who last I checked is a member of the Steelers, going into this game. So it's a vibe check, Bob. What is happening in our town right now as the Steelers get ready for the hated Ravens?
I mean, it's simply a function of losing 4 in a row. That's all it is.
And the playoff win drought, right?
All of that. And that's why if they had success in the last 2 years in the playoffs and this sort of happened, I think people would write this off and say, okay, it was all good teams. They were in it. It's a whole different viewpoint. Because if you break it down, I mean, they were in these games, the Philadelphia game, even before the Najee fumble. The Ravens game, as we've described late into the game, could have gone a different way. And even the Bengals game, for as sloppy as that was. So I think if they had success in the last several years in the postseason, people wouldn't have the same feeling. They'll say, well, it'll be fine. Once the playoffs come around, Steelers have had success in the postseason. But because they haven't, and it's been so long, the doubt creeps in. And so that's what I think you're seeing.
I just have a feeling that it's going to be an ugly Steeler-Raven game, that Tomlin's going to ugly it up, especially with the Ravens without Zay Flowers. But anyway, back to the vibe check. We'll get to the quarterback at the top of the hour, and Rob Long from the Fan in Baltimore, one of our best guests.
He's always fun.
Oh, is he great? Has been for a long time.
Cuts through it all.
Let's go to the lines.
Let's start with Mark on the road.
Hello, Mark.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Just wanted to say that I definitely agree with a lot of what you guys are saying as far as the vibe check is recently, especially with Bob, how he says that the vibe and tone of the local fandom kind of tapers throughout the week. It's more reaction early, and then it kind of goes into like cautious optimism before game time.
Yeah.
But I think why I'm so skeptical going into this game has a lot to do with what we saw last week against the Bengals, because I know that the teams are totally unrelated in that regard, but when you see what they were able to do against the Bengals just not long ago, an aggressive attack, kind of go after them being known as like a very weak defense. And then the Steelers come out last week and do a complete 180. They want to control the clock. They want to keep Joe Burrow off the field. And then they come in with a very cautious and conservative game plan. It lacks creativity. And there's unfortunately no margin for error when it doesn't work. And that's the mentality they go into with Ravens games of, control the clock. It's going to be ugly. But when that doesn't work, there's no adaptability. And then that's where everybody starts, by halftime, gets real upset at their television, like Bob was saying. And then you see people going on Twitter saying, oh, well, we know what's going to happen now because the Steelers just can't adapt in-game scenarios and try to pull out a victory that way.
Although they have every time almost against the Ravens. That's my point. But I do agree with you in general. Absolutely. Even Najee said it, and I appreciate the call last year, right before they got rid of Canada, was when we play this way, there's just no margin for error. So generally speaking, I agree with that. But against the Ravens, it seems to work by and large, that the Steelers pull it out late or the Ravens blow it late.
One of the two things can happen, and that's why for the Ravens, they better jump out and make this a big lead and force Pittsburgh to try to catch up, which I think they're best suited. I'd rather see them in that position to throw. We saw in the fourth quarter of Cincinnati. They finally became a passing team again. And to your point about Russell Wilson and what Mike Tomlin sort of intimates, boy, they stress that don't turn the ball over to the point where it becomes almost a cautious way of doing business offensively.
Yes.
And in the NFL, you can't be cautious and expect to succeed on the offensive side of the ball. You just can't. The longer that goes, the worse it gets.
Next.
Here is another man named Mark who's in his car.
Hello, Mark.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
I can't speak for Bob, but I'm doing wonderfully.
It's good to talk to you, Mark.
All right, so I'm going to paint something here, and I think it's because it's a Pittsburgh thing, and we are so loyal to our head coaches and general managers and what have you. But I want to look at the similarities here for real quick. So you've got a veteran head coach and veteran players on the Steelers, veteran coach and superstar veteran players on the Penguins. Some similarities with the Pirates, aging players, and Pitt with, Narducci, who's been around a while, and they're struggling there.
Bob, what do you think of the job Narducci did last season? Good or bad?
Bad.
Bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
No, so this is, I think, I think it is a Pittsburgh thing, because in other markets and other cities, certainly we've changed bench coaches and hitting instructors and offensive coordinators.
What's your overall point, though?
Well, what I'm getting to is similarly to what a lot of people have said. This is a very defining moment for Mike Tomlin and these veteran players, and they had better get their heads straight. I mean, because quite frankly, we should be inside their heads. With the playoff history and with a lot of the history that Tomlin and Harbaugh have.
For sure.
And that's got to happen.
If I could build on that, it's sort of what we were just talking about, Bob. If not now, then when for TJ, Cam? Cam's been part of one playoff win in all his years.
That's the guy I feel badly for the most.
Yeah.
I mean, he's given everything he has to this organization in this city, representing it beautifully, like Sidney Crosby has done, but he doesn't have the hardware.
Neither does Narducci. Does he, Bob?
Sometimes in Italian lore, you can call it, that may be the proper way to say it. I don't know.
It might be. I don't know. It just sort of stood out. Next.
Here's Seth in Long Island.
Hey, gents. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing well.
Thank you, Seth.
Hi, Seth.
Hey, man, I got to tell you, I bleed black and yellow for a hell of a long time, but the anger, the frustration, it can be both ways, right? You can be angry, you can be frustrated because you're watching the same movie again and again and again, and still have that optimism that you're going to beat the Ravens. But, I said this to Austin. I'm a huge Fields fan, never been a Russell Wilson fan. Teach this kid how to throw, right? Lamar was not the most accurate thrower when he first came into the league.
Mm-hmm.
They taught him how to throw. Look what you've got now.
Best numbers in the pocket of any NFL quarterback.
Who's that?
Lamar.
Yep, and teach him how to throw. He's got the rest of the skill set. He got short shrift in Chicago. How many offensive coordinators, coaches? He got humiliated. The kid's a great, is a solid soldier. Look what he did. He got benched. He said, I didn't play well enough.
What's your overall point, Seth?
My overall point is I'm cautiously optimistic. My vibe is that I want them to win. And the only other thing is if they don't win this game, after 18 years, I don't think Tomlin is strong enough or has enough. He's too prideful to step down, almost like Belichick. Changes have to be made. Arthur Smith should be gone. It's like watching paint dry. And we're being mentioned, we're being laughed at, we're being mentioned in the same name. I live in New York, right? Look, Coughlin had to beg for his job when he was 8-8. This is a joke. It's a joke. It's a travesty.
Yeah, no, I hear you for sure. Appreciate the call. Bob, what did you think of the Adam Schefter, at least one team called to see if the Steelers would trade Mike Tomlin? See, people laugh at that and think it's crazy. I think that's the ultimate way to move on because you do it respectfully. Art will never fire Tomlin. Even if they agree mutually to move on, or if Art gives Mike the strong inclination that he wants to move on, it'll never be a firing, at least not announced that way. It'll be a mutual parting of the ways.
I think that's the way they did it.
But trading him would be ideal.
Okay. generally, that I understand that belief, but I will throw this out maybe, only because I've thought about it long when I heard this story. What if, in Mike Tomlin's contract, he has a no-trade clause?
Oh, my gosh, he does. You're right. I just read that today. However,
Because
that doesn't preclude
was back
you from trading
in Tampa
him, does it?
when he saw John Gruden traded.
Yeah.
And maybe he didn't like how that all went down. I'm not sure how that goes.
No, I think I just saw on Steelers Depot maybe that he does have a no-trade clause.
Well, then that would end any of that speculation.
No, it wouldn't. You just ask him to waive it. If you know that your own franchise doesn't.
But if he has it in there, his intent is not to be traded.
Right.
So that would take some doing, I would imagine.
So what do you do? Just resign?
Well, I know. I'm just saying. I think all things up for conversation.
Legitimately asking what would happen.
Whatever would happen, if it ever comes to that, it would have to be mutually agreed upon, and something would have to give both sides. And if that means him saying, "Okay, fine, I'm good without it, even though I have it in there, I'll move on past it."
No trade clauses were meant to be broken.
But they're also meant for a reason. Most coaches, you would never think that would be part of what they would put in their contract. But if they put it in there, it's for a reason.
Well, he has one. Or was it the Post-Gazette? I honestly don't remember where I saw that. But he has one.
Well, then that would make it more difficult. Let's just put it that way. But again, I don't think that's going to happen. I think
neither do
my best guess would be, as we've seen in Cincinnati, this was a team that didn't make the playoffs. This was a team that had
Oh, I thought Zach Taylor should be Coach of the Year now. Don't we give Coach of the Year to a guy who rallies his team late and goes 9-8? We're ready to build statues. The national media was the last 2 years.
They got rid of their people, and that's what I think necessarily has to be the next step if this falters completely, is that you'd look to change things around on your coaching staff. You have to.
Bob, you've already done that. How many times? You just had 2 coordinators in how many years? 3. Fichtner, Canada, and this guy,
but if it's not working, you still got to figure out the right one.
I know, but don't you eventually come to the point that we can do the coordinator thing all we want? It might be somebody else who's at fault.
It's about, okay, maybe yes, but also it's about better coordinators, not just guys who have associations.
Tomlin is the defensive coordinator.
He's not the offensive coordinator, is he?
No, but how many times can you switch?
Well, I'm just saying.
No, but he's not the offensive coordinator.
But he does have a big say. I get it.
But it's his offensive philosophy, and that leads us to our next topic, is Mike Tomlin's sudden lack of confidence in Russell Wilson. And how does that play out in the Ravens game? I'm going to bring back some quotes from Mike Tomlin, top of the hour, and talk about the Steelers' quarterback situation going into this game. Going into this game, is there a short leash on Russell? How does Tomlin play it? Because these quotes will open your eyes. It's almost like you have to hear him again to say, oh, my God, wait a second. What is he saying there? 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Rob Long coming up from Baltimore, bottom of the hour, one of our favorite guests. He is not shy with his opinions, let's put it that way.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt and Duke will play tonight from Cameron Indoor Stadium at 7 o'clock. 6:30 is when the pregame coverage begins right here on 93.7 The Fan. And you can also listen on your Odyssey app as the Steelers prepare to play the Ravens. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text LEAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text LEAP to 321-321. That's LEAP to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had surgery. You've been home for 2 weeks. Been having this crazy pain on the left side of you. You call your doctor and you go in for a visit. Your doctor gives you an x-ray and he says you need to go to the hospital immediately. You ask him what's wrong. He says during your surgery, it looks like they left something in you. Left something in me? You go to the hospital. You ask them, what's wrong? I went to my doctor and they said y'all left something in me. They do an x-ray and they say you need to go into surgery immediately. Looks like they left a clamp in you. A clamp in me? What is that? They take you into surgery. You're on the phone with Top Dog. This a medical malpractice. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Start your day with 2 breakfast bagel sandwiches for $6. Build 2 bagel sandwiches with your choice of egg, meat, cheese, and more in the GetGo app. And enjoy a doubly delicious morning of savings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hi there. It's Nicholas Ericalis from the Fan Morning Show, and I'm not one to brag, but I've dropped over 40 pounds in just 2 months with Awaken 180, and I think that's worth talking about. 4 more pounds down last week, and here's the thing. It's not just about the weight. It's about how I feel. I lost weight during Thanksgiving. I've lost weight every single week with Awaken 180, and it doesn't even feel like work. I'm walking into the holidays feeling confident, not stress about stepping on the scale. This program doesn't just work, it gives you control. Every week I've been on Awaken 180, the results keep coming. The plan is laid out for me, and I'm seeing progress I never thought was possible. My clothes fit better, my energy's up. Did you see me at Christmas karaoke? I feel like a whole new person. Don't hesitate. Don't second guess yourself. Don't be stubborn about this. If you need to lose weight, choose the solution for weight loss. Go online for a consultation, awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
At twomeninajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Football season is in full swing and the year's winding down, but the deals at Tri-State Office Furniture are just heating up. Whether you're refreshing your workspace before the holidays or preparing for the new year, Tri-State has the inventory and expertise. This season, Tri-State is encouraging support for Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, Stuff a Doghouse Drive, helping pets in need across our community. For top-notch office solutions, visit our showroom. Check them out online at tristateofficefurniture.com. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay for all 5 days. With a no-sweat SGP, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at even bigger winnings, and if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but that's also 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. STARKEY. Once again, FanDuel.com/Starkey. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mike Tomlin said yesterday at his weekly press conference that Cam Hayward is still dealing with the flu. Mason McCormick has a broken hand and is going to try to play this week with a cast on his hand against Baltimore, but his status is still up in the air. Same thing with Dante Jackson, who's going to try to work his way back after missing the last few games for the Steelers and being held out against Cincinnati in the season finale, I should say, at Acrisure Stadium, where the Steelers have lost 4 games in a row going into the playoffs, 8 o'clock Saturday against the Ravens. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is Discovered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Papa Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is absolutely incredible, Bob. This is absolutely incredible, actually.
You haven't said that word in a long time.
Do you know? I know. The Steelers, we all know, are 0-5 in their last 5 playoff games. New England AFC title game a million years ago. Blake Bortles comes to town. Baker Mayfield comes to town. And then they go visit Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Would either one of you care to gander a guess, if that's the right phrasing? And I'm not sure that it is, Limitless Wonder, as to what the cumulative score after one quarter is in those games.
Say those games again.
New England AFC title game.
Okay.
Blake Bortles comes to town. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes on the road, and Baker Mayfield comes to town.
You're saying after the first quarter. Well, I know they went scoreless in 2 of those games.
What is the cumulative first quarter score of those games?
100. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 140.
No, just the first quarters.
Just the first quarter.
Oh, okay. 140. That's 21. I'd say 95-14.
Ooh, that was close to my guess. I was going to say 98-10, but I'm not even confident they had 10.
66-0.
No, wait a minute. They didn't score in the Chiefs game? I thought they scored a game in the Chiefs game first. Not first?
Let me check, Bob. Now you've totally watered down that incredible stat, and now I have to check it.
I know it's a terrible stat, and it's very accurate what you said.
No, it was 0-0 after one quarter in that game.
But didn't they score first, the Steelers, or no?
Yeah, in the second quarter.
Second quarter, okay.
Let me try that again. The cumulative score of the first quarters
So
of
it was
those
66
5
to
games
nothing?
is 66-0 in 5 games. Does that speak to a well-prepared team, Bob? I think that's a rhetorical question.
But that has lingered now beyond these games into the regular season. It's the same thing. It's slow starts, and that is unacceptable when you're getting into a playoff game, and that's why this week it has to change. But the question is, will it? And how does it change?
Listen,
because you can't run on first and second down every time you get the ball.
I know.
Period.
Well, they have no first drive touchdowns the whole year and in 19 games. Let me ask you perhaps a sensitive question, Bob, because I know that are you friends with Art II? Would you consider yourselves friends?
Yeah, I mean, I think I have good relationships with everyone over there, yes. So I've known their family for a long time.
Do you think at some point that the numbers become so overwhelming to him that he makes a move with Mike Tomlin? Because at this point, and this is just sort of a general profile, we're looking at perhaps 8 years without a playoff win, 3 playoff wins in 14 years, including in 12 of those 0 playoff wins. So the longest playoff drought since before Chuck Noll got here, although I guess it included his first couple of years. The longest division title drought in, 30 years or so? Something like that. And records like the most games in a row, giving up 40 points in a playoff game. Nobody had ever done that until Tomlin did it. And Buffalo could have scored 50 if they wanted last year, but I think settled for 31. At what point, Bob, knowing Art, do you think he would what would be the tipping point for him where he finally says enough is enough? This is not Steeler football.
Well, I think he actually gave you an indication this past offseason when he said it's time to win some playoff games. And that's a subtle way of saying that that's what has to happen here. But he also extended Mike, and I don't know that it would ever come, as we talked earlier, to I'm done, that's it, this thing has gone on too long, it's run its course. I think it would have to be a mutual situation. I think he has, and they have a very good relationship there, so I think it would be mutually done one way or the other. Whoever precipitates it, whether it's Mike, whether it's Art, I think that's the way it was done. Sort of similar to the way Chuck Noll, I think Dan Rooney knew it was time. He knew it was time, and they did it as a kind of a joint collaborative. Okay, this is time. I don't think they just go out and say that's it. And if it did happen, you would have to change everything radically, the entire coaching staff, most likely, like it is in any coaching change.
So the percent chance.
I think he's getting to the point where he knows it's time to start winning playoff games.
Yeah, he said it like you said. Percent chance that if they get blown out in Baltimore, that Art would come to the conclusion, in your words, that this has run its course.
If they get blown out in Baltimore?
Yeah.
Percent chance. Probably 20% only because he signed him. And I think he still believes in what he does as a head coach. Now, again, there are things you can do as an owner to put pressure on your coach to make changes.
Yeah.
I think that would be, if it's going to remain as is, then that would be the first indication that things are not going over so well with the ownership group.
66-0. I can't get over that. You spend your whole week. Maybe that's why Tomlin always says starts aren't important, because if they were, my God, what would his resume of late show?
Well, he said they don't define you, but in many ways they do define you.
Yes, they do.
That's all they do is define you, because even the Cincinnati game, they could not overcome that start, right?
Getting off to a lead, whether it's a peewee game, a little league baseball game, a pickup basketball game, or a professional sporting event, history shows that when you get off to a lead, you win more often than not. It's very important.
They keep stats like that in all sports.
Yeah, I mean,
hockey. If you lead after one, chances are you're going to win the game.
Right?
I mean,
because you tighten up and change when you're behind. A lot of times you loosen up and are able to play with a lead.
Right. When you fall behind, you have to exert so much effort in coming back. And eventually you get to that point where even if you tie the score, you've put so much into tying the score that there's a natural letdown, and the team that had the lead gets one final score. And you say, well, that's why comebacks are hard to make. Before you could come back, you got to fall behind. You don't want to fall behind. And they've done it far too much.
You also put so much effort, and I'm looking at these playoff games, 66-0 over their last 5 cumulative first quarter score. You put so much effort into game planning, into scripting the beginning of a game, because you know that starts are really important. You get off to a 10-0 lead in these kinds of games, that just changes everything. That means you can now go into a mode of running the ball, and your defense can pin its ears back maybe a little bit more. Certainly with a lead later in the game, it can. It changes the entire dynamic of what the Steelers want to do. They've been put in positions in all these playoff games, virtually all of them, where they have to go completely out of personality to try to come back and win. 66-0. That's laughable. It's pathetic, Bob.
Right, and again, you would think the first quarter really defines the preparation, all the work you put into getting ready for these games. That's where, if you can make a difference, it's there. You come out and do something that the other team doesn't expect. You spend all time looking at trends and what this team does that you're going up against, and you come up with a game plan that is designed to take advantage of what you've seen. And yet, we don't necessarily see the results.
Right off the bat to take advantage of what you see.
Right, and that's why you put the time and effort into going through all the film study, all the preparation, all the game planning. You should be at your very best in the first quarter. And if both teams are at their very best, typically you'll see both teams score right off the bat. But if you're not and fall behind, then you don't have, and then all of a sudden it becomes a whole different kind of game for you. You have to get out of whatever your comfort zone is and play differently.
Well, I promise these Tomlin quotes reflecting his lack of confidence in Russell Wilson. Let's do that at the top of the hour, because up next we have Rob Long from The Fan in Baltimore. Never shy with an opinion. Got into a little Twitter beef, or at least Patrick Queen got into one with him. I mean, this is pure drama. Whatever we think of what's going to happen, or however mad you might be at the Steelers. Steelers-Ravens in primetime in the Patrick Queen Bowl, Bob. I mean, this is why we lift all them weights. Let's talk to Rob Long next about what's happening in the Ravens locker room where they're laughing at George Pickens.
Yeah, that'll be the first thing.
Does Rob think this will be a blowout? Rob said going into the last game that Lamar had had enough of the Steeler talk and was going to go out and play like an MVP. He did late in the game. I would argue that at the beginning of the fourth quarter, if we shut down time right then, right after his interception, it sure looked like the same old, same old. Let's talk to Rob about all of that coming up next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That's your big chance to interact with Wonder Twin over here. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We have so much to talk about getting ready for this game, including the greatest Post-Gazette mailbag ever.
Can I interject something?
Please.
Just out of curiosity, just throw this up. You know, you heard about Tyreek Hill yesterday, right?
Saying he wants out.
He wants out.
Yeah.
He still has time left on the contract.
Yeah.
Well, he has changed his avatar picture on Twitter to his face on Antonio Brown's body when Antonio Brown took his uniform off and walked off the field.
That's very fitting. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Bob. I got asked in the mailbag, don't answer this now. Someone said, would you trade Pickens for Tyreek Hill and also swap first-round picks with the Dolphins? Something to think about. Let's all talk about that starting in the noon hour. We got Rob Long coming up next. Meantime, Kevin has worked with Gina multiple times in the past, and when he needed to sell his home on the east side, he reached out to her again for help. Kevin said Gina's experience and knowledge of the real estate market is like no other, and she always makes everything go smoothly when it comes to selling your home. Kevin said Gina's creative marketing skills, very impressive, also able to sell his home for over $600,000. If you're thinking about selling your home or buying one, be sure to call Gina to get some great results. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area and you're ready to sell or buy, call up Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google GM of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The New York Jets and the Chicago Bears are both interested in talking to Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith for their head coaching openings. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Cloudy with flurries this afternoon, the high 30.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at SpitzerAcura.com.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show show on earth. The One. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
This is a story of the One. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's hiring season in the NFL, and the last words any fan want to hear, that the owner of the team is taking a hands-on approach. Oh boy. The Patriots, the Jaguars, and the Jets are just 3 teams looking for new coaches whose owners have said publicly they will be heavily involved. I know it's their right as the team owner, but it can make fans cringe. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is a story of the One. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Are you looking to grow your career? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online MBA program designed for working professionals. Financial aid is available. An MBA can open the door to career advancement and higher earning potential. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Bull riding. The perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. See the Unleash the Beast U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena January 24th and 25th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers.
At 365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Available in app only. T&Cs apply.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
This is a story of the One. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Old Spice Swagger Body Wash will make you the MVP of freshness and confidence. With its irresistible scent, it will transform your shower experience, leaving you feeling fresh on and off the field. Pair it with Old Spice Swagger Deodorant, the #1 aluminum-free brand that keeps you feeling like a Super Bowl champion 24/7 when used daily. But don't wait. This dynamic duo is available at Costco for a limited time only. Old Spice, official deodorant partner of the NFL and Super Bowl 59, where freshness meets football greatness.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Prime time Saturday night, Steelers, Ravens, one team with the arrow pointed up, the other with the arrow pointed, well, I was going to say directly into the toilet, Bob. I'll just say down right now. However, I don't think that's the way the game is necessarily going to go, at least not the odds makers. At 9.5 points is just a mind-blowing spread. I think it's going to be a close game. I think the Ravens will win. But I think it's going to be close, like almost every Steelers-Ravens game. Here to talk about it from the Ravens side is our friend from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, one of our favorite guests, Rob Long. Rob, we appreciate you joining us, man. How are you?
Doing well. What's going on, gentlemen?
Well, we're getting ready for this game. We're trying to check the vibe in this town and in Baltimore. And one of the reasons I think that the spread was too high, in my opinion anyway, is the Zay Flowers situation. Can you fill us in on that? Do you think he'll play? If he does, will he be anywhere near full strength?
I don't think Zay Flowers will play. To be honest with you, this week they may get him ready for the divisional round in case they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. But I don't think he'll be able to go. If you look at the Ravens' numbers, the only thing that's really affected offensively in terms of the numbers with Zay Flowers off the field are explosive plays. They're ranked number 1 in a lot of statistical categories with Zay, number 2 in other statistical categories. As far as explosive plays, with Zay, they're number 4 in the league. Without him, they're number 7 in the league. So those explosive plays, plays of 20 or more yards. So I'm not saying he doesn't matter, because he does. He's a Pro Bowler. He's a difference maker. But the results don't change much with or without Zay on the field.
How often have they been without him? Like, what's the sample size for Ravens without Flowers? Because explosive
Not a
plays.
huge sample size. Not a huge sample size. He's, for the most part, been durable over his career. Rashad Bateman is a guy that's missed a lot of time, but Zay doesn't miss a lot of time.
So that makes me wonder here, Rob. They don't have a lot of, similar to the Steelers, they don't have a lot of depth at wide receiver. They have names you've recognized. Like Aguilar is certainly somebody who's had success in this league. But what do they do? Who's the guy to step up in the wide receiving department?
It's probably going to be Aguilar, to be quite honest with you, because he's the guy that, he puts up pretty good numbers when necessary. He's a guy that, in my opinion, is better than, most people thought he was when he came over here. I know he wasn't very good in Philadelphia, and people tend to remember him as being a guy that drops. But overall, he's not. He hasn't been bad with the Baltimore Ravens. I suspect him to be the guy that steps up. But I also expect for them to get more numbers from Bateman. Bateman has to step up and be more productive, to be honest with you. The former first-round draft pick. They also have a guy named Tez Walker, who's a rookie from North Carolina, who has played his first catch of his career was a touchdown. But remember the guy, Tylan Wallace. Tylan Wallace is also a player that can see some more snaps as well. Very explosive player. Hit a big punt return for a touchdown last year. A couple of big plays this year as a wide receiver as well. So, if you're looking for somebody to burst on the scene that's not Aguilar, I will go to Tylan Wallace.
That feels like a bigger deal than what you said at the top there, Rob. It just does for me. That's the Ravens' explosive play guy, and he's played 33 games, 31 he started. It feels like a big deal to me to not have him.
Well, I understand you saying that, but last I checked, big plays also come from a running back who had 1,900 yards and a quarterback as well. And I'm not making him irrelevant by no stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying the Ravens, even without Zay Flowers, are a team that can be explosive. We have two other very good playmakers with both of them in the backfield. So Zay Flowers is not a guy that's a Zay Flowers or no one else. They have three explosive players on their offense, and they're going to be missing one.
All right, I want to get into the vibe. We've asked people around here. It's always when you lose 4 in a row and people are just angry and the vibe's terrible. But when game day comes around, I think Steeler fans will understand that it's the Ravens and they have a deep-seated hatred for them. I want to get the feel of the Baltimore people because they also know that of all the teams capable of beating them, the Pittsburgh Steelers have done it on a routine basis. What is the feeling down there?
Nobody's walking around Baltimore buying into the Vegas point spread. Nobody's buying into that. I'm with you. It's going to be a closer game than that. 9.5 points? Are you crazy? And I know Vegas, more likely than not, the reason why they keep building big buildings out there because more often than not they're right. But this is different, man. This is Baltimore, Pittsburgh. This is Ravens Steelers. This is different. There's no way in the world I'm gonna sit here and tell you that the Ravens are gonna beat the Steelers by 10. I don't care what the last game was. Now that's the game that stands out because it's not normally like that. Am I saying that I'm afraid of the Steelers coming in here and winning this game? No, I'm not. However, it's just Mike Tomlin versus John Harbaugh normally lately goes Mike Tomlin's way a lot. So, the one team that I guess by law of average, I didn't want to see the Chargers because I think Jim Harbaugh's tired of hearing that he can't beat his brother, just like Lamar Jackson was tired of hearing that he couldn't beat Pittsburgh, and I think that's what happened last time. But a team that, that familiarity could come and bite you in the behind, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers coming into town. There's a lot of respect for that organization. We hate you because we respect you. That's a difference. The hatred is the hatred you're supposed to have for your rival. However, it's a certain amount of respect as well because the history is deep, and it's going to be hard hitting. It's going to be a slobber knocker in Baltimore. And by the way, it's going to be the forecast has snow in the forecast as well.
Maybe lots of it.
Yeah, lots of it.
I was going to ask you about that. Does that include high winds? Because that could help keep the score down a little bit. But in relation to that, Rob, how has Lamar been in cold weather games?
Well, Lamar Jackson has not been great on the road in cold weather games. But can I back up for a second as well?
Yeah.
The Ravens are hoping for cold weather and gusts to win because without Zay Flowers, that takes that away. Now he's going to have rely on a 1,900-yard running back and an 800-yard rusher for a quarterback. It's going to be a ground and pound game. And the Ravens, you want to have the great equalizer for not having Zay Flowers. Win cold weather.
Yeah.
So I don't think the Ravens will be rooting against the win in cold weather. Lamar Jackson in the cold on the road may be a little bit different than Lamar Jackson in the cold at home.
You said there's a mutual respect, which is true. Yet I go to a social media post that Joe and I were talking about this morning about Lamar Jackson's cologne, which was sampled by Ravens players. And in the background, and this was something I suppose was on the Ravens social media feed. Yes, that George Pickens, that's soft. What's it smell like? It smells like George Pickens soft. They knew that was on there. Was that deliberately thrown out to get into his head a little bit?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is George Pickens mentally soft?
Yes.
He gets let's say he gets distracted pretty soon. Pretty quickly.
If it's the truth, say the truth. If there's one guy on the Pittsburgh
but don't you think it could go the other way at times, though? I mean, if you push that too hard and he digs down, you don't think so?
No, not with him. No, absolutely not. I was just about to say, if there's one guy on the Steelers who I would mark, it's him. He's the guy on the Steelers that I would mark because he's the guy that instead of knowing how to rally around that, if he goes 3 or 4 pass plays and don't get a catch, then he turns on his own team. That's the guy you mark. Absolutely.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is the way to mark him. I wonder, because you can go one of two ways with this. You can wake a sleeping monster here, or you can continue to flummox him like everybody else does when they get in his head, but they usually do it on the field. Actually, they don't. Other people have ripped him off the field too, Bob, after the fact.
He's not Antonio Brown back when he played for the Steelers. That's a guy who Superman's cape you didn't tug on because he would torch you. And nobody's worried about George Pickens that way. Antonio Brown was special. George Pickens is talented. Those are two different things.
But he also has beaten the Ravens. He beat them last year on a throw down the field. I mean, he can win games for you. I don't know about that strategy. It's
me neither. Only because if there is maybe this is the week he just internalizes it all, doesn't say much outwardly, and comes out and puts up a performance. I think that could happen, but I understand what you're saying.
Well, I watched the Steelers. You know thy enemy. So I watched the Steelers the last 4 games. Are they going to be able to get them the ball consistently?
Well, that's a great question.
Because you haven't scored more than 17 points in the game the last 4.
That is a great question, as is the quarterback here and everything else.
See, anger is a great motivator if you can get it done. But if you can't, you're just bad and losing.
Rob Long from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Here's the question for me, Rob. The overriding question in this game. There's a lot of demons that are sort of maybe dormant right now that could rise up in this game. There's Mike Tomlin in the playoffs. There's the Steelers in the playoffs. There's the Ravens' playoff history. There's Lamar's playoff history and the Ravens and Lamar against the Steelers, if you still believe that exists. So, if it's a close game late, whose demons rise up the most? Do you believe that Lamar and the Ravens dissolved that kryptonite that is the Steelers by the last game, or does it start to burn again? Do the demons rise late in this one if we got a close game in the fourth quarter?
If I could pick the other demon is that guy Russell Wilson. I don't know how you guys believe in him going into this game.
Nobody does at the moment.
In a close game, it's Lamar versus Russell Wilson. And you can tell, Russell Wilson's been there before. Okay, well, it was a long time ago. I think the one thing you have at an advantage, if it is a close game, I will put my money on Lamar Jackson over Russell Wilson. I will put my money on Derrick Henry over anybody else you throw out there. So I think in a close game, it's no longer a coaching game. It's a player's game. Close game become players' games. And I just think the Ravens have the better personnel to handle a close game. If this game is the 10-point game that we talk about, and then you talk about preparation and the Ravens being coached up to come out here and do what they're supposed to do early on. And that's what I question. I question whether or not the Ravens will come out and do what they have to do early on in this football game to put this football game away. Because if they don't, then it will be a close game. And that's what I don't want that, but if it does, I'd take Lamar Jackson over Russell Wilson.
I actually agree that I think this game goes the way of the best way to exorcise your demons is to draw them out, an exorcism. I think they're going to rise up for Lamar, and he's going to finally win a Steeler game late with a big play late. But I disagree, Rob, that these close games don't come down a lot of times to coaching. I would point to the Pittsburgh game in Pittsburgh earlier this year where Tomlin calls timeout right before that baffling 2-point play that the Ravens ran, and he said afterward they gave him a beat on what they were going to run. For one thing, they didn't have Derrick Henry on the field. I think Tomlin has outcoached Harbaugh late in these close games.
That's a great point. It is, but there's also a game in which a player was uncharacteristic, and that's Justin Tucker. If Justin Tucker is Justin Tucker, we're not even talking about that play.
Well, he's got it together, though, since then, right? I mean, he seems to have rectified.
Yes, but you're still talking about players deciding close games, and that's Justin Tucker's actions helped decide that close game. But you're right. Since then, since the bye week, Justin Tucker's been pretty solid.
Let me ask you this.
You didn't forget how to kick.
Yeah. Last time we were together, you mentioned something that I was a little stunned about. That is, Derrick Henry fumbled in the first meeting, and he wasn't back in the game for a while. You said John Harbaugh punishes guys regardless of who they are. which is, again, to me, coaching malfunction. If you're going to have a guy like Derrick Henry, you just said 1,900 yards, what he's meant to them. If that happens again in this game, does he do the same thing?
I think Derrick Henry will have a hissy fit on the sidelines if he fumbles, number one, but not put back in that game. I think Derrick Henry will be joined by a couple other players in that as well. The Ravens were eliminated from the postseason last year against the Kansas City Chiefs because they didn't run the football enough with their running backs. I believe their running backs had 6 carries. That's not good enough. You cannot repeat that. You have arguably the most electrifying running back in the AFC right now. We know about Saquon Barkley, but that's on the other side. In the AFC, he may be the most electrifying running back. You have to give him the football. And I say at the expense of letting Lamar Jackson do Lamar. But Lamar Jackson will tell you, Derrick Henry has to touch the football, carry the football at least 20 times in the football game.
Rob Long from The Fan. Just a couple more minutes, Rob. One is any other injuries that you're monitoring there in Baltimore?
Right now, none. The Ravens had some sicknesses, some illnesses, largely with Patrick Ricard, who didn't play in the last game. Rashad Bateman left the game, tweaked up a little bit, but he returned back to the game and made a play, so it seems like he's healthy. So right now, the only injury that concerns me is Zay Flowers. And like I said, I haven't heard the inside information, but if you ask me, I don't think he plays on Saturday.
Is this the best team that Lamar has taken into the playoffs, or no?
No, that would be last year. Last year was the best team. Last year may be the best team that I could ever remember with the Ravens. They just didn't win the Super Bowl. They didn't get to the Super Bowl. I think last year's team was a little bit better. This year's team is really good, but he also had a great team. What was it, 2019 when he won his first MVP? That was a good team as well, but I think last year's team was better than both of these teams. This team is really good, and I think right now you could argue they're the best team in the AFC. They just don't have the record to prove it. But we're tired of that. We've had the best record. Ravens have had the best record to prove it going into the postseason. It didn't mean anything. So maybe this is the year where they face some adversity and they know how to get through that adversity, and maybe they apply that in the playoffs because it's a real good football team from top to bottom. And, we got to give the defense some credit as well because it looked like that defense couldn't find its way early in the season. And Zach Orr really pulled it together. And from week 11 on, they were one of the better defenses in the National Football League.
Dean Pease, baby. Dean Pease. That's what Mike Tomlin will tell you.
Let's not forget about him coming. That's right.
Let me ask you this.
Right. Sometimes you need some help.
Yeah, sometimes
you need a little help.
Got to get that wisdom, that sage advice from people who've done it before. I want to ask you about what is a very competitive MVP race. You've spoken glowingly about Lamar Jackson. If you look at the straight numbers, he has every reason to think he should win a third. But will he, given the fact that Josh Allen never has won? And, we saw this last year with Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt, I thought. Just a popular, maybe sympathetic vote goes to someone who hadn't won it. What happens in the MVP race?
I'm going to answer this 2 different ways. I'm going to give you my real feelings first. I don't care. I want the third Super Bowl for the organization before Lamar Jackson's third MVP. I really don't care. However, I agree with you. This is MVP fatigue. This is what back in the day LeBron James used to face, Michael Jordan used to face. You got tired of voting for the same people. Shohei Ohtani is eventually going to face this in Major League Baseball. You're going to get tired of the same people winning. Lamar Jackson, in a short span, has already won 2. He's only 1 vote away from being unanimous in both times. I think it's his MVP fatigue, and you have a guy who arguably could have won it last year, who's having a great year this year, and everybody's rallying around him. Someone asked me, was Lamar Jackson mediocre day offensively Saturday hurt his MVP chances? No. How can stats come into play? When if the stats came into play in the first place, he would be the odds-on favorite, and it seems like he's not. So it has nothing to do with stats. This is all about, they want to give a man an MVP who hasn't won one, who's MVP caliber. It's not a complete Rob job. If Josh Allen wins the MVP, he had an MVP caliber season. I just don't think his MVP caliber season was better than Lamar's.
You know what? We argued about that a few weeks back. I'm from Buffalo originally, follow that team very closely, and I disagreed then. And now if I had a vote, I give it to Lamar. Here's what blew me away, Rob. Here's what absolutely blew me away. I was watching Good Morning Football the other day. Peter Schrager put up the stat that Lamar's attempted 474 passes and has been only intercepted 4 times. That's not the half of it. Then he showed the clip of every interception. Bateman dropped a ball.
Right.
Andrews dropped a ball. Justice Hill dropped a ball that Peyton Wilson made a great play. And then Bateman may have stopped his route. We could be looking at a guy with nearly 500 passes who could and maybe should have no interceptions.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Let me give you, he has 41 touchdowns to 4 interceptions.
Right.
41 touchdowns. He has a combined 45 touchdowns this year, and he's only only have 4 interceptions. So he is amazing. He may be. He's one of one. I don't know if you'll ever see anything like this again, man. I mean, 4,000 yards passing, 800 yards rushing. Come on, man. If you remember back in the day when we played Madden, and you could create your own player. You'd create a guy like Lamar Jackson, and the people you were playing against would tell you, you can't do that. That's unfair. Nobody's that good. Remember, no one's that good. Well, now you've got Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is the player that we created on Madden years ago.
I know, but the problem is he's 2-4 in the playoffs with 6 touchdowns and 6 picks. Are we going to see Michael Jordan, playoff Michael Jordan from Lamar? Are we going to see it?
This is the year to do it, because eventually here's about championships. You guys know this. Championship windows close if you don't take advantage of them. If you step through them, then you can prolong that and keep that window open for a few years.
What happens?
If you have opportunity after opportunity all the time, eventually close it. I think this is the year that the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson get to the Super Bowl, largely because they've had some adversity they did not have the first 2 years where they were the number 1 seed. They faced some adversity. They've had to rally themselves. They had to look themselves in the mirror. I think this is the year.
What has happened as a guy who watches every snap he takes, when you watch him in the playoffs, do teams play him differently? Does he tighten up? What has happened to Lamar in the playoffs?
I think he's tightened up at times. I'll go back to the AFC Championship game. When Odell Beckham was on the sidelines, we saw that clip of him begging him to run. Come on, Lamar, you got to run the ball. You got to do this. You got to do that. Why weren't you running? I think he has. I don't think he'd be the only one that's ever done that before, but I think now is the time for him to own it. To me, Lamar looks different this year to me. He looks like he's not only running the offense, he looks like he has ownership of the offense. He looks like he has ownership of this team. So I'm hoping that he takes that same mindset into the postseason, because if he wins one, we'll look back one day, he'll go down in history as one of the greatest quarterbacks that ever played.
Oh, I don't think there's any question about that. He's done everything, and I looked at all the numbers. He's the best pocket passer in the NFL this year. Not many people thought that would happen, given how he first started.
Incredible?
It is.
Isn't that incredible?
But that speaks to his development. You know, that speaks to what he's done. So the bottom line is, of the 4 interceptions, I should point out 2 are against the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll leave you with that note.
Hey, you know what? Listen, man, you don't have to convince me of this, Rob. I know what this is about. I know thy enemy. You know, I'm not happy about you guys coming into town, by the way. I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is.
Give me a final score, Rob.
I'm with you, man. This day's going to be close and low scoring. I'm going Ravens 24, Pittsburgh 20. And they may get a touchdown late, a garbage touchdown or whatever. But when it's all said and done, it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be under a touchdown.
We appreciate the time.
Always good stuff, Rob.
Thank you.
Always. Thanks a lot.
He's unbelievable.
Rob Long,
isn't he? I love that. I love it. He's great. Isn't he, Bob?
Yeah, he cuts right to it, doesn't waste time, gets you what you want to hear, and does it quickly so you can get a lot more questions in. No filibustering there. But I do believe that he's on to this. I think this is a different team down there. I do.
I know.
And I think Derrick Henry gives them a massive advantage.
I know, but what did you just hear from a guy who is very bullish on the Ravens, very bullish on Lamar, just predicted a final score of 24-20, which is right in my neighborhood of what's going to happen in this game. The 9.5-point spread is ludicrous and is an unbelievable insult to the Steelers and spits in the face of 17 years of Tomlin Harbaugh. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous point spread.
All right. I think it is too, and I couldn't believe it was that high to begin with, but it stayed right there. It hasn't changed much. 3 options. Steeler blowout win.
No.
Close game. Ravens blowout win. Give me an order.
Close game, Ravens blowout win, Steelers blowout win.
That would be the logical thought.
Or wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, close game. Yeah, that's exactly
There's no
right.
way I expect them to go down there and blow that team out.
I don't expect them to win. But I'll tell you this much, as I've been saying for a couple of days here, if it's, he says 24-20. If it's 20, 21-20, 6 minutes into the fourth quarter, that place is going to be filled with so many demons, you'd think you were in The Exorcist.
Both sides of demons. You'd have demons of Lamar not beating the Steelers. You have demons of Tomlin not losing a playoff game. You have demons of all these demons.
I hope from the Ravens side, if I were a Ravens backer, I would hope that they're expecting some adversity here. Like, because the other dynamic that could happen is if things start to go poorly, or if it's a low-scoring, sort of ugly game, it may set in on them that, hey, we're supposed to beat this team by a lot. We're supposed to win. We're a 9.5-point favorite. We think so much of ourselves. We're openly mocking the other team before the game. We haven't fulfilled our expectations with Lamar. What's happening here? What's happening? It's 13-13 at the half. This isn't supposed to be happening. I think it's more likely that type of stuff sets in on their side than it does on the Steelers' side. Why would it?
What did you make him saying about George Pickens, that he's an easy mark, and they went after it?
I 100% agree. I'm not sure that prior to the game, in that fashion, is the way to do it, because it goes one of two ways with Pickens. Either you're right, and you get under his head, into his skin before the game, into his head, under his skin, whatever it is, or you get a motivated George Pickens who says, you know what, I'm going to prove myself in this game, and I'm going to keep my head on my shoulder.
There's no question. It could go that way. And if it does, that cologne, you'll be smelling it in Pittsburgh. People will be bringing it out, squirting it into the air.
See, that's the type of thing I'm talking about. This is prime opportunity for Steelers fans to circle the wagons here. And instead,
Buffalo terminology.
Instead it feels like apathy or anger has superseded that.
It's the way that it happens when you lose 4 in a row. You can't expect it to be different. But when game time comes around and people are amped, it's a night game. People have had a few beverages, and all of a sudden something happens where you see a Ravens fan with a terrible towel doing something. All of a sudden, the antennas will go up. People will be fired up, and if they get out to a lead, it makes it only better. If they don't, that suddenly dissipates.
Bob, you're reminding me of a lot of things today. I'm not so sure these aren't the stakes here, as if the stakes aren't high enough. Other than the Super Bowl, this might be the greatest win of Tomlin's career, considering the opponent, considering how heavy an underdog, considering the sentiment going into this game. It might be the greatest non-Super Bowl win of Tomlin's career if they win this game. Conversely, if they lose, I'm not sure it wouldn't be the low point of Tomlin's tenure with the Steelers. I think those might be the stakes here as well. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. Just because of the way this game and this week has gone. I think people look at the point spread. It's never been this high in this series, never. And if they should overcome it and do it on the road in a place they've never played a playoff game and beat that team, which is expected to compete for a Super Bowl. They're one of the teams out there. I think people will look at that and it'll completely shift, because we are a week-to-week, day-to-day operation here when it comes to sports. People change based on a result or not a result. And if you don't get the result, it just becomes worse. If you get the result, people forget a lot about what they called last week about. Now, all of a sudden, you're playing a team that you know you're going to be underdogs again, and people will be talking about winning another underdog kind of situation, but they won't.
Especially if they get blown out, I think it'll be the low point of his career.
Well, yeah, blowout's different, because then it's expected. It's expected to come, and it comes in a blizzard condition, and I mean that as far as the social pushback on him. If you get blown out,
I think it'll be the low point.
What a lot of people have been saying.
Yeah, I think even if they lose, it could be the low point. But if they win, it might be his greatest non-Super Bowl win.
It could very well be.
I'm going to tell you next about the biggest upsets in playoff history, what the point spreads were. And then we're going to talk quarterback. We're talking Russ. We're talking Mike Tomlin's quotes, which have been absolutely eye-opening on his sudden lack of trust in a quarterback he fully believed in, like a lot of us did not long ago. Where are we, Bob? What are we doing? It's noon.
It's noon.
Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football has announced that the season opener next year will be at home against Duquesne for the first time in 86 years. Pitt and Duquesne will face off to begin the season in 2025. It'll be on August 30th at Acrisure Stadium. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hello, lake effect snow will continue to bring some isolated to scattered snow showers to places mainly north and east of Pittsburgh this afternoon. A couple of places will see more than an inch of snow today. Highs should hit the mid-20s with wind chill values remaining in the teens. It's going to be cold. Lake effect snow showers continue tomorrow with most probably not seeing quite an inch of snow. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Simon, the Kid K Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every Pitt game with the Panthers Preview Show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Pompiani and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in! What a catch by Canate Mumfield!
Panthers Preview is brought to you by Air Pro Heating and Cooling, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Voss TV and Appliance, Monster Brewing's Beast Unleashed, South Hills Lincoln, and Leon's Billiards and more. Let's go! We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Get Now Internet. Reliable internet with unlimited data for $30 a month, all in. No commitments, no hidden fees. Now that's calming. Like floating on a cloud, but not in a scary way. More like in a, this cloud is made of cotton candy and it's tasty kind of way. Ooh, that's good. Feeling calmer already. Because Now Internet comes with no worries and plenty of peace of mind, knowing that you've made the best decision. Cheers to you, my friend. The choice is easy. Turn chill mode on with Now Internet, backed by the Xfinity Network. Now, excuse me, gotta run. I see a massage chair with my name on it.
Get Now Internet with unlimited data starting at $30 a month, all in. No commitments. Turn chill mode on at Xfinity.com/now. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Pricing subject to change.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Make 2025 the year you get started on your next success with the University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC is a school for real life, helping working adults like you learn the skills you need for the career you want. Choose from more than 135 degrees and certificates in career-relevant fields and earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience. Or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life in education. Apply to UMGC by February 12th and get your application fee waived. Combined with affordable tuition, scholarships, and financial resources, your degree is more attainable than ever before. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then, simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-359-3434. 800-359-3434.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Patayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Where will 2025 take you? With an education from University of Maryland Global Campus, it could take you towards your next success. An accredited state university, UMGC helps working adults like you learn the skills you need for the career you want. And with no application fee through February 12th, there is no better time to start. Choose from more than 135 degrees and certificates in career-relevant fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Plus, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks for most courses, personalized support, and lifetime career services. And with transfer credits and scholarships for those who qualify, UMGC can help you take a leap forward no matter where you are on your education journey. Classes start soon. Apply now and get your application fee waived through February 12th. Visit umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
There's still time to get individual health insurance. Choose UPMC Health Plan for great, affordable plans on the marketplace. You'll get access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, access to your community hospitals, plus 24/7 virtual urgent care visits. Don't wait. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to find your plan. Enrollment ends January 15th for February 1st coverage. Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook. What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay on any line. Plus Price Lock, we won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pitt and Duke basketball tonight will play at 7 o'clock from Cameron Indoor Stadium. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 6:30 with the pregame show and tip-off at 7 o'clock. And Pitt football has just announced that for the first time in 86 years, Pitt will play against Duquesne. It's the season opener at Acrisure Stadium on August 30th. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So Pitt's going to play Duquesne in football, but not basketball? Is that what I'm hearing there?
That's what you're hearing.
Bob, you ready for the big Pitt-Duquesne football opener?
Very interesting to me.
What do you think of that?
I would prefer it being at Rooney Field. I'd like to watch it over there. I think that would be a better look.
You'd get a sellout there.
You get a sellout for sure. I would prefer. Hey, Jerry Schmidt's done a very good job with that program, but this is a little bit strange for me to consider Duquesne right off the bat. But you're right; they should be playing basketball. To me, I don't understand that at all.
Do you have the Pat Narducci call from earlier today?
Maybe this is the olive branch from Pitt football to be able to give it to basketball. Maybe they'll hand it off at some point in 2025 for basketball to play.
It's a surprise, I'll tell you that.
On the basketball note, real quick, I was surprised. Pitt's 3-0. Duke is undefeated. It's the only ranked team Pitt's going to play in a while because the ACC's not doing that well, and yet they're 14.5-point underdogs. I don't understand 14.5 points.
That's a lot, man. Last year, a great moment with Blake Hinson jumping up on the scorer's table. That was tremendous. All right, Bob, I promised you something here, and that is the biggest underdogs to ever win in NFL playoff history. Are you ready for this, Limits?
I am.
I'll give you each a guess. Which game was it? Biggest upset in the history of the NFL playoffs, including Super Bowls.
Oh, jeez. Wide open conversation there with that one. A biggest upset.
It was an 18-point spread, and the other team won.
Was it can you limit it to a Super Bowl or non-Super Bowl, just to make it easier?
It was a Super Bowl.
It was a Super Bowl.
Limits?
I'm going to say the San Francisco 49ers over the Cincinnati Bengals.
What?
Is that it?
No.
No, you said in the Super Bowl?
Yes, the biggest upset ever in Super Bowl history.
Denver?
based on
Oh,
point
I thought
spread.
you meant in the Super Bowl.
You're becoming like me and not listening to me anymore.
Would I say Denver when they played at MetLife Stadium?
No.
No.
They lost that game.
That's what I mean. Was that enough?
Or they-
I can't remember point spreads. I don't remember.
Was there something confusing about the question?
No,
Yes,
but
this
you're
is on me.
asking
This might
us.
be on me.
You're
What's
asking
the
us
biggest,
to remember points. I don't remember what
What's the
point
biggest
spreads.
upset in playoff history? I'm sorry, that's the question. I may have misphrased it.
Biggest
Jets.
upset.
Yes. The Jets were Joe Namath Jets were an 18-point underdog.
And he
they
guaranteed
upset
a win.
The Colts.
Yeah.
All these years later, Bob, that game stands.
I didn't know they had point spreads back then. I mean,
I
at least
didn't
not
either.
to the point where they do it now, obviously.
I mean, that's how the NFL. Half the reason the NFL rose to the level it did is because it's the easiest game to bet on.
Or is it? It's
I
hard.
mean, actually, you know what I mean.
Right.
It's the
Well, there's no question. That's why they have to be somewhat transparent with who's injured and who's not.
It's very simple. It's just the point spread. That's what you want. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even
So
back then.
That was an 18-point spread. Wow. I knew
The
it was
second
big.
biggest in playoff history, Rams were a 14-point favorite over Belichick's Patriots, and they lost on a Vinatieri field goal. Where
that
were you
was
for
the
that one,
greatest
Bob?
show on turf
Yeah.
era. Where was I for that? I don't remember.
Were you drunk?
No, I don't get drunk.
Okay.
I learned my lesson. I did once, and I got way out of control. And
You've only been
never-
drunk once in your life?
Mm-hmm. Well, my wife will tell you the one that sticks out to her, which I'm not going to tell you that story because you make fun of me.
I won't.
So, but I think that one, that's it, no more. It's not good for you.
Did Ron ever tell you the story of when he fell in love with a girl named Gretchen?
You're a pathetic person. You know that?
Gretchen? No.
Yeah. He, I guess, took her home after the dance in high school, and she puked all over the porch. And so it became the Retchen for Gretchen story.
Gretchen for Gretchen. Oh, no.
Isn't that sad? And was that an
Great for
indication?
talk radio, my man.
Is that an indication of how Ron's luck was going to go from there on out? He thought he was in great shape after the dance, and then
Took her home.
Yeah,
And
It
she
was
threw
a
up.
joke.
never even made it inside the door.
And that's not exactly what you want to see when you're expecting something different.
Good grief.
Remember the sawdust, Bob, when someone puked in school? Everybody would see
Sawdust,
the
yes.
pile of sawdust and immediately.
Kitty litter became a thing, too.
Did it?
Yes, because if you didn't have sawdust.
What did you have in your elementary school hallways, Limits, when somebody puked?
Yeah, it was that. I guess it was like that sawdust type of stuff where they just kind of throw it down on the ground
Right.
and just leave
Let
it there
it
for
absorb,
hours.
suck
Like,
it up.
I always wonder, like, why is it still sitting there? Why don't you
Bob,
just clean
can't
it
they
up?
just mop it up? Why didn't they do that when we were kids? Why the sawdust?
I don't know, but the sawdust doesn't work when there are chunks involved.
Or baking soda.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
When
Bob,
are
we
there
just
chunks
ate.
involved?
I know.
Can I change the subject?
Yes, please.
And it would always be, who was it? You know, down the hallway, somebody would get that sniff where it'd be like, uh-oh. And then you'd look down, and there was the pile of sawdust. And then throughout the whole school, it would be a whodunit,
Who
right?
did this?
Yeah.
Who threw up?
I'm changing the subject. Joe, our video with Pitt basketball is now out. You've
Bob?
been asking for a while. When is it going to come out? It's now officially posted on social media.
Did you hear about this, Bob?
Yeah, I heard all about it. I heard everything that went on in that game. I saw your turnaround, kick, leg out little shot. Which
From
was,
out of bounds.
which
that,
looked good.
Biba Cummings and Jalen Lowe were calling me the GOAT after that, Bob.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
They're calling you the GOAT.
Yeah, it was incredible. So that's up at 93.7 The Fan.
This is the-
Instagram, where is it?
It's on Instagram. It's on Twitter at 937 The Fan. This is the first video of 3 that are coming out with our interaction with Pitt basketball. So this is just a start. And I can only say, Joe or Bob, that we paired up on teams. So Jalen Lowe was with Joe and I was with Biba Cummings. It starts out pretty bad for Biba and I, but it's not how you start. It's how you finish in this best of 3.
Well,
So
that's
do we see the
because-
finish on
because
this
Biba
first
made
version, or
Biba
what?
made a half-court shot on
You're
behalf
giving
of
away the
Limits.
answers.
I'm sorry.
And I also splashed in a free throw after you missed a couple of free throws, and then Bebo splashed in a free throw, and we won the free throw
let's
shooting
focus
contest.
on today's video, where I was the star of the horse game, Limits.
You were the star of the horse game. Your ability to make a shot from out of bounds behind the basket was pretty impressive.
It was
Yeah,
Larry Bird-like.
I've been impressed with your ability to make shots from all over, actually. I didn't know you had that in you. And I also was impressed when you went to the volleyball court and took one for the team. You stood in front of one
man.
of those.
That was Olivia Babcock.
Yes, Olivia Babcock could throw it up there at 100 miles. I don't know how many miles an hour. It was
about 60.
That's a lot.
And she took a little off, and it was still unhittable.
Yeah.
It was crazy. Although Limits returned one too, and I'm very proud of
So
it.
I have it ready for you if you want to try soccer with the Riverhounds. I already cleared that, so you can try to score on an actual
Limits
Riverhounds goaltender.
Yes, let's do that. Penalty kicks.
Penalty kicks.
I'll
yeah.
score on 6 of 10.
No, you won't.
Yes, I
no,
will.
You won't.
How many will you?
No, you won't.
Yes, I will.
3 of 10.
I've already done it, Bob. There was
not
a guy
against, not against a guy who is the reign. He just won the best goaltender.
He's a professional goalie. You're not scoring 6 out of 10 on him.
He's a real
10
good.
years ago, there was a kid trying out for the Riverhounds. Granted, he wasn't on the team and a good goalie, but I scored 6 out of 10 on him, Bob. If you kick it to the right part of the net, nobody in the world can stop it.
He was trying out. If they saw that performance in the Riverhounds front office, they probably didn't take him on the team. Poor guy. Joe Starkey destroyed him in penalty kicks.
You're
not on the team. We don't need to see any more from you.
He may not have played a game since then, Bob. He might be blackballed from all of soccer.
Well, if you guys want to set that up, let me know and I will do it for you.
Definitely, we do. We would love to. Hopefully, when it gets a little bit warmer.
Do 6 of 10. I guarantee it.
I'll bet you $5,000.
What?
Payable in cash.
$5,000.
Mm-hmm. You didn't even get us a Christmas present, Bob.
What if I make 6 out of 10?
Are you still reeling from Bob's lack of a gift or even a card for Christmas?
Not at all.
I
Bob's
told
presence is a
you-
gift enough for me.
I told you my philosophy with this. The more you extend gift giving, the worse it gets. Then you start buying for everybody.
You could have gotten me some candied walnuts or
And guess
something.
what? You would give me candy
ceremonial.
walnuts back. And then what would we be doing? We'd be exchanging candied walnuts.
Yeah.
No. That's like I buy you a tie, you buy me a tie. I give you a gift card, you give me one. What are we doing?
That's not a bad point, Limits, is it?
Bob, quarterbacks give their offensive linemen all kind of presents, like watches, like golf carts. You're our quarterback.
You're our quarterback.
You're our
that is
quarterback,
true.
Bob.
And
Where are our
what did I
gifts?
They don't call it Pompin' Joe for nothing, Bob.
We block for you, Bob, every day.
Give us presents.
There we
As
go.
you take all the fame.
Okay. Oh, that's not true at all. I take most of the grief around here. So, all right, fine. Next year?
Next year, I'm ready right now to play.
It's over.
What about for my
No,
birthday?
I meant
They
gift
train here in
giving.
the-
I meant
oh.
gift giving.
What about the soccer thing?
Well, I got to just set it up on a time where he's around.
Okay, let's do that. We got to get to this. I've been promising this.
Oh, can I say one more thing beforehand?
Yes.
Craig has weighed in on Twitter on our video.
Yes.
And he said, true story, I once lost a game of one-on-one to Joe. I'm glad everyone else is now getting to see how good Joe really is, so my loss doesn't sound so bad.
Well, here's the story.
Here's
of
another
that.
one, just so I can
Yeah,
interject.
please.
I also have, and this is, I will partake in this. We're going against one of the best golfers in Western Pennsylvania sports history, local golfers, on a closest to the pin from 100 yards out.
Me and you?
And yes, I'll tell you who it is when we do
I'm
it.
going to win that too.
No, you're not.
I have a knack for those little
No.
competitions.
Okay.
You'll see, Bob.
We'll see. We'll do that in the spring.
What did you just say? Oh, Craig weighed in. I played Craig, who was then the producer of the show I was on. This was a million years ago, 2011 or something. That's the game that preceded the Pony matchup where I played Pony in a one-on-one at LA Fitness at Settlers Ridge, Bob. Best of 3 that I won game 1 and was leading game 2 when I snapped my Achilles. Do you remember that story?
I remember what it was like around here when you snapped your Achilles.
Yeah.
That's hard. And
Oh,
you're fully over. That's
No, I'll never overcome it. My left calf
and why
is
are you
shriveled.
still taking shots on the basketball? You get
Well, that's
very
different than actually playing a game. The point there is that I was winning against Pony and was about to win when I went up for a simple jump shot, and my Achilles snapped like a piece of rope is what you would hear. I'm like, oh, my God, Andrew, call 911. But the real story of that, I was in LA Fitness. The gym's on the 2nd floor. They brought in a gurney to take me out. Nobody even looked at me. There's a man on a gurney coming down the stairs, going to an ambulance, and there's dozens of people on their elliptical machines or whatever. They didn't even look up, Bob.
Didn't
and
they
not
take
only
cell phone
that,
footage? They could
not
put it
only
up.
that, Pony did not accompany me to the hospital. Do you think he should have? Do you
Yes.
think Pony should have gotten in that ambulance?
Yes, I think he should have.
Limits, do you agree?
Yeah, I'd probably say so.
Yeah.
His point
He
is
should
that
have held your hand too. I mean, that's a troubling situation there. You don't
Joe,
want-
it's going to be okay. Don't worry. They're going to take care of you. Don't worry.
His point was that he had done everything he could do. He called 911. He made sure the people came, and then what is he going to do after
Yeah,
that,
actually, I'm okay with Pony not going.
Support. Does that present a different case, Bob?
I think because you were beating him.
Yeah, I think that
was deep-seated in his head there. He was saying, what am I going to do? He beat me. I'm going to have to tell this story. Now I'm taking him to the hospital.
But that wasn't the worst thing that happened. In the ambulance, I called my wife, and instead of saying, oh, my God, are you okay? I'll meet you at the hospital, she lambasted me for 10 minutes. I couldn't even understand what we were saying. It was like the teacher on Charlie Brown. You know how she talked? Except at a decibel of 100. I didn't even know what she was saying. And that's the last thing I needed, right? I was injured. I just torn my Achilles. And instead of sympathy, she had told me that morning, don't do this. You're stupid. Don't do it. And I did it, and I snapped my Achilles, and she wasn't happy, Bob.
No. And you probably, I know you weren't happy. You probably rethought the whole thing and said, why did I do it?
Why don't the teachers in Charlie Brown have actual voices?
That's a good question, Bob. Why is that?
I don't know. Why are we going down
Because
this
that mimics what all of us experienced in school, where whatever the teacher was saying went in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, we weren't really listening.
Yeah. Mrs. Mintz, Bob, my math teacher, who ironically had bad breath, she used to talk to us.
Mintz.
She used to talk to us, and I didn't hear one
Mintz.
thing. And one day she said, Joe Starkey, you just are in another world. To which I said, pretty much, yeah.
Do you don't see yourself when you go into one of your rants?
No.
Okay. It's very interesting to me where you look. You're
Where
not
do I
looking
look?
over here. You look out the door here. You're out the window, focused on whatever you're focused on, but it's certainly not me or Austin or anything else. You look straight out, and you never change.
I go to a different place, I think.
Yeah, but I just...
Is it scary for you?
It's unnatural to me to look like if I had something to say to you and I go like this, I'm looking out here, and I'm not... I just couldn't do it.
I guess I'm imagining myself talking to the people out there more than just to you if I'm in a rant.
Yeah, but then you'd look at the camera if you were talking to people out there. You're not. You're looking outdoors.
Nobody wants to see me on a camera, Bob. Can we get to the topic
Do
at
you
hand?
like pork rinds?
That's not. By the way,
It's
we might
going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
if you can find, because I mentioned earlier, we opened with the vibe in town. That maybe not what you'd expect for Steelers-Ravens, but maybe understandable given the circumstances. I used to go to these Steeler rallies downtown before games. They were down at the courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people would speak at them. Players would speak. It was crazy. And that's where the infamous Cornish hen interviews came from. Do you happen to have that?
The Cornish hen interview?
Yeah, they've gone down in history as the Cornish hen interviews, where I would ask various people at a Steeler rally if they've ever had a Cornish hen. You can find that. Well, just look under Cornish hen, okay? But in the meantime, Bob, let's get to the topic at hand, shall we? The Steelers quarterback situation. And Mike Tomlin's sudden, just complete lack of confidence in Russell Wilson. Let me play for you some quotes, may I?
Yes, please.
Let's start with after the game the other day, Limits, when I was watching the game thinking, is Tomlin going to make a move? Or at least I was wondering, should he make a move? This dude, Mr. Unlimited, had 65 yards at the beginning of the fourth quarter in passing. Let's hear what Tomlin said after the game.
Not really, no. Because our failures were collective. And I just think at this juncture, the most prudent thing for us to do was to stick with those that were on the field and work through it.
That was him being asked, did you ever consider going to Fields? And I will tell you, Bob, not really is not the same as no. Not to me, anyway. That required a little bit of thinking. Not really? Not really? What does that mean? He didn't say absolutely not. No, I didn't think, of course not. He said not really. Now, let me follow that up with Tomlin at his news conference the other day. And which one are you going to play first, Limits?
This is Tomlin on the possibility of playing Justin Fields more.
In the past, you've kind of rotated the quarterback position when you're looking for a spark on offense. How do you evaluate that position going into the playoffs, and is there a consideration of using Justin more?
I'm certainly open to utilizing Justin. He has an awesome skill set. We've done some of that in the past. We've done less of it in recent weeks. He experienced an injury or so a couple of weeks back that slowed some of that. But certainly in an effort to win this game, I am open to any combination or combinations of the division of labor in an effort to do so. And so I'm certainly open to that as we develop plans this week.
No head coach says that about an entrenched starter he believes in. Imagine Ben in his prime and Tomlin saying, yeah, I'm open to any combination at quarterback with the snap count. Let me play for you the third, Bob, and then I'll throw it to you. This was the most damning one of all as it relates to Tomlin's confidence in Russell Wilson. When you consider that about a month and a half ago, Russell Wilson went into Cincinnati and shredded the Bengals and outgunned Joe Burrow. If you can believe that. It happened. We all remember. The game plan for the rematch was we can't possibly outgun Joe Burrow. In fact, we're going to keep our quarterback completely under wraps and just try to play keep away. This was Tomlin on that. Listen to this, because he says at the beginning we don't live in our fears, and then lays out practically a doctoral dissertation on how he lives in his fears.
We do not live in our fears.
You guys were one of the, I think you were fourth in rushing attempts, but near the bottom in yards per carry. What made that something that you wanted to continue to be such a big part of your identity, even when it wasn't necessarily always working?
You know, for us, it's about playing to a personality that we prescribe to engineer victory, to possess the ball. And a component of possessing the ball is not only time, but managing risk. And obviously, there's less risk with running the football than throwing it. And sometimes that's a component of the discussion as well.
In other words, you don't trust your quarterback. So, Bob, did you consider a change in the game? Not really, no. Did you live in your fears the other day? Of course we didn't. But then again, we were managing risk and didn't want to give Joe Burrow the football. Will Justin Fields play more in this game? I'd consider any combination at the quarterback position, paraphrasing Tomlin. What do you make of all that going into Baltimore? Like I said, if I didn't know better, I'd think he was secretly going to start Justin Fields.
I think it's more, and I think that last one was more interesting than the others. He just does not like, and he pounds this into everyone's head over there about not turning the ball over. And when you do, there's a consequence for it. So you become less aggressive. But in order to be successful in a passing game, you can't be worrying about turning the ball over. But because he makes that statement, it makes me think like you, that he's lost a little bit of confidence in Russell Wilson. I do not think he's going to start Justin Fields. I took that more as I will try to utilize, and I think we all thought that. I thought that 4th and 1 right before halftime, I thought it was perfect for Justin Fields, and they didn't do it. I think that's what he was kind of referring to. I don't know that when he said any combination, again, you could read that any way you want. I read it less so in that he's going to start or play a series. It's more so they're going to try to figure him into this game plan somehow, some way. So, and I think they should have done that in the Cincinnati game. I think they should have had him ready. If he was ready to go and he was the backup quarterback, then he should have been in that position. So this game, this is it. If you lose, you're done. So I think they'll utilize him any way they can, but it won't be as a starter.
Quick hook on Russell?
Well, if that's a different conversation. If that starts out badly and he doesn't have anything going in that, yes, I would. For the same reason.
Do you think Tomlin will?
For the same reason he said, I'll use any combination. Yeah, I do. I think he would. Why wouldn't you?
It's just striking to me how this is his default philosophy on football, is managing risk at any cost. That was the whole Kenny Pickett era. And, in retrospect, maybe you don't blame him because it was Kenny Pickett, the guy that he went to the mat for to draft, I might remind you. But if that's your philosophy in the end, where's that going to get you? He had Ben all those years, and yeah, Ben was Ben. So you played that game, and he would constantly say, when people would ask him, hey, Ben took a lot of chances there, Tomlin would say something to the effect of, that's what you live with when you have Ben. Since then, it just seems like Mike Tomlin has his clamps in this organization from top to bottom, including, as he's the head coach, the very philosophy they live and die by. And it seems like even after he watches his offense outgun Joe Burrow and Cincy, after some adversity and some bad games, he defaults to this game is about managing risk first and foremost. Well, it's really not. It's really not. I watched the Lions and the Vikings the other night. There were 2 turnovers in the game, both by the Lions, and they won the game pretty handily in the end.
Without half of their defense.
It's about what he claims he is, which is the no-fear guy. We have no fears going into these games. I'll tell you what, man, to win this game, to actually win it, not cover the spread, to win it, they're going to have to employ some risk into their game.
We do not live in our fears.
Yes, you do. See, that's the thing, and you just admitted it.
There's no question. I mean, I understand all the logic that comes with winning the turnover battle. I get it. Generally speaking, if you do that, you have better results. However, as you said, and I can cite 2 games for you this year. You mentioned Detroit. There was a game where Goff threw 5 interceptions and they won. That's never really happened before, but it happened. So you overcome those things. How do you do it? By being aggressive and striking when you can, especially early in the game. If you're interested in running the ball and not turning the ball over and playing it tight to the vest and being physical, you better have success doing it.
And if
they
you
have not had a good run success here in the last several games.
Not at all. And if you don't believe in Russell Wilson, and there's every indication that you suddenly don't, then just go to the other guy. You know? But I think, as I mentioned, I think yesterday, Bob, maybe it was today, in the end, unfortunately, I think we're circling back to, maybe it was Bill Walsh who said it, maybe John Madden, that if you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one.
What does that lead?
Now, Bill Walsh had Steve Young and Joe Montana.
Right.
He had 2, but in this case, I think you don't even have one.
I think this all gets back to the plan of moving forward, the succession plan.
Let's talk about that coming up.
Okay, because that's going to be a big topic, especially if it ends badly here.
Oh, I think there's a lot of reputations, legacies, futures on the line in this game. I just, for both sides.
Right.
This game is just fraught with bigger picture stories. Let's talk about that coming up. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I want to tell you in a moment here about the Good Feet stores. Limits, I'll throw it to you first because I'm that kind of guy.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, Joe, I would like to tell you that the Pirates have added right-handed pitcher Elvis Alvarado to their 40-man roster, who spent the majority of last year in AAA and had good numbers there, but still looking for some more moves to potentially be made with the Buccos. And Pitt basketball tonight will play against Duke. They're the number 4 team in the country, led by Cooper Flagg. That's at 7 o'clock at Cameron Indoor Stadium, 6:30. It's when the pregame show begins. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Now, my friend Joe.
Thank you, Limits, for your immense kindness. For years, I had pain in the joints of my big toes. A lot of people have foot pain, and our feet aren't that big, you know. But there's so many ways for things to go wrong. It's unbelievable, really. It could be needles in your heels. It could be burning in the balls of your feet. It could be plantar fasciitis. It could be arthritis, joint pain like I had in my big toes. That's where the Good Feet store comes in. That's where the Good Feet feeling comes in. The pain began to subside when I tried the Good Feet foot arch support system. And it's all customized around your shoes and your feet. You don't have to go out and get new shoes, all that stuff. It's all customized to you. Whatever the issue might be, a lot of us were misdiagnosed with things along the way. That's the other thing about foot pain. It's just a tiny appendage, and yet all these things go wrong, and it seems very difficult to diagnose. At some point, you wake up and you say, just give me less pain. That's what the Good Feet feeling is, less pain. So I went to the store out at IKEA, Robinson Town Center, right across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and there's one now in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Any one of those, or just go to goodfeet.com to get the lowdown. You like that, horse? Get the lowdown on your feet. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
And Pitt with, Narducci, who's been around a while.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh,
sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see your,
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, it's Dan Andelman from The Phantom Gourmet, a TV show that's all about finding the best restaurants in New England. So I definitely love to eat. So did I put my life and my show on hold to lose weight with Awaken 180? Nope. Here's how it went. 6 pounds down my first week, 25 pounds by the end of my first month, and in just over 2 months, I hit my goal, 50 pounds gone by the time I turned 50. And let me tell you, those results, they came while I was still tasting every food under the sun. Everything from ribeyes to sushi, I didn't skip a beat. And that's the beauty of Awaken 180. It fits into your life. I mean, my whole life revolves around food, and it still works for me, and that's what sets Awaken 180 apart. I didn't want to take the meds, and I already knew the gym wasn't the answer. I let the experts do it for me, and my results are proof that it works. This new year, make it work for you, and choose the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself from online scammers with a little help from McAfee Total Protection. Whether it's a fake missed delivery text or an urgent bank alert, these scams can look incredibly convincing. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. So go ahead, manage your finances and shop online. McAfee will help keep your device's privacy and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow. Maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Yesterday's news that Jalen Hurts is still in concussion protocol may have altered the entire NFC playoff picture. The Eagles are viewed as a bona fide Super Bowl threat. They're right there with the Lions. Hopefully Hurts is fine. But for everyone out there picking the Eagles to go all the way, it's a wrong time for a major question mark. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM PGT.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bob, like I was mentioning, this game is just fraught with bigger picture stories. George Pickens has a great game and the Steelers lose. Then the Steelers want to trade him. I think he's even more marketable, or maybe just marketable. If he has a horrible game and blows up and things go all wrong again, how does that hurt his availability? How does that affect the Steelers wanting to sign him long term? We could go on and on here. What if the Ravens lose? I mean, when will they ever win? You'd have to ask that question. People asked it last year. They'll be asking it again this year. And then there's Russell Wilson. I think whether the Steelers sign him or not may very well come down to this one game. If he's great and leads them to victory, then he starts to become a more realistic candidate to be the guy here. If he stinks again and they lose, then I think there's almost no chance he's their long-term quarterback. Do you agree?
Yes, probably. I think their plan all along was brought him in here. They knew what they thought they were going to get. But in that last drive last week, they got exactly the opposite of that, which is surprising for someone who's been around as long as he has. I mean, that whole drive was just ill-conceived and run not the right way. So, now, that does not discount the fact that Pat Freiermuth had one right in his hands. If he would have made it, who knows what happened subsequently. But I think the plan was to sign him. The question is, their original plan, if that was it, how long did they have that in mind? I mean, he is going to be 37 next year. And for me, I've seen too many guys just, fall off a little bit as they get toward 40. And I don't know what his situation would be. I go back and I harken back to the calf injury and those kinds of things and how, you never know what's going to happen injury-wise, especially to an older guy. But if this does not go well, I think they have to rethink it all. And even if it goes well, and even if they sign him, Joe, to whatever it may be, that's all negotiable. Could he be a bridge quarterback? Could he be someone to help someone else? Would he be agreeable to that? How many years do you give a 37-year-old next year quarterback moving forward? And it certainly does not change. You're still going to be searching one day for that next quarterback. You have to. How do you achieve it?
Do you think it could be Fields? And what if he comes in and leads them to victory in this game?
Well, then things change quickly, don't they?
Yes, they do.
I feel more comfortable only because of the age separation with Justin Fields. And from what I saw of him in the first 6 games, it was probably more consistent play than I have seen in his entire career in Chicago, which was mostly running. He has to do what Lamar Jackson has done. Figure out how to throw the ball from the pocket, make quick decision situations, don't hesitate. Know where guys are, know when to step up, know when not to. Don't just escape by trying to roll out and utilizing your legs, even though you're tempted to do it because you've done it your whole career. Those are things that if you believe you can get out of him, I don't think it's a bad idea to sign him for a few years and see what happens. And still draft. You still have to redraft the position. It's that important to do. But how do you do it if you're going to draft where they draft? That's been an ongoing problem with them. When you're not in the top 5, chances are you're not going to get the quarterback that you may want.
I always say the two great ironies of the, what is it now, a 21-year non-losing streak? Something like that. What is it? How many years?
18. 21 for the team, yeah.
For the team,
yeah.
Right? The 21-year non-losing streak was born of a losing year. And the guy most responsible for it, Ben Roethlisberger, their losing year enabled them to get him. That's ironic. And the other irony is that Mike Tomlin does have an impressive non-losing streak, but he does have a losing season. As Donnie Football said yesterday, it's the postseason.
Right.
So yeah, that to me, Bob, those are the two great ironies.
Yeah, and so I think when you draft the way they draft, it's hard to do that unless you get lucky and see a guy like Lamar Jackson fall all the way to where Baltimore took him after the Steelers passed on him, which is interesting too in its own right. But there are a lot of that. That goes around the league. But I just think it's still going to be a conversation moving forward, regardless of what they decide to do. How long, if it's one of these two guys, how long does that go before you may need somebody else? It's a position a lot of teams chase for a long period of time. And you don't want to be, and that's why I credit Sean Payton in a way. People were dumping on him early in this whole process. The way they played, what they did with Russell Wilson, but at least he was finite. He knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to move on. He had a guy in mind who he thought would be available when he picked, and I've read accounts of that. He was enamored with Bo Nix.
I credit him.
He brought him in. He's played him. He didn't hesitate. You're playing. You're our guy. And by the end of the year now,
he's a star. Is what he is.
He is an
right
emerging
now.
star, and you've solved your quarterback situation. That doesn't mean it can't go the other way either. I mean, it could, but I mean that's a guy who had a plan with it, and that's what I was expecting here. Some sort of plan. You know, I don't know if there still is one. What is it?
I mean, the plan was Kenny Pickett.
But that was the wrong pick.
I know, but that kind of sets you back.
Right.
You know, when you invest the 20th pick.
If you make mistakes there, you're going to be chasing. It's not unlike with chasing Ryan Shazier.
Look at
that
the
whole
Jets.
position.
Yeah.
Right. Look at all these teams. Look at Indianapolis. Ever since Andrew Luck went, what have they brought in? Veteran after veteran. Didn't work. Now they draft Anthony Richardson. That doesn't seem to work.
That's the way it can go.
So what do? You keep drafting, or do you keep bringing in veterans for a year or two?
You hope you get a higher pick, but that's never going to happen when you're 10-7 and losing in the playoffs every year. Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Bob, would you like to take a little trip around the league and look at some of these other playoff
Yes, some
games?
intriguing matchups we got going on.
Guess how I'm going to phrase this for you, Bob? Which coach and quarterback are under the most pressure? Who has the most to gain and lose from this weekend of NFL football, which includes a Monday night game, I might add. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. So that's what we got next. We're going to talk about some of the games around the league. Limits? Did I not do Twitter and text already? Okay. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan text line on which you can communicate with our friend, the Wonder Twin, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Thank you very kindly.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
College football playoff continues with the semifinals being played on Thursday. The Orange Bowl, Notre Dame and Penn State at 7:30. Cotton Bowl, Ohio State will play against Texas. The winners, that's on Friday, the winners will move on to play the national championship game in Atlanta 2 weeks from now on Monday, January 20th. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller like to get the party started early. Join them every Friday for the PM Tailgate Party. A first look at all things football for the upcoming weekend. The PM Team Tailgate Party is presented by Mike's Beer Bar and Saloni's Italian Bakery. The PM Team Tailgate Party is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
The world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messingthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
There's still time to get individual health insurance. Choose UPMC Health Plan for great, affordable plans on the marketplace. You'll get access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, access to your community hospitals, plus 24/7 virtual urgent care visits. Don't wait. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to find your plan. Enrollment ends January 15th for February 1st coverage.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and there's a gas station at the next exit offering 25 cents per gallon cash back.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GRAVY25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GRAVY25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GRAVY25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then, simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-359-3434. 800-359-3434.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Matayo. And this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Ravens, round 3, this time in the playoffs for the first time in 9-10 years. The Steelers will play against Baltimore. After the last time the Steelers played in Baltimore, the Ravens doubled them up in terms of points. 5 o'clock is when Fan Game Day is on Saturday. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan with Mark Cabali, Jason Mackey, and Donnie Football leading you up until 8 o'clock. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bob, let's talk about the goings-on in the NFL at large here. We've seen some coach firings, some GM firings, some not GM firings, which surprised me. Trent Baalke, number 1 on that list out in Jacksonville. But let's take a look at the playoffs here. Limits, I'd love for you to join this conversation as well. I threw out all the reads. Plus,
I would love to.
They have food on them. If you could replace them at some point, that would be much
I
appreciated.
will do that now, yes.
All right, Bob, let's start in the wild card round. And I'm going to ask you this. Of all these games, Chargers at Houston, Steelers at Baltimore, Denver at Buffalo, Green Bay at Philly, Washington at Tampa, and Minnesota at L.A., give me a coach and a quarterback who are under the most pressure, who have the most to lose in this wild card round. A coach and a quarterback.
All right, I'll throw one that I think people are going to immediately go to, which would be John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, just because of.
It doesn't have to be on the same team, I might add. It's just a coach and a quarterback.
I thought you meant a coaching combination.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was confusing.
Under that, I was going to put Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. That, to me, that's a lot of pressure on those guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying which coach is under the most pressure pressure here?
And separately, which quarterback?
Which coach? Well, Mike Tomlin would be under a lot of pressure. I mean, you got to win a playoff game. So that would be probably the choice that you should make out of all these guys. Although, again, Nick Sirianni, given the expectations there.
He's my choice. Sirianni is my choice because I think he's going to get fired if they lose, which is incredible. The records they put up there. But he's playing at home against an injured Green Bay team. And I think if he loses, he's going to be gone. Sean McDermott is also under an enormous amount of pressure, as is John Harbaugh, to win while they have great quarterbacks. And if they don't, all hell's going to break loose. And Tomlin, too, by the way, is under enormous pressure here. But I think Sirianni is the guy. And
Jalen Hurts, for everything, I mean, that they expect. Now, he's still in concussion protocol, which is interesting. And that may lead the way for Kenny Pickett to start a playoff game. Wouldn't that be interesting?
I'm going to pick Lamar as the quarterback. Close with Josh Allen, the two quarterbacks that are under the gun here.
Josh Allen's another one, though. It's time. They're all the same. They're all elite players who haven't won in these games.
I know the difference, to me at least, with Josh compared to Lamar is Josh has walked into the belly of the beast and outplayed or certainly played evenly with Patrick Mahomes and should have beaten him if not for his idiot kicker. And his
Sean
coach.
McDermott, right. Both of those
The
are
difference
true.
is Lamar hasn't played well against the best competition. He just hasn't. And they're a 10-point underdog. Buffalo's 8.5. Is Baltimore up to 10? That's what it says on ESPN here. Is that true?
Yes, it is up to 10 now.
How is it going up?
I thought it would go down. I really did.
How is it going up?
Especially without Zay Flowers. That doesn't make any sense.
Wow.
I think that's a bet you should make. I will make it. I'll take those points. I like points. I like all kinds of points.
I'd make that point
I'd
every
take
time.
points tonight with Pitt against Duke. I'll take 14.5.
Limits, what do you think on that? Quarterback and coach under the most pressure.
I hate to agree with you, but I do. Sirianni, I think it's ridiculous that they want to run him out of town in Philly after he went, 14-3 this year? He has the MVP at running back. Outside, the MVP's pretty much become a quarterback award, but if anybody other than quarterback, it's Saquon Barkley. And their defense with a young secondary has done very well. Sirianni deserves a lot of credit, and they just try to find every excuse to throw it back on him. Don't yell at the fans, Nick.
Yeah,
other than that, I like him as a coach.
I don't understand. That, to me, is off base, that criticism of him. I just look at the results that they put up. I don't know why the expectation is for him to win, and if they don't, he's gone.
He has the best winning percentage of any coach.
It's crazy.
Where they're located right now.
But if they think they can just magically do that, they did it when they left Doug Peterson out. Andy Reid, Doug Peterson to the Sirianni. If you sooner or later, that ain't going to work.
Well, that's the other side of it, is that you got to give him credit for doing the un-Steeler thing and saying we have a certain standard here, and if you don't live up to it, you're gone.
Okay.
Chip Kelly won 10 games twice there and went to the playoffs once. He didn't get a statue. He got fired.
Right, and the same is true with Sirianni. If they should lose this game, and if Hurts doesn't play, and you have Kenny Pickett as your quarterback, how much criticism should Sirianni get for that? I don't know. I think it's crazy. I think some of it is just really, really unfounded, should not exist, but it does, and that's the way things are today, and especially because of social media.
Well,
people pile up.
I sort of agree with you, but when I compare it to the Steelers, where they're operating with this idea for stability just for stability's sake.
No, I agree. I think that's – but there has to be change.
Yeah.
If the Steelers should lose this week, there has to be change. And I'm not necessarily talking about Tomlin because I don't think they're going to move on from him, but there has to be change.
I think the next coach, you can make a case that Dan Campbell, I know he's not playing in the wild card round, is under a lot of pressure to get this Lions team to the Super Bowl.
I
the expectations are typically obviously not
only
there.
because of all their injuries.
Wait, what did he say?
Dan Campbell, under a lot of pressure.
I think Dan Campbell's under some pressure.
I think Dan Campbell is under some pressure, Bob, but that's not this weekend.
But I also don't – but I got to give him a pass. The way they won – all of these injuries. I mean, he took that defense has been complete, and yet in that game against Minnesota, his defense was actually better than what Brian Flores did against him with a healthy defense.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he's under job pressure.
No.
Security pressure. But I think there's an enormous
Well, isn't that what we're talking about?
No, he's not going to get fired.
No, he shouldn't. He should.
Of course he's not. But Sirianni might.
The pressure.
McDermott might.
McDermott might if things don't go their way, yes.
That's the kind of pressure I'm talking about.
But when you look at the Vikings-Rams, no pressure there, I don't think. Kevin O'Connell's been terrific, and if they should lose, I think people will say, well, they got ripped off a 14-3 team. They got to be a 5 seed and go on the road. That's not exactly fair. But so I think, and as far as the Rams, they won before, so I don't know that there's under a lot of pressure there. Do you? Maybe Tampa Bay, only because it's a weak division and they win it, and that's fine. But
how about Baker? Bob, he had 41 touchdowns.
I know. He should. He actually should be in the MVP conversation.
Well, the 16 interceptions, he is a true gunslinger. So he has 69 touchdowns and 26 picks in the last 2 years. And the fact that Cleveland dispatched him the way they did, just threw him out on the street, and what's happened to them, I just think is karma. It's football karma. Do you see where Deshaun Watson is having troubles with the Achilles with his recovery? You see that story?
Yeah. Well,
they're never going to get it right, are they? They're going to stink again.
They missed out on
Roethlisberger. Cam Ward, and
they had a chance to get Roethlisberger back in the day, and they took Kellen Winslow. How their fortunes would have changed, how the Steelers' fortunes may have changed,
Horrifying. What's the best game of the week outside of Steelers-Ravens? Let's take them off the table for a minute. What's the best game, the one you're looking forward to the most? Mine is honestly not just because I'm from Buffalo. It's Denver-Buffalo. I think the Broncos are going to give them a great game. I think they're dangerous. They have the most sacks in the league. They have maybe the best defensive player in the league in Patrick Surtain, who takes away half the field.
He should be an MVP candidate, by the way.
They have
a defensive MVP candidate.
Oh, yeah, he is. He might be the favorite. He's the favorite. He's the Vegas favorite. Yeah, right?
He is. Over Watt. Watt's now second to Patrick Surtain.
What about Hendrickson? Doesn't he get any credit because he plays on a team that didn't make the playoffs?
Played on a team that didn't make the playoffs.
Okay, but
Myles Garrett didn't make the playoffs last year, and it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes, he did. Did they make the playoffs?
Yeah, they did. They got run out of the building by Houston, and he had no role in that game whatsoever.
I say Denver-Buffalo's the best game other than Steelers. You?
The one that's intriguing for sure, but I'm anxious to see what happens with the Commanders and Bucks, only because you have two quarterbacks now. Baker Mayfield's exciting to watch. I think they have a pretty good team down there, but I want to see what Washington can do in the postseason, given all what's happened now. And people expect them to be, and they've made a complete turnaround with a new ownership, no question about that. I think their young quarterback, Jalen Daniels, is terrific. I want to see him do more things in this kind of situation.
So do I, but I'm not sure Bo Nix didn't make a case by the end for Rookie of the Year, Bob.
He might have.
Look at his numbers,
his numbers
compared to Jaden's.
And people, I got into this conversation the other night when I was talking about the same situation with Bo Nix and how Sean Payton saw what he wanted to do, had a plan, went after the plan, the plan's working, develop him quickly. And I bring up Bo Nix against Kansas City. I was extremely impressed. And the first caller calls and says, look, they played a bunch of scrubs. I said, let me ask you something. Kansas City's backups are better in a lot of cases than some other teams. And it doesn't matter who they played. If you look at the precision on some of his passes that he made with really good coverage at times, he went 26 for 29 and 4 touchdowns against. I realized it was a watered-down maybe Kansas City
look
team.
at him the last 15 weeks. And
you still got to make those throws.
Yes, of course, and he can run. City Dweller, how about you? The game you were looking forward to the most other than Steelers?
Without question, it's Philadelphia-Green Bay. I think that Green Bay, we talk about all the pressure it's on Sirianni. With Jordan Love, as long as he's healthy, can go into Philadelphia and win that game.
Is he healthy?
He got banged up.
Is he going to play?
Watson's out for the year now.
Yeah, so Christian Watson is out, and Jordan Love is a little bit up in the air.
How about the worst game, Bob? The one you wouldn't watch, the one you might not even watch?
I'm going to say Chargers-Texans. I don't know why, but I just don't look at that game, and I don't see much. I think Stroud's struggling. I think the Chargers should win that game, actually, but it could be an ugly game. So
I
that
say the
doesn't
one
intrigue
Limits
me.
just said for most interesting.
Why?
Green Bay, Philly. I don't know. I think Philly's going to hammer them.
How about
Jordan
if Pickett
Love's
plays?
not
How about if Pickett wins and he throws 3 touchdowns?
Then it would be very interesting, yes. Is Hurts supposed to play?
He's still in concussion protocol, though, I saw.
Yeah, the belief is that he's going to be back in time.
All right, let's finish up our season awards, Bob. Shall we? Who's the MVP of the league? Pick one.
I'm going to pick Lamar Jackson only because I think the numbers merit it. I have a soft spot here for Saquon Barkley. As I told you before, Joe, if a running back can't win an MVP with this kind of season, when will one ever win one? And the answer is never. So,
I think that I agree with you. I was on Josh Allen's bandwagon, but I think Lamar made a late push and the numbers are undeniable. I think there's going to be, a proclivity of people to say he hasn't been good in the playoffs. That has nothing to do with it. I think also people will say Josh Allen hasn't won yet. It's his turn. I don't think that would be a terrible choice, but Lamar's numbers are just hard to deny at this point. 41 touchdowns, 4 picks, and 950 yards rushing. The only player in history with 4,000 yards passing and 900 yards rushing. It's ridiculous what he's doing. He leads the league in passer rating by like 8 points. So he's my choice. I have to take Lamar. How about you, Limits?
I will not cave, gentlemen. I'm sticking with Josh Allen as my MVP. I think winning matters. They beat the Chiefs. They're the only teams that can say that. They're a higher seed than Baltimore. I think the offense that is surrounding Lamar Jackson is a better offense, and he has a better defense than what Josh Allen has in Buffalo. Lamar has more to work with than what Josh Allen has in Buffalo, and I think Allen's more worthy.
I think that was very well stated by Limits, Bob, even though I disagree. What a statement that was, wasn't it? What a defense
he came out, but I disagree with a lot of that, too. I think you're underselling what Buffalo has.
It's not as good as Baltimore.
It's not. Where am I underselling it? Offense or defense?
Both. I think their defense is better than...
Their defense is...
I think Buffalo's defense stinks.
They're not better than Baltimore.
If I look at Baltimore, are you taking the entire season or
yes.
just the way they've played recently? Well, look at the beginning of Baltimore's season. They had some issues with a lot of things down the field.
So the number one run defense in all football.
What about the weaponry, though, Bob? The offensive
first
weaponry
of all,
around them.
I think if you look at Amari Cooper, they're 2 tight ends, very talented guys. Kincaid
not as
and
good
Knox.
as Baltimore.
They had Cooper for only half the year.
Okay.
Derrick Henry.
Shaquille is terrific.
He's a good player. Not as good as Zay Flowers.
Okay. I think Keon Coleman's coming on to be a very good player, and I like Cook at running back a lot. I think he's underappreciated.
I think it's a decent supporting cast, maybe better than people think, but not as good as Baltimore.
Baltimore has a better offensive line, they have better tight ends, and they have better running backs.
But Baltimore's
City Limits is getting very forceful and borderline insulting toward you, Bob.
Insulting?
That's fine. I just think you're not giving Bills enough credit for what they've done, and I think they're a very good team, well-rounded team. I know they've had some spots on defense that every team has spots on defense that tend to look very bad against certain teams. I don't know. I still got to go to Lamar. I'm going to go to Lamar. You can stick with Josh Allen all you want, but it's a tight race. I would throw in Baker Mayfield.
There's more high-end candidates than I've seen in a long time. Saquon, Derrick Henry.
How about
Burrow,
Sam Darnold?
Baker
if you want
Mayfield,
to make a
Lamar.
case?
Yeah, I mean, in a normal year, 35 touchdowns.
He won't win it, but I'm just saying that's worthy of conversation for sure.
And the guy who went 15-1 wound up not having too bad a year either. He's pretty good.
Well, let's talk about him. He's not listed as a Pro Bowler at all, and I understand why. There's 3 guys who deserve it, but when you look at what Patrick Mahomes does, his numbers not near what you expect. But I ask you to go and look at the fourth quarter of games and just break it down that way. They've been involved in so many one-score games. They have not scored in the 30s all year.
Yeah.
And yet this guy at 15-1 has some of the best numbers in the fourth quarter of games when you give him a chance. So, and again, that's fatigue. That's what Rob Long said about Myles Garrett wins because there's too much T.J. Watt fatigue. It's the same thing that happens here.
Yeah, but T.J. only won once.
I know that.
Where does the fatigue come from?
Because he's always mentioned as a top candidate, and Myles Garrett never got it, which T.J. Watt should have had another one last year.
He should have 2 more, at least 1 more.
Well, at least 1 more, but definitely conversation with 3. My point is, that becomes a problem in the minds of voters.
Who's your coach of the year, Bob?
I'm going to go with Kevin O'Connell, only because I did not expect an injury to their number 1 pick. He's out for the year. They centered everything about J.J. McCarthy. They bring in Sam Darnold and turn him into a quarterback that the Jets thought they were getting out of the draft. And I think that took a lot of coaching and a lot of scheming, and no one expected them to be 14-3. At least I didn't.
This is the easiest ballot I ever would have cast if I were voting for this, and it's Andy Reid by 1 trillion miles. his team, which, by the way, sustained some big injuries. Everybody circles a team that's trying to become the first three-peat in the history of the Super Bowl era. And all he did was go out and go 15-2. And it wasn't against all cupcakes either. They beat Baltimore in the opener. They beat the Chargers along the way. They just beat the Steelers, another playoff team. They would have beaten Denver, another playoff team. They beat Denver early in the season. It's an unbelievable year. He would have been, if he wanted to, they could have gone 16-1. And they were pretty darn close to going 17-0. They were in that Buffalo game right till the very end. An incredible job of keeping a team that's on top. And sometimes that's way more difficult
that's also
than taking
fatigue.
a team that was 4-13 and going 12-5 or whatever.
It's also fatigue that every year they're mentioned, and I think people shy away because the
No,
expectation.
it's not fatigue. When's the
the
last time he won it?
The expectation was that they were going to be the favorite to come into the season. So when the expectations are that high, if they don't achieve them, you look at it as not a good. If they do achieve it, okay, you expected it.
Yeah, so that's why he shouldn't get it. They achieved what everybody thought they were going to achieve, be the number one seed.
No, they won. A lot of people didn't think they'd be the number one seed. Not to mention winning 15 games. And as far as Andy Reid fatigue, he's never won it during the Chiefs era. There is no fatigue here.
Mike Tomlin's never won Coach of the Year either.
I'm talking about Chiefs fatigue. Just the fact.
What does that have to do with anything?
Maybe there's fatigue there that people don't want to root for Tomlin with all of his winning seasons, non-losing seasons.
That doesn't make sense. The fatigue is about a certain guy wins it all the time, so you want to give it to somebody else, I thought.
Which is why Andy Reid won't get it.
He hasn't gotten it, Bob.
Because they win, and I don't know what the previous voting has been like. I'm just saying this year specifically.
He did get it for the Eagles back in 2002.
Specifically this year, people knew that Kansas City had a special group. Again, when you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, your expectation is to be, if not the number one seed, certainly a contender to win it again. And they achieved those expectations.
Which is a remarkable achievement in
no
and of itself.
question it is. 15-2. It's easier to go the other way, but that's not good enough reason to make him the coach of the year over some of these other guys who had no expectations with injured quarterbacks.
Why should it be that way? Why is the coach of the year always the guy who takes the underdog to decent heights?
It depends on your
instead of the guy who keeps his team on top?
Because that's just the way it is. Andy Reid is a tremendous coach. He's going to be one of the best ever in the history of the game. Already is. He doesn't need, as Mike said, any endorsement from me. What I'm saying is, did you think Minnesota was going to go 14-3? If I told you at the beginning of the year that they would lose their starting quarterback who they drafted, they won it, and then they brought in Sam Darnold and said, here, you be our quarterback, from what you saw from ghost after ghost after ghost.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Go ahead, Limits.
And that's why I have Kevin O'Connell as well. For a long time, I had Dan Campbell as the man, just because everything that he was doing with the Lions was so significant.
He's going to have the same fatigue that Andy.
That's right. Number one seed in the AFC.
That's why I pivot to Kevin O'Connell, because they had dealt with so many different.
Did Dan Campbell get it last year?
By the way, the Chiefs improved by 4
Kevin
games.
Kevin Stefanski won it last year, and that was ridiculous.
That's ridiculous. He's been a 2-time coach of the year.
2 out of the last 5 years,
That's
he's
what
won
I'm saying.
it.
They need a new criterion, like a guy who keeps his. By the way, the Vikings won 7 last year, so they doubled their win total. The Chiefs have 4 more wins than they had last year, Bob.
They're still the Chiefs.
They got
still
better.
Have Patrick Mahomes, and that's that. The
by
reason
the way,
Kevin O'Connell will win it is for the same reason Kevin Stefanski won it last year, because he went through 16 quarterbacks and got to the playoffs.
Wait a second. Kevin O'Connell, he was the coach when they were 13-4. So last year he dropped to 7-10.
Right.
So he got his team back to what it was. He gets coach of the year for that. They lost the biggest game of the year.
Okay. Bottom line was, I look inside of that and look at what they lost and who they replaced him with and what they drew out of that guy. That's what I'm
going for Zach Taylor.
And they're also in the Zach Taylor.
He's on the Mike Tomlin plan. Last year, Tomlin was coach of the year, and the year before, because they finished so well. And everybody was like, what a great job he did, forgetting the first part of each season. And, oh, my God, he should be coach of the year. So why not Zach Taylor?
Or what about Dan Quinn?
Dan Quinn is actually a good candidate.
What about him? He has a rookie quarterback. No one really knew what they were going to get out of that situation. It's a terrible franchise that has struggled forever. New ownership, he gets the job, and boom.
How about Defensive Player of the Year, Limits? Why don't you go first here, and I'll give you the odds.
I know the odds are in favor of Pat Surtain right now, and Pat Surtain, I think, is going to win it. T.J. Watt over the last couple weeks.
He's not letting me give him the odds, Bob.
I thought you wanted to give me the I thought you wanted me to say my piece first. Go right ahead.
Let me
What
give
are
you the odds first. Pats, we're fighting again. Did you notice that? Me and Limits?
Where's that
Limits and I?
ice cream truck?
He's mad because
Are we
the
bringing?
basketball
I know it's
video.
February or January, wherever we are, but it's cold outside. But ice cream still goes well.
He's mad because the basketball video came out, in which I look spectacular.
I'll take some mint chocolate chip, please.
Pat Surtain is the odds-on favorite at -200, followed by Trey Hendrickson has moved ahead
That's
of
my
TJ.
pick.
Oh, boy.
Holy
What do you mean,
bird,
oh
Bill.
boy?
It's not going to be. Well, it's not going to be TJ anymore.
He
He's
has more
disappeared.
sacks than everyone else on that team combined.
I'm not talking about Hendrickson. I'm talking about Watt. Watt has disappeared more than Myles Garrett did last year at the end of the year and still won Defensive Player of the Year. Like,
who's your Defensive Player of
it's
the Year?
Pat Surtain right now. I wish it could have been Watt, but the last month, the 4-game losing streak for me.
But I also think he's been banged up a little bit, and I'm not so sure what percentage he is playing, you know?
But would him sitting out like the last 4 games, like just for Defensive Player of the Year purposes, have helped his case? I don't think so. Like,
who?
TJ Watt.
I mean, I thought he had a pretty good game the other night. Not on the conventional stat sheet, but he had 6 pressures. He got an unbelievable grade from PFF, and he got robbed of a strip sack because of Corey Trice.
If you're going just off PFF grades, then he is the Defensive Player of the Year, TJ Watt.
That's who I'm picking, believe it or not. I'm picking TJ Watt. Bob, PFF said that this was TJ Watt's greatest year because they give him a high run grade.
Yeah,
so his overall grade is the best he's ever had.
Yeah,
I'm picking him as Defensive Player of the Year. How about you?
And I would have no argument with that for that very reason. But I just think because Hendrickson has never won this, and he's had, and you know, the stat total was very
Can
big
you
for
pick
edge
it for
rushers.
a non-playoff guy?
Here we go again with that argument.
Unless he does something historic, I'm not giving it to a non-playoff guy.
Most sacks in Cincinnati Bengals history.
That's like having the most doubles in
I'm
Pirate
just-
recent.
okay, I'm just saying.
That's like having the most homers for the Pirates since 2000.
I
love you.
Do you miss
I
Ron,
love you.
Bob?
I wonder what Ron's doing. Do you think he listens?
Talk about damning a guy with faint praise. The most sacks in Cincinnati Bengals history.
I'm just saying. I think he's had an unbelievable season.
He's good.
and he's in that conversation.
Then again, in the game that in the end cost them a playoff spot was the loss at home to the Steelers, where he had, I think, 0 tackles. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Are you picking Hendrickson if you have a
Yeah,
ballot?
that's my pick.
So Hendrickson, Surtain, and TJ. That was very exciting. Bob, let's go back to where we were at the beginning of the show with the vibe in this town and the George Pickens story. Let's talk about that a little bit and how the Ravens are openly mocking him and how we're going to bring back a quote from Rob Long when he was on with us. He thinks this is great strategy by them. Is it? Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say.
What are you laughing about?
Are you mad right now? I looked over and now it seems you're mad.
I'm not mad. No, you know what's on my mind. What's on my mind is on my mind.
You idiot.
I'm not mad.
I know. Okay. I was just checking when I saw. I know you're distracted, and I understand why.
Got you, Joey.
Tony! Limits, are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at all, no.
Okay.
Why does Tony get your bait every time?
I don't know. The second time he called, I was nice to Tony. I
Got
thought,
you, Joey.
Tony! It's the Joey thing. Did anybody in your life call you Bobby?
Robbie.
They
Yeah.
do? Who? Family people?
Yeah, family people. My mother always used to call me Robbie. I don't mind that. You don't like Joey?
No.
You don't like the way he said it. Got you, Joey.
No, I've never. I
Got
don't,
you, Joey.
Tony! I don't like Joey. I just don't like it.
From now on, you're Joey.
The only person who called me that when I was a kid was Mrs. Paolini.
Would you be mad at me if I referred to you from this day forward as Joey?
Yes.
We should call him Joey for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
No. No.
Yeah.
It'll be like Mr. P,
fine.
Bob. We'll call him Joey. We'll give Joe a nickname.
Giving
That's
a
right.
taste of my own medicine? All right, I can take it.
Have you done the reads, Joey?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I don't like that at all. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's talk a little playoff football. We're about to make a little bit of history here. Over the course of 5 straight days, we have so many playoff games, I've lost track. When's the first college one? Wonder Twin.
Thursday at the Orange Bowl. You should call me from the Orange Bowl.
Oh, my God. Are you leaving tomorrow?
I'm leaving tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow morning.
Oh, do I envy you.
It's going to be 65 degrees. I'm like, yes, let's go.
Well,
Let's go, weather.
Buckle up, football fans, because the first time ever we got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. And in FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, we're celebrating the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat SGP, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at an even bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but there's also 5 chances to win big. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. It's the great playoff payoff. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Got you, Joey.
Tony!
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt will play against... Oh, Joe looks very mad across the glass with the Joey read. Pitt will play against Duke as we compose ourselves tonight. The Panthers are 12-2 overall. It's the same record that Duke has, and 3-0 in conference play. It's a matchup between 2 undefeated teams in the ACC. Duke is 4-0. That's tied with Clemson for the number 1 spot in the ACC standings. The Blue Devils are 4th in the country. Right here on 93.7 The Fan, beginning at 6:30 with the pregame show and tip-off at 7 o'clock. Panthers have won 5 in a row. Duke has won 8 in a row. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get ready for every Pitt game with the Panthers preview show. 3 hours before kickoff, Bob Hobbian and Doran Dickerson give you all the insight on the upcoming game.
It's pulled in. What a catch by Kalate Mumfield.
Panthers preview is brought to you by Cranberry Dental Studio, Iron City and Icy Light, NSS Live, Tifted Beer Outlet, and Spritzer Acura.
Let's go.
We are the home for your Pitt Panthers. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Fabric Talk. Hello, my love. I am your living room carpet. I see everything. I feel everything. After a while, I smell like everything, including Sir Pickles, who you snuggle with while binging that dating show you can't stop watching. So, how about we freshen things up with Febreze Fabric Spray? Oh, and a big spray for my pals, couch and ottoman. Ah, yes, refreshing. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago the Petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the Petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Yesterday's news that Jalen Hurts is still in concussion protocol may have altered the entire NFC playoff picture. The Eagles are viewed as a bona fide Super Bowl threat. They're right there with the Lions. Hopefully Hurts is fine. But for everyone out there picking the Eagles to go all the way, it's a wrong time for a major question mark. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And football fans, we are in for a real thrill. For the first time ever, 5 straight days of playoff football in college football and the pros. And FanDuel is celebrating with a great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at even bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, you'll get your bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, there's also 5 chances to win big. I know I'll be taking Notre Dame against Penn State as one of my bets here in this great playoff payoff. FanDuel.com/Andrew to be part of it all. It's FanDuel.com/Andrew for the great playoff payoff on FanDuel. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued is now. Withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Dan Andelman from The Phantom Gourmet, a TV show that's all about finding the best restaurants in New England. So I definitely love to eat. So did I put my life and my show on hold to lose weight with Awaken 180? Nope. Here's how it went. 6 pounds down my first week, 25 pounds by the end of my first month, and in just over 2 months, I hit my goal, 50 pounds gone by the time I turned 50. And let me tell you, those results, they came while I was still tasting every food under the sun. Everything from ribeyes to sushi, I didn't skip a beat. And that's the beauty of Awaken 180. It fits into your life. I mean, my whole life revolves around food, and it still worked for me, and that's what sets Awaken 180 apart. I didn't want to take the meds, and I already knew the gym wasn't the answer. I let the experts do it for me, and my results are proof that it works. This new year, make it work for you, and choose the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Rob Long earlier today with us from 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. He seemed to sort of agree with the notion that the Ravens did a good thing by keeping that video up where it's about Lamar's new cologne, I guess, but in the background you hear people saying, yeah, it smells soft, smell like George Pickens, something like that, Bob, correct?
They had to have heard it. I mean, the people who run the social media, and they chose to put it out regardless. And his situation is that they maintain that that's fine. They're going to put it out there because they believe he is a, quote, easy target.
Yeah, and I can't blame them for that, for believing that, but it could backfire. It could. Pickens is capable of having a big game. Like Rob, you know, he didn't acknowledge that Pickens has already beaten the Ravens once, and that was last year on a nice throw from Kenny Pickett, I might add. Remember that play, Bob?
Totally.
41 yards, was it? Down the right sideline?
On the right side. He's capable. And if he just internalizes all of this instead of lashes out or takes it out, you know, he needs to understand to control his feelings instead of letting them in the middle of the game start yelling at fans. I mean, come on.
It's ridiculous.
You can't do that. And you will be looked at as a soft mark if that continues. You can't do it like that.
Yeah. Teams are getting to him. And the Ravens are trying it pretty early in the week here, apparently. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
How about the Limitless Wonder going to the Orange Bowl, Bob? He's leaving tomorrow. Are you going to be in tomorrow?
I'm not, no. I'm flying out early in the morning.
Holy bird milk.
He has a connection, so he only has a short window to get to that next flight, and then you'll be down there in beautiful Miami.
It'll be not 80 degrees, but about 65, 70 degrees,
Before
and
you go
60 degrees at kickoff.
What are you going to do in the day that you're not – this is not a game day, so you're going to go to the beach?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
We're not entirely sure yet, so –
I'm going to give you a restaurant to go to that you need to go to.
Okay.
It's called Prime Italian.
Okay.
It's very expensive. But you're young. You make a lot of money. You have nobody who depends on you right now but you. Go to Prime Italian.
Go to Prime
Italian.
Ask for Lorenzo.
Yes. Ask for Lorenzo. Say Bob Pompiani sent me.
If he's still there, I haven't talked to him in a while, but if he's still there.
It's me, my dad, my uncle, and my two sisters.
Well, then your dad should pay.
Possibly. It's a lot of expenses that are being racked up, but I'm pumped for
your
this.
dad will love it. If he loves Italian food, go there.
He does.
But you better make a reservation today.
This is going to be
too late.
Really fun.
Joe, you like restaurants, right? When
yeah,
you go on the
I'm
road?
looking at the menu at Prime Italian right now. I'm not so sure that Limits can afford this, Bob. But
hey, you live once. You're in Miami for a big game. Go and do what you got to do.
It's on the Pompiani meal plan. Is it the
they
same?
Have a sister station called Prime 112.
Yeah.
It's right next door. It's a steak place, and it's a really good place, too.
I think, Joe, maybe Jim Nantz should fit the bill for this. Next time we go to eat.
Last thing is predictions on the guess what? I'm going to the Penguins game tonight, Bob.
I'll be there for a little bit. You going to the press box, or are you going to go just to go?
No, I'm going with Donnie, a guy named Donnie from Wenango Country Club.
Oh, by the way, our contact at Greg from Oakmont doubled down on playing this year. So early in the season, we have to do it, though. So you
playing on the range or the course?
No, the course.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Before the Open?
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, before they shut the place down.
Holy horse milk. Yes, to any time, even if we have to call in sick and make Limits do
by
the
the
show.
time you walk up 18, you will be walking as if you're in the Bataan Death March. You'll be just walking with your tongue hanging out, wondering, I need a beer. Let's go.
No, I won't.
And
Bob, you have to walk the course, Bob?
Yes.
Remember Kyle from the golf course that reached out to us when we did the show? He reached out to me.
Okay, good.
I forgot. I have his info.
You have his info. Good.
We're going to get to play another course?
We're going to get to play a course, and there's a dinner waiting for us.
And I met a guy from Allegheny Country Club.
Well, Allegheny's beautiful, and they have such a great staff there, led by John Aber, who's been there for years. Terrific.
Our lives are all in front of us, Bob.
Yeah, that's at Grandview Golf Club.
Correct.
Right? So Kyle said we'll go play and have dinner with him.
Sounds delicious. Thank you, Bob.
All right, guys, this is the way to end the show with a bunch of meal plans.
Wonderful.
Prime Prime Italian.
Prime Italian.
Tell me what it goes. I want to see pictures.
I'll make sure
Have
that
a
I
nice
save
trip.
all my money.
Have a good trip, Limits.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now, fan headlines powered by
You could call me if you'd like. I would love to share the experience of Miami with you. As Pitt basketball will play tonight against Duke at 7 o'clock. Panthers undefeated in ACC play. We'll play against the number 4 ranked team in the country. You can hear it right here on The Fan beginning at 6:30 with the pregame show. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Montucky Cold Snacks, a snackable light lager born in the majestic Big Sky country. This drool-worthy golden nectar is light in bitterness and full tilt in festivity. Pairs well with adventure, belly laughs, and gas station delights shared with buddies. 4.1% alcohol by volume and only 104 calories. Grab a snack to go in 30 racks, 12 packs, or 16-ounce pounder 6-packs wherever you buy beer. Montucky Cold Snacks. Try one.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym. Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get. Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me. I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real? Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean. And it's made a difference for you? Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom. Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves? Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text LEAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text LEAP to 321-321. That's LEAP to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Lakers traveled to Dallas on Tuesday night, looking to extend the Mavericks' losing streak to 6 games. LA has moved past Dallas in the Western Conference standings and are just a half game out of the 4th seed in the West. The total in the game is set at 219.5, and 6 of the last 8 meetings between the teams have gone over that mark. The BetQL model is on the trend, and their best bet in the NBA is the over between LA and Dallas. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had surgery. You've been home for 2 weeks. Been having this crazy pain on the left side of you. You call your doctor and you go in for a visit. Your doctor gives you an x-ray and he says you need to go to the hospital immediately. You ask him what's wrong. He says during your surgery, it looks like they left something in you. Left something in me. You go to the hospital. You You ask them, what's wrong? I went to my doctor and they said y'all left something in me. They do an x-ray and they say you need to go into surgery immediately. Looks like they left a clamp in you. A clamp in me? What is that? They take you into surgery. You're on the phone with Top Dog. This a medical malpractice. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Met's Plumbing and Sewer Lining has sewer hydrojet with camera black and gold special $299. Most other companies charge $600 to $1,500. Don't just snake your sewer, clean it. Fast, effective, and affordable. Call Metz 412-872-4105.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football with John from New Flow Men's Health. Erectile dysfunction is brutal, and John, it can really take a toll.
Correct. Your performance in the bedroom is dreadful. You have zero confidence. Your relationship is suffering. You know it, and she knows it too.
And we all know pills and injections won't work.
Pills and injections are horrible for you, and a short-term fix at best. Even crazier if you're getting them off the internet. You should hear the horror stories.
Guys, eliminate your ED issues long-term. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, first day of practice for the Steelers as they await the Ravens 4 days from now in Baltimore, a massive underdog in that game. We'll find out which Steelers players, Mason McCormick, Dante Jackson, were able to give it a go in practice. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pony and Muller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I'm confident. I'm sorry, I don't have the energy behind this, but I'm very confident in the group. As a professional, you work your ass off to be ready week in and week out, and there's belief in the group, and that's all that matters.
Steelers, Ravens. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrew Filipponi. He's Chris Muller. Donnie Football is with us for 4 hours. We will spend most of it discussing Steelers and Ravens. Cam Hayward is confident, believes in his guys. Ben Roethlisberger, not so much. He is a turncoat, a Benedict Ben, picking the Ravens to win this game. Who feels good about Sunday? Saturday, 412-928-9370. Donnie, do you? Start there.
I do not.
Okay.
I think the slow starts we've seen from the Steelers in the playoffs, plus how they've played for the last month of the season, that seems to be a recipe for disaster.
Malsey, how about you?
Nope. Don't feel good. Ravens, third scoring offense in the league for the year. 9th scoring defense, that's barely behind the Steelers in defense, way ahead of them in offense. They have scored 518 points. I am a big believer in point differential as being largely indicative of how good you are. The Ravens are checking in that department for the season at plus 157. The Steelers have dropped all the way down to 33. That's technically worse than the Bengals.
So you're not buying into throw the record books and the stats and the point differential out the window when these two teams get together, clearly.
Clearly. Fourth highest point. Yeah,
that's right. Ben has turned into a negative Nancy. He's now.
Yeah, play that for Ben himself. Why don't you play Ben? Why don't you play the Ben clip?
Steelers.
Yeah.
Ravens. Okay.
Negative Nancy.
Now we're through the looking glass here. Now we're getting meta with our jokes.
How the turntables have turned? Who said that?
No, it's just how the turntables. I like that version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, how the tables have turned, Ben. But
so you're a no. I got 2 no's so far. 412-928-9370.
And one is a guy who's been in these games where teams have given them no chance. Maybe it's because in the couple of games that he played late in his career where people weren't giving the Steelers a chance, they actually played like it. No one gave him a chance in that Chiefs game. I remember famously somebody on this show bet his friend Nick Wright that the Steelers would at least cover the 14-point spread, and they did not.
No, I don't think I ever paid Nick for that, by the way. But I did pay Colin Dunlap for not bowling a 300 game. I do not feel good. There are 2 things that are on my mind when it comes to my feeling about this game. You have Lamar Jackson and how horrible, by and large, he's been against the Steelers. And the other one is Mike Tomlin in his eternal struggle, his eternal war on winning in the playoffs that he gauges every year and seems to lose. 5 losses in a row. Donnie, do you have the stats on starts for the Steelers in those 5 playoff losses, what they do at the beginning of games and during this 5-game Steelers playoff losing streak?
And oddly enough, the one that started it would be the one you think is ugliest, given who they were playing, Tom Brady and the Patriots. They were down 10-0 after 1 in that game. They then allowed Jacksonville to open up a 21-0 lead, Cleveland to open up a 28-0 lead. The Chiefs, they actually scored on first. It was 7-0, if you recall.
Yep, TJ Watt.
The Chiefs then went up 35-7 in that game, and then the finale was last year's playoff game. The Bills were up 21-0 midway through the second quarter.
Back of the napkin math, that looks like 105-7 to me.
So what do I put more stock in? Lamar struggles versus the Steelers, even though he's coming off his best game against them
he's had.
Or Tomlin's teams get to this point in the year and they start like crap, and his baby, his prize pig, the defense, looks like it forgot how to play football. I was always taught by my mom, like, worry about your own problems. Why don't you get your own house in order? Why don't you clean your own room before you tell me about Sam Familaro's room or whoever I was?
Sam Familaro.
He was a kid I went to school with. That type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Clean your own room.
Yep.
Worry about your own house.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm more
concerned about. I don't care what Sam Familaro's parents are saying to him.
I'm more worried. What sticks in my craw more is that our coach seems to – I already think he's overrated, and he devolves or dissolves into something much worse in these playoff games. So that's what I'm fixated on. That's why I am feeling the same way Ben does. I have a terrible feeling about this game. My usual chipper attitude that kicks in whenever they play the Ravens, and I get to recite, here's Lamar Jackson's win-loss record against them, his touchdown-interception ratio. These are the fumbles he has against them. Look how many times he's been sacked. Look at how bad his passer rating is. I don't have that feeling going into this game. None of that. Because I'm worried about our head honcho, our General Patton, General Washington, General So. Our General Tomlin is one that went right over Donnie's head. He
heard it. He got a little eyebrow pop there.
Yeah.
How about General Disarray? Major dysfunction. That's more what they resemble. Who's a bad general from history, just known for really sucking ass in these battles?
Custer?
Oh man, and you got crushed by that by our pal Caleb with that one. Just look at the trend lines, Pony, for both of these teams.
But a lot of fans want to say, at least they have in the past with this, don't look at any of the stats because it's about what happens when the Steelers and the Ravens get together.
Something different
Not
takes
what
place.
The Ravens did against the Giants or what they did against the Browns. What do they do against the Steelers?
Yeah, I think the fact that the Steelers are coming in, I think I heard Donnie at the very start of his show last night, and I loved it. He said something like they're not limping in, they're in a wheelchair coming into this game.
Using crutches.
Using crutches, possibly a wheelchair was a very good line to start the show. I think the Steelers being that bad lately has nullified a lot of there's some weird mystique here. The trend lines are very bad. The Ravens, since that Steelers loss, they're 5-1. Only loss was to the Eagles. Eagles are great. They have only turned the ball over twice. That is usually part of the recipe for the Steelers beating them, is they put the ball on the ground or Jackson throws a pick. They have forced 6 turnovers in the 6 games since. Only one team, Pony, has topped 300 yards of offense against the Ravens in that time frame. It's the Steelers. But some of that was garbage time, or some of it was them just move. Actually, no. It was not in the fourth quarter. It was the Steelers shooting themselves in the foot. They've been really good since that game, and the Steelers, that was probably close to their
apex. I think Ben Roethlisberger starts his formulation on who he likes in games on the position that he played.
Quarterback.
The quarterback spot. Who has the
cowboy.
advantage?
And he knows
Lamar
Jackson's
Jackson
better.
or Russell Wilson. As much as it pains me to say it, there's no comparison between the two guys now. I don't think with Russell Wilson, a light bulb goes on where he's like, hey, I won a Super Bowl now almost 12 years ago. The more recent Super Bowl was in, he threw one of the worst interceptions that cost his team a championship, and people in Seattle and Marshawn Lynch are still pissed at him and probably more pissed at Pete Carroll for calling the play, but he's the one that actually threw the ball. My point is, one of the things that you brought up there is Lamar Jackson gives the ball away, typically against the Steelers. Our quarterbacks protect the ball. They lost the game there most recently because of boneheaded things by Russ. And he hasn't and he had pick 6, and he's not exactly washed that away or cleansed that away or gotten over that with the way things have gone the last few weeks.
Pony, I think that's a major story. I don't think Tomlin trusts the player right now.
Yes, and he's talking about how his offense is back to where it was with Trubisky and Pickett, which is let's just run the ball and not screw it up and hope that we can play keep away more than necessarily score points. That's exactly what he said yesterday. Thank you for bringing that back up. Donnie said, I think a month ago, and this created some shockwaves on the station, that if he had to pick a quarterback in a playoff game, he would pick Russell Wilson over Lamar Jackson. You said that in late November. Do you still feel that way now in early January?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So there's a difference between, play the Ben comment again.
Negative Nancy.
There's a difference between negative Nancy and a realist. We make decisions in life based on reality. We don't, I would hope you don't make extravagant, splurgy purchases if it doesn't match your budget. You live in reality. You're a realist about things. The realist in me says they're not going to win and they don't have a very good chance on Saturday. That's not being negative. That's just doing what you just did, Chris. That's running down how both teams have played, and that's me knowing who's calling the shots for us and my huge lack of trust in him. It just has. I've listened to the station all day. It's interesting to hear many of the voices that I am used to hearing call into our show and our other shows express confidence in this game, in this matchup, when I've heard these same people call into our shows and say, nothing will change until Mike Tomlin is fired. He is the worst coach for this team. It has gone stale. They are at a dead end. They are going nowhere with him. And then 5 seconds later, Starkey says, Joe and Blanox is on the line. We'll never lose to the Ravens because Lamar Jackson chokes in these games. Well, which one is it? Which one is it? If Tomlin really is the impediment to being a good football team, then how the frig do you predict them to win a road playoff game as almost a 10-point underdog?
Well,
come on, people.
If he's the impediment and they actually win as a 10-point underdog, then he has to get a massive hand for that, and then it has to nullify a lot of the complaints.
But preemptively, people are calling for a victory while at the same time saying Tomlin's like the worst coach of all time.
Yeah, I'm going to blow your mind with this one. Sometimes I think our callers make bad points that are founded in what they want to happen, not what will happen.
Yeah.
Sorry to our callers. We love all of you, but sometimes we don't think that you are on the right track. Sometimes we're not on the right track. But I think if you're predicting a Ravens win and possibly a lopsided one, you're sniffing in the right direction right now.
Texas on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Let's take some calls. Are you confident that the Steelers will win on Saturday? 412-928-9370. How are you feeling about this game? 412-928-9370. You can say to yourself, oh, what does this guy know? What is Donnie Football? He only played at Waynesburg. What does Chris Muller know? His biggest claim to fame is that he made 9 straight threes. What does Andrew Filipponi know? He's a dumbass that gets into quarrels with NFL players' burner accounts on Twitter and makes awful predictions on games.
Clip all of that, Donnie.
And that's fine. That's fine. Maybe the greatest quarterback in team history, a first ballot Hall of Famer who does a podcast taking inventory and stock of this team every week, very quickly said the Ravens are winning this game. No hesitation whatsoever. So if you want to call in and pick the Steelers, you're also saying Ben Roethlisberger doesn't know jack about this team. 412-928-9370. Let's get to those calls next. First, the headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big one for Pitt Hoops tonight. They are at Duke, 7 p.m. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Wetco Car Wash. There are almost 50 of them around town. Congratulations on all Wetco's success, and congratulations on my success by going with the Wetco Car Wash, because I was there today. Stella was taking a nap as I was driving her over to my mother-in-law's. I figured perfect time to make a pit stop here. Let's have them spray off all of the salt residue that's on my car, all of the ice that is stuck and hasn't melted away that's on my car. Let them take care of all of that. and go from there. And I never have to get out of my car. Temperatures are in the low 20s. With the wind, it feels even worse. And yet I zip out of there, and my car looks like it just came off the lot at a dealership in town. I have a dealership I love. I don't think I'm allowed to mention them in this spot. But either way, go unlimited today, and that means you can get as many car washes as you want at all of their locations whenever you feel like it, and the price never changes. It is just one low monthly price. GetGoCafe.com/Wetgo. That's GetGoCafe.com/Wetgo. It's time for you to go unlimited today with the Wetgo car wash, just like me. Go with Wetgo.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, what's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. NFL owners are in a tough spot when it comes to hiring coaches. It's risky to hand the franchise over to an unproven guy. Retreads feel safer, but all the great coaches got to start somewhere. Finding the next Sean McVay or Kevin O'Connell is very hard. The franchise with the brains and the guts to make that kind of hire could hit gold and eventually land in the Super Bowl. I'm Andrew Perloff.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Team, I'll be real with you. Time isn't on our side. The Super Bowl is only getting closer. So I'm asking you all, what's it gonna be? Are you gonna do the same old? Or are you gonna step it up this year? Who's going to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest at Acrisure Stadium? Are you gonna join us for a Super Bowl experience like no other? Get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history. Meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. The Super Bowl only comes once a year. Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. You in?
Tickets are limited. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older or accompanied by parent or legal guardian to attend. Terms apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
They haven't looked good to me on offense in a while. They can't score. They haven't scored 17 points or more. They haven't scored more than 17 points since, I don't know, mid-season. They are really struggling to throw the football. Cincinnati is not the greatest defensive team. They didn't even have 200 yards of total offense. I don't like the body language of the receiver Pickens. I just don't feel any rhythm at all. They're a slow starting team, man. They're like last in the league in first quarter points. And their red zone offense, they're 31st in the league. They just don't put the ball into the end zone. I think Lamar is on fire. I think the Ravens are the most improved team right now in the AFC. Their defense is playing good, man. And I think they're going to smoke Pittsburgh personally.
John Gruden.
What was that noise you made?
Smoke him. Roll a doobie, toke it, smoke it, puff it, blow it out. That's what he's thinking.
Sounded like you were huffing nitrous there.
Steelers going to get smoked by the Ravens. That is one of Mike Tomlin's old mentors. He won a Super Bowl with John Gruden in Tampa when he was a DB's coach. And the teacher is saying the student is going to get paddled in this matchup. Ben Roethlisberger saying the same thing. Won't get any disagreement from these football giants, titans in this room. Malsey, me, Donnie. Guess it comes down to, do you trust Mike Tomlin? If you're going to call in and say you feel good about this game, that means you feel good about Mike Tomlin, who's lost 4 in a row and has not only failed to win a playoff game since 2016, but as Donnie pointed out, they fall behind big in all of these games. 412-928-9370. Let's see if we can get some uplifting takes from our callers. Starting with Brian in Bell Vernon. Hello, Brian.
Hello, Andrew. How are you today?
I'm pretty good, Brian, although I think the Steelers are in for a rude awakening on Saturday.
Yeah, they look rough. I agree. It's just we have a secret weapon as long as our coach can utilize that weapon in quarterback. I think he's been keeping it a secret here. He's trying, but injuries make things difficult to keep secrets, and he don't want to unveil that secret in Fields until he really needs it. I think we'll be okay. It's going to be a tight one, man.
So Mike Tomlin is going to do something unorthodox. He's got an ace up his sleeve named Justin Fields, and you trust Mike Tomlin, after Fields has barely played, to utilize him correctly and beat one of the hottest teams in the NFL with a backup quarterback, Brian?
If he doesn't, he needs to go.
Well,
if he doesn't utilize that, and
he's not going to get fired, Brian.
Well, then he's had all season since preseason, and he was able to modify Russell Wilson's snaps by the injury. It played all into it, but the injury in Fields really threw a wrench in his plan. I think he does. I'm not sure, Andrew.
All right, so bottom line is, Brian, you trust Mike Tomlin?
No.
Oh, well then.
So why are you predicting that they're going to win again?
That was good. I couldn't have scripted that ending to that call better. Thanks for calling in, Brian. Mulsey was here, too. I don't know why I didn't refer to him at all during that call. Here's Robin West Mifflin, who usually gets on my case for being too negative about Lamar Jackson. So this should be a fascinating call. Hello, Rob.
What's up, man? How you doing, man?
Rob, you got faith in Mike Tomlin?
Yeah, I do. I really do. As long as everybody's healthy on the defense, Is Dante Jackson playing?
Iffy right now, but I would
He
say
said that they had
probably yes.
Dante Jackson said that they had a mosh pit to start practice to show how good of spirits they're in, and I hope he wasn't in there because his back could go at any time, Rob.
Yeah, I already know he might play 3 plays and check out. I already know that. Yeah, I think they're going to win, man. I think it's going to be a bullpen game, man. I think Justin's going to come in, and it's going to be a 24-20 game. I watched a lot of football, guys. Anything can happen. Y'all know that, man. But
then if anything can happen, why do we keep getting blown out in these games? Why aren't these playoff games more 50-50 splits where we win one, lose one, win one, lose one? We're getting our asses kicked every time we play in the postseason, Rob.
Everybody's not going against Josh Allen, you know?
What's this guy, chopped liver? You always lecture me for what I say about Lamar Jackson. They're playing a guy that's been better than Josh Allen this year, arguably.
I know that he probably should win MVP again, but I'm gonna tell you, it's hard to win them playoff games at home, man. There's a lot of pressure when you play these games at home, man. I'm telling you, and I think the pressure is going to get to him, and I think Thomas is going to go to the bullpen. Justin Fields is going to come in. And we're going to be 24-20.
All right.
We're going to be in field goal range.
Got you, Rob. So we're hinging our hopes again, 2 callers in a row, on a quarterback change lifting this team to victory.
When at no point has Mike Tomlin indicated that he has any interest in anything more than maybe having a little bit of a package of plays in there.
The way to beat the Red Hot Ravens
is to switch quarterbacks.
Is to go with the guy that Tomlin decided, even though he was winning games, wasn't winning games good enough or well enough.
Even though he was winning games in specifically the style Mike seems to prefer, which is lower scoring, run-heavy, defensive-oriented football, that wasn't good enough.
Feel sorry for our next listener, although he'll be on top of the world if the Steelers do pull the upset, and that is Mike living around the worst possible fan base right now, and that is these Ravens fans who are probably cackling at the idea of the Steelers getting blown out by the Ravens on Saturday. Mike in Maryland back with us. Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, boys? I understand everything you guys laid out, and how could you be confident if you're not confident in Mike Tomlin? I guess my point is I really didn't feel this way until I started listening to everything this morning, and they deserve everything they're getting. I'm going to start with that. But there's a lot on the line here, and I think there's a human element to it that, I don't know, magical moments are made by desperate times, and there's nobody more desperate than Russ right now. If he doesn't come through here, it's over. Najee has a lot on the line. TJ's getting old in the tooth. Cam, Minka, there's a lot of guys that I think, there's a human side of it, like I said, that are taking this personally. They should probably lose the game. But I just have that feeling like, you can only pick on the kid for so long before he gets up and does something.
Couldn't you just as easily make the same argument? You want to talk about a lot on the line. What if Lamar Jackson loses a home playoff game as a 10-point favorite to his arch rival?
I completely agree. But it'd be different if it hadn't happened. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they've shelled us, and yeah, we've beaten them maybe when we shouldn't have. But it would be different if Mike was going against Andy Reid or McDermott or somebody that he definitely can't outcoach. He's outcoached
McDermott before, though, and McDermott of all these guys is the guy I would probably trust the least in a big game, Mike. What's a problem I'm noticing with this entire run-up? What Pony said about Lamar is true. Like, nationally, Lamar is under way more pressure than the Steelers. This should be a house money game for the Steelers, and usually when a fan base understands that a game is kind of house money as far as expectations, you have people like, yeah, they're going to go in there, but everyone's pretty morose.
Their last 2 playoff games are house money games. And what was the start to the Kansas City game, Donnie? And what was the start to the Buffalo game again, if you don't mind?
35-7 in Kansas City, and then 21-0 last year in Buffalo.
Kansas City also scored 5 touchdowns faster than any team had in postseason history in terms of actual game time.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Ben Roethlisberger's already picked the Ravens. We've got fans calling in saying they feel good about this game on Saturday. So does that mean you trust Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. And fans saying if they're going to win it, they need to go to Justin Fields. Is that how you feel? 412-928-9370 plus. Our PM team, Tomlinism of the Week for the wild card round. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back on the ice tonight at home. They welcome the Blue Jackets. Puck drop set for 7 at the arena. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with the sound of freshness, the sound of sizzle, the sound of savings. With new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items. Deals for days on over 1,000 items throughout the store. Plus weekly sales and My Perks for even more savings at the pump. Surround yourself with savings every time you shop. At your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. Question for all business owners out there and anyone worried about risk and loss. How satisfied are you with your current security provider? Not so much? Make a switch to Guardian Protection, the security experts who install surveillance cameras, intrusion detection, access control, and fire alarms. Make a switch for the better. To get a free security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Hey, it's Dan Andelman from The Phantom Gourmet, a TV show that's all about finding the best restaurants in New England. So I definitely love to eat. So did I put my life and my show on hold to lose weight with Awaken 180? Nope. Here's how it went. 6 pounds down my first week, 25 pounds by the end of my first month, and in just over 2 months, I hit my goal, 50 pounds gone by the time I turned 50. And let me tell you, those results, they came while I was still tasting every food under the sun. Everything from ribeyes to sushi, I didn't skip a beat. And that's the beauty of Awaken 180. It fits into your life. I mean, my whole life revolves around food, and it still works for me, and that's what sets Awaken 180 apart. I didn't want to take the meds, and I already knew the gym wasn't the answer. I let the experts do it for me, and my results are proof that it works. This new year, make it work for you, and choose the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
In 2012, Chad and Jeremy were cracking beers and chatting at a bar in downtown Bozeman, Montana. This profound conversation was the start of the world's most refreshing beer company that gives back to the community while celebrating the outdoors, having fun, and being ridiculously awesome. Montucky Cold Snacks. A snackable light beer that's only 102 calories per 12-ounce serving. On your next outdoor adventure, don't forget the snacks. Montucky Cold Snacks. Available at better beer retailers, taverns, and restaurants. Cheers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text LEAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text LEAP to 321-321. That's LEAP to 321-321.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
We that have been in this business a long time recognize it as a black trash bag type of a day. You know, for a vast majority of teams, they're cleaning out lockers and so forth. And, man, we take it very seriously to be in this tournament and excited about being in this tournament and being one of the 14 that are still working.
The PM Team Talmonism of the week. This is a black trash bag kind of a day.
I always did think the black trash bags were like when you were cleaning out the house and you meant business. Because they're always like twice as capacity-wise as big as the white ones. Like 30-gallon versus 60-gallon type of deals. And then they don't even have the little drawstrings on them. You got to like tie them together manually at the top. You know what I'm talking about, Donnie? They just got the 4 big flaps, and you got to find a way to get those bad boys closed.
Yeah. The definition of Tomlinisms, as far as I'm concerned, are when you can easily describe something in 1 or 2 words, and he, for whatever reason, just tries to cook up unique ways of saying something simple. And so instead of just saying locker clean out day, he has to say black trash bag kind of a day. That is the very essence of Tomlinisms right there.
We haven't had one in a little bit.
Yeah.
Because we've had a pause in these. Black trash bag kind of day.
Donnie, do you get do you sense, like I do, that there is a weird thing happening here where fans are saying, we've got Lamar Jackson's number, but they're also saying Mike Tomlin has to go and can't win the big game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's always a crossover that like the same people are saying that. Is that what you mean?
It's not like a perfect Venn diagram, but I've heard it. I've heard what he's describing enough for me to like take notice and go, wait a minute, how are you harboring both of those views?
Enough people are upset about how things are going, but then they'll turn around and say, well, I have a lot of confidence because we usually stop Lamar Jackson.
And who gets credit for stopping Lamar Jackson? I think it's Mike.
I know, but I almost think
his plan.
His defense.
I know, but I almost think for those fans, it's just like one of those things that doesn't have. It's like T.J. Watt stops Lamar Jackson or Deshaun Elliott or somebody else. Like I've tried to acknowledge that Mike clearly has a schematic plan that works, and he deserves credit for that. I think for fans, they somehow exist in a world where when Lamar plays poorly against the Steelers, it just kind of happens.
George Pickens declined to talk to reporters today, said he'll talk with them on Friday. There is no practice on Friday.
Clever.
Because the game is on Saturday.
Can't talk to reporters you can't talk to reporters. Michael Brewerly has sounded off, though.
Oh, is it him telling me that I need to keep my bitch-ass mouth shut or something like that?
Can you cut that one too, Donnie? I feel like we might need to bring that clip back sometime. No, one is from his dad. It's a retweet that just says, keep that same energy.
Okay.
And then the previous one was just a picture of George Pickens, and it said, the apologies better be as loud as the disrespect. Some of the response were, give us a reason for, apologies. The performance better be worthy of apologies. Just catch the ball. I'll apologize as many times as he had yards in the Cincy game.
Who said that?
That was from Tuxedo Mask. Yeah, there's some people. You know what? Usually it's like, tell him GP, and it's usually very favorable. There's a lot more trolling in those mentions. He also retweeted Shadur Sanders saying, don't allow my confidence to offend your insecurities. Do you really want to be retweeting Shadur Sanders, who by and large does not seem like a great teammate?
Probably a way for him to tacitly or surreptitiously say he wants to go play with him next year. Here's Ben in Fox Chapel. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
Hi, Ben. You're on the air.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
I would just like to say, George Pickens, if you trade him to a different team, he's probably going to shine and look totally different. And,
why is that?
Because, he does have his woes. We have two quarterbacks here that, they both suck. They're never going to get you to a Super Bowl. And also,
Russell Wilson has won a Super Bowl, to be fair.
He has won a Super Bowl, but he's older in his career. There's a reason why he got cut. The same thing goes for Arthur Smith. We all praised Arthur Smith for being here, saying he's going to get us to a new level. But, Mike Vrabel was the head coach of that Tennessee Titans team, and look at him now. He's getting all offers. And, one man's trash is sometimes another man's treasure. But in this case, that is not the case. Arthur Smith, probably was not getting that offense to where it was.
So that being said, the quarterbacks suck and the offensive coordinator's bad at his job. Are you still picking the Steelers to beat the Ravens?
Absolutely not. And to be honest, the message has gotten stale from Tomlin. I was never a guy to say that, but as soon as I watched his press conference after the last one, it's the same fucking bullshit.
All right, you can't. Yep. Did you get all that?
We got to get rid of that.
So,
and then we get an excuse by language thrown in there.
What is this? Does this guy think we're McAfee?
Can I just say something about that?
We're able to just say whatever we want.
But then he still worked in the apology for
Well,
it.
I couldn't even hear what he was saying after that. I thought he might have said something even worse.
No, he said, excuse my language.
So, normally, when you get that, maybe somebody's trying to prank call and, they just want to swear on the air. He just, calmly and in a monotone got so worked up that he just started talking like he would with his friends.
Yep.
I'm always surprised when that happens. Somebody's so what was he on for, about a minute 10? Somebody's on for 60 consecutive seconds. We're just kind of letting him go.
At least he was consistent. At least he didn't have this contradictory statement about how Tomlin's the worst coach ever, and yet the Steelers are going to beat the Ravens because Lamar Jackson stinks in the playoffs. He just...
No. Oh, no. There's no contradiction there. There's no conflict internally for him.
We'll come back and take more of your calls on this. Also, what one insider said about the psychology of this matchup and how the Ravens are feeling about it. And this is a take that I think is going to really infuriate Steelers fans. 412-928-9370. We should be allowed to hear from you when we come back. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich, and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich, and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich, and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-514-1026 if you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns. Help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Hey guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting the NFL playoffs, buckle up.
Betting football's hard enough as it is. We're doing the research for you. So listen to Cash the Ticket with Mike Valeni and I. We'll be dropping new episodes for every single playoff game. And that's going to be storylines leading into it, so some good football stuff, but also the betting nuggets you're looking for. Sides, totals, trends, player props, throw those in there too. Pre-game and post-game, we're going to be all over the postseason. Subscribe to Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hockey fans, here's a cool offer. BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving existing customers another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with an NHL Odds Boost token. Take your shot at extra winnings when you bet on NHL action with your favorite sports betting app, BetMGM. All you have to do is log into your existing BetMGM account today to receive your NHL Odds Boost token. Then, simply add a hockey wager to your bet slip and activate your token. If your wager lights the lamp, you'll receive extra winnings on unrestricted bonus dollars. Log in to BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as withdrawable bonus dollars. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
When your little one has a cold with a fever, try new DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. It's the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever offers fast, effective cold and fever relief for kids ages 6 and up with a delicious grape flavor that kids love. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever will help them feel better fast so they can get back to the fun stuff quickly. New DayQuil Kids Cold and Cough Plus Fever. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Weather can change on a dime, and nothing is more dependable than an Aaron's snow thrower. Save time, save your back, and be prepared with an Aaron's snow thrower. Every Aaron's 2-stage snow throw is handcrafted in the USA with powerful engines that won't bog down in any condition. Aaron's builds the toughest machines for the worst conditions with a model to fit every need. Throw back what Old Man Winter dishes out with an Aaron's, the king of snow. Visit your local independent Aaron's dealer today.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with autopay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without autopay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Oh, up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Nesselthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers practice in the books. We'll get a recap of what's going on with their injuries. Mason McCormick said if he plays, he will not wear a cast on his broken hand. We'll wait to see how involved he was in practice today. Also, Dante Jackson and his iffy back. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pony and Miller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
I'm certainly open to utilizing Justin. He has an awesome skill set. We've done some of that in the past. We've done less of it in recent weeks. He experienced an injury or so a couple of weeks back that slowed some of that. But certainly in an effort to win this game, I am open to any combination or combinations of the division of labor in an effort to do so. And so I'm certainly open to that as we develop plans this week.
Me just being able to utilize with my leg and stuff like that, just that causes the defense to, have to watch film on that, have to really just walk through, really just, waste time on it, whether, we're planning on running it or not. So I think it's definitely a plus for us.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. Thanks for finding us this afternoon. Hour 2 underway. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, Donnie Football, Mike Tomlin's first answer on the possibility of Justin Fields, and then Fields saying there, look, at least put the thought in the defense's head, the Ravens defense. Even if I'm not going to play or play a lot, they at least have to game plan for it and work on it during practice. We have had an unbelievable amount of fans that have either called into the show or texted in to say that they think the Steelers' best chance to win this game is with Justin Fields. I did not have that on the bingo card of the show for today, that was going to turn into the rally cry, but it's happening. And I think that, honestly, the thing that Russell Wilson does best or did best for the Steelers, which is make big plays but also don't give the ball to the other team, fewer big plays are happening, and he's gotten sloppy with the ball. So you're not really left with much at that point. Tomlin at his press conference.
He also makes you more vulnerable to the pass rush and everything else. He can't escape. He doesn't offer you anything really in that regard of significance. In fact, a couple times he's taken off and run, bad things have happened a lot.
Tomlin at his press conference really downplayed Russell Wilson's veteran savvy as something that was going to be a big... If you had to guess, of all the people at the Tomlin press conference, Donnie, who was the reporter that wanted to give Mike Tomlin a softball question about how Russell Wilson's veteran savvy is such a big positive to their chances of winning in the playoffs?
Is this all a setup for me to say Mark Cabali?
Yes, it is. You would be right. Cabali did ask that question. And Tomlin said, basically, there's a lot of things that are much more important or bigger than just the guy's playoff history. I've been convinced. It's worked on me. The persuasive powers of our listeners and our callers. I don't have a good argument for Russ, Chris. I don't.
What do you think Mike's main argument is, which is going to keep Russ in the starting lineup? We already know that's going to happen. What do you think is going on in Mike's brain? I doubt he has many good feelings about Russ right this second.
You can't. You can pull the plug on a guy that's 5-2 in the middle of the season and go with the veteran, but you can't bench the veteran and the guy that players on this team believe that Russ was brought here to win them playoff games or help them in the playoffs, and now you're going to pull the rug out from under him days before that game? No? What is it then?
I do think that's like probably something that's going through his mind, but you know what the real thing is? I think he just says, he's been there. He's been in these weighty moments. Like it's Mike ascribing meaning to Russ's overall history in the NFL.
Again, he got asked about that by Cabali. This is what he said.
I know.
Russ has been there, done that, intangibles come into play this week when you're on the road in Baltimore in a playoff game.
I certainly believe that it will, but it's not something that I hang my hat on or expect him to. It's just a component of his story, just like it's a component of Cam Haywood's story or anybody else that's been doing it.
I'm not hanging my hat on it.
I understand that. Let me just be very clear. I know that was what he was asked, and I know that's what he said. But to answer that was a question about what does Russ's experience do for you in this game. In the question of why would I not go to Justin Fields, I think he would fall back on, even though he downplayed it there, he would fall back to Russ has been in these moments, Justin Fields hasn't. I trust guys who have been there, done that, even if it was a long time ago. I am saying this to make it very clear that I think it is a flawed premise, because I do think Mike Tomlin has lost faith in Russell Wilson. I think that if you have lost faith in a guy and you are going to kind of put the clamps on him until the fourth quarter of a game, like their most recent one, then you might as well put the better athlete out there.
Well, by that logic, the Steelers would have beaten the Jags because Blake Bortles had very little playoff experience and Ben had won 2 Super Bowls. And what was the score to start that game, Donnie?
21-0.
Ben Roethlisberger had won 2 Super Bowls, and Baker Mayfield had never started a playoff game. And what was the score at the start of that game?
28-0.
Okay, so
I'm not saying that Mike's logic here that I believe to be one of his main pillars of support for Russell Wilson that still remains is a good one. I'm just telling you I think that's what he falls back on when his back is against the wall. Guys who have experience, guys who have been there. I wonder, here's the real question that we don't know the answer to. I wonder how many of Russell Wilson's teammates still believe Russell Wilson can get the job done in this game. I would love to know if you could give truth serum to people in that locker room if they feel like Russ is being done a little bit wrong by conservative game plans, or they're just a little bit out on Russ's ability to make
Well, I think
plays.
the guy that he's supposed to get the football to most of the time is pretty much out on him. He went up and basically made love to Patrick Mahomes on national TV after the Chiefs game, and you saw him on that last deep ball in the Cincinnati game getting missed and wildly leaping to the best of his ability to try to come down with the ball, and that was a throw that was on Russ and not Pickens. But I'm just saying,
well,
I don't
Pickens
think
also
that
dropped
Pickens,
3 passes.
yes,
in
but
that
I
game.
don't think Pickens is looking at Russ like this is the guy that is going to lead me to break the bank and us to the promised land. And his opinion matters more than Cam Hayward or T.J. Watts, unfortunately, because that's the recipient of so many of Russ's throws and big plays. I want an answer on their quarterbacks. And honestly, I am not inclined to want to give a 36-year-old going on 37 big money is relative at quarterback, but they'd have to make him one of the highest paid players on the team regardless if they sign him to an extension. So really that goes against my better judgment to give somebody like that money. And I'm also really not that gung-ho on the fallback option of, well, Justin had a good start to the season, so let's run it back with him in 2025 and give him a shot. If you play Justin Fields in this game and he loses and he fails, it wouldn't be a horror, it wouldn't be a scarlet letter, but let's just say he doesn't play well then I think it would be more likely that both guys are gone and we're starting over again. If Fields plays great and they win, well then awesome, yippee. Maybe we are closer to finding our guy. If Russ plays and they lose, then I could just see them, okay, Justin, it's your job next year. And that really, frankly, does not excite me anymore. I prefer that to Russell Wilson probably, but I'm going to go into the season thinking the Steelers are a 9-8 team that's probably going to lose in the first round of the playoffs, and they don't have a much higher ceiling than that.
I mean, if part of this season was not only to change the quarterback room, but hopefully in changing it, find not a permanent or even a long-term answer, but like a next 3 years answer, would you say that they are back at the starting line again?
I said that yesterday. It feels like square one. I feel like I'm back at the drawing board.
Then in that very particular area, it's already been a failure. Unless Russell Wilson plays Saturday and gets on a Joe Flacco 2012 run.
I honestly feel right now, and I know they're in the playoffs, but I honestly feel right now like in the grand scheme of things, going to Russ was a mistake. I would have rather had the extra data points and information on Justin Fields.
But they're not going to think that way, and they'll never conduct their operation that way.
412-928-9370. Let's go to John on the Fan. Hello, John.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my.
You bet.
I lived up there in Western PA. I hope you guys are staying warm, but it's pretty cold down here in Charleston, just so you know.
Charleston, South Carolina.
Yes, sir. It's
I heard Bill Murray just stumbles into like bars and acts like he works there in Charleston. Is that true?
I haven't seen it, gentlemen, but you know what? Him and Danny McBride lives down here, and you know what?
Danny McBride.
Oh, no, there's a character.
Oh, there's a living legend. You hear that, Donnie? Danny McBride lives in Charleston.
Okay. The funniest TV shows ever.
Okay, they make quite a bit of films down here. So, anyway, but getting to the Steelers real quick. No faith, guys. I don't have it. I think the conversation has already taken place behind closed doors. I don't, and I hope I'm wrong about
Which
this.
Conversation? Which conversation on Russ?
The conversation with the fact that it's been 20 years, it's run its course, and it's time to move on to somebody else.
What?
Like, in other words, he won't be fired. Mike Tomlin, listen to me very carefully. Mike Tomlin will not be fired. Mike Tomlin will, I think there's going to be something, even if he wins Saturday, and even if, let's just say for argument's sake, he gets them to the AFC title game and they lose. Or something like that. Like, in other words, if he beats one of the top, teams in the league, or if he beats Lamar Jackson on Saturday. Even if that happens, fellas, I'm just sitting here as a guy, just as a fan. Now, of course, I have no pull in this, but I'm just looking at it as an outsider. The Pittsburgh Steelers have become, in my mind, a first-rate, second-rate organization.
Yeah, they don't feel that way. They don't feel that way. John, thanks for calling. There's no way Tomlin's out.
If he made it to the AFC title game and lost a blowout or a thriller, and then they announced a mutual parting of ways, like not even trying to trade him on the heels of winning 2 playoff games, even I would go, what are you doing? Yeah. Because this probably sounds ridiculous to some people, because on this show we have spent a lot of airtime criticizing the man. If he wins 2 playoff games, those are outsized in their influence on my opinion of him.
Yeah, that turned into like a Cheech and Chong.
If he beats the Ravens, and then let's just say he's got to deal with the Chiefs, and he goes into Arrowhead with this team and beats Patrick Mahomes, I will be sitting on the air here, one, flabbergasted, two, singing a very different tune about the guy, almost no matter how they win.
Here's a member of our Lunatic Fringe, Johnny the Barber, back with us. Hello, Johnny.
Hey, fellas. I just got to let you know, the only way you're going to possibly win is you got to go to the Ohio State, man. You got to go Justin Fields. And I know, Mosey, you're like, can't be done. What's your other choice? You got to put him in. There's no ifs, no ands, no buts. Your old man experiment didn't work. Time to put the young stud in.
Who has more Ohio State players in this game, the Steelers or Ravens?
I believe the Steelers do.
Are you picking the Steelers to win?
Yeah, I will take the Steelers to win. I will take by the end of the first quarter, Justin Fields will be put in, and he will pull off a 3-point win.
Shots fired here. There's an Ohio State playoff game on Friday. Texas Keith, friend of the show, texted to say, tell the guy who gives bowl cuts in Cannonsburg that he's in for a rude awakening when Quinn Ewers puts 40 points on the overrated Buckeyes defense.
Oh, my God, dude.
He's from Texas. He can't count to 40. Do you see how they scored this year?
Anything else?
He hasn't even seen 40. O-H-I-O.
Thank you.
So wouldn't the Barber Football Power Index, Barber Football Focus, BFF, wouldn't the Barber Football Focus grades for the playoffs going in, like the power rankings, strictly be how many Ohio State players do you have on your roster? If the number is higher than, say, the Lions, you're still ahead of them, right?
I should have asked, too, does the Barber Football Focus take into account how many Michigan players a team has? And that's like
a negative.
And that's like on Around the Horn where you get points taken away.
I think he would include that for Penn State, too, even.
Here is Dan in New Kensington. Hello, Dan.
Hey, guys. Great. I remember Stan and Guy, and them guys ain't got nothing on yins, okay?
Wow, thank you, Dan.
Well, that's one of the actual nicest compliments this show has ever been paid.
Well, great. But listen, here's my thing. It's a 50-50 shot. Okay, the Ravens are better in a lot of ways, quarterback-wise, running back-wise, etc. But it's a Ravens-Steelers game, and I've been to many of them over the years. And
do you trust Mike Tomlin in this spot?
Anything could happen.
I'm sorry? Do you trust Mike Tomlin in this spot?
I mean, he's been with us 18 years. He's had his ups and downs. He's been in a slump.
That's not answering the question,
I got zero confidence in him.
Okay, there you go.
Here we go again.
Oh, man.
I don't know if you're like...
these callers have taken us on a ride today.
I don't know if you're speaking... It was a very nice compliment. To compare us favorably to Stan and Guy is legitimately one of the nicest things anyone's ever said. I'm just telling you. I feel like you are speaking some of this into existence with our callers. Like, I don't know if that's
we got a 50-50 chance to win the game. Oh, but I think Mike Tomlin
do you
is
believe in Mike in this
albatross
situation?
around our neck, strangling and sucking the life out of us like a leech. 412-928-9370. Multiple callers, including members of our Lunatic Fringe, saying the Steelers need to play Justin Fields if they're going to win this game. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. I can't believe I'm admitting this, but I have come around to that way of thinking. Are you confident in the Steelers on Saturday? Big Ben is not. He's picked the Ravens. 412-928-9370. And get this next. The Oracle, who was the first to predict Russell Wilson to the Steelers, believes he has the answer as to who will be the Steelers quarterback next year. And it's not a guy on the current roster. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big one for Pitt Hoops tonight at Duke. Tip set for 7 o'clock. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Hey guys, it's Donnie Football, and it's playoff time. Get in on the betting fun with the BetParx app. Playoffs in college and pro football are here. 2 big college games on Thursday and Friday, plus a full weekend of pro football action, including your black and gold as big underdogs in Baltimore on Saturday. Don't forget about pro and college hoops, MMA, hockey, and more. You can also sit down with a live dealer from BetParx Download the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app, wager on all of your favorite sports, play all of your favorite casino games. It's the only sportsbook I recommend, and it has a great offer right now for new users. Download the app. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for terms and conditions. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet with BetParks. Must be 21. And in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Worry-free privacy, identity, and device protection.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There are dynasties, and then there's North Dakota State football. The Bison stand alone atop the FCS, the old 1AA, once again. Last night's 35-32 thriller with top-seeded and previously unbeaten Montana State earned them their 10th national title. That's now 4 more than anybody else ever, and all 10 titles have come in the last 14 years. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to Staples.
I am so pumped. My business is going to kill it this year.
Awesome. How can I help?
First, a new computer.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you save big on tech.
And new posters.
Save on custom printing, too.
And,
Oh, a new chair?
A chair? Who has time to sit?
Maybe all your new clients?
Now you're talking.
With Staples Home and Office Hot Deals, you'll find huge savings on custom prints, storage, chairs, and tech. And now save up to $175 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 2/1.
Hi there. It's Nicholas Ericalis from the Fan Morning Show, and I'm not one to brag, but I've dropped over 40 pounds in just 2 months with Awaken 180, and I think that's worth talking about. 4 more pounds down last week, and here's the thing. It's not just about the weight. It's about how I feel. I lost weight during Thanksgiving. I've lost weight every single week with Awaken 180, and it doesn't even feel like work. I'm walking into the holidays feeling confident, not stressed about stepping on the scale. This program doesn't just work. It gives you control. Every week I've been on Awaken 180, the results keep coming. The plan is laid out for me, and I'm seeing progress I never thought was possible. My clothes fit better. My energy's up. Did you see me at Christmas karaoke? I feel like a whole new person. Don't hesitate. Don't second-guess yourself. Don't be stubborn about this. If you need to lose weight, choose the solution for weight loss. Go online for a consultation, awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
You just had surgery. You've been home for 2 weeks. Been having this crazy pain on the left side of you. You call your doctor and you go in for a visit. Your doctor gives you an x-ray and he says you need to go to the hospital immediately. You ask him what's wrong. He says during your surgery, it looks like they left something in you. Left something in me. You go to the hospital. You ask them, what's wrong? I went to my doctor and they said y'all left something in me. They do an x-ray and they say you need to go into surgery immediately. Looks like they left a clamp in you. A clamp in me? What is that? They take you into surgery. You're on the phone with Top Dog. This a medical malpractice. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're already seeing outbound delays on the parkways. Outbound side of the Parkway West, you're backed up from 2nd Avenue into the tunnels. Outbound Parkway East is back into the Bend at Bates. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. Hit RVshow.com.
400 RVs, 25 brands, 150 models, more than a dozen RV dealers will compete for your business with their best prices. January 11th to the 19th, David Lawrence Convention Center. Visit pitrvshow.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I think we have seen Russell Wilson hit a wall, and whether Mike Tomlin is even thinking about, I'm sure he's not right now, thinking about 2025, and they got a playoff game coming up. But if I were the Pittsburgh Steelers, knowing that I've got Cam Hayward, TJ Watt, I got guys on defense with their expiration dates not long in the future, and I would want to come in and try to get a quarterback who could make me competitive with Baltimore and Cincinnati in 2025. And that guy to me would be Aaron Rodgers.
I just have to laugh.
I did a record scratch there.
I just have to chuckle at it.
You think he was just trying to lull everyone to sleep in that spot?
That was a slow burn.
Was that the old had us in the first half, except it's had us in the second half, not going to lie, that meme?
Peter King came on our airwaves every week late last season and said, look out for Russell Wilson to the Steelers. I'm telling you, Russell Wilson to the Steelers can happen. People wrote about it. They mocked that take.
And he nailed it.
And he got it right. And now he's saying Aaron Rodgers is the answer for 2025. He's the new Band-Aid. He's the new stopgap.
I don't know. If Aaron Rodgers ended up here next year, I don't know, Pony. It might be it for me. I might just be done. Hearing about ayahuasca, hearing about God knows what from him.
I think if Aaron Rodgers happened, something historic would happen to the Steelers in 2025.
Losing season?
Mike would have his first losing season, yes. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever asked you this. To what degree do you think the actual absence of one of those, meaning a losing season, props up or I should say, informs the way Art Rooney views Mike and views this tenure and views the
He's brought it up
trajectory
before.
of the team?
Mike really hasn't, but Art has. Art's in interviews brought up he's never had a losing season. And you know what I think about with that? Like, part of it for me is when that gets held up as some kind of massive accomplishment. You know, one of the first things that pops into my head? He only has that streak going because in a few years he got to 500. He went 8-8, and he gets credit for, say, when he did it with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph when Ben was out. What doesn't get enough criticism is he had been in the prime of his career in his late 20s and went 8-8 in both of those seasons. That's supposed to be when you're cooking with gas, man. That's supposed to be when you've got your best shot at winning a Super Bowl. When the dude is supposed to be at the peak of his powers. And that's one of the years where in one of those years they played the only regular season game where they were mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. And that gets held up as a testament to Mike's consistency as a coach.
If Art really believes that the non-losing season things, if that's like a load-bearing part of his unwavering support of Mike, then man, that's a bad sign. I actually think Mike understands much more as like a football guy that having no losing seasons is not some sort of crutch to use. If Art really does let that impact his thinking, that's bad.
Do you agree with the many callers that have chimed in on the situation with the Steelers and said Tomlin's ego won't allow for him to basically have a quarterback that gets all the shine and gets all the credit because he's lived for the better part of 2 decades in a place where they either give Cowher credit for his first title or say the only reason why he's won is because of Roethlisberger? Do you put any credence into that?
I think that
that's
I
graded
think that
on him.
Informs, yes, and I think some of that should grade on him because Cowher's last team went 8-8, and then Mike had them in the playoffs and then winning a Super Bowl. That part should grade.
So,
on
with
him.
all due respect to Peter King, Mike Tomlin would never sign off on bringing in a quarterback who basically takes control of the organization, gets what he wants to do what he wants, calls his own number, calls his own shots. That's Aaron Rodgers. He already lived that with Ben. He wouldn't do that again. There's no way. You've got to sign your organization over to Aaron Rodgers when you bring him in.
He also didn't get a lot of return on investment in having Ben basically running the show. They got to a Super Bowl after they had won one, but Ben has to take some of the blame for them fizzling out too. And I think what probably sticks in Tomlin's craw, and this is where I wouldn't blame him at all, is that he takes all the heat for every playoff loss. I am always going to be one of the people that says Roethlisberger, despite where his career is going to end up in the Hall of Fame, absolutely is culpable, as much, if not more than, in some of those situations, the head coach.
Donnie, you more open-minded to this idea than we are? You think Peter King's on drugs?
I'm not going to say Peter King is on drugs, although, I mean, he's a retired man. He can kind of do whatever the hell he wants now, can he? But,
so you think now he's in the bleep stirrer mode
of
his
you
career?
Think that Peter King, like in the end of his tenure, couldn't smoke a little pot or take an edible if he wanted to?
I'm sure he could. I mean, he was Peter King. I mean, he's one of the best to ever do it. I mean, I don't care what he does, but no, I'm not on board with that move. Just given the way that we've seen things completely crater in Rodgers' last stop, I guess his current stop with the Jets. I mean, the guy just doesn't seem to be someone who's fully invested. Like, there's zero reason to me to go out and go after him. I know we had the conversation a couple of years ago, what was it, like 2020, 2021, about Aaron Rodgers. You were tweeting out the Photoshop picture of him like every day. And
Pony wouldn't do that.
He ended up going to the Jets after he like slept in that treehouse for 15 days or something like that and was throwing up.
I don't think he's better than Russell Wilson right now.
He played the best game of his season in the last game for the Jets.
A meaningless game against Tyler Huntley and the Dolphins.
That's going to get people saying, "Oh, he should find a home next year." No, I think we can put him out to pasture. Let him go on all the retreats he wants.
Zach is in Dallas. He's on the Fan. Hello, Zach.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey,
so here's my take on the Steelers and Tomlin. 80% of life is psychology, and the rest of it is strategy. And Tomlin's strengths are basically, motivational tactics, leadership, not so much scheming and game planning. And that would be okay if he hired good coaches, but unfortunately, I think he has an insecurity. He doesn't want to have a good coach on his staff. I think he fears that they may take his job one day. And so,
Wait a minute.
He's not going to ever take his job.
He would fear that the Steelers would promote that guy over him?
Yeah, it may be irrational, but I think
100% irrational. Something like that's never happened here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they wouldn't do it. But I feel like, I don't know, for whatever reason, he doesn't do it. But it's almost 2 decades.
I think the owner doesn't exactly spend money either when it comes to filling out a big coaching staff.
Well, they usually have the smallest coaching staff in the NFL.
The owner's absolutely part of that.
Yeah.
I just won't acknowledge that it's all Tomlin there because I don't think it is.
If I were Art Rooney, this is what I would do. I would sit Tomlin down and be like, "Hey, you've done great. We appreciate you. This is a perfect time for a transition. You finish your contract. We'll celebrate you, honor you, but we need to bring in your
successor." Still 2 more years on his contract after this one.
Yes, but hear me out. I would form a committee that can include former Steeler leaders, and that committee would be tasked in finding the next
Would Ben Roethlisberger be on that committee?
I mean, I don't know. They can decide whatever they want to do, but I think, here's the thing. If you want to be successful, you need to understand industry trends. And with the NFL, all the rules and regulations favor the offense. And so, successful teams have creative, skillful play callers and also a competent quarterback. And I would focus on getting an offensive guru. And there may actually be one who's looking to be a head coach now, I would approach them and say, hey, come be our OC, and we'll put you on a track to become the head coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers in a year or two.
Thank you, Zach. Appreciate it.
And then Mike just knows that his replacement's on staff, and it's a ticking clock.
While we're on the topic of things that will never happen.
Yes.
Would you rather the Pirates trade for Shohei Ohtani or Juan Soto?
Ohtani.
Yeah, me too.
Why did you bring that one up? Oh, just because it was the joke, because that all never happened. Yeah, I know. Do you feel any sympathy for Mike on the front of feeling insecure about his position? Not so much with the Rooneys, but probably with the fans. He never got credit for anything they did defensively. It was LeBeau's defense. It was all of Cowher's players, even though, of course, it wasn't. And then he was never going to win any popularity contest with Roethlisberger here in a million years. There is a small part of me, despite the fact that Mike has made tens, if not close to $100 million coaching this team, that on a human level could probably understand why he feels pretty raw.
Yeah, not me. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. You'll hear Donnie's Tomlin tidbit of the week, plus more of your calls. 412-928-9370. How do you feel about Saturday's game? Big Ben has already come out and picked the Ravens to win. Do you agree with him? Are you feeling confident about this one, feeling good about it? Callers have called in and said the Steelers need to play Justin Fields to win. 412-928-9370. You just heard Peter King say the Steelers should go after Aaron Rodgers in the offseason. Plus, what one Steelers insider said about how the Ravens are viewing this matchup. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sunday and Monday of Super Wild Card Weekend, you can hear right here on 93.7 The Fan. All three games on Sunday: Denver and Buffalo at 1, Green Bay, Philly at 4:30, Washington, Tampa Bay at 8, and then the Monday nighter, Vikings and Rams kicking off at 8. All of them can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Donnie. It is Chris Muller here, and I got a message for you. One that you probably are familiar with or aware of, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The Super Bowl, it's right around the corner. So what's your plan? You going to do the same thing that you do every year, or are you ready to step it up and try something even better? Are you going to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest at Acrisure Stadium on February 9th? It is a Super Bowl experience like no other. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history, meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing some game day bites. The Super Bowl only comes once a year. Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. You in? Tickets are limited. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football, Mark Cavalli, and Jason Mackey host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you all the coverage before the game. Fan Game Day is brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, Weather Seal, and Megan Ford. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pelicans are a home dog. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Pellies dead last in the West right now, and now the Timberwolves come rolling into town. New Orleans a 5-point home dog, and the BetQL model thinks that number just a little too big. BetQL going Pelicans +5 as a 4-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Text scams, identity thieves, data leaks. Hearing about these online threats every day can be stressful. But don't worry. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? Well, it means you won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's about playing to a personality that we prescribe to engineer victory, to possess the ball. And a component of possessing the ball is not only time, but managing risk. And obviously, there's less risk with running the football than throwing it. And sometimes that's a component of the discussion as well.
Donnie Football's Tomlin tidbit for Steelers-Ravens. His takeaway from Mike's press conference leading up to this game. That was an answer, Donnie, about his offensive philosophy and game strategy.
Yeah, a coach and a team that doesn't like to live in their fears directly doing so. They're afraid to pass the football is basically what he is saying there. I'm afraid to have my guy, Russell Wilson, throw the football because I no longer trust him to take care of said football. And if we just continue to run the toss play 30 times a game,
Crack toss, Donnie. I love crack toss.
and run for about 3.1 yards per carry, that'll get the job done, boys, as long as that ball doesn't get put on the ground.
Incredibly damning statistics about how often they run relative to the rest of the NFL in first down and how bad they are at it, man.
So that's pretty much what he's saying. I don't give a damn that we're bad at running the football, that we're not good at it. I'm too scared of what's going to happen if we pass the ball a lot.
But the less scaredy cat way to say that is, well, we want to have an identity. What, you're an identity of an offense that's ass?
An identity of let's just wait for our defense to get turnovers and win that way,
Well,
which
that hasn't
they
been
haven't
happening.
done lately, and that's why we've lost 4 in a row.
Man, I go back to, we did have Zach kind of call and end his call about with a scenario that will never happen. The old, while I'm at it, I'll ask for a unicorn and a pony and everything else. But like the whole idea, and it's been said a million times, but it's true, that football seems to have passed them by as far as like what teams do that's good and relevant and what they do. That's true.
If you're afraid of Russell Wilson making a mistake, all the more reason to play Justin
'Cause he's a
Fields
better
if you want to
athlete.
make the running game better.
He also can make plays happen in the scramble drill out of nothing.
Think about, too, I mean, we've had the whole discussion today, and now Pony is turning to the side of Justin Fields should be the guy to start this game.
I'm getting there, too, and I hate that because it started with Crowley.
That could be the big surprise to the Ravens. You know what could be the real big surprise to the Ravens?
Throwing the ball.
Come out throwing the football.
That ain't gonna. Again, while we're wishing for things that have no chance of happening, Donnie, would you like to put anything else on your menu? You're right. You know what?
Donnie's looking for some big cans and peanut butter skin. That's what he wants to put on that list.
A good inside joke for later. Jason Whitlock.
Have you ever heard someone described as having a skin tone or color
that is the
looks
first
like
time in
peanut
my
butter?
life I heard that when you showed me that clip.
And said it in a way that it was like a turn on.
Like lasciviously, yeah. No,
you know what that word means, Donnie?
Nope.
Pony, do you know what that word means?
Yes.
Okay. There's precedent. One of the great unexpected Steelers playoff wins is a huge underdog in their history coming out throwing the ball.
Yeah, the Colts game.
Yeah. Wait, why is Pony like nodding along like, oh,
No,
yeah,
I know
of
what you're
course,
saying.
idiot.
I know what I just didn't want to steal your thunder, so I was more acknowledging you're onto something and you're right, but I wanted you to say
But it was
not
with,
me.
I mean, it was with a version of Ben that was better than he was as a rookie, but they were going in there with the Lambs led to slaughter vibe, and then they came out and it was a shock start to that game.
We'll hear more from Tomlin later on in this conservative offensive game plan and why he subscribes to it right now.
What? Hold on. I have to say one more thing on this.
By all means, please.
What is the, other than like, okay, you're going to lose, what is the great shame of going out throwing the ball? Like, I feel like he's in a paralyzed spot here. What's the worst that can happen? They beat you by 17 again? Oh, wait. Already did that not too long ago.
Well, as Donnie has also adroitly pointed out, Why are they maybe afraid to throw the ball in this game, Donnie? What is it about the Ravens that now has Mike Tomlin quivering and shaking in his boots? Something he's seen out of the Ravens.
Oh, that they don't turn it over.
Oh, no, the change that they made on defense I'm referring to.
Oh, Dean Pease.
The Dean Pease
effect. Yeah, they're all about Dean Pease.
You can't throw it on a Dean Pease defense,
no.
Smallsy. That's rule number one of playing Dean Pease.
If you had Mike Tomlin put together his defensive coach Mount Rushmore, I think Dean Pease is going to be one of those
faces.
Heads.
Can't throw it on a Dean Pease defense. Can't run it on the Ravens, period. I guess you might as well just do a lot of first down punts.
That was your Tomlin tidbit from Donnie. Donnie's Tomlin tidbit. Ray Fittipaldo going to join us on Thursday. Ray said this. I'm sure the Ravens are thrilled about seeing the Steelers. Did not say it sarcastically. Did not say it facetiously. I'm sure the Ravens are thrilled about seeing the Steelers. The Steelers are playing the worst of any team that qualified for the postseason. Now, I've said today that I am confident that the Ravens will beat the Steelers. I don't feel good about this game. I agree with Ben. He was very quick to say that the Steelers were going to lose. I trust Lamar Jackson more than I trust Mike Tomlin right now. But I don't agree with this take. If the Ravens were drafting their opponent for the first round, they wouldn't pick the Steelers. They'd pick the Broncos or they'd pick the Chargers before the Steelers. They'd force the Chargers to fly west to east, play there in very cold weather and snow, a team that they beat handily this year, or a Denver team who they also beat to a bloody pulp, starting a rookie quarterback in Baltimore at night in his first playoff game.
I wish I could hear all that, though, and say, yeah, it's a be careful what you wish for situation for the Ravens, but, man, I think they're playing so well, and I think they know the Steelers are playing so poorly, by and large, that there's no fear on that side. I think that's genuine. I don't think that's like them puffing their chests, even though they rather see
fear in being thrilled about the Steelers like they won the lottery getting them.
Okay, the Steelers are playing the worst of any of the 7 teams in the AFC's playoffs right now. We all thought Denver was going to struggle mightily and stub their toe, and if they beat the Chiefs, barely beat them. They went out there, granted, with the Chiefs playing Baldwin's varsity squad, rostering them. They went out and won an incredibly easy game.
But they're the only wild card team that's beaten them this year.
I know it wasn't that long ago. Doesn't it feel like it was an eternity ago, though?
And among the teams that are in the playoffs in the AFC, the only other team to beat Baltimore is Kansas City. So I think they might even prefer Buffalo and Baltimore. I mean, if the game's in Baltimore and not Buffalo, they definitely take Houston. I mean, they went to Houston on Christmas Day, and it was not even Beyonce at halftime was the biggest attraction in that game. And as you've pointed out, Harbaugh does outfox himself in these games. So I'm not picking the Steelers by any means, but
are you trying to talk yourself into a Steelers cover?
No, I'm not even doing that. I'm just saying Ray's take of that the Ravens would be thrilled, I just vehemently disagree with. That this is what they were hoping for. Their fingers were crossed that Cincinnati beat Pittsburgh so they would get them in the first round of the playoffs.
What if they're also looking at how bad the Steelers have been in the playoffs lately?
Don?
We have someone who called in who really wants to give us a pep talk.
Oh, God, no. I can't do it.
Give the man 60 seconds.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't. Who did that?
KC, you'd like to give us a pep talk?
This is not a work. You guys are crazy. Jeez.
What's going on?
I can't, you guys, why are you guys acting like you've already lost by 50?
Because our team stinks right now and they're playing their worst football of the year.
Oh, God, cry me an effing river. Are you nuts? You guys, honestly, you two have lost, maybe all three. I don't know what Donnie Football is doing. You guys have lost.
I know what he was doing earlier today.
Wait a minute. Yeah, he was thinking. he was thinking about peanut butter skin in cans. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
We've lost the plot to what?
Guys, why not? Why you're begging him to play into the Ravens' hands? You want him to throw the ball with a guy who had a serious hand injury and can't grip the ball? You want them to do that? Why can't you just go and drag them into the gutter like you do every other team and come out with the best chance to win? What's the matter with that?
Because I think they tried that the last time, and the Ravens, for the first time, beat their brains in while they were in the gutter.
Well, that's a possibility, but it doesn't mean it won't work this time. Guys, I can't believe I'm saying this to you guys. This is not a work. And I know why your listeners would think it is. I understand that. You guys lost to 4 really good football teams, 3 of which are playoff teams, 3 of which have a chance to win a Super Bowl.
Well, wait a minute. Well, hold on a second, though. If you're saying that the way to beat the Ravens is to run the ball and not turn it over, then you should be saying right now Fields gives them a better chance to win.
I'm not saying any of that. I mean, that's up to you guys. I don't know. Maybe
so now you're opining on one thing, and now I ask you a question about another, and you're saying, I'm pleading the fifth.
I didn't hear anything of what you said about Fields, but you want to sit there and turn it into Air Coryell all of a sudden. Is Pickens healthy?
I don't think no one has implied that we want to see them throw it 50 times, but
you
that's okay.
Just said you'd rather. Well, what are you going to do? You're going to lose by 17 again?
No, it's just him.
Did you just say Judas Priest?
He did, yes.
I did. Yeah. I said that on the air. My old high school football coach used to say it.
Was that in lieu of taking the Lord's name in vain?
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
You guys got to buck up, man. Yeah, I don't. Is it just because Big Ben picked the Ravens? Is that it?
He's right.
Ken, do you think Ben wants the Ravens to win this game secretly?
I don't know. Probably because he wants to be the guy that's the missing link for everything because his ego's that big.
You make it sound like he's Bruce Springsteen in glory days where he's around his old buddies and he's talking about games he won 25 years ago like they just happened yesterday.
Can you give your listeners just a little bit of a let up here? I mean, guys, do you understand what I've been talking about over the last 48 hours?
No.
I mean, we're Ward. Saying, oh my, no.
Baker
Mayfield?
We're
talking about setbacks and insurance over injuries and how this could get us away out of prison for crying out loud here.
Yeah.
Exactly. For the love of God. You're going to the playoffs. Act like it.
Thanks, Ken.
I cannot believe I'm telling you guys this. Goodbye.
See ya.
How do you feel about what just happened?
On the scale of 1 to 10 on his best calls and worst calls to the show, that's probably like an 8 or 9.
Wait, is 10 the worst or the best here?
No, the best.
He just gave us a pep talk. The grass isn't always greener elsewhere. You guys don't know how good you have it. Don't you always? Don't you?
You know what that is? That's
what is it? Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone?
That's the you guys are spoiled.
It is pretty funny that they're all looking up there in Cleveland for insurance loopholes to try to get out of the Deshaun Watson deal. I would be too. That deal sucks.
Mike Tomlin described his playoff win drought a certain way. What word would you use to describe it? 412-928-9370, plus more of your calls coming up. Quick timeout, and we're right back. It's the PM team right now. Andrew Filipponi for FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. It is a playoff week unlike anything we've ever seen before. 5 days of playoff action. College football semifinals. Thursday night, Notre Dame and Penn State. You'd have to be out of your mind to pick Penn State to win the whole thing. I know some people that have written such over the last 24 hours. Love Notre Dame in that game, even though I hate the movie Rudy because it sucks. Other playoff games include the Steelers and Ravens. Saturday night, the Steelers a huge underdog, the biggest of wild card weekend. FanDuel is giving you a no-sweat same-game parlay every day. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Take advantage of it every day on America's #1 sportsbook. Find a game every day, every night. Build your parlay after that, off of that, and away we go on FanDuel. FanDuel.com/Andrew is how you make that happen today. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew on America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as knowledgeable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I talked to you about it.
It's It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Verizon, the official 5G network of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This evening, a few light scattered snow showers with overnight lows into the upper teens. Breezy conditions continue through Wednesday with the chance for snow showers and highs in the mid-20s. Wednesday night, lows in the low teens with a slight chance for a few snow showers. Then partly sunny Thursday with highs in the low 20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected. And their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. January 10th to 12th, come kick off 2025 and see internationally known Rubber Doll. Only at Cheerleaders.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Is foot, knee, hip, or back pain making your workday unbearable? Maybe you need high-quality support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help you, like Deidre and Tom.
The pain would shoot up my heels. I would tiptoe out of bed because my heels hurt so badly. When I went to the Good Feet store, they allowed me to try on the arch supports. I walked around and I started sobbing because I had no pain.
I work 8-10 hours a day. Probably 60% of the time I'm on my feet. I had pain in my feet. Like the second or third day after I left the store, no pain. My feet never hurt. I can stand up straight. I'm 6'1" again. My legs, I have no pain. Everything's gone. No pain. Zero pain. Unbelievable.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA. Come in and take a free test walk today.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski in, ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messingthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Golden Mile Highway and Duane Drive in Plum. Expect a delay on the northbound side of Golden Mile Highway. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Start the new year risk-free with Awaken 180. No subscriptions, no hidden fees, just a proven plan to crush your goals. Have 20 to lose? You could reach that by February. Have more? Do the math. Then go to awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, couple of games tonight. Penguins take on the Blue Jackets at 7. Starts the second half of their season, game number 42. And Pitt on the road against number 4 Duke. You can hear it here on The Fan with pregame at 6 with us. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
What gives you confidence that this year's going to be different?
Because I work with this group every day. I'm excited about it. We're very familiar with this team. We know how to play this group. And so that's where our focus is as we get prepared for this one. What you mentioned is my story. It's not this collective story. Many of these guys involved do not tote those bags. I happily tote those bags, but it's not something that I'm going to project on the collective.
50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. And Peters, thanks for joining us this afternoon. Andrew Filipponi, Chris Muller, Donnie Football, 4 days away from Steelers-Ravens. Mike Tomlin trying to break the longest playoff win drought in Steelers history. 5 straight losses in the postseason. He's gone 7 years. This would be his 8th without a playoff win. Cowher never went that long between playoff wins. Noel never went that long between playoff wins.
Neither guy went more than half that long.
Yep. So that's what he is describing there as his burden and his cross to bear here. It's not Russell Wilson's fault. It's not T.J. Watt's fault. Give me a word that comes to Chris Muller's mind when he thinks you are as, what does your dad call Chris? Donnie? What's his nickname for Mulsey?
The human thesaurus.
The human thesaurus. What is the human thesaurus's word that he identifies or thinks up when he tries to encapsulate this low point, this Steelers playoff futility that we've endured for a long time?
Human thesaurus does feel like a little bit of a nickname you'd give a nerd in high school. Oh, go ask the human thesaurus, and if he doesn't tell you, we're going to give him a swirly.
Did you know
I think my dad says it in a more,
no, I know he
more
does.
complimentary
Did you know that my
sense.
father-in-law believes that Revenge of the Nerds is the greatest movie of all time?
Like, not just it's a movie he enjoys, it's the best made movie.
He just thinks like he believes it checks all the boxes.
Doran and Crowley said I kind of resemble the one guy in there. What do they call him? Ogre? I forget what the actor's name is. I think it's actually Donald.
Never seen it.
You've never seen it?
No.
I've never seen Revenge of the Nerds either.
Really?
My mother-in-law also believes along those same lines that The Goonies is, quote, a timeless classic.
You look sort of like Ogre, maybe
in the face a little bit.
A little bit.
He has a little bit of Braun Strowman to him.
How about you guys on where do you come down on Goonies?
Never seen it.
I think it gets a little bit overhyped. I like the movie, but
I think all those coming of age kids move like Sandlot over. It's
I think
fine.
you put Corey Feldman in a movie, it's basically an invitation for me to never watch it. I just feel like all the movies he was in is like
Who
a
was
little
the other one? Corey Haim?
snot-nosed
yeah,
kid.
passed away.
Oh yeah, Haim
Did
had some
nothing for
problems,
me.
brother. I knew
Drugs?
he. Yeah. Oh yeah. Weren't they in the Lost Boys though?
Yeah, Lost Boys is a good movie.
Kiefer Sutherland in there. Again, never
the guy
seen
from
it.
Bill and Ted.
All right, come on, let's get down to it here. Brass
The word
tacks.
is indictment. It's an indictment on a lot of things. I think it's an indictment on Mike's in-game coaching. I think it's an indictment on him as far as the head coach is supposed to get a team ready. We have gone over ad infinitum the horrible starts their last 5 playoff games that they have gone through. I think lately this playoff win drought is an indictment on their style as a team. The way they're constructed, both are things that Mike has a hand in. He definitely has a hand in the draft room. He obviously is the man who gives them their identity. I think it's an indictment on how scared they have been to be bad for even a single year if it would mean drafting a quarterback, like bad. I think this is how you get a playoff win drought. You have a team that scrapes its way in, but is cannon fodder for real teams. I think it's an indictment of how far behind they've fallen with regard to like the Bills, the Chiefs, in many ways the Ravens, the Bengals, even though they beat those teams. And then, Pony, I would finally say it is an indictment of how badly they've mangled the quarterback position overall. You draft Pickett, you blow him out of there in 2 years. It was not going to work, I don't ever think, here. You never surround these guys with big-time coordinators. You have Stone Age, in NFL terms, game plans and offensive philosophies. And then you've tried to kind of mishmash it together at various points with Trubisky, then Rudolph, now Wilson and Fields. And lastly, their possibly soon-to-be 8-year playoff win drought is an indictment of the owner who very resolutely keeps on keeping on, and I think largely rebuffs any notion that there's anything fundamentally or gravely amiss with this team.
You attacked this like it was a high school essay. You had 3 or 4 points. The only thing missing was just the final paragraph that said, in conclusion.
Webster's defines an indictment as... But that's I wrote a bunch of stuff down. I hate writing stuff down because I sound like I'm reading it because I was just rattling it off. But that is the word that came to mind.
Tomlin described it as a burden. I would describe it as a disgrace. I think it's a disgrace to this fan base and this organization. We just had Ken Carman call in from Cleveland and tell us how we need to sound more excited and positive about a playoff game. We're not literally since the team came into being in 1999. I'm sorry, we don't cover and talk about the worst organization in professional sports, where a winning season is like manna from heaven. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers. They haven't had a losing season since 2003. They've got 6 Super Bowl championships. They're the New York Yankees of football. Yeah, we hold this team to a higher standard. To go this long, to get lumped in with teams like the Dolphins and Jets and Raiders who just fired their coach and Broncos as far as playoff win droughts, more than half the league has had a playoff win since the last time the Steelers had one. That's a disgrace to everything that they've built here. So I don't want to hear that Steelers fans or Steelers media comes off as spoiled. We expect this team to do better than miss the playoffs or be one and done. And the worst part about the one and dones is that the games haven't even been competitive. They've looked like college football playoff scores. Donnie, how about you? What's the word that comes to mind when you think about the playoff win drought?
I think mine's just a little bit more simple. I just think it's miserable because not only have they been losing these games, most of them aren't even competitive. Almost all of them aren't even competitive. Like, since their last playoff win, how often did they go into a game where you actually felt like they could really do it? I know that AFC Championship game, going into that game, the discussion was that, okay, maybe they can do it, but then Bell got hurt, and that completely threw things off. They get blown out. Jacksonville, a game that I think a lot of people expected the Steelers to win.
Yep.
That Browns game during COVID, I think, was another one. But otherwise, which those two games also ended up being horrible starts where the Steelers clawed back. They made it look like a better game than what it was in both cases.
What are the point spreads for their last 3 playoff games? Against Kansas City, it was something like 12.5 points.
Exactly. Like
the Bills was almost 10, if not 10. This one's
9.5.
Almost 10.
They have been looked at as lambs being led to slaughter, or the Christians versus the Lions, and they haven't even gone out there and made it fun for us to think, you know what, they might actually pull this off.
They did it very early in the Kansas City game with the T.J. Watt score, and then that whoop.
And in the midst of 5 minutes of real time, it was 35-7.
In their last, what would it be? I guess, 3 playoff losses. So the debacle against Cleveland, the Kansas City beating, and then Buffalo last year. I would say I entertained for maybe not even 10 minutes in real time, 5 to 7 minutes in real time in the Buffalo game that they might have snuck back in and clawed their way back, and then that got stomped out. Again, the Ken Carmans of the world won't like this. It doesn't feel like they're in the playoffs, even though they're in the playoffs. And it hasn't felt like that for probably the last 3 times. Kansas City, you knew they were dead. Buffalo, you thought, unless Rudolph pulls like the all-time where Steamin' Willie Beeman story, they're dead. And in this game, it appears they are dead. I do not really feel like I am getting ready to talk about a team that's playing a playoff game, because even though I am aware in the dimmest recesses of my mind that they are capable of pulling a surprise against specifically this team, given their history, it just doesn't even feel like it's possible enough to even mention. The idea that they would get a win seems as far-fetched as, I don't know, the idea that they are going to blow up the coaching staff and hire a bunch of completely new people.
Here is John in Ohio. Hello, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, man.
Well, here's your stat. In the last 5 playoff games they've lost, 0 points in the first quarter, 66 for the opponent.
Yep.
A revision to Tomlinism. The standard is the substandard. And as far as Fields, I agree. If they were going to use him at any point, it would have been last game at 2nd and 2, and they run the ball up the middle twice with Russell and then pitch back to Warren. And then that was your chance. And then finally.
So wait a minute. So what's that mean? Like that you now you can't play him against the Ravens?
No, there should be packages for him all of the time to come in. In that case, do you not think Fields would come in and get you 2 yards?
Yeah, but I'm asking you to show a little bit more balls here. Would you actually play Fields over Wilson, not just do the package thing?
I would like them to, but they won't.
Okay, so that is a vote for Fields.
There you go.
You manned up and decided to take a side here.
The standard is the substandard. That's a new one. It's not the cleverest line I've heard, but it's also not bad. I don't mind it. You apparently hate it because you're rolling your eyes over there. Didn't do anything for you. Okay.
It's just
I'm sorry the guy didn't have an essay ready to go when talking about their
You
7
did more
years
of an
of
essay
playoff.
than I did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I called it a disgrace.
And then you had a very mellifluous
well, that was all ad lib,
soliloquy.
baby. That was all from the heart.
Wow.
412-928-9370. Give us a word to describe the Steelers' 7-year playoff drought. Mike Tomlin described it as a burden. How would you describe it? 412-928-9370. Mark Cabali, who Joe Starkey jokingly calls Steelers apologist, Mark Cabali, had an interesting take on the state of the Steelers going into this playoff game. Let's see if you guys agree with that next. 412-928-9370. Let's get to a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back home tonight. They welcome the Blue Jackets. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, Donnie Football here to tell you about playoff time with the BetParx app. Playoffs in college and pro football are here. 2 huge college football games on Thursday, and then, well, there's one on Thursday, one on Friday, one of them with a pretty notable local team in action, plus a full weekend of pro football action, including your black and gold as big underdogs in Baltimore. Don't forget about pro and college hoops, hockey, and more. You can also sit down with a live dealer from BetParx. You can download the app to wager on all of your favorite sports or play all of your favorite casino games. It's the only sports book I recommend, and there is a great offer right now for new users. If you download the BetParx app, get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for terms and conditions. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet with BetParx. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Malzy?
Thanks, Donnie. It is Malzy here. I don't know a ton about tech. I'm not like some guy who, oh, yeah, Chris, can you help me figure this thing out with my phone, my computer? No. In fact, I probably annoy our IT manager in this building more than anybody else. But that doesn't stop me from still being on my phone a lot or on my computer a lot, doing any number of things, reading articles for work or doing my banking, my finances, doing some internet shopping, online shopping, right? And I am cognizant of and concerned about scams and, the junk emails, accidentally clicking on something that might have a virus, all sorts of stuff like that. We've probably got text messages, emails that make us a little uneasy on a daily basis. Well, you don't have to be uneasy. You don't have to be worried about it because McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. You won't have to be concerned about scams or identity theft or data leaks or threats on your PC. McAfee will help keep your devices, your privacy, and your identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Worry-free privacy, identity, and device protection.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Mike Vrabel may not be the sexiest name, and the Titans weren't exactly world beaters in his time as the head coach in Tennessee. But this is a guy with a pedigree of winning as a player, a competitive streak as impressive as anybody's in the NFL, and a track record for knowing what he's about. If you're looking for consistency, Mike Vrabel's the guy. I'm Bill Ryder.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at Pittsburgh Travel PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Dan Andelman from The Phantom Gourmet, a TV show that's all about finding the best restaurants in New England. So I definitely love to eat. So did I put my life and my show on hold to lose weight with Awaken 180? Nope. Here's how it went. 6 pounds down my first week, 25 pounds by the end of my first month, and in just over 2 months, I hit my goal, 50 pounds gone by the time I turned 50. And let me tell you, those results, they came while I was still tasting every food under the sun. Everything from ribeyes to sushi, I didn't skip a beat. And that's the beauty of Awaken 180. It fits into your life. I mean, my whole life revolves around food, and it still worked for me, and that's what sets Awaken 180 apart. I didn't want to take the meds, and I already knew the gym wasn't the answer. I let the experts do it for me, and my results are proof that it works. This new year, make it work for you, and choose the solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Cloudy tonight, the low 20.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Golden Mile Highway and Duane Drive in Plum. You'll see delays from about Kane Road all the way up to the scene of the accident on the northbound side. I'm Kyle Fronheiser.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. PittRVShow.com.
The original Pittsburgh RV Show, January 11th to the 19th at the Convention Center, offers a special weeknight deal thanks to First National Bank. Buy one, get one, tickets at the door, Monday through Thursday. For details, visit PittRVShow.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, I don't find comfort in the familiarity. If anything, it just provides depth to the strategic waters, if you will. We're proceeding with that understanding. For us, you know, it's important that we take the lessons learned from the last month. Unfortunately, you probably learn more when there's failure. And obviously, we've experienced some of that. Some of it not jaw-dropping things or earth-shattering things, more confirmation of things that we believe in or things that we engineer victory by. We suffer the consequences of not winning the turnover the battle.
Mike Tomlin at 4:15. Time to call the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with premium 724-443-5610. Donnie's segment, the Donnie Football Debrief, the biggest football story of the day is less than 15 minutes away. Get to some of your calls here. Mark Cabali, who will join us on Friday, writing a long-winded piece on X for the Pat McAfee Show about Mike Tomlin's playoff win drought, and said that people are way too hard on Tomlin, and had this line: the Steelers are in a way better situation today than they were last year. Way better now than they were at this time last year.
Why does Mark have 30 at the end of his thing? What is that at the sign-off? I should know that. It just says 30 at the bottom.
I don't know. Do you know that, Donnie, what that means?
I think it's a journalism thing that I'm supposed to know.
No.
He's a couple dashes, the number 30, and then dashes. That's all I care about.
That's all you care about is how he ended his...
Because I don't agree with his premise.
Well, what situations are better now?
On their team?
Yes.
I can't say...
I feel better about center. I mean, Zach Frazier is a huge upgrade over Mason Cole, who never played in the NFL this year.
I can't say I feel better about either tackle spot because I have no idea what Jones will look like when they move him. And then Faltani's injuries are a concern.
I feel worse about Jones now than I did at the end of last year. I thought he was coming on last year.
I'm not positive that McCormick is like a big-time player. I think his arrow's pointed up. I feel worse about wide receiver than I did.
Yeah, I feel way worse about George Pickens.
Well, I feel worse
now
about
than
the
I
whole
did
room.
At this time last year.
I feel better about Freiermuth. I'll give Pat Freiermuth credit. I think he's been much better than I thought he would be.
Austin has proven to be a nice player.
Like, again, arrow pointed up. I feel worse about Minka. I feel about the same as I did about Patrick Queen.
I feel worse about T.J. Watt because he's a year older.
I feel worse about Hayward just because he's been great, but you keep having
I disagree with that.
You keep having to have the conversation in the back of your mind, how much longer can he keep this up?
But
fine, I feel better about Hayward, but worse about the D-line in general because who else is out? Benton had a huge play to end that Bengals
He did. I don't
drive.
think Benton really stepped up in general this year, though.
Okay, so do you feel good about their D-line?
I feel great about Hayward.
Do you feel better about their cornerbacks than you did at the end of last year?
No, because I think Porter had a pretty so-so season, and Jackson's a free agent.
I feel better writ large about their edge rushers just because I think they have they have 4 competent
I'd agree with
players. I feel a little better overall about inside backer because I like Peyton Wilson's start to his career.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Okay, there's
but
another good one.
I don't feel better about inside linebacker overall, maybe because of Patrick Queen being pretty disappointing.
How about quarterback?
No, I don't feel better. I feel the same way I did, that they are at square one, back to the drawing board, that they don't have a quarterback. And when Steve Palazzolo chose to respond to our prompt of one word to describe a playoff drought of this many years, he wrote QB-driven league in
That's not one word.
In all caps. Yes, but he didn't put any spaces, making it one word.
I guess I feel slightly better about quarterback because probably at the end of last year I thought that they were, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I felt like they were probably trapped, stuck with Kenny, because he had another 2 years left on his contract and didn't actually believe that they would trade him. Now I don't feel like they have their answer, but they're not stuck with a problem.
Don't you think they're going to potentially stick themselves and connect themselves to Russell Wilson still? I still think that's probably the likeliest thing on the table.
I do too, but it's not a guarantee. And last year showed me that they're at least flexible when it comes to that stuff and not as rigid as they've been in years past.
Do you think that they acknowledge as an organization internally, is your opinion, that they realize it's a quarterback-driven league and that they need to try to find one?
Yes.
Then why are they continuing to either shop in the second half of the first round where there aren't that many Lamar Jacksons, and it's a proven fact that you're not usually going to find your quarterback outside of that top 15?
Because I don't think that they're willing to go for broke to get it. I don't think that they feel like you sacrifice the other things that come with your franchise building.
I got bad news for you. You're probably not going to find it.
Here is Tom in Peters. Hello, Tom.
Hi. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
The way I look at it, the key to Saturday's game is Derrick Henry. In the first game against the Steelers, Harbaugh ran him only 13 times. In the second game, he had 24 carries, 162 yards. And so in the bigger picture, in all 5 Ravens losses this year, Henry had 19 carries or less. If Harbaugh is stupid again and doesn't let Henry get 20 to 25 carries, the game will be close, and we have a shot.
Well, I got bad news for you. The likeliest scenario, Tom, by which Derrick Henry doesn't get the magic number of carries is the Steelers jump out quickly on the Ravens and actually put them a little bit behind on the scoreboard. And they don't do that in the playoffs. They've been outscored 56-0 in their last 4 playoff games in the first quarter.
Right, but I just think if to me Henry is the key. If I actually think the Ravens have a shot at the best shot at going to the Super Bowl. If you look at it, the Chiefs have Mahomes, the Bills have Allen, the Chargers have Herbert, the Ravens have Jackson, but they have something else that the others don't have, and that's Henry at 5.9 average yards per carry.
Tom, doesn't it say something about your confidence or belief in your own team when your chief argument here for them winning is that the other team needs to F it up?
Yes, it does. Don't get me wrong. I'll be rooting for the Steelers as I always have and have for 50 years.
We all will.
But if Henry to me is what puts the Ravens over the top this year.
We got that the first and second time you said it. The whole crux of the argument is maybe their head coach will urinate down his leg and that's how we'll win. I'm not ruling that out, but I do think that's a pretty sad commentary on things. It's not something we're going to do well. It's something they're going to royally screw up. Here's Jeff in South Park, our number 2 fan. He's only number 2 because he hasn't gotten our names tattooed on his body, like our number 1 fan, Big Ed. Hello, Jeff.
You know, if I still had my band, though, I
have recorded a theme song for the show already.
Do you think it would have been better than Pete Bender's "Hey, ha, it's the Pony Express" or no?
I did enjoy that, but I mean, you got royally screwed on that, Chris. So you would have at least gotten more than a mention in passing.
Line, Mr. Chris Muller just doing fine.
Yes. Oh man. Anyways, you wanted a word to describe the playoff drought that's most likely going to continue.
Yes.
How about ignominious?
Donnie, do you know what that word means?
Actually, last night, Seth and I did a whole hour on ignominious. Yeah.
What hour was that? I want to go back and listen to it on the podcast page.
We did it from 9:30 until the end of the show.
Oh, okay.
Ironically, it was a terrific hour of radio, I'm told.
Well, I couldn't really use lascivious, could I? So I went with ignominious, and the Steelers are risking an ignominious defeat on Saturday, and their status in the league looks ignominious at this point. So that's my word. If I could get back to the Fields thing for a second. So, I mean, yes, at this point, I personally would start Fields. I would. And I agree with you, Pony, wholeheartedly that at this point it looks like it was a mistake going to Russ in the middle of the season. So here's the thing, though. That's not going to happen. The only likely thing to happen, and it's not even that likely, is that they get off to a bad start and Russ is really bad in the first quarter and he gets pulled for Fields. But the thing is,
can I just jump in and then I'll let you finish your point?
Sure.
If the start of the game, let's say, resembles what happened against the Bengals, and they're down 10-0, and they've gone 3-and-out, punt, and the Ravens have scored a touchdown and kicked a field goal. In that specific scenario, which just happened, I still don't see Tomlin pulling the plug on Wilson.
And
I don't think there is a short leash.
No, that brings me to my point. That is the danger of having a head coach who has no fear of tomorrow. That's the biggest problem. If his seat was even the slightest bit warm, he would be more want to do things like this because he would have pressure breathing down his neck. This is where you run into the biggest problem of having a coach that is so secure in his position. He's going to be like, well, I am just going to run it back next year. That's the biggest problem.
Malsey, do you agree with that?
To a large extent, yes. I think it's just that if you, in any job, if you feel like A, your boss likes you, and B, you are capable of doing good enough work to be like an above average employee or slightly above average, then you feel no reason to innovate. So yeah, I think I do. I think Tomlin knows he can pretty much drag any old team to 9-8, and I think he knows that the owner of the football team is fine with that.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. We'll get Donnie's biggest football story of the day coming up. That might include updates on injured Steelers players, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big one for Pitt Hoops tonight. The Panthers at Cameron Indoor. Tip against Duke, 7 o'clock. You can listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage starts at 6:30. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Mike's Beer Bar, great place to go watch 2 games tonight that are pretty good ones. Pittsburgh starting the second half of the season against Columbus. We'll see if this team can keep it going. They got points on the road against quality teams. Let's see if they can make hay here on this homestand starting tonight at 7. Also, big game on the hardwood, Pitt and Duke. At Duke, Pitt trying to get ranked into the top 25. If they pull the upset, they absolutely will. Mike's will have both games on. You won't have to beg a bartender or waitress to have it put on. Over at Mike's, they make sure they prioritize and put sports fans first. Plus beer lovers, 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beer in town. And plus great food options like steak on a stone and wings. So meet me at Mike's today right next to PNC Park. Malsey.
Thank you, Pony. It is Chris Muller with a message for you that the Super Bowl is right around the corner. So I ask you, what is the plan? You going to do the same thing you do every year? Or are you ready to step it up and try something even better? Are you going to the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest at Acrisure Stadium on February 9th? It is a Super Bowl experience like no other. You will get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history, meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing some game day bites. The Super Bowl only comes once a year. Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest. You in? Tickets are limited. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Midio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This just in, hot off the bench press. Planet Fitness has added new strength equipment. Save $28 or more when you join today, and you can be one of the first to try it out. We're raising the bar with new benches, and our new hack squat will have you actually looking forward to leg day. Plus, we're still repping all of the best-in-class equipment we've always had, with most clubs open 24 hours, so you can work out your way on your time. So let's do this. Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month, cancel anytime. Deal ends January 10th. See Home Club for details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Debrief time, Donnie's biggest football story of the day. Looking for a sponsor in 2025. If you want more Donnie and you support Donnie and all he does, contact our sales team today here at 93.7 The Fan. Donnie, what do you got cooked up?
The debrief, January 7, 2025. How about the local football news we got a little bit earlier? For the first time in almost 90 years, Pitt and Duquesne will play against each other. This will open the season on August 30th. A time for the game will be announced at a later date. Put them up.
I think it's a bad job. And now I'm like, this is me getting greedy. I think the move is for Pitt and West Virginia, the Backyard Brawl, to be Labor Day weekend. You don't compete with the NFL. This is a pro sports town. Obviously, it's a religion down in West Virginia. They don't care when the game is played. But for the purposes of the Pitt fan base, I think it's the ideal way to kick off a season like they did a few years ago. Doesn't have to be a standalone Thursday night game like that was. But if you can't end the season with it like they do with these other rivalries, Clemson, South Carolina, Florida, Florida State, the other Louisville, Kentucky, the in-state rivals that don't play in the same conference, I think the season should start with it every year, because then in July, in August, you're building towards that game and you're talking about that game the entire time. And no offense to Duquesne, but Pitt Duquesne, football-wise, hasn't been significant since like the 1930s or 40s. So, yeah. I
just think coaches don't want to play.
I don't get a kick out of it.
I don't think teams or coaches want to play those games first thing, because they'll just say, my team's rusty, we got to knock off the rust, etc.
But we see big matchups, neutral site matchups and stuff to kick off every college football season.
I understand that. I'm saying maybe I should have been more to the point. I don't know if Pat would want it to be.
Penn State played West Virginia week 1 last year. I was there.
If you think you got a stacked roster, you probably feel better about it. If you're Georgia, for example, you probably feel better about it. Or if you're one of those teams and you feel like, hey, even if we lose this game, we can win enough games to make it up in the end, I think you feel better about it.
I know that college football is huge in the South and in college towns where it's the only show in town, like in State College. It doesn't matter when the games get played. College football is really dumb to not make week 1 one of its best weeks of the season.
Like the Daytona 500.
Because the NFL isn't playing yet. And you've got the sport of football to yourself.
So stack it with 20 good matchups.
The network should be encouraging these great non-conference games to be played then. Spread them out. Play a bunch on Sunday, too. Who cares? Play some on Labor Day, other than one game.
What you should
Give us 3 huge days of college football. Come on now.
Make it 4. You can put a Friday game
Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Who cares?
Push
I agree.
it back to Thursday.
Yes,
even.
5 days. Keep it going.
How about a MAC game on Tuesday?
Bingo. Start us off with MACtion right off the bat.
No
Kent State
game.
Akron. Throw out the record books.
You get screwed over. No Wednesday football. So you really have no opinion on the Duquesne part of this.
Do you?
No, not really.
Are you aware of what the Duquesne schedule and results looked like in 1939? I just pulled this up.
Oh. Did they play Waynesburg?
Yes, they did.
Final score?
They defeated Waynesburg 20-0.
Oof.
That Duquesne team was one to not be messed with, 8-0-1. They beat number 1 Pitt 21-13.
Wait a minute. How are they not number 1 then?
I don't know.
They played spoiler, Chris. What do you mean? Why weren't they number 1?
Coached by the legendary Aldo Danelli.
They tied Detroit in the final week, in their final game.
Detroit
10-10.
Mercy.
My dad and Mom, I think, both went there for 1 year of college.
But they beat Waynesburg.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. My dad was a guy who jumped around to a couple different schools.
They beat Waynesburg that year. They beat Pitt that year. They beat Carnegie Tech right around Thanksgiving.
They beat Marquette, too. They smoked Marquette. Not really, actually.
Did they play Army or Navy?
No.
No.
They played Manhattan.
The Jaspers.
Mm-hmm.
7-0 win in that game. Defense was the story.
They played Texas Tech, which was a school at that point in the Border Intercollegiate Athletic Association.
Wait, Duquesne played Texas Tech in 1930?
They just randomly played Texas Tech.
That's funny.
Beat
How
them
about
13-zip.
their battle with North Carolina State? A 7-0 win.
I'm just looking on College Football
The
Reference.
Bluff was rocking after that 7-0 win.
College Football Reference has the game scores, but they have nothing else. I would just love it if they made up names. Here's Bill Smith. He had 22 carries for
That's what I was
$170.
looking for. If there was an actual box score, like some of the old baseball names we are able to find.
Other conference games on that day. Miami lost to. The school is called Catholic. I think it's just Catholic University.
No, that's a school.
My brother went there. I just can't believe that's the one that it. They didn't even have a logo on Football Reference. Catholics versus Convicts, the original game. 14-0 Catholics.
Is Lee Bodden the best Duquesne football player of all time?
Who's the competition?
Christian Kuntz.
I'm just trying to think if there's anybody that I. Isn't Mike James the best? Well, did they claim TJ, though?
No, I'm saying football players.
I know. I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to jog my memory.
Why are you starting to think of basketball players?
Because I'm trying to jog my sports memory. Having a bunch of really good WPIAL quarterbacks who weren't quite good enough to go major college gone there. Did Brumbaugh go there from South Fayette?
Yes. He did? How'd he do?
Yeah. I thought he was pretty good there. And then didn't the kid from Montour go there, too? Wasn't there a kid from Montour who's a very good quarterback who went there?
By weighted value on Pro Football Reference, Bruce Gossett, a kicker from 64 to 74, is the best Duquesne football player of all time, followed by Lee Bodden, and then Christian Kuntz is already third.
How many are there?
Bob O'Neill, who played for the Steelers for 3 years in the 50s, is the only other guy that's really played in the NFL.
Good
so 4
local
guys.
Product there.
Bob O'Neill from Bridgeville.
South Fayette.
Yeah. No, he went to Bridgeville High School, which I don't think exists anymore.
Brett Brumbaugh was on the team.
Yeah.
Man, there's some definite names here.
Yeah, he and I graduated high school around the same time. He might have been a year ahead of me.
Cool. Pitt Duquesne. Counting down the days, baby. The city game on the turf.
What do you think that line's going to look like?
We gotta ask Joey Smeltzer, America's sweetheart. Give us an early...
I was going to say John Phillips probably has an early read on that one. Former 93.7
The Dukes have been put up repeatedly at that point.
Donnie, an added bonus to the debrief. Steelers practice report is out. Dante Jackson practiced in full with his back.
That doesn't give me any good vibe about him because
it
could go at any time with him.
True, but at least early in the week it's not acting up. And then Mason McCormick was limited with that broken hand.
But apparently,
broken hand problematic for an offensive lineman.
But apparently he did everything he was planning on doing at practice, I also saw. Limited, but that was all they wanted out of him. Can't he just use it as a nice club, just beat people? And
I think I'd rather have two hands of Spencer Anderson than one hand of Mason McCormick. 412-928-9370. What's better, a one-handed average offensive lineman or a two-handed below-average offensive lineman?
Better offensive lineman, Dan Moore Jr. fully healthy, or Joe Thomas playing with one hand?
Joe Thomas.
I think I would take Thomas with no hands.
He's just like nudging.
Or how about one hand and one leg?
He's just headbutting guys.
What is he, like one of those guys from Monty Python?
Yeah, is he the Black Knight getting his limbs cut off here?
All right, thank you, Donnie, for the debrief. 412-928-9370. We got some calls we'll get to. You know, sometimes I wonder in this business if I'm seeing the picture clearly, because I think there is a huge story going into this game that Malsey knows about, that Donnie knows about, that I know about, that we seem to be the only ones who are prepared or are ready to talk about it, because I haven't heard it or seen it anywhere else. And we'll tell you what that is next and get more of your calls into. First, I'm going to tell you guys about McVay. McVay Heating. Perfect time to talk about them, right? Because it is freaking cold out. And if your furnace is acting up, it's blowing cold air, you need McVay. McVay will come over to your house and get the job done. Upfront pricing. They're not going to BS you. They're not going to lead you astray. I'm telling you, I'm giving you my word. McVay is a company you can believe in for situations like this. When the heater is on the fritz, call McVay.com is where you go. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to talk to you right now about Universal Windows Direct. My guys over there at Universal Windows Direct can help you out in 2025. They can make your home more comfortable. They can make your home more energy efficient. They can take those god-awful drafts of cold air and make them a thing of the past. You've got to call them right now because they've got a terrific deal for you to take advantage of. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there is no limit. You're getting those 2 windows absolutely free. You buy 4, you get 4 free. How about this? Not only that, but you get 36 months of no interest financing, okay? 3 years without a single cent of interest. Plus, if you've already received a quote from another company, you bring it to Universal Windows Direct, they're going to beat it, period. They're going to beat that quote. What are you waiting for? Now is the time. Call Universal Windows Direct today, 412-545-6003. Schedule your free in-home estimate or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, UJ Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Available in app only. T&Cs apply.
Discover Pittsburgh's ultimate fashion destination, Tons. The city's first concept store for designer fashion. 5935 Baum Boulevard or shop online anytime at tons-shop.com. Tons, Pittsburgh's main fashion destination.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 16th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Lock in your touchdown picks. Check out trending parlays and increase your winnings with profit boosts. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Here is your game of the week, presented by Hyundai. As teams head into conference play, 2 of the hottest basketball teams in the country will be put to the test early on in the new year. Kansas will head into Cincinnati as 2 top 25 teams are preparing to face off with conference title implications. The perennial powerhouse of Kansas is as good as they always are, but are they going to overlook the scrappy talent of a Cincinnati team that's looking to make a name for themselves? Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guessed they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all those things on Amazon. And the best part, you won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Pick up through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. January 10th to 12th, come kick off 2025 and see internationally known Rubber Doll, only at Cheerleaders.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing some pretty serious delays on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge into the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound traffic on the Parkway West is backed up from 2nd Avenue through Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunizer.
Brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
At NJM Insurance, we're like a symphony. It all starts by doing the right thing. Add in dedicated reps. And put policyholders first. But no jingles or mascots because it's just not us. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers' first practice report is out for their game Saturday in Baltimore Wild Card Weekend. Dante Jackson already a full participant with his bad back. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on Pony and Miller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
You know, I just think the more familiar you are, the more significant the strategic component is. But as a coach, man, I welcome that. I want the responsibility of being a component of how this game unfolds and to try to stay a step ahead of them. I'm sure they have the same agenda regarding us. It doesn't get routine with each matchup. It gets more sophisticated, it gets more complex, and from a coach's perspective, more fun.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peters. Good evening, everybody, on this Tuesday before Steelers and Ravens. 4 days away from a playoff matchup, only the fourth time these two teams have met in the postseason. Mike Tomlin stressing there the importance of coaching in this matchup. That the strategy is so important when you play a team you know a third time in one season. Basically saying, if we win, I deserve more credit. If we lose, put the blame on me. That this is not about X's, it's more about X's and O's than Jimmy's and Joe's, he's pretty much saying, or more about X's and O's than it oftentimes is in the NFL, which for me is not really something that gives me a lot of hope in this game because Tomlin seems to shrink in playoff moments. I think I remarked to you guys before we started the show today that his approval rating is back down to 0 for me. He won me over midseason. He made a very bold move going to Russell Wilson. That move worked until it didn't. And now they're the first team in almost 40 years to go into the playoffs on a 4-game losing streak. So it doesn't hearten me to hear him say, hey, the buck stops with me, and this game is going to really boil down to how I do versus John Harbaugh, although John Harbaugh, as Mulsey likes to say, doesn't exactly bathe himself in glory in these Steelers-Ravens matchups.
I don't like hearing it from Mike just because it already feels like he's getting in his own head about it. It's a precursor of like, oh, it gets ultra complex. I think there have been times as a coach in the playoffs where he gets too lost in the sauce when it comes to scheme, mainly against the Patriots. I also don't really like if it is more about scheme and it's more about like winning the chess match. I don't really like what Lamar Jackson did to them the second time around in the process of the chess match going on, right? We had heard a ton about how he had never seen them twice in one season. We all wondered what kind of difference that would make. Well, Harbaugh writ large and Jackson certainly, they both made more adjustments and looked like they were a step ahead of the Steelers for pretty much that entire game.
And it seems like Tomlin's back to his old ways as far as what his coaching theory is or philosophy is, which is let's just not screw it up and try to win the game that way.
Let's grind this thing out.
So, Fittipaldo, you brought this to my attention, and I am stunned that this take from Ray reporting on what's going on with the Steelers has not gotten more attention. This is a great piece of snooping around by you to find this and give this more oxygen. Because, no offense to Ray and his chats, because I do think people read them, but if somebody had gone on ESPN and said what Ray wrote, I think there's a chance it's all people are talking about today. Like if Adam Schefter said, if somebody handed Adam Schefter this information and he went on McAfee's show or went on ESPN and said word for word what Ray had reported, I think it would be a massive, massive story. First of all, do you agree with that?
Yes. I mean, the way Ray answered what you're about to read, yeah. I think if it was Adam Schefter saying here from Steelers insider source, whatever, and then read this, I think it would be construed as bombshell reporting.
So 3 games in 11 days, and that has been held up as a reason or an excuse for why the Steelers played so bad in those 3 games. Ray then writes, in response to a question about how Tomlin...
Well, the questioner also said, like, is Tomlin resting them too much
during this
span?
Is he taking it easy on
them?
Exactly.
Is that part of the reason that they faded? He's not coaching them hard enough at practice.
And Ray says back to this person, they practiced in pads one day last week. I know some players weren't thrilled about that. Then Ray says, I think they need better game plans with better buy-in from players. And here's the one that really gets me and I think would be massive if it came from a Schefter or a Jay Glazer or somebody like that, although Jay would never say anything that casts Tomlin in a negative light.
If Jay read a quote like this, Jay would then follow it up by saying those players should sit back down and listen to their head coach.
I get the sense now that a lot of players are frustrated and not believing in the Steelers' game plans.
That implies both sides of the ball.
Yeah, it does. That also, I think, sounds like something that Ray would have said or written about how offensive guys felt about Matt Canada before he got fired. That they were, like, on the verge of having a mutiny where guys like Najee Harris were coming out and openly questioning what the hell they were doing, and then hours later the guy was told his services were no longer needed. This is supposed to be nut-cutting time, do-or-die time. And according to an insider who's there every day, players are questioning the coach's methods for how he gets them ready for games and then what he's asking them to do in games. That's a pretty big deal.
The game plan's one is orders of magnitude bigger than anything else in there. We've heard defensive players frustrated on the field. That was passed off as they care. That's why they're yelling, and Mike even said that's where the solutions will come from. Pretty easy to draw a line from players are frustrated on the field to players think the game plan maybe isn't what it needs to be or should be to prevent those lapses. And then I think it's very reasonable to assume that players are not happy on offense with a game plan that just seems to have gone back to the rudimentary stuff.
Doesn't the game plan thing, and Ray didn't name any names here, doesn't that, at least for me, the person that it makes me think about is Minka?
Yes, he's definitely the defensive one I thought of first.
Like, you're using me this way. I'm sick of doing it that way. I don't think it's working.
By the way, little point in other here that's relevant to what you're saying. In another answer to another question specifically about Minka, Ray drives home that it is scheme that is causing them to use him the way. It's not him laying back. It is very specifically
And then,
schemed.
I think offensively, it could be, why did we go into the Cincinnati game with the strategy of trying to run the ball down their throats and play keep away from Joe Burrow when we just beat them in a shootout the last time we played them?
I think it's pretty reasonable.
You don't trust us to go do it again, Mike?
Yeah, I think that process of elimination here is, and I'm not saying this is the person, but the first name that comes to mind is actually Pat Freiermuth, who had a big game but had most of it late.
Yeah, it was almost like outside of the confines of the offense. It was when they went to the 2-minute drill.
It was the old, yes, exactly. It was the old, why doesn't Ben just get to run the 2-minute drill for 60 straight minutes because that's the only time things work.
The thing about the way he's practicing them, that reminds me of when they got burnt out the year before they won the Super Bowl in his first year.
Well, to be fair, he was practicing them way harder in 2007, but yeah,
well,
that
he
was.
could.
I also thought of that when I read that passage. Like, where have I read this before?
And the interesting thing about that decision, okay, you guys, I'm basically punishing you. You've played like ass in these 3 games. We're not going to have a nice walk in the park here at practice. I'm actually going to make you guys come out here and play some football. I think fans, like if they found out a Bill Cowher did that, they would love it. But it's open season on Tomlin right now, so the fact that he did that and apparently some guys were adamantly against it, I think fans would probably side with the players more than they would the coach.
It also might serve in that condensed of a schedule to make your players even more prone to not playing well.
Well, the thing I would say back to anybody who said good for Tomlin, he's going to make these guys basically knock each other around in practice as a way of trying to wake them up. The thing I would say back to that is like these players know their bodies better than he does. And so if these guys are like, damn, like we're still reeling from having to play 3 tough games in a condensed period of time, we don't need the extra wear and tear. I am inclined to want to be empathetic towards that. But, I mean, the fact that people are questioning these things and at least getting the information out to reporters is not a good sign for the morale of the team going into the playoffs.
It paints the picture of a team that is
very divided team.
Dysfunctional.
And you know what? We'll probably see it on Hard Knocks tonight. Oh, wait, we won't because the show's a complete joke. Oh, that's okay. We'll probably get an answer on what happened with George Pickens on the sideline to see who instigated that fight with him. Oh, no, we won't. We'll probably get some sappy story about how Patrick Queen's aunt makes green eggs and ham every day for breakfast during the week. I haven't even watched the show the last 2 weeks. Have you, Don?
The funny thing is...
Are you keeping up on Hard Knocks?
Well, I haven't watched since, because it was Christmas Eve, then New Year's Eve.
Did they even keep the show going?
Yeah, they did.
They did.
We're behind.
They just showed the ball dropping on New Year's Eve. They definitely have, by the way, and I don't mean George Pickens in the Bengals game. They definitely have the audio of whatever Pickens was woofing at because they have the sideline stuff. They have a parabolic mic pretty much going all over the
Donnie,
place.
how would you describe a parabolic mic to the people in our audience who have never worked in video or audio before?
I'll actually use the description that one of my professors at Waynesburg did. He said it's basically like holding up a giant salad bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That guy that holds up the big salad bowl on the sideline.
And it's getting
normally looks funny.
Getting sound from like everywhere and everything.
It's amplifying the microphone. See, again, I think he's going, oh, Mulsey said parabolic mic. Better get somebody to describe it because no one knows what that is.
I'm not saying no one knows, but I don't think it hurts to dumb it down a little bit for people. That's all.
It's my curse in life.
Here is Chris on the Fan. Hello, Chris.
Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
With that last story you just spoke of, with the dismantling of the clubhouse to coaches and how being coached, Vizzini will come in and say the odds of the Steelers winning this game is inconceivable. Fields needs to start. Tomlin has been hypocritical after 6 games. He said that we need to be not good, and that's why we're making the change. This team has been bad, and he hasn't even spoken of making a change at quarterback.
That is actually, I think, a very well articulated point. Thank you, Chris. Why did he bench Fields? Because good was the enemy of great. Well, now they suck again. So
he was just kidding about that part, though.
He just thought it would sound good to
phrase it that way. It gets Russell Wilson back in the game. It's a plausible explanation after your quarterback has kind of a subpar outing, even though you're 4-2 with him.
Here is Craig on the Fan. Hello, Craig.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Hey, I got a couple words for you here for the Steelers.
Yes.
Playoff drought.
Yes.
Spineless.
Spineless.
One.
Okay.
Spineless, yes. Sissified and gutless. Now, I have to tell you guys that if they don't come out and go guns blazing against the Ravens, they'll be sitting at home, and they'll be going fishing with the rest of us. But they need to come out going no huddle, muddle huddle, and 4 wide receivers. And, you know, if they go down with the guns blazing, we'll all feel good about it, won't we?
I would feel better if they would just went out with Craig with the guns firing at all. I don't even think you need to do something as drastic as, we're going to muddle huddle, we're going to do all this stuff. Just something other than the most predictable first down decision-making pretty much in the NFL. Just some wrinkles. I'm not even asking for a whole new game plan. I'm asking for something that just isn't obsessed. And you know what? It really is the perfect distillation of what Tomlin is all about. Our identity. We're tough. We want, there's a physical aspect to this, and that matters to us. Really, because what matters to most other teams is scoring more points than you. The guy, he really is a coach in many ways 30 years too late. You drop Mike Tomlin into 1992 NFL with the Steelers, I think a lot of this stuff plays a lot better and probably works a lot better.
Here is why they're running it so much on first down.
You know, for us, it's about playing to a personality that we prescribe to engineer victory, to possess the ball. And a component of possessing the ball is not only time, but managing risk. And obviously, there's less risk with running the football than throwing it, and sometimes that's a component of this discussion as well.
Managing risk and less risk sounds like it would fall under the heading of living in one's fears, no?
It also sounds like something I would expect an accountant at PricewaterhouseCoopers to say or something like that. Pony, tell me, their big approach to possessing the ball, how many minutes did they have it against the Bengals?
I don't have the game book in front of me. Do you have the number off the top of your head?
I believe
they had the ball
22.
For 22 minutes.
Thank you.
I think it was 22 even. Good job. You possessed the crap out of it, Mike. Great work.
Here is the man who can't wait for Penn State to beat Notre Dame. Our biggest Nittany Lions loving fan, Fred, is on the Fan. Hello, Fred.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you today?
Fred, have you already picked out your seats for the Orange Bowl Thursday night?
Absolutely. Can't wait to make it there.
Now,
are you going to be wearing your 409 shirt?
Or your Katron Allen, Nick Singleton? Yeah, what are you going to be wearing?
Oh, it's going to be very, very hard to root for either team. That's all I can say at this point.
Who are you rooting for right now?
Fred did this. Fred bet on Penn State, and through gritted teeth, he's going to root for Notre Dame on game day, so that will be the closest he can come to no bad situation here.
Oh.
100% that's happening.
I knew it.
Basically teasing Notre Dame or Penn State up to 8.5, and then the Ravens down to 2.5, and hoping I lose my bet one way or another. But here's the reason for my call, because I don't know if you guys are doing your show from a funeral home today or what, because I've been listening for 3 hours of negativity about the Steelers. So
you must have confused it. You must have forgot your Mulsey thesaurus and stopped understanding the difference between negativity and reality, Fred. There are realists and there are optimists out there, and I happen to fall into the world of realist right now.
The one thing that I've never been called by my wife is positive, but I'm going to go with a positive note on the Steelers here. Just hear me out, and you can.
Sure. Has she ever called you Ambassador Doom?
No, but I'm sometimes called the little ball of hate, so it's pretty much the same thing. But I'm going to make these statements, and you guys can critique it, and I'll hang up, and I'll listen for an hour, and then I'll text you later on tonight and, give you some you-know-what. But so the Steelers beat the Ravens this year at home. That was 7 months ago, it seems like. Things have changed. The Ravens are now like everybody's, sleeper to win the Super Bowl. But 17 days ago, the Steelers were playing the Ravens on the same field in Baltimore. They were down 7 in the fourth quarter. Okay, so they're down a score. Now, Elliott didn't play in that game. Dante Jackson didn't play in that game. Pickens didn't play in that game. And Watt is his first game back from injury. So what's different in this game is those guys are playing, and now Pickens is back, although he hasn't shown up the last couple weeks, but he's back. And Flowers had over 100 yards receiving in that game, and he's not playing. So to say they have zero chance, I just don't understand. And you could say that the Steelers have played horrible the last 3 weeks, but they also played the Chiefs defense, the Eagles defense, and they just played the Ravens. So
I did see that you very intelligently left out they just played a defense that fired its defensive coordinator. It was so bad this year. It was the only reason why the Bengals are in the playoffs, and they managed 17 points against that defense.
Okay, and you ready for my rebuttal to that?
Go, by all means.
Guys, first of all, they were dogs in the game to Cincinnati, who scores 30 points a game, and Burrows throws for 4 touchdowns a game.
That's a testament to their defense. That's a feather in the defense's cap, but that doesn't explain why their offense was so bad in the game.
Okay. But only 2 of the 4 people on the line right now were at the game, freezing their ass off, and it was me and Donnie. And the wind was blowing. Burrow only put up 19 points. So, maybe it was a game plan to try to keep the ball. It didn't work, don't get me wrong. But maybe the game plan was to slow the game down.
I'm going to ask you about 3 guys. Do you feel good about Mike Tomlin, Russell Wilson, and George Pickens going into this game, yes or no?
Mike Tomlin, I have zero problem with. 10 wins.
How about Russ and Pickens?
Yeah, but 4 weeks ago, if we went back.
I'm not asking you 4 weeks ago. I'm asking you right now.
Well, right now he's not playing good, but did he play good in the fourth quarter when they started throwing the ball?
Oh, yeah, that 2-minute drill was excellent. He did. You're right.
Well, it was a boneheaded play, but maybe if
Which one?
if Pickens runs the right route and catches the ball, they're in field goal range. Game's over.
Okay.
We're not having a conversation.
Right, but you're talking
How do we
about
know Pickens ran the wrong route?
And you're talking about George Pickens coming back like it's a positive, and now you're murdering the guy for not even running the right route.
Well, hey, listen, I got a rebuttal on my side too. I can't let you win every argument.
I think you just did by saying that. Yeah.
Will we get a text from Fred before we go to break?
I hope. I hope they win too. But here's the thing. I'm too scarred by them going into these playoff games as a big underdog and saying, this will be the time they do it. No one's giving them a chance. They'll beat David to the Chiefs Goliath. I'm not going to do it again. I've gotten burned too many times by him. I'd rather go into the game with zero expectations and be pleasantly surprised than get my hopes up that they're actually going to do something, and then an hour later they're down 3 touchdowns and I'm kicking myself like, what the hell were you talking about all week that they could win this game?
So you finally learned your lesson.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Brian Batko will give us a practice report next. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
4 games in 2 days, wild card weekend. You can listen to all of Sunday, and then the Monday nighter right here on 93.7 The Fan. 1 o'clock on Sunday, Denver and Buffalo. 4:30 is Green Bay, Philly. 8 o'clock is Washington, Tampa Bay. And then the Monday nighter, the Vikings and the Rams. All of them can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Big Tuesday. the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app, playing all your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, hot online slots like Peaky Blinders, Breaking Bad, based on those popular shows that you know very well. You got to join me, join Black and Gold football alum Max Starks and Charlie Batch, and, of course, Donnie Football on the BetParks team. Yes, join our team. We're growing, Donnie. We're growing on this team. Pro Football Playoffs Saturday night, 8 o'clock, Black and Gold, 10-point road dogs at Baltimore. The total in that one is 44. Bet more than the score in pro football. Bet player performances, touchdowns, passing and rushing yards, interceptions, and more. College football Thursday night. Penn State, 2.5-point favorite against Notre Dame. The total there, 45.5. Right now, again, you can bet player performances in that one, passing and rushing yards, touchdowns, as well, interceptions. New users, download the BetParks Online Casino and Sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound side of the Parkway East, you'll be seeing delays from the Birmingham Bridge into the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Southbound side of Sawmill Run Boulevard is backed up almost all the way from the Liberty Tunnels through Library Road. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. HitRVShow.com.
400 RVs, 25 brands, 150 models, more than a dozen RV dealers will compete for your business with their best prices. January 11th to the 19th, David Lawrence Convention Center. Visit PitRVShow.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service. Brian Batko, one of the budding, growing Steelers insiders in town. 30 years from now, they'll be calling him the next Ed Bouchette, but he's too young for that currently. So
wait,
he's just
30 years from now, they'll be calling him the next Ed Bouchette?
Yeah, he'll be the guy that, he'll be, Hines Ward will be on some, special committee up for the Hall of Fame, and Brian will be telling, listeners that are, Donnie's kids, basically, what Hines was like as a player and why Hines has his vote for the Hall of Fame when he's the Pittsburgh rep for that. I see big things in Brian's future.
No, it would be me touting George Pickens. He's my contemporary.
Okay, that's, better said. Well, I'm still thinking 30 years from now Hines is not in the Hall of Fame, but we're still debating whether or not he should be in.
Is Starkey at whatever age he would be going, no one gave him a chance? Is he making jokes
No,
like
Starkey's still winning games of horse, though, against,
and he's a
freshman
menace.
at Pitt.
Absolute menace.
In his 80s. You can go to our Twitter page and see that to get the reference, 93.7 The Fan. Brian, before we get to this explosive Fittipaldo report, I just want to ask you what the biggest story was from the Steelers' first day of practice this week.
I don't know that there was any big story. I mean, the injuries to watch, Mason McCormick with that left hand, he said he's got to take it day by day this week. And, Dante Jackson with his back, he was listed as a full participant. So maybe he'll be back out there. But, I mean, that's kind of it one day into the practice week here.
How much is, Jackson, though, I guess, practicing or being healthy even an indicator? Because it seems to me the nature of his injury, Brian, is that we can't feel really comfortable about it. Even if he makes it into the lineup on Saturday, it's it's a back injury. It could go at literally any time on any play for any reason. I don't feel good about him, even early in the week, getting good news about him.
Yeah, I mean it's notable for the starting lineups and whatnot, but I don't think he was playing particularly well until that back injury. And I like Dante Jackson a lot. I think on balance he's been an upgrade this season at that CB2 position, but I think it's kind of fallen out on him a little bit. And Corey Trice, I mean, he got slagged by a lot of people for the way he played against the Bengals. I mean, I think there's actually more of a ceiling with him kind of learning and growing on the job, although obviously, unfortunately for both him and the Steelers, there's potentially one game left to learn on the job, and if he doesn't, they're going into the offseason anyway.
Brian, what Fittipaldo wrote, that there were players who weren't thrilled about having a padded practice last week, questioning the methods of the coach to get them ready for the game. Have you heard the same thing?
No, I don't know if it's anything about questioning the methods. I think by and large players are never really thrilled with those padded practices, at least at this stage of the season. I think in camp, everyone kind of knows, okay, this is going to be physical, but we need this. It's going to bring out the best in everybody. But no, I mean, I think most NFL guys, once you're out of camp and you're into the regular season, even if they sometimes respect the coach's decision on that, well, I mean, all of us want an easier day in the workplace, right? So, I don't know exactly.
Does everybody? TJ Watt wants an easier day. Cam Hayward wants an easier day. These guys want easy days. What's that?
To some extent, yes. I think you talk to guys too. Like this always comes up with the tackling woes, right, Pony? It's always like, all right, well, what can you do to fix that now that it's week 13, week 14? And a lot of times, Cam, TJ, I mean, they'll say that there's not a ton you can do physically at this stage of the season. You're not going to throw the pads on all 3 days and start bringing each other to the ground like you're back at Rooney Field and at St. Vincent College.
All right, so if that's not a shot at the coach, then how about Ray saying that there are guys who are not believing in the game plans right now?
I mean, I don't know exactly who Ray talked to about that. That could be true. There could be guys who are naturally questioning, okay, 4 games in a row now, we've lost the first 3, not very competitive. The fourth one, putting the stamp on the season of 0 touchdowns on the opening drive for an entire season. So, yeah, I mean, maybe that is just human nature creeping in there. But I'll say this much, guys. I mean, from being in the locker room today and being out at practice, I mean, it doesn't feel like a downtrodden group. Granted, I guess vibes could be high because they're resigned to their fate and they think they're going to be sitting on a beach this time a week from now. But, I mean, I don't get the sense that Mike Tomlin's lost the locker room or anything like that.
Do you get any sense that there's a disappointment that they didn't win and therefore get the Texans and instead have to see the Ravens? Or did you sense any excitement, like they think, get us a third matchup with these guys and we know them, we can take them?
Neither, Chris. I mean, I was asking guys about that after the game, and I think any competitor at that level is never really going to say something like, oh, yeah, we wished we could have dodged Baltimore, or, yeah, we were hoping they lost so that, we could we were hoping that we could have gotten Houston or whatever. I mean, obviously they would have liked to win the AFC North, but everybody pretty much brushed that off. And if anything, sort of like we've got our own issues to fix regardless of who we've got next on the schedule. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you gave them truth serum, they'd prefer to go face that Texans team that's staggering arguably even worse than they are. But that's not reality, and now they've got to get up to play the Ravens a third time.
Do you think we see more Justin Fields in this game than at any point so far this season since Russ was named the starter?
Something fell off my desk there, but no, not really. I still don't think this is going to be the week they turn to Fields. I think they're kind of locked into the Russell Wilson experience for good or bad at this point, and maybe just you're at this stage of the season, win or go home. I think the time to tinker with Fields was last week against the Bengals. I'm still kind of confounded that they didn't see what he could do, at least in a limited portion there. And now it's almost too little too late.
More likely that Mike Tomlin realizes the error of his ways, being so conservative with the game plan and running it so much against the Bengals, and therefore decides to try to throw it all around the yard and surprise the Ravens. Or Mike Tomlin just says, this is what I like. I want to roll around in the mud. We're going to keep running the damn thing until we can't run it anymore.
Man, I don't know. That's a great question. I would lean toward the latter, but I think it's just going to be so difficult for him to watch that tape of the what would have been week 16 game and see the way they were out physicaled by the Ravens and put any sort of confidence into that game plan again. I mean, yeah, in years past, maybe you could convince yourself, like, we're still the Steelers, we're still the baddest boys on the block, even if we aren't the most talented. We're going to be the tougher team. But now that Derrick Henry's in the equation, that monstrous right guard is in the equation. For Baltimore, Linderbaum is a stud at center. I mean, I just think it's a lot more difficult. I'll split the difference. How about this? Well, I don't think there's going to be a ton of Fields all of a sudden, or maybe even any Fields. And while I still think Mike Tomlin's going to want to limit possessions and allow some potentially fluky things to happen, I think this is the kind of game where you leave it all out there. Maybe try something creative. Maybe bust out a trick play to keep the Ravens
you just said
on
the
their
one
heels.
creative element of using Fields is basically out the window, Brian.
You can run trick plays with that. We saw the flea flicker a few weeks ago in Philly that mostly worked. One of the only things that did work offensively for them. You've got that on tape now, so maybe Arthur Smith does have some other trick up his sleeve. And
it'll probably involve Cordell Patterson, would be my guess.
What's that?
That's probably a Cordell Patterson special.
Slow developing play.
Somehow.
Have you gotten to the bottom of what happened with Pickens on the sideline? Tomlin acted like he was the first time he'd ever heard of it.
No, not in the sense of whether Mike was blowing hot air.
No, but how about anything on the Pickens incident itself?
From what I've heard about that, it wasn't anything like really beyond the pale from the fan, which is what I thought anyway, because if that were the case, there are mechanisms for behind the scenes for the Steelers or Georgia's people to get it out there. Like, hey, this guy said something completely out of bounds and he was right to go off. I don't think that was it. I think it was just your typical fans are maybe drunk or frustrated with the season and just griping at a guy. So that side of things was fairly run-of-the-mill for any game, unfortunately. But obviously his response was not run-of-the-mill. Normally you don't see the players engaging back in that
way. Were you able to see it happen live?
No, I actually forgot. I forgot my binoculars, and that's actually what just fell off my desk. I usually always bring them, but I was propping my phone up on them to talk to Crowley last week, and as soon as I got to Acrisure Stadium Saturday night, I'm like, no, I left my binoculars on the office desk. So I always have them trained on George, and on this night I did not have them at my disposal, and I didn't see that happen live.
Brian, let's go ahead, Malsey.
No, it's good.
Who are you picking in this game?
The Ravens.
By more than a touchdown?
Yeah, I think the Vegas line is going to be pretty close to what it ends up being.
Be careful.
I think they pull away late.
Your Twitter mentions are now going to turn into a disaster zone.
Really? It seems like a lot
of people saying the Steelers can absolutely win this game, but also I don't trust Mike Tomlin at all.
Yes. Yep.
If the indication of my chat is anything today, or even just people in my replies prior to this interview, it seems like there's more negativity than optimism and positivity.
And we're getting blamed for fueling it.
By people from Cleveland.
Yeah. By the way, Peter King says Aaron Rodgers will be a Steeler next year, and he did call Russell Wilson to the Steelers, so have fun with that one, Brian.
I think every old quarterback should get to just adopt the Steelers for a season and see.
Don't give Tomlin any ideas.
The playoff drought. It's like a retirement present for Russ. Next year can be Rodgers. I think Kirk Cousins the year after that.
If Tom Brady came out of retirement at 49 years old, could he lead the Steelers to the playoffs? I say yes.
Yes, because the worst they do is 9-8, so of course he'd get them to the playoffs. It's a matter of winning a game.
Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, and Mason Rudolph technically led them to the playoffs.
Brian, thank you so much. We'll talk again soon.
All right. See you, boys.
There you go. Good point on Pickens. If the guy said something that was derogatory, a slur of some kind,
something to make you take Pickens
another
aside.
Player would have been like, hey, get this jackass out of the stadium right now. And it wasn't that. Just Georgie being Georgie. Some Tomlin takes coming up. Some of your calls sprinkled in too. 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin asked about slow starts and why we're not seeing Mike Williams. Just a couple of things you'll hear, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We will have pregame coverage of Steelers and Ravens on Saturday. Fan Game Day begins at 5 o'clock, leading you up to kickoff. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Awaken 180 weight loss. I had somebody yesterday just hit me up and say, hey, I had tried to lose some stubborn weight. I think in his case it was about 20 pounds he wanted to lose, hadn't been able to do it. And he said, Mulsey, thanks to you, I'm taking the plunge with Awaken 180. Very excited because I know that particular person, he's going to lose the weight. And in his case, 20 pounds, probably going to be a lot quicker than he might think. I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks with Awaken 180, well into 2 years of having kept it off because Awaken 180, they care about your success. The coaching that you get, the support, the guidance you get every week during your time on the program, it's free for life even after you reach your goal weight. And I think about all the other different things that Awaken 180 offers. Here's another one I probably don't mention enough. I love to cook. And you might say, oh, okay, well, I've got to cook things that I can eat while I'm on the program. They have an entire recipe portal, like very detailed, very specific recipe portal on the Awaken 180 app. Just another one of the many things that makes this such a great service and really the solution for weight loss. So if you're ready to do something like that for yourself, lose the weight in the new year, it's time to check out awaken180weightloss.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but that doesn't mean you can't protect yourself from online scammers with a little help from McAfee Total Protection. Whether it's a fake missed delivery text or an urgent bank alert, these scams can look incredibly convincing. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. So go ahead, manage your finances and shop online. McAfee will help keep your device's privacy and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Some of it had to do with some of the people that we played have done a nice job. Some of it has to do with us. Rest assured that we're working extremely hard to rectify it, and I'm excited about taking another whack at it this week.
Does it raise alarms about the game plans themselves?
You know, I don't know that I use the term alarm, but certainly we're analyzing all components of it in an effort to remedy it.
That's obviously a different tune from Tomlin. He was very indignant and very brash about how slow starts don't define them. And now he's talking about how alarm might be a little strong, but they're doing deep dives into why their start to games are so poor. So he has neutered himself and at least put his tail between his legs a little bit on that. Their playoff starts have been horrible. Their starts out of the gate this year have been even worse. They are dead last in first quarter points allowed, with the highest paid defense in the NFL. They are 29th in first quarter points scored.
That's it?
Yep.
I don't know. Whenever Mike gets asked a question point blank like that, I certainly don't expect him to just roll over and show his belly and be like, you guys have been right all along. But man, just the fact that it never gets further than, oh yeah, we're looking at it. We know.
The music bed for Tomlin Takes brought to you by John Football's Walkman, by the way.
What year did this song come out?
1983.
Did it?
The best year in human history, some may say.
Wait, did it actually come out in 83? No, 85. The year I was born. When it was all downhill in the world.
No, it didn't go downhill until 86 when Pony was born.
Yeah.
Man, that would be harsh if true.
Which one do I want here? Oh, Mike Williams. 14 snaps, made a big play. Does Mike Williams get unleashed against the Ravens?
For us, it's not just about Mike, it's the playmaking. As I mentioned after the game, man, we didn't make enough routine plays in play. For us to be the type of unit that we desire to be and the team that we desire to be, you got to make routine plays. Oftentimes, routine plays produce additional plays that could be spectacular. Converting routine third downs, being on schedule, things of that nature allow us to possess the ball, to produce more opportunities for guys like Mike, who obviously has big play capability.
So that's a polite way of saying no. He's still an afterthought.
Does he obviously have big play capability?